In a world where one can traverse the narratives of books, she finds herself ensnared in the role of a mere supporting character destined for demise. While others take on the mantle of protagonists, she must navigate the treacherous landscape of a post-apocalyptic realm as a seemingly insignificant pawn. Yet, with the divine grace of a unique ability bestowed upon her, she is determined to carve out her own path in this desolate world. Lacking the requisite strength, she vows to bide her time and grow stronger, keeping her distance from the original protagonists. As she battles foes and ascends in power, she aspires to defy her predetermined fate and become the true author of her own story. Note: the protagonist is not human. Chapter 1. The supporting character of Doom Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha, wake up quickly. In a hazy state, Bai Cha-Cha faintly recognized someone calling her name. Who is it? How annoying. Irritated, she turned over, yearning to return to slumber. Yet, the persistent individual continued to call her name and jostle her body. Unable to endure any longer, she abruptly sat up and exclaimed, "What is it?" Her sharp gaze fell upon the person who had disturbed her, and she squinted in confusion. Who is this person? She didn't recognize her at all. Why was she in her room? Who are you? The girl standing by the bed had a fair complexion, her large, dark eyes resembling black grapes, blinking innocently. She appeared pure and adorable, evoking a sense of fondness. Now, the girl widened her eyes, staring at Bai Cha-Cha in astonishment, much like a frightened little rabbit, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. With a slight quiver of her lips, she mustered a gentle smile and spoke in a soothing tone, as if trying to comfort a child throwing a tantrum. "I'm sorry, Cha-Cha, I was worried you might be hungry, so I wanted to wake you for a meal. You've been asleep for quite some time. Are you feeling unwell?" The girl stepped closer, extending a delicate hand to check Bai Cha-Cha's forehead for fever. However, Bai Cha-Cha swatted her hand away with considerable force, leaving a distinct red mark on the girl's pale arm. The girl cradled her injured arm with her left hand, showing no anger, but her tone softened further. "Then sleep a little longer. I'll save some food for you. Come down to eat when you're hungry." Seeing Bai Cha-Cha silently staring at her, the girl felt a chill run down her spine. Finally, she forced a smile that seemed gentle but was clearly strained, turning to leave while gently closing the door behind her. Bai Cha-Cha furrowed her brow as she watched the girl's retreating figure, her gaze sweeping across the unfamiliar room, her frown deepening further. Where is this place? This is certainly not her room. And who is that girl? She seemed to know her quite well. Last night, while scrolling through short videos, she stumbled upon a post-apocalyptic novel and, driven by curiosity, delved into its pages. She was captivated by a character sharing her exact name, and she had stayed up late into the night, only to succumb to sleep in her own room. Of that she was certain. What on earth is happening now? Bai Cha-Cha pulled back the covers, preparing to descend the stairs to seek answers. Just as she rose, darkness enveloped her vision, and her head spun, causing her to collapse back onto the bed. She hunched over, clutching her aching head, as fragmented memories flashed before her eyes, playing at double speed. These are not her memories. Downstairs, Bai Yai rubbed her slightly reddened arm and sighed softly as she sat across from a handsome man at the dining table. "Let's eat first. Cha-Cha seems to be in a bad mood. I've saved her some food." The man nodded slightly, glancing quietly upstairs before his gaze fell on the girl's flushed arm, frowning slightly. "I have yet to properly thank you." "Thank you for saving me." Not only was the man strikingly handsome, but he also possessed an extraordinary presence, his voice deep and melodious. Bai Yaji's ears turned slightly red, and she shook her head modestly. It was a simple act, no need for thanks. Anyone else in the same situation would have done the same. The man remained non-committal. When he had saved others, he had inadvertently been scratched by a zombie, potentially becoming infected. Those he saved had fled in terror upon seeing his injury, prioritizing their own escape. Moreover, he had inadvertently awakened a powerful lightning-based ability as a result of his misfortune. Not dwelling on this matter, he continued, "I apologize for the inconvenience these past few days. I have contacted my friends. They should arrive shortly. What are your plans moving forward?" "Cha-Cha and I would like to visit the temporary base in Cydia first." Bai Yai paused as she picked up her chopsticks, then added, "I have awakened spatial and healing abilities, but Cha-Cha is still an ordinary person, and I worry for her." The man expressed surprise, realizing that the seemingly delicate girl before him was actually a dual-element ability user, possessing rare powers. No wonder his wounds had healed so rapidly. She must have treated him with her healing abilities while he was unconscious. Such abilities are exceedingly rare and would be highly sought after in this zombie-infested world. After pondering for a moment, the man considered inviting the girl to join his team. The journey from the suburbs to the temporary base in City A is quite long, and it could be dangerous for two girls. If you don't mind, you could join us. We can look out for each other. Bayaji's eyes sparkled like black grapes, filled with excitement. Really? Wouldn't that be too much trouble? The man smiled and nodded. Of course, it's not a bother. We also need to go to the temporary base in City A, so it's convenient. The girl was so elated that she nearly jumped up, her eyes shining brightly, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Thank you so much. The man couldn't help but be uplifted by the girl's joy, feeling a sense of relaxation. With such a gentle and capable companion, he believed their journey would be far more enjoyable. As they dined and chatted, the atmosphere remained light and pleasant. Meanwhile, in the room upstairs, Cha had finally sorted through the tumult of memories in her mind. She comprehended her current predicament entirely. Frustrated, she tugged at her tousled hair. When misfortune strikes, it feels as though even a sip of water can get stuck in one's teeth. Here she was, having merely stayed up late reading a novel, only to inexplicably find herself within its pages, transformed into the unfortunate supporting character who shares her name. Who could have known how disappointed and exasperated she was with the character by Cha while reading last night? Sharing her name, yet lacking any of her cleverness, she was as foolish as a pig. Manipulated by others, she met her untimely end at the jaws of a zombie. She hadn't read the later chapters in detail, merely skimming the table of contents. Then, she had posted a brief review, venting her frustrations about the character's portrayal while also criticizing the protagonists. Could it be that her penchant for criticism led to her current predicament? Is this karma? Regret floods her. Please kindly comment and refrain from directing aggressive remarks at the author. The characters in the book are fictional, and their values do not reflect those of the author. Much love to you all. Chapter 2. The original plot. After a considerable period of adjustment, by Cha finally calmed herself. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since she had already crossed into the narrative, lamenting her situation would only be a waste of precious time. The crux of the matter now lies in altering her fate within the original story. The original narrative primarily revolves around the protagonist, Bai Yai, and her close friend, Bai Cha, who grew up together in an orphanage, forging a deep bond. Both girls managed to gain admission to the same university, pursuing the same field of study. During the summer break of their sophomore year, they planned a hiking trip together. However, on the second day of their excursion, a sudden outbreak of a zombie virus occurred, transforming 1/3 of the human population into the undead and heralding the apocalypse. A select few individuals awakened special abilities, referred to by the government as superpowers. The awakening of these abilities occurred in two ways. 1. Through resisting the initial spread of the virus, leading to enhanced physical capabilities and the emergence of diverse powers, and 2. Being bitten by a zombie, where most individuals succumb to zombification, while only an exceptionally lucky few gain superpowers. The latter method is fraught with peril, and the only character to awaken such an ability in the book is the male lead, Su Ziyuan, who, while attempting to save someone, is inadvertently scratched by a zombie and subsequently rescued by Bai Yai, awakening a formidable lightning-based power. At the onset of the outbreak, Bai Yai awakened a rare healing ability. In a twist of fate, while peeling fruit with a knife, she accidentally cut her finger, causing her blood to touch a jade necklace around her neck, which unexpectedly unlocked a storage space of 300 square feet. This information remained known only to Bai Yai and the omniscient readers, with even Bai Cha unaware of the secret. Bai Yai publicly claimed to possess both healing and spatial abilities. The spread of the zombie virus took the world by storm overnight, leaving no time for anyone to react. Upon awakening, they found the world irrevocably changed. The two friends cautiously hid in an abandoned 2-story building. When their food supplies ran out, they were compelled to venture out for resources, only to encounter Su Ziyuan, who had collapsed after being scratched by a zombie while trying to save someone. Do not question why the male lead was not devoured by zombies while unconscious. He is the male lead, and the author has decreed that he shall not perish. Shortly after Su Ziyuan's recovery, his friends sought him out. Bai Yai, along with the powerless Bai Cha-Cha, joined Su Ziyuan's group, heading towards a temporary base in City A. As they teamed up for adventures in this apocalyptic landscape, the bond between the male and female leads deepened significantly. Su Ziyuan's team grew stronger, and the members increasingly recognized and adored Bai Yai, who gradually became the beloved mascot of the group. In stark contrast stands Bai Cha-Cha, who, as Bai Yai's friend, displayed bizarre and capricious traits, coupled with a volatile temper and a complete lack of self-defense skills. In this perilous world, consistently dragging the team down and becoming a source of disdain. Yet, the most irksome trait was her utter lack of self-awareness. Everyone recognized the mutual affection between the leads, while Bai Cha-Cha remained oblivious to her own unwarranted infatuation with Su Ziyuan. Bai Yai endured and protected her childhood companion, despite her shortcomings, but her supporters could not bear to see her mistreated. They often ridiculed and ostracized Bai Cha-Cha, who, instead of reflecting on her behavior, shamelessly pursued Su Ziyuan. Ultimately, en route to City A, the original character met her demise at the hands of zombies, a development that sparked joy and celebration in the comments section, with readers applauding her timely exit. Aside from Bai Yai mourning her loss for a brief moment, the rest of the world seemed eager to celebrate the departure of this detestable character. Upon reaching this point, Bai Cha-Cha hastily skimmed through the remaining chapters, jumping directly to the conclusion, which brought a sense of closure. Through the powerful collaboration of the leads, the apocalypse was resolved. Bai Yai reunited with her family, no longer the abandoned orphan, and the couple celebrated a grand wedding, welcoming a pair of intelligent twins into their lives, thus embarking on a journey of happiness. As Bai Cha-Cha became immersed in her new reality, she noticed a significant plot hole that had not been addressed in the original story: the jade necklace around Bai Yai's neck. That unlocked the storage space. If her memories of the original character were accurate, this necklace had been a gift from the original to symbolize their lifelong friendship, a cherished token worn since her arrival at the orphanage. How could such an important item be so casually given away? Fortunately, the original character remained oblivious to the necklace's potential, otherwise she might have regretted her decision. Had she possessed spatial abilities, perhaps her fate in the original narrative would have been different, and she might have been less unlikable within Su Ziyuan's team. Alas. Regardless of whether the original character would have regretted her choices, Bai Cha-Cha was taken aback upon realizing that Bai Yai had indeed unlocked the storage space. She lamented wishing she had arrived sooner. However, according to the original character's memories, the girl who had just awakened her was Bai Yai. She was undeniably charming, yet her delicate demeanor contrasted sharply with the strong and resilient heroine depicted in the book. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Regardless, Bai Cha-Cha recognized her current state as a mere burden, facing the peril of a zombie-infested world alone. She needed to devise a plan to enhance her abilities and distance herself from the leads before the plot could unfold to her demise. Reflecting on her lack of powers, Bai Cha-Cha felt disheartened. If only I had some formidable ability, she mused. Suddenly, her stomach growled, prompting her to rub her empty belly. Bai Cha-Cha resolved to head downstairs to satiate her hunger before plotting her next move. Chapter 3: Awakening of Abilities. Uncertain whether Bai Yai and Su Ziyuan had finished their meal, Bai Cha-Cha instinctively directed her attention downstairs. To her surprise, she indeed overheard them. The soft, gentle voice of a woman intertwined with the deep, melodious tones of a man, engaged in lively conversation. "Ziyuan, you know so much, it's impressive. You can ask me anything you don't understand. Am I being too much of a bother?" "Not at all, we will be on the same team from now on." Bai Cha-Cha's eyes widened, her heart filled with uncertainty. What was happening? The door to her room remained closed, even if the sound insulation was poor. She shouldn't be able to hear the conversations from the first floor so clearly. Had she awakened her own abilities? With this thought, she focused more intently on the surroundings, extending her senses further. Outside, she could hear the sporadic groans of a couple of zombies. In the neighboring buildings, one zombie was pacing restlessly in a room on the first floor of the left building, while a couple in the right building engaged in hushed conversation. She could even discern their words clearly. The wife was softly sobbing, "Husband, I truly do not wish to live anymore. Please let me die. The husband held her tightly, whispering soothingly, Do not fear. There will surely be a way. The voices abruptly ceased, and Bai Cha-Cha clutched her head in anguish. She was now fairly certain that she had indeed awakened her abilities. Moreover, it was a rare psychic ability. However, she was still too weak, and due to her frailty. Her first attempt at harnessing it was clumsy. Her mental energy dissipated rapidly, leaving her with a splitting headache. Her fingers trembled with excitement. Psychic abilities were immensely powerful. When wielded skillfully, they offered unparalleled offensive and defensive capabilities. Even in the original narrative, she had not encountered any members of the protagonist group possessing psychic abilities. This power, once fully developed, could render her capable of dispatching foes or zombies effortlessly. This was something she had gleaned from other authors' apocalyptic novels, although her understanding was superficial. The true extent of her powers required her own exploration. Bai Cha-Cha began to doubt whether the original character in the novel was truly an ordinary person who had yet to awaken. Could it be that the psychic energy was intangible, causing the original character to remain oblivious to her own abilities, thus allowing her unique talents to go to waste? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After enduring the pain in her head for a while, Bai Cha-Cha slowly descended the stairs. Having lost track of time, she found Bai Yai and Su Ziyuan had already finished their meal. Bai Yai was washing dishes in the kitchen, while Su Ziyuan sat on the sofa, seemingly lost in thought. Upon hearing her approach, Su Ziyuan glanced at Bai Cha-Cha without uttering a word. She paid him no mind. They were not particularly familiar. However, she couldn't help but notice that he was indeed quite handsome, as described in the book: sharp brows, bright eyes, chiseled features, and an impeccable physique. Unfortunately, he was not her type. She would not be as infatuated as the original character had been. Bai Yai, hearing the commotion, poked her head out from the kitchen. Upon seeing Bai Cha-Cha, her eyes lit up with concern. Cha-Cha, you're awake? You must be hungry. As she spoke, she returned to the kitchen to bring out the meal she had saved for Bai Cha-Cha and placed it on the dining table. Bai Cha-Cha paused, contemplating entering the kitchen, but ultimately chose to sit at the table instead. Thank you, she said instinctively, causing Bai Yai to look surprised. They had grown up together, and it was unusual for Bai Cha-Cha to be so polite. A few days prior, the original character had ventured out with the female lead to gather supplies and had stumbled upon a relatively remote supermarket that had not been raided. After that, she was inexplicably transported here. Bai Yai, having finished washing the dishes, sat across from Bai Cha-Cha, appearing as though she had something to say, but refrained from initiating the conversation, feigning focus on her meal. She was indeed hungry. Once Bai Cha-Cha had nearly finished eating, Bai Yai finally spoke. Cha-Cha, Ziyuan's friends will be coming to pick him up in a couple of days. They are headed to City A as well, so shall we accompany them? Bai Cha-Cha, with her last mouthful of rice, chewed thoughtfully, her cheeks stuffed like an adorable little squirrel. Her striking features added a touch of coolness and haughtiness to her appearance. Considering her recent arrival and her still adjusting state to the apocalypse, she nodded. For now, it would be best to stay close to the protagonists and acclimatize to this new world before seeking an opportunity to part ways. Bai Yai was not at all surprised by Bai Cha-Cha's agreement. Ever since childhood, Bai Cha-Cha had never listened to anyone but her. Whatever Bai Yai said was law. As a child, Bai Cha-Cha's delicate, doll-like beauty earned her much affection from teachers and peers. However, her poor temperament, shyness, and later rebelliousness had distanced her from others, while Bai Yai, understanding the importance of being likable, had endeared herself to those around her. The teachers and friends drifted further away from Bai Cha-Cha, while they gravitated towards Bai Yai, who was gentle, compliant, and charming. Yet, throughout their lives, only Bai Yai had been willing to tolerate Bai Cha-Cha's temper and remain her friend, which Bai Cha-Cha cherished deeply. She not only listened to Bai Yai, but had even gifted her the precious jade necklace. Remembering the secret of the jade necklace, Bai Yai instinctively grasped the pendant around her neck, feeling a pang of guilt. She had inadvertently activated the storage space within the jade. However, since Bai Cha-Cha had given it to her, It was rightfully hers now. Even if Bai Cha-Cha demanded it back, it was too late. For the jade had become nothing more than an ordinary stone. As Bai Cha-Cha cleared the dishes, she stole a glance at the jade clasped in Bai Yai's hand. She lowered her gaze, noting Bai Yai's arm. "I'm sorry for bumping into you earlier. I was still half asleep." Bai Yai was taken aback once more. What was happening with Bai Cha-Cha today? Not only was she unusually polite, but she was also being considerate. After a brief moment of surprise, Bai Yai responded with a gentle smile. "It's all right. I'm fine." As she spoke, her eyes flicked towards Su Ziyuan. Earlier, she had unwittingly shown him her reddened arm. She hoped he would not dwell on it. Fortunately, Su Ziyuan was preoccupied with his own thoughts and did not pay attention to their exchange. When Bai Cha-Cha emerged from the kitchen after washing the dishes, she found Su Ziyuan conversing with Bai Yai. "Make sure to lock the doors and windows. Do not go outside. I want to test my abilities." Bai Yai, concerned for Su Ziyuan, replied, "I'll go with you. If there's danger, we can look out for each other." Seeing Su Ziyuan refuse, she did not press further. "Just be careful," she urged. And then, Su Ziyuan left, and Bai Yai went to lock the main door. Bai Cha-Cha watched Su Ziyuan's retreating figure, contemplating how she too needed to find an opportunity to practice her skills in slaying zombies. Chapter 4. Energy Map. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Bai Cha-Cha felt invigorated, brimming with vitality, and she settled onto the couch in the living room, closing her eyes. With her mental prowess, she distinctly sensed Bai Yai approaching her, casting a glance before ascending the stairs. Subsequently, she perceived Su Ziyuan exiting and heading directly towards the building on the left, where a zombie was trapped in a room on the first floor. Su Ziyuan forcefully kicked open the door, and the zombie lunged towards the source of the noise. The man swiftly sidestepped, unleashing a bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a chopstick, which struck the zombie's nape. The filthy, greasy hair of the creature emitted a plume of black smoke, accompanied by the acrid scent of burning flesh. The back of the initial zombie's head was cleaved open. And momentarily stunned, Su Ziyuan seized a sharp dagger, driving it into the fissure with such force that it pried open the zombie's skull. The creature collapsed in response. Though Bai Cha-Cha could not visualize the scene, she distinctly sensed the energy signature of the zombie, a small red, vanishing. In her mind, a circular energy map materialized, akin to a miniature map in a game, with two small black dots representing the couple in the nearby building. Su Ziyuan appeared as a small green, slightly enlarged from before. The change was so subtle that it would be imperceptible to the untrained eye. The recently dispatched zombie was represented as a slightly smaller red, while three other red dots in the vicinity fluctuated. Further away, numerous red dots shifted positions, and the nearest green, presumably belonging to Bai Yai, indicated her presence. The larger the dot, the stronger the individual it represented. The extent of the map she could perceive was directly correlated to her own power. The stronger she became, the greater her range of detection. Moreover, Bai Cha-Cha continued to channel her abilities, mentally maneuvering a cup from the left side of the table to the right, and back again. Indeed, her psychic powers extended to the manipulation of objects. She sensed that her abilities were far from limited to these functions. When she eventually left this place, she would test them further against zombies. Reliance solely on her powers was insufficient. She needed to enhance her physical prowess as well. She resolved to begin with basic exercises: punching, sit-ups, squats, and push-ups. With determination, Bai Cha-Cha immediately commenced 100 sit-ups, followed by 100 squats and push-ups. Then practiced the military drills and self-defense techniques she had learned during training, each 10 times. Despite her enhanced physical condition due to her awakened powers, she was soon drenched in sweat, sitting on the floor, gasping for breath. After a considerable time, she mustered the strength to rise from the sofa and entered the bathroom for a shower. The small building housed 2 water tanks upstairs, providing them with the luxury of bathing, though it was uncertain how many days would pass before they could do so again. Reflecting on this, By Cha-Cha envied Bayai and those endowed with spatial abilities who could carry ample resources and water, ensuring they would never suffer from hunger or thirst. The apocalypse had only just begun, and various supplies were still obtainable. As time progressed, they would inevitably become scarcer, even if one were not devoured by zombies. The lack of food and water would eventually lead to starvation. What a grim reality! In the bathroom, she encountered a mirror. It dawned on her that she had yet to truly examine the face of the original owner of this body since her arrival. Bringing her face close to the mirror, she pinched her cheeks, examining herself from left to right, and found herself utterly satisfied. She was nothing short of perfect from every angle, with rebellious, thick eyebrows slightly arched, long, gently curled eyelashes framing eyes as clear as morning dew, a prominent nose, lips as pink as rose petals, and skin that radiated porcelain-like brilliance, she marveled. Even making a silly face in the mirror looked exquisite. The original owner's personality was indeed a significant flaw. Otherwise, with such a visage, the attitudes of the male and female leads towards her would surely be more amiable. How could these individuals utter such humiliating and derisive words in the presence of such beauty? The complexities of human emotions truly elude understanding. After admiring her reflection for a moment, Bai Cha-Cha felt a twinge of distress. If she were to possess such beauty in a peaceful era, it would be one thing. But now, in this lawless apocalypse, such a face had become a burden. She could not bear to mar her appearance, for that was simply unthinkable. Thus, she resolved to either find a strong ally to rely upon or to become formidable enough to safeguard herself. Without hesitation, she chose the latter path of becoming a powerful individual. However, personal strength alone would not suffice. After all, one could not face overwhelming odds alone. It would be ideal to gather a reliable and formidable group of companions. Yet, these considerations would take time. She was still too inexperienced. Encountering incompetent allies would be more detrimental than facing challenges alone. For now, it seemed prudent to remain close to the male and female leads. After her shower, she donned the same old clothes she had on before. They would have to suffice. Conditions would only worsen. And she was not overly particular nor possessed of a cleanliness obsession. Given that she had initially set out for a trip with limited clothing, 2 other outfits being short skirts and tank tops, she was left with only this sportswear. In the current environment, she would much prefer to wear her soiled sports attire than risk wearing a short skirt. She hoped that her next venture for supplies would yield a few fitting sports outfits to alternate with. Dressed, she stepped outside to check the daylight. Realizing her stomach had begun to grumble again, Bai Yai was already busy in the kitchen. Cha-Cha, have you finished your shower? Yes. Come in and help me wash the vegetables. Coming. Bai Yai was slicing pork strips, while a colander held 2 medium-sized potatoes, a cucumber, a small cabbage, and 3 green peppers. A gas stove was already steaming rice. How fortunate to have a space for storage, considering this lifestyle amidst the apocalypse. Having such provisions was truly remarkable. It was yet another day of envying those with spatial abilities. I've cut the pork. I'll go open the door for Ziyuan. Cha-Cha, your culinary skills are excellent. Can you stir-fry the remaining vegetables? Bai Yai said as she quickly washed her hands and exited. Bai Cha-Cha paused while peeling the potatoes, suddenly recalling that the original owner had always been like this no matter the task. Bai Yai was always the most enthusiastic and diligent, while the one who actually contributed the most had been the silent Bai Cha-Cha. Perhaps it was merely coincidence. Her stomach growled loudly. I'm so hungry. Bai Cha-Cha quickened her pace in peeling the potatoes. Chapter 5. A departure together. Su Ziyuan entered, shouldering 2 large bags filled to the brim with provisions. His eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement and exhilaration as he glanced at Bai Yai, who had opened the door. At the onset of the apocalypse, while his comrades awakened their extraordinary abilities, he had remained dormant. As the leader of their circle, he found himself in a moment of despair, choosing to venture out alone to vent his frustrations. Unexpectedly, this misfortune led to a fortuitous awakening of his lightning-based powers. Today, After a thrilling excursion where he dispatched a horde of zombies, he felt invigorated. He had now mastered his abilities completely. Realizing his exuberance, he took a deep breath to compose himself. He deposited the 2 bags of collected supplies in the living room and warmly addressed Bai, "I gathered some provisions. Please store them." Having decided to team up with Suzy Yuen to leave this place, Bai accepted without hesitation, effortlessly transferring the supplies into her space. The sweltering summer heat had drenched Suzy Yuen in sweat. Observing him, Bai hurriedly fetched a glass of water and handed it to him. "You must be exhausted. Drink some water. Dinner is being prepared. Brother Ziyuan, please take a shower and freshen up. I will call you when it's ready." Su Ziyuan graciously accepted the glass and gulped it down. Although he had consumed several bottles of water while gathering supplies, thirst still clung to him. The handsome man tilted his neck, his throat's sensual prominence moving as he drank hastily, causing droplets to spill from the corner of his mouth, tracing down his neck and into his chest. His drenched t-shirt outlined his muscular physique, subtly hinting at the contours of his abs. Bai Yai's gaze wandered, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Unaware of her scrutiny, Su Ziyuan finished drinking and headed to the bathroom for a shower. He had brought along 2 sets of clean clothes for himself during his supply run, perfect for a change after his bath. Once he departed, Bai Yai lamented, rubbing her cheeks in frustration. "How unrefined of me, always flustered by Brother Ziyuan." She steadied herself, retrieving a fan from her space to create a breeze. After fanning herself for a while, feeling her heart rate stabilize and her cheeks cool, she returned to the kitchen. In the meantime, Bai Cha-Cha had prepared all the ingredients and was stir-frying spicy and sour shredded potatoes. As Bai Yai entered, the potatoes were just being plated. The aroma was delightful, prompting a satisfied nod from Bai Yai, who generously praised, "Cha-Cha, your cooking has improved. It looks incredibly appetizing, a feast for the senses. If it were me, I could never cook this well. You are truly wonderful." Bai Cha-Cha was not swayed by the flattery. "Thank you," she replied, though Bai Yai was taken aback, having heard her say thank you for the 2nd time that day. Today, Bai Cha-Cha seemed increasingly peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, unable to discern any further, and sensing her presence was unnecessary in the kitchen, Bai Yai exited with the stir-fried potatoes. When Su Ziyuan emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, dinner was beautifully arranged on the table. Bai Cha-Cha had served herself a generous bowl of steaming rice, and once everyone was seated, she began to eat with focus. This marked the first occasion the 3 of them dined together. During Su Ziyuan's recovery, Bai Cha-Cha had been unwell, reportedly suffering from a fever, according to Bai Yai. He had yet to interact with Bai Cha-Cha directly, his impressions of her solely derived from Bai Yai's descriptions. At mealtime, Bai Yai would go upstairs to call her, often returning with red-rimmed eyes, forcing a smile as she invited him to eat. Thus, despite her exquisite beauty, Su Ziyuan's impression of Bai Cha-Cha was less than favorable. Noticing the oppressive atmosphere at the dinner table, Bai Yai sought to lighten the mood. "Brother Ziyuan, today's dishes were all prepared by Cha-Cha. You must try her cooking. She is even better than I am." Su Ziyuan nodded, sampling a chopstickful of cabbage and quietly remarked, "It's indeed quite good." He mused that perhaps she wasn't devoid of merit, for her culinary skills were commendable, though her demeanor appeared somewhat aloof. Seeing Su Ziyuan genuinely enjoy the meal, Bai Yai suggested, "Let us have Cha-Cha cook more often. We are in for a treat, as we can enjoy her dishes daily." Bai Cha-Cha felt a bit dazed. Did this mean she would become the team's cook? After all, during the original owner's time with Bai Yai, it was always Bai Cha-Cha who cooked. Yet, even if her cooking was delectable, it couldn't be every meal, could it? She hastily replied, "Yai cooks very well too. I also enjoy her meals. We should take turns cooking, so everyone's skills can be appreciated." Bai Yai blinked in surprise, responding, "Yes, yes, let us take turns." Su Ziyuan nodded in silence, and with the conversation initiated, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Bai Yai continued to serve Su Ziyuan and Bai Cha-Cha, while inquiring about his day's adventures. Suzy Yuen was quite forthcoming, answering all questions. Bai Cha-Cha quietly ate, striving to minimize her presence. Until Suzy Yuen remarked, "If my friends do not arrive tomorrow, I will venture out again to gather more supplies and hunt zombies." Bai Cha-Cha suddenly spoke, "I would like to join you." It was best to acclimatize to the apocalypse while the zombies were still ordinary. Suzy Yuen and Bai Yai turned to her in unison, Bai Yai exclaiming in concern, "Cha-Cha, you have no powers. What are you doing?" Bai Cha-Cha replied, "I want to practice killing zombies to enhance my self-defense skills. And I also need 2 sets of workout clothes. I have nothing to change into. Will you take me along?" After answering Bai Yai's question, her gaze turned to Suzy Yuen, their eyes locking in a serious and resolute moment. Her clear, bright eyes seemed to say, "If you do not take me, I shall go alone." Suzy Yuen, almost inexplicably, nodded and said, "All right." Immediately after, a wave of regret washed over him as he furrowed his brow. What if she could only scream for help? Bai Yai, sensing the situation was set, resignedly said, "Very well, the 3 of us shall go tomorrow. I have dual abilities and can be of some assistance. I apologize for the trouble, Brother Ziyuan. I will keep an eye on Cha-Cha." Suzy Yuen nodded. Following that, the trio fell silent, focusing on their meal, and soon, the 3 dishes and soup were completely consumed. Bai Cha-Cha quickly succumbed to slumber. The next morning, Bai Yai rose early to prepare breakfast, serving each a bowl of egg noodles. With her space providing sustenance, the trio set out light-footed. Bai Cha-Cha, determined not to rely entirely on Bai Yai, insisted on carrying her own bag, which contained a bottle of water and a knife she had found, a rusty kitchen knife hidden beneath the cabinet. Bai Yai sat in the passenger seat, assisting Suzy Yuen in observing the road ahead, while Bai Cha-Cha rested in the back seat, eyes closed. Yet, her mental acuity had already mapped the surroundings in her mind's eye. As Suzy Yuen drove, he remarked, "I've taken down many zombies in this vicinity. Today we shall venture farther. There's a small town ahead where we should be able to find a clothing store." Bai Yai eagerly nodded, "All right, I trust your judgment, Brother Ziyuan." Suzy Yuen glanced at the meditative Bai Cha-Cha through the rearview mirror and pondered for a moment before addressing the 2 individuals. At this stage, we are merely dealing with novice zombies, whose lethality is rather limited. The awakened abilities have significantly enhanced their physical prowess, rendering them far superior to ordinary humans. Thus, vanquishing these zombies is not particularly arduous. It primarily hinges on one's courage to engage in the act of killing. I have conducted meticulous research, and it appears that zombies lack vision. They primarily rely on sound and scent to navigate and attack. To completely eliminate them, one must sever their necks. Chapter 6. Slaying Zombies. Suzy Yuen possessed commendable driving skills and maneuvered the vehicle with remarkable speed. Although a few zombies, alerted by the commotion, attempted to pursue, they were unable to match the pace of the off-road vehicle. After all, the zombies at this stage had yet to evolve. Their speed, hearing, and sense of smell were significantly inferior to those in the later stages. Ordinary humans, provided they had sufficient strength, could still vanquish zombies. However, the grotesque appearance of these creatures made it difficult for many to acclimate to the sudden emergence of such monstrosities. Just a glimpse was enough to induce nausea. Moreover, the fear of being scratched and transforming into a zombie added to their dread. Yet, the more one cowered in fear, the harder it would become to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Bai Cha-Cha understood this principle all too well. Furthermore, she opened her eyes and peered through the car window at the sunlight, which cast a dim and ominous orange hue. She recalled a passage from the original narrative, which mentioned that on the night her male counterpart's comrades located him, an eerie black rain fell from the sky, lasting for 3 days and nights. Following this deluge, zombies underwent evolution, developing crystalline cores within their brains that could enhance the abilities of those with powers. Globally, both flora and fauna experienced mutations akin to human evolution, while zombies sprouted crystalline cores, leading to an increasing number of mutated animals encroaching upon human habitats. The mutated plants in the later stages would grow to obscure the sky, On her energy map, a series of red dots began to flicker, indicating they had reached the outskirts of the town. Su Ziyuan parked the vehicle in a shaded area and exited first. Without hesitation, Bai Cha-Cha slung her backpack over her shoulders and stepped out. Bai Yai followed closely, her brow slightly furrowed. Su Ziyuan opened the trunk and retrieved a military knife and 2 daggers, distributing one to each of the women before leading them deeper into the town. After turning a corner and entering an alley, they encountered 4 zombies aimlessly staggering towards them, drawn by the noise. The garments of the zombies were unrecognizable, marred by dried blood and a filthy, mud-like substance. Areas of their bodies, previously gnawed upon, were now decaying and infested with maggots, with some spots faintly revealing white bones. Their murky eyes glowed with a ghastly pale hue, and their mutated, sharp teeth protruded, rendering them utterly unrecognizable as human, true abominations. The sweltering heat intensified the pervasive stench of rotting flesh in the air, which grew stronger as the zombies approached. The heightened senses of the empowered individuals made the foul odor unbearable for Bai Yai, who could no longer suppress her nausea and retreated to a corner, heaving until there was nothing left to purge. The last time she had such close contact with zombies was when she and Bai Cha-Cha ventured out to gather supplies to rescue Su Ziyuan. That day, they had cautiously evaded the monsters and hadn't strayed far, making this experience far more overwhelming. Bai Cha-Cha was not faring much better either. The thought of having to combat such repulsive creatures daily, with the likelihood of encountering even more grotesque situations, was disheartening. Her mind wandered briefly, contemplating which was more revolting, herself or the zombies. After casting a glance at Bai Yai and Bai Cha-Cha, Su Ziyuan declared earnestly, "Allow me to demonstrate." With that, he charged forward wielding the military knife, opting to engage the zombies with sheer force rather than utilizing his lightning abilities. In an instant, as the 4 zombies lunged at him, Su Ziyuan swung the knife with precision, severing the arms of one zombie. Another swift strike caused a zombie's head to detach, rolling on the ground before coming to a halt. The headless body collapsed, and he kicked it towards 2 other zombies, knocking them down. Seizing the opportunity, he pivoted and struck the neck of the 4th zombie, decapitating it. Just as another zombie began to rise, Su Ziyuan stepped on it and swiftly dispatched its head. Beheading them was as effortless as slicing through a melon. However, the force of his action sent the severed head rolling towards Bai Cha-Cha's feet. Another zombie was swiftly subdued, its furious growls echoing. Instead of finishing it off immediately, Su Ziyuan turned to Bai Cha-Cha, who stood lost in thought, and admonished sharply, "Aren't you here to slay zombies? Step up." He abruptly released his hold on the restrained zombie, which lunged toward Bai Cha-Cha. Momentarily stunned, she quickly regained her composure, retreating 2 steps before dashing forward. With a deft twist, she positioned herself behind the zombie, capturing its clawing arms and thrusting it against the wall with enough force that the impact resonated. With one hand restraining its arm and her foot pressing against its back, she plunged the dagger into the zombie's neck. Thick, viscous fluid sprayed across her face and neck. Gritting her teeth, she twisted the dagger within the zombie's throat, then forcefully sliced through, severing its head. As she relinquished her grip, the decapitated body and head fell to the ground simultaneously. She stared at her hands, now smeared with the sticky substance, and inhaled the acrid stench that invaded her senses, ultimately succumbing to her nausea once more. Bai Yai regarded Bai Cha-Cha with a complex expression, hardly believing that the individual she had just witnessed was the same Bai Cha-Cha she knew. Su Ziyuan was equally astonished. His intention had merely been to teach Bai Cha-Cha a lesson, assuming her desire to confront zombies alongside them was reckless. He had prepared to frighten her before dispatching the zombies, using his lightning abilities. To his surprise, she had managed to slay the zombies single-handedly, and with such ferocity. This was fortuitous. They would need to work together in the future. He had initially worried that Bai Cha-Cha might hinder their team, but since Bai Yai's abilities were invaluable to their group, he couldn't simply abandon Bai Cha-Cha. It was advantageous if she could fend for herself. He did not expect her to contribute significantly, but merely to avoid being a liability. If Su Ziyuan had intended to intimidate Bai Cha-Cha as a lesson, his next actions would be to earnestly instruct her on zombie extermination. In his eyes, Bai Cha-Cha was different from Bai Yai. Bai Yai possessed spatial and healing abilities, both of which were crucial in this post-apocalyptic era and contributed significantly to the team's survival. She was a presence that required protection, and her lack of offensive capability was inconsequential as the entire team would safeguard her. Bai Cha-Cha, however, was merely an ordinary person. If she could not contribute and instead hindered their efforts, it would be a cause for concern, even if he were willing to assist her. Chapter 7. Practice makes perfect. After some time, Bai Cha-Cha felt considerably more at ease. The initial encounter with the zombies had left her inexperienced, with blood splattered everywhere. It was clear that practice was essential. Mastery comes with experience, and strength is derived from practice. She shook the grime from her palms and tightened her grip on the dagger. Without waiting for Su Ziyuan to speak, she ventured out of the alley to hunt for solitary zombies to hone her skills. The area Su Ziyuan had chosen was particularly suitable for novice trials. The zombies were sparse and scattered, and she was cautious, not daring to confront a horde. She began with one-on-one practice, then progressed to 2-on-1, 3-on-1, and so forth, gradually increasing the difficulty. She understood that slow and steady wins the race. She would inevitably grow stronger. The time before the arrival of the Black Rain was the best opportunity to adapt to the presence of zombies, as the future adversaries would not be as easily subdued. Additionally, she needed to acclimate herself to the nauseating odor. Su Ziyuan, observing Bai Cha-Cha's determination, felt a sense of comfort knowing she was actively seeking out zombies to slay. His perception of her improved somewhat. He then turned his attention to Bai Yi, whose complexion appeared somewhat pale. Noticing her gaze fixated on the direction Bai Cha-Cha had departed, he assumed she was worried for her friend and offered reassurance. Do not fret too much. She is merely an ordinary person. If she does not strive, it will be difficult for her to survive in this apocalypse. I will keep a watchful eye on her while she battles the zombies to ensure her safety. In truth, she felt that her childhood friend was becoming increasingly inscrutable, though she harbored no significant concern. She merely smiled faintly, refraining from mentioning Bai Cha-Cha, and expressed her own worries. My two abilities lack offensive power. What shall I do in the future? Brother Ziyuan, please teach me how to slay zombies as well. I wish to possess the ability to protect myself and not be a burden to you. Su Ziyuan laughed heartily. How could you be a burden? Do not entertain such thoughts. Your exceptional support abilities are highly sought after. Our entire team will ensure your protection. However, it would indeed be advantageous to possess self-defense skills. If you wish to learn, I will gladly teach you. Bai Yi's eyes brightened, and her cheeks flushed, the pallor of her face softening, revealing an ineffable beauty. Thank you, Brother Ziyuan. Shall we venture out now? Indeed. While Su Ziyuan conversed with Bai Yi, Bai Cha-Cha had already dispatched 2 more zombies. Even without a mirror, she could envision herself resembling a filthy beggar who had not bathed for days. The thick, repulsive liquid obscured her appearance, and she dared not open her mouth, fearing the vile substances might enter. As she beheaded the 4th zombie, she felt her movements becoming more decisive and fluid, with unnecessary actions gradually fading away. The angles and precision of her strikes improved dramatically. By the time she reached the 10th zombie, she had mastered the quickest and most efficient method to eliminate a foe. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Bai Cha-Cha discreetly unleashed her psychic ability, mental piercing. Lo and behold, the zombie before her froze, becoming an easy target. She deliberately approached and stabbed the creature's neck and head with her dagger, which remained unresponsive. Effortlessly, she utilized her ability to sever the zombie's head. Not one to rest on her laurels, she continued to experiment with her power, even escalating from one-on-one confrontations to 2-on-1. She persevered until her complexion paled, her psychic energy nearly depleted. Battling through the dull ache in her head, Bai Cha-Cha gripped her dagger tightly, training her reflexes and evasion speed. Feeling that the dagger was insufficiently satisfying, she retrieved her battered kitchen knife for practice. The knife felt comfortable in her hand, perhaps due to her familiarity with cutting vegetables, but its blade had dulled and lacked sharpness. She realized she needed to find a more suitable weapon. She had taken a liking to Suzy Yuen's dogleg knife. Not far away, Suzy Yuen was teaching Bai Yi how to kill zombies, controlling the creatures to allow her practice in decapitation. He kept a watchful eye on Bai Cha-Cha from the corner of his vision, silently impressed by her unexpected talent. Her movements had grown increasingly fierce, and her progress was rapid. It seemed she no longer required his instruction. Reflecting on this, he glanced at Bai Yi, who was indeed more suited to supportive roles than to direct combat. It appeared that specialization was essential after all. After spending some time helping Bai Yi improve her reflexes, Suzy Yuen signaled for them to leave. Having set out early in the morning, the entire morning had already passed. Bai Yi retrieved a basin of water and towels from her storage space, and the three of them washed their hands and faces. They then shared a simple lunch of instant noodles and marinated eggs before resting in the vehicle for a while. Suzy Yuen started the engine and drove towards the town center. They encountered numerous zombies along the way, but this time, Suzy Yuen did not stop, driving straight through. A hapless zombie blocking the road was sent flying by the vehicle, a loud crash echoing. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the town center. Though the number of zombies was high, so too were the available resources. Suzy Yuen parked the car in front of a clothing store. The trio disembarked and cleared the zombies from the entrance before rushing inside and securing the rolling shutter. Suzy Yuen stepped inside a few paces, only to have a zombie leap from the shadows, likely the store's female owner or a sales associate. He swiftly dispatched the creature with a single strike. After ensuring the premises were safe, he said, "You two choose what you like. If nothing suits you, we can try another store." With that, he stationed himself at the entrance to guard. Bai Yi and Bai Cha-Cha exchanged glances, and Bai Yi enthusiastically took Bai Cha-Cha's hand. "Come, let's find something for you first." Bai Cha-Cha nonchalantly followed, sifting through the racks behind Bai Yi. Bai Yi presented her with long skirts and dresses, all of which Bai Cha-Cha rejected. Bai Yi, puzzled, asked Cha-Cha, "Didn't you always love wearing skirts?" Bai Cha-Cha pondered for a moment. Did the original truly love skirts? It seemed not. Moreover, could she truly be that oblivious? With zombies lurking everywhere, wearing a skirt would be tantamount to courting death. She could barely lift her legs. "I've lost interest in them now." "You love wearing skirts too, so you should wear them," she replied. Bai Yi chuckled awkwardly, conceding, "All right. I don't like them anymore either. They're impractical. Let's look for sportswear instead." Bai Cha-Cha quipped, "You're quite perceptive, aren't you? I'm starting to suspect you're doing this on purpose." With a soft hum, Bai Cha-Cha took the lead, swiftly selecting items. In the end, she chose 2 pairs of stretchy black trousers and 2 black hoodies, along with a light purple tracksuit, which she stowed in her backpack. Bai Yi, on the other hand, selected over a dozen outfits to store in her space. "Cha-Cha, if your clothes run out, feel free to borrow from me. Our sizes are similar." "And I won't run out of clothes," she offered. Bai Cha-Cha envied her silence. How wonderful it would be if she possessed a storage space of her own. Ah, the spatial jade necklace. Would it kill me to wear it sooner? Suddenly, Bai Cha-Cha felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Chapter 8: The Awakening of a Second Power. In a fleeting moment, a dizzy sensation washed over her, but it dissipated swiftly. The other two remained oblivious to her earlier oddity, yet Bai Cha-Cha felt a hint of uncertainty. She reached into her backpack, where she had stashed a bottle of water before leaving. Silently, she thought, "Come." To her astonishment, the bottle of water had indeed vanished. She concentrated on the image of the bottle, water. Miraculously, it reappeared in her hand. "Oh my!" Bai Cha-Cha, in a state of daze, inspected the bottle before unscrewing the cap and taking a few sips. She took a moment to steady her racing heart. Despite her calm exterior, inside she was a cacophony of excitement. It seemed that fate acknowledged her previous missteps, casting her inexplicably into a dystopian narrative. thus providing her with this compensation, allowing her wishes to manifest. Surely, that must be the case. However, it was not the time to ponder this newfound ability. Cha had to quell her impatience and continue her pretense of casually rummaging through the pile of clothes. In truth, she discreetly gathered her favorite styles, relishing the advantages of her newfound spatial abilities. To her surprise, even without her jade necklace, she had unlocked this power. Once Bai had selected her clothing, Su Ziyuan pulled open the roller door. Since they had arrived at the town center, it was essential to return with something substantial. They would scour for essential supplies and food. All right, Bai Cha eagerly agreed. Bai Yai had no objections either. Her own spatial area was still quite empty. And the more supplies they gathered, the greater her sense of security. The trio did not drive but instead traversed the street on foot. There was a stark contrast between the town and the city. This small town housed few residents, devoid of skyscrapers or large shopping centers. Instead, quaint shops lined the streets, each offering a variety of goods. Upon encountering a men's clothing store, Su Ziyuan ventured inside. Nearby, a breakfast shop lay in disarray, tables and chairs overturned, while a steamer held spoiled buns. It was evident that when the apocalypse struck, this establishment had been on the verge of opening. 3 or 4 zombies wandered within, and on the floor lay 2 toppled bowls of meat filling, which had evidently been devoured by the zombies. Su Ziyuan unleashed a few bolts of lightning, dispatching the undead before proceeding to the back storage room. There, he discovered over 20 bags of flour. He beckoned Bai Yai over, instructing her to collect the flour. Bai Cha peeked into the storage room, feeling her spatial ability was vast enough to accommodate many items. Seizing the opportunity, she decided to gather supplies as well. Let us split up, she suggested. I'll check the shops ahead and call you if I find anything. Su Ziyuan opened his mouth to protest, believing it unnecessary to separate, as staying by his side would ensure their safety. After all, she was an ordinary person who had just begun learning to combat zombies. She shouldn't overestimate her newfound prowess. Bai Cha nodded and proceeded on her way. Su Ziyuan furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving glance at Bai Yai. You shouldn't have allowed her to go off on her own. The zombies are concentrated here, and while she may handle 1 or 2, facing more could prove perilous. Bai Yai was taken aback by Su Ziyuan's unexpected concern for Bai Cha, noting his prior indifference towards her. After a moment of silence, she expressed regret. I didn't think it through. I've grown accustomed to accommodating Cha. Let us hurry and catch up with her. Su Ziyuan studied Bai Yai for a while, noticing her genuine remorse, and replied, We'll find her later. She's an adult now, and will call for help if she encounters danger. Bai Yai refrained from further comments, and after collecting the flour, the pair continued to gather supplies from the shops ahead. They left no useful items behind, aware that the apocalypse could linger indefinitely and resources would only diminish over time. After traversing several shops, Bai Cha slipped into a small supermarket. Inside, she swiftly eliminated a lone zombie. The supermarket primarily stocked cigarettes, alcohol, snacks, and daily necessities. The freezer at the entrance, having lost power for an extended period, had turned the ice cream into a sticky mess. Seizing the opportunity in the absence of witnesses, Bai Cha unapologetically collected all available supplies into her spatial area, then toppled the shelves to create the illusion of a looted store. Adjacent to this small supermarket was a fruit and vegetable store, where the heat had spoiled the produce, emanating an unpleasant odor. Flies buzzed around, and even the zombies were disinclined to linger in such a place. Next door was a fresh produce market, slightly larger and offering rice, flour, oil, sauces, and vinegar. Bai Cha took all the noodles and flour, ensuring not to neglect oil, rice, and other condiments. Instant noodles, snacks, bottled water, and essential supplies like toilet paper and sanitary pads were also gathered. She left other daily necessities untouched, reserving them for Bai Yai and Su Ziyuan, mindful that taking everything would raise their suspicions. After all, they had come together, and she had to leave some for them, ultimately ensuring her own gain. Ahead lay a large pharmacy, where medications were invaluable in the apocalypse. She collected 2/3 of the stock, leaving the remainder for her companions. Bai Cha-Cha forged ahead, dispatching zombies and securing a substantial share of supplies. Bai Yai and Su Ziyuan followed closely behind, soon realizing the thoughtful strategy behind Bai Cha-Cha's actions. She bore the risks, eliminating threats, allowing them to gather resources without concern. Su Ziyuan's perception of Bai Cha-Cha improved. He felt he had misjudged her character. She was indeed a considerate individual, capable of thinking of others. Though a bit reckless, her youth offered her some leniency, and her good heart was commendable. Meanwhile, Bai Yai found herself pondering Bai Cha-Cha's sudden change. What had prompted this newfound willingness to take charge without complaint? Had the onset of the apocalypse transformed her overnight? Bai Yai felt a surge of pressure, with Bai Cha-Cha's striking beauty and now a seemingly gentler disposition. She wondered if there would still be a place for her within Su Ziyuan's circle. She dreaded becoming the overlooked, isolated individual. Having understood from a young age that in a large community, one must be likable to thrive and secure better resources. Chapter 9. Friends arrive. Bai Cha-Cha had gathered nearly all the packages from a nearby courier shop, as well as half of the quilts from a bedding store. Suddenly, she noticed 2 small green dots and several black dots converging rapidly towards their direction on her energy map. Given their speed, they must have been driving. Most likely, these were other survivors coming to scavenge for supplies. Without hesitation, Bai Cha-Cha decided to take all the resources from the courier shop and the bedding store. She swiftly eliminated 2 zombies, deliberately not dodging their attacks, allowing the foul substances to splatter all over her, even smearing some on her face. Uncertain of the newcomer's intentions, she felt her conspicuous appearance might attract unwanted attention, so she sought to conceal it as best as she could. The opposing group outnumbered them, and with only 3 members present, including herself and Bai Yai as burdens, she understood the principle of prudence. Keeping an eye on the distance between them and the approaching group, she quickly raided a nearby hardware store, leaving no items behind. She also did not spare the general goods store and the bubble tea shop. Just as she regrouped and prepared to head to the next store, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside. "Brother Kai, your abilities are truly impressive. You dispatched those monsters effortlessly," one of them remarked. "What's so difficult about that? Just stick with me, and I assure you, you won't be disappointed," Kai replied, his tone casual. "Indeed, we all know Brother Kai is righteous." Another chimed in. Yes, following Brother Kai means a promising future," they exclaimed as they approached the entrance of a fresh produce supermarket, where they unexpectedly encountered Su Ziyuan and his companions. Bai Cha-Cha stood behind Bai Yai, peering at a group of unruly youths in their 20s, some with blonde, red, and even purple hair. The leader, surprisingly with green hair, nonchalantly strolled with his hands in his pockets, chewing gum and sporting gaudy tattoos on his arms. He certainly did not seem like a person of good character. This green-haired individual was likely the Brother Kai they spoke of. Bai Cha-Cha glanced past the group through a gap to observe 2 zombies lying motionless behind them, their heads charred, indicative of a fire-type ability user, and a potent one at that. The yellow-haired sycophant beside Brother Kai, upon spotting the 3, whistled and joked, "Hey, Brother Kai. Looks like someone got here first." The green-haired fire user remained silent, scanning Su Ziyuan with a discerning eye, sensing that he was not to be underestimated. Someone behind him provocatively stated, "This is Brother Kai's territory. If you know what's good for you, drop your supplies." Su Ziyuan, assessing the numbers and realizing they were all men, contemplated his response. Just as he was about to speak, Bai Cha-Cha cautiously interjected, "Sugo. Since we just arrived and this supermarket seems to be completely looted, perhaps we should look elsewhere for supplies." Su Ziyuan nodded in agreement, replying, "All right. Let's south find another place." He then led Bai Yai and Bai Cha-Cha past the group. The yellow-haired sycophant attempted to call them back for questions, but was halted by Brother Kai. "Forget it. They don't seem to have anything valuable. Better to avoid trouble and focus on finding supplies." Upon hearing Brother Kai's command, The group ceased their chatter and divided into two teams, commencing their scavenging efforts store by store. This small town, though modest, has a nearby spring water factory. Let us head there to collect some drinking water, one suggested as they started the vehicle towards the factory. While the three were still outside gathering supplies, two men and a woman arrived at their temporary residence. Dressed impeccably in brand-name clothing, the trio seemed largely unfazed by the surrounding chaos. A girl in a pink tracksuit energetically jumped out of the passenger seat and rushed to knock on the door, calling out, "Ziyuenge, are you there?" After a moment of silence, she turned back to the two men, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "We didn't come to the wrong place, did we?" "Wenkaga, are you sure this is it?" "Why isn't anyone answering?" This girl, Wu Qingqing, felt somewhat disheartened, expecting to see Su Ziyuan immediately upon arrival. Unbeknownst to Su Ziyuan, his friends had already come looking for him. At that moment, they had just reached the entrance of the spring water factory. Before the apocalypse, the factory had employed numerous workers, resulting in a significant number of zombies within. Bai Yai retrieved an alarm clock she had collected from the supermarket, set the time, and handed it to Su Ziyuan. He took aim and tossed the clock far away. The shrill ringing attracted the attention of all the zombies, causing dozens to lurch toward the sound. Once the zombies had dispersed, the three slipped into the factory. Inside, the production line was filled with bottled spring water. As Su Ziyuan assisted Bai Yai in collecting bottled water, Bai Cha ventured to an adjacent factory. The spring water facility was sizable, with three distinct buildings producing various bottled and bulk water types. She bypassed the bottled water and headed straight for the bulk water production line, gathering all the available containers. Subsequently, she raided the warehouse, taking all the bottled water and a significant portion of the bulk water. While doing so, she directly grabbed a bottle from the production line and opened it to take a sip. Bai Yai worked swiftly, but since the bottled water was unpackaged, she had to collect them one by one, which consumed more time than she wished. She mused how convenient it would have been if they were all packaged together. Despite the time spent, they eventually managed to store all the water in their space. Bai Yai felt her storage capacity could still accommodate plenty of supplies. However, they had already spent sufficient time outside, and she resolved to stockpile more later. Just then, Su Ziyuan spotted a familiar vehicle parked at their temporary residence. Bai Yai and Bai Cha noticed it as well, and while they speculated, Su Ziyuan exclaimed in delight, "My friends have arrived." Chapter 10. Teaming up, Chen Wenk and his companions recognized Su Ziyuan's vehicle. Wu Qingqing, filled with excitement, waved energetically at the car, jumping up and down while calling out, Brother Ziyuan, we've come to pick you up." Once Su Ziyuan parked the car and stepped out, Bai Yai and Bai Cha followed suit. Wu Qingqing felt a twinge of displeasure upon seeing the two girls emerge from Su Ziyuan's car, particularly the one who got out from the front passenger seat. She was quite charming, and Wu Qingqing felt a sense of rivalry. As for the girl at the back, her appearance was obscured by dirt. Su Ziyuan, known for his aloofness towards women before the apocalypse, had only shown Wu Qingqing a modicum of warmth due to their family's long-standing friendship. What merit did these two girls possess to gain his attention? Wu Qingqing couldn't help but glare at Bai Yai and Bai Cha. Bai Yai smiled gently, seemingly unfazed, while Bai Cha acted as if she hadn't noticed, feeling it was irrelevant to her. After all, Wu Qingqing was likely one of the antagonists in the original story. Su Ziyuan cast a disapproving glance at Wu Qingqing, but chose to ignore her, walking straight to Chen Wenk and Liao Xiaoyu. After exchanging hugs with both, he introduced them, saying, "This is Bai Yai and Bai Cha, my saviors." He then introduced his two friends. "These are my brothers, the composed Chen Wenk and the rebellious Liao Xiaoyu." Pausing for a moment, he added, "The girl over there is Wu Qingqing, the daughter of my family's close friend." Wu Qingqing pouted in discontent, but refrained from voicing her thoughts. Bai Cha nodded slightly to the others before heading towards the door. Bai Yai smiled softly and suggested, "Hello everyone, let us not linger at the entrance. Let us go inside and chat." As Bai Cha opened the door, Bai ushered everyone in and locked it behind them. They settled on the sofa in the living room, feeling uncomfortable due to the stickiness on her body. Bai Cha said, "You all continue chatting. I'll go take a shower." Su Ziyuan nodded. "Go ahead." Bai then went to the kitchen to fetch cups of water for everyone. Even though Bai Cha had already taken her clothes into the bathroom, the sounds of conversation in the living room were still clearly audible. Su Ziyuan recounted the events of the past few days, sharing that he had awakened lightning abilities due to misfortune. Wu Qingqing, more enthusiastic than Su Ziyuan himself, exclaimed, "Really, Brother Ziyuan? That's wonderful. Can you show us what your lightning abilities look like?" Su Ziyuan released a small burst of purple lightning, reflecting, at the beginning of the apocalypse, "While you all awakened your powers, I was still an ordinary person. I felt somewhat disheartened, which is why I wanted to go out for a bit, causing you all to worry. I am truly sorry." Liao Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively. "Why bother with such pleasantries, Brother Ziyuan? As long as you are well, that's what matters." Chen Wink added, "We're brothers. There's no need for formality. What are your plans moving forward? Did you go out to hunt zombies earlier?" Noticing the girl who had just gone to shower was covered in sticky blood and bore the stench of decay, he inferred that she had likely dealt with a fair number of zombies. "What was the situation outside when you arrived?" They had been unable to acquire any external information since the internet was down, and their remote location further compounded their isolation. Ambitious individuals had begun to establish their own factions, as the absence of legal restrictions had unveiled the greed and malevolence inherent in human nature. Additionally, with human physicality mutated and granting various special abilities, many awakened individuals were leveraging their advantages to attract survivors to their cause and form their own forces. After Qinwink spoke, Liao Xiaoyu lamented, "In this chaotic time, heroes will inevitably rise. The world has descended into utter turmoil." Their elders had sought refuge at the official base in City A. Su Ziyuan nodded in agreement, confirming his expectations. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "We could form an abilities team to travel to the base in City A. I have invited Bai Yai and Bai Cha to join us, as they also wish to go there. We can support each other along the way." Neither Qinwink nor Liao Xiaoyu objected, but Wu Qingqing inquired, "What abilities do they possess? They can't be completely useless, can they?" Since they would soon be teammates, it was essential to understand one another for better cooperation. Thus, Su Ziyuan explained, "Yai possesses both spatial and healing abilities. We were just out gathering supplies, which are stored in her space. She was the one who treated my wounds when I was injured by a zombie." He continued, "Although Cha lacks abilities, she is capable of self-defense and 1T slow us down." Qinwink and Liao Xiaoyu were taken aback, realizing Bai Yai possessed dual rare abilities, making Su Ziyuan's invitation understandable. Given Bai Yai's extraordinary talents, they could overlook Bai Cha's ordinary status. Wu Qingqing felt a pang of jealousy, but recognized that she had no authority in the matter. After some casual conversation, Bai Cha emerged from the bathroom, freshly dressed. The group turned to see a stunning beauty with captivating features drying her hair. Liao Xiaoyu, who had seen countless beauties due to his family's entertainment business, was nonetheless awestruck by Bai Cha's allure. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Cha, you're gorgeous. Absolutely stunning." Accompanied by a whistle, Bai Cha twitched her lips, aware of Liao Xiaoyu's straightforward nature, who, despite appearing carefree, was perhaps the most naive in the group. Su Ziyuan shot him a sidelong glance, prompting Liao Xiaoyu to sit upright. Wu Qingqing felt a surge of anxiety, her sense of competition intensifying. Ignoring the others' thoughts, Bai Cha walked directly to Bai Yai and asked, "I'm hungry. What's for dinner?" Only then did Bai Yai realize that they had been chatting for quite some time, and it was indeed time for dinner. "Since today marks our first day as a team, let's have hot pot together." "Sounds good," Bai Cha agreed, not picky about food. The others shared her sentiment. Bai Yai then instructed, "I'll put the ingredients in the kitchen. Cha, please wash the vegetables while I quickly shower and change." "All right," Bai Cha replied nonchalantly as she headed to the kitchen. Liao Xiaoyu contemplated for a moment before standing up. I'll help wash the vegetables. Su Ziyuan firmly pressed him back onto the sofa, stating, we will take turns cooking in groups of 3, you can do it tomorrow. Chen Wink chimed in, exactly. Liao Xiaoyu slumped back against the sofa, disheartened, feeling that his desire to bond with the new team members had been thwarted, as if they viewed him with suspicion. Chapter 11. Black Rain. The group shared their first meal together, and the atmosphere was rather harmonious. Bai Yai prepared a spicy hot pot, and everyone had a fondness for bold flavors. Liao Xiaoyu dipped a piece of tripe into the pot, beads of sweat forming on his brow. After living on instant noodles and vegetarian meals since the apocalypse, he relished the moment. Having a space ability in the team was truly advantageous, allowing them to gather supplies without restraint. As he spoke, the spiciness compelled him to gulp down a large glass of water beside him in haste. Wu Qingqing leisurely picked up a squid ball from the bubbling pot. It's so spicy tonight. I hope I won tea breakout tomorrow, she mused. Liao Xiaoyu dismissed her concern. Have you forgotten your water ability? Anyone here could break out, but definitely not you. Still, there aren't enough vegetables. Too much meat will make you gain weight. You are so particular. Just being able to eat vegetables is a blessing. You should be grateful instead of complaining. How dare you? Wu Qingqing was infuriated by Liao Xiaoyu's remarks, stabbing the squid ball in her bowl repeatedly until it was utterly punctured. Enough, both of you. Su Ziyuan interjected, and after exchanging glares, they fell silent. Chen Wink glanced across the table at Bai Yai and Bai Cha-Cha, who were quietly enjoying their meal. Appearing somewhat reserved, Ziyuan, let us pack up tomorrow and set off early, he suggested. Su Ziyuan nodded in agreement. After a moment of silence, Bai Yai suddenly spoke. This house has 4 rooms. Originally, Ziyuan, Cha-Cha, and I each had one. Now, before she could finish, Chen Wink interjected, I'll share the remaining room with Xiaoyu. And Qingqing can sleep with you for the night, if that's all right? He felt it unnecessary for the original 3 inhabitants to change rooms. And since Bai Yai seemed more accommodating, he figured it best for Qingqing to share with her. If that failed, he and Liao Xiaoyu could manage on the sofa in the living room. It was essential to ensure the comfort of the girls first. Bai Yai smiled gently and nodded. I'm fine with that. Though her expression grew more somber. Bai Cha-Cha had been quietly focused on her meal, yet she was acutely aware of her surroundings. Initially, she thought she would share a room with Bai Yai, but to her surprise, she could have a room all to herself, which delighted her secretly. Even when she accidentally sprayed herself with juice while biting into a meatball, staining her new clothes, she remained unfazed. She truly desired solitude tonight to explore her newfound ability. Since its discovery, she had yet to dedicate time to study it. Lost in thought, she was suddenly startled by the loud clattering outside the window. Everyone turned to look, but the darkness obscured everything. It had been over a week since the apocalypse began, and the power was long gone. They relied on candles Bai Yai had brought from her space for illumination, an extravagant setup with 4 candles placed at the corners of the dining table. While the light was dim compared to electric bulbs, the enhanced vision of the ability's users allowed them to see clearly in the area. Why has it suddenly started pouring such heavy rain without any warning? Liao Xiaoyu murmured. Bai Cha-Cha pondered aloud. After the apocalypse, even the weather has turned strange. This doesn't seem like normal rain. Deep down, she knew it was far from ordinary. It was black rain, dark as ink. Not only abnormal in color, but also more viscous and corrosive than regular water. However, the oppressive darkness outside concealed this truth from everyone for now. This black rain would persist for 3 days and nights, and by morning, they would all be aware of its implications. It would seep underground, contaminating the water supply. Small amounts might cause illness, but large quantities could lead to mutation into zombies. Survivors would have only 2 options for clean water. Water ability users could provide it. Or they could seek refuge at a base where purification devices would be developed for filtering contaminated water. Only water that had undergone special purification processes would be safe for consumption. Flora and fauna would mutate into larger, more ferocious forms, and zombies would evolve further. even developing crystal cores. The world's level of danger would only escalate, even those with abilities found survival challenging, let alone ordinary people who had yet to awaken their powers. It would be a struggle more harrowing than death itself. Living is so difficult. Bai Cha-Cha's brow furrowed tighter with every thought, and she couldn't help but sigh. All eyes shifted from the window to her. Bai Cha-Cha awkwardly forced a smile. Don't look at me. Everyone, please, continue eating. After locking the door, she collapsed onto her bed. She first released her mental energy to confirm the safety of her surroundings. Due to the black rain, not only ordinary people and abilities users were absent, but even the transformed zombies seemed to have vanished. The next 3 days would be a rare period of tranquility. She recalled the moment when darkness enveloped her. It seemed she glimpsed a patch of green grass, though she hadn't had time to take it all in. Testing her theory with a bottle of water from her backpack, she stretched out her hand, focusing on her desired snack, which promptly appeared in her grasp. She remembered that the space ability in the original story allowed one to see the size of their space. Concentrating her mental energy to ascertain the dimensions of her space, she found it impossible to discern anything. After pondering for a moment, she suddenly closed her eyes. Upon reopening them, her pupils widened in disbelief. She had silently envisioned entering her space, and indeed, she was no longer in her room. The scene before her filled her with exhilaration. Bai Cha-Cha could hardly believe her eyes. She was lying on an endless expanse of grass, beneath a cerulean sky adorned with white clouds. Surrounding her were supplies she had collected during the day, haphazardly piled together. The air was infused with the fresh scent of grass and the fragrance of unknown flowers. This. Bai Cha-Cha suspected she had somehow traversed into an entirely new world. Chapter 12. The mysterious space. Bai Cha-Cha did not rise immediately. She remained on the ground, her eyes closed, silently contemplating her exit. Once more, she entered the space. Now, she was finally certain that this peculiar realm, which defied conventional definitions of space, was indeed her own. Moreover, it was a space she could access freely. Bai Cha-Cha turned over and sat up, then stood to scrutinize this entirely new world with great care. After surveying her surroundings, she was struck by a fresh wave of sensations. This place resembled a secluded paradise from a cultivation novel. It would be inaccurate to label it merely a new world. Strictly speaking, it was a vast valley, encircled by towering mountains that rose majestically into the clouds, shrouded in mist. In the distance, a waterfall cascaded down from great heights, its waters merging into a river that meandered below. Straining her ears, she sensed the presence of wild beasts in the mountains, as flocks of startled birds occasionally took flight. Circling overhead, Bai Cha-Cha discovered that her vision, hearing, olfactory senses, and even mental acuity were remarkably enhanced within this space. She could see and hear far beyond her previous limits. A peculiar intuition gripped her, as if every blade of grass and every tree in this realm lay under her command. Even with a mere extension of her hand, a bird soaring in the distance was suddenly captured within her grasp. The creature did not struggle. It appeared resigned to its fate. Releasing it, she gazed into the distance. To her astonishment, on the far side of the meadow stood a row of thatched cottages, starkly contrasting with the surrounding landscape. The grassy expanse where she found herself resembled the backyard of these cottages. Bai Cha-Cha, exercising patience, refrained from rushing over to investigate. Instead, she utilized her mental energy to reorganize the supplies she had collected, categorizing them neatly on the meadow. The space was vast, and her possessions occupied only a minuscule corner of it. As she sorted through her items with ease, she contemplated the necessity of acquiring additional shelves for better storage. Once she completed her organization, she dashed towards the thatched cottages. Upon reaching the front, she found them arranged in an orderly line, devoid of doors. Entering the first dwelling, she discovered a kitchen equipped with a stove, neatly chopped firewood, a square table, and a stool. The table was adorned with a cutting board and utensils, while a bamboo cabinet in the corner held a collection of small ceramic jars. To her delight, Upon opening each jar, she found an assortment of condiments, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and Sichuan peppercorns. Venturing into the second room, she encountered a storeroom filled with grain jars, each containing different types of grains: rice, millet, soybeans, mung beans, flour, and cowpeas, alongside a selection of dried goods such as seaweed, shiitake mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, silver ear mushrooms, dried fish, and dried shrimp. The third room served as a living area, furnished with an octagonal table and 2 long benches. The fourth room was a bedroom, containing a bamboo cabinet and a bamboo bed. In front of the main house lay a small pond, its center graced by a spring bubbling forth, filling the pond without overflowing. Beside the pond stood a sturdy fruit tree. Bai Cha-Cha speculated that it might be an apple tree and decided to name it as such. The tree bore 6 fruits, resembling apples in shape, but with an unusual pink hue. Not far from the thatched cottages flowed a small river, where fish frolicked joyfully, spanned by a single log bridge. Crossing the bridge, she discovered a variety of domesticated animals on the other side, enclosed by bamboo fences: chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, pigs, cows, sheep, and even horses, each species numbering precisely 6. Further afield lay expansive fields, meticulously divided into small plots, each cultivated with diverse crops. The sheer variety left her in awe. Goodness! In her brief survey, she noted an abundance of fresh vegetables, both those she loved and those she did not, familiar and unfamiliar alike. Yet, each type appeared in limited quantity, with each plot measuring roughly 1 square meter. For instance, with cabbage, she counted that only 9 could grow in a single square meter. Those 9 cabbages would sustain her for several days, but what would she do once they were consumed? She had not seen any seeds for planting. Must she gather her own vegetable seeds for cultivation? Although the space was vast, it was evident that every piece of land was meticulously planned, with no waste whatsoever. Each square meter was utilized to its fullest, and not a single patch of land remained uncultivated. Adjacent to the fields lay an orchard filled with pear trees, peach trees, apple trees, grapes, bananas, orange trees, strawberries, cherries, dragon fruit, durian, watermelons, cantaloupes. Bai Cha-Cha gazed in disbelief at this bizarre arrangement of temperate and tropical fruits, all growing together without regard for season or location. Having gained a rough understanding of her surroundings, Bai Cha-Cha found herself deep in thought. What did this picturesque, oil-painted space truly signify? While it seemed to provide resources, its supplies were limited, either fixed at 6 or confined to a single square meter. The mystery eluded her. However, Bai Cha-Cha was not in a hurry. With this space at her disposal, she could afford to explore and discover at her leisure. One world lay in ruins, while another remained a pristine paradise. This stark contrast left her momentarily dazed. A realm ravaged beyond recognition stood in opposition to a sanctuary untouched by corruption. Her space was capable of accommodating living beings. She pondered whether others, apart from herself, could enter. Regrettably, there was no one she could trust to conduct such an experiment. This space was astonishingly extraordinary. She dared not disclose it to anyone. Simply maintaining the guise of an ordinary storage space sufficed. Bai Cha-Cha lay on her bed, tossing and turning. Alas, she found herself unable to sleep. The impact of this newfound space overwhelmed her, leaving her too exhilarated to rest. Her resolve proved insufficient. When would she attain the composure to remain unperturbed by the vicissitudes of life? With humanity now possessing extraordinary abilities, what could possibly be deemed impossible? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, her spirits gradually calmed. Yet her mind remained alert, devoid of drowsiness. Reluctantly, she re-entered the space, resolved to engage in physical exercise. Running, sit-ups, push-ups, squats, military drills, self-defense, mental fortitude, she exercised tirelessly. When fatigue set in, she retreated to the peculiar pink apple tree by the spring and plucked a fruit to savor. With a satisfying crunch, she noted that its flavor was even sweeter than that of ordinary apples. And then, quite delightful. After finishing one, she clapped her hands and stood, intending to pick another. Suddenly, she sensed something unusual. Chapter 13. The rapid growth of plants by Cha-Cha suddenly felt an intense heat coursing through her body. Moments later, the sensation dissipated, leaving her invigorated and devoid of any fatigue. She stretched her limbs, confirming that any trace of exhaustion had vanished. Without a moment's hesitation, she abandoned her quest for the pink apples and dashed towards a nearby grand tree, delivering a powerful punch to its trunk. With a resounding crack, a fissure appeared in the bark. Bai Cha-Cha was astounded. Her strength had increased remarkably. Connecting the dots, she surmised the cause. The peculiar pink apples were responsible. These extraordinary fruits not only replenished her stamina but also enhanced her physical capabilities. How incredible! In future encounters with zombies, should she grow weary or mentally drained, she could simply consume a pink apple and be rejuvenated. Regrettably, only 6 fruits had ripened, and having consumed one, only 5 remained. After such exertion, she felt a twinge of fatigue and decided to exit her space for some rest. As she glanced at the small clock on her bedside table, she noted it was already 3 in the morning. Just as she was about to fall asleep, her eyes flew open. She recalled that when she had been tossing and turning, struggling to sleep, she had glanced at the clock then too, and it had also read 3 in the morning. How could her time in the space have elapsed without any change? Could the clock be broken? She held the clock to her face. The hour, minute, and second hands were all moving normally. The clock was functioning. Thus, it must be the time within the space that was flawed. If her assumptions were correct, no matter how long she spent inside, the time upon her exit remained the same as when she had entered. The time within the space was evidently stagnant. Did this mean that all the flora and fauna within were also in a state of stasis, incapable of growth or change? Was it solely the original entities contained within the space that remained unchanged, or did this also apply to any inanimate or living things she introduced from the outside? If that were indeed the case, she would possess vast fields of fertile land, yet be unable to cultivate any plants, left to merely consume what little resources she had. Even if she were to acquire vegetable seeds and plant them within the space, they would never germinate. Such a thought was suffocating. Today had brought her an abundance of surprises and shocks, leaving her head spinning. She decided not to dwell on it further. Sleep was a priority. She would investigate in the morning. Bai Cha-Cha was awakened by Liao Xiaoyu's boisterous voice. As a psychic ability user, her perceptive faculties were sharper than those of other ability wielders. Consequently, Liao Xiaoyu's early morning commotion was crystal clear to her. Having gone to bed late and now being disturbed, Bai Cha-Cha was not in the best mental state. She glanced at the clock once more, noting it was only 6 o'clock in the morning. With that, she vanished from her bed into the space. Downstairs, everyone except Bai Cha-Cha had already risen. Su Ziyuan and Chen Wink were the first to awaken, and they were the first to notice something amiss. A torrential rain had poured throughout the night and showed no signs of abating. Due to the darkness of the previous night, they had overlooked any peculiarities concerning the rainfall. As dawn's light began to break, they inadvertently glanced out the window and were taken aback. The sky was pouring black rain. Before long, Bai Yai also awoke, staring at the ominous downpour in disbelief. Following her were Liao Xiaoyu and Wu Qingqing. What on earth is happening? Why is the rain black? Even Wu Qingqing, known for her haughty demeanor, appeared somewhat flustered. The 5 of them gathered in the living room, their expressions grave as they gazed at the dark rain. It was uncertain when the downpour would cease. Su Ziyuan noted that the rain seemed to possess corrosive properties. Furrowing his brow, he felt an unsettling premonition. The situation was likely growing increasingly complex, no longer merely a matter of the zombie virus. Chen Wink shared Su Ziyuan's ominous feelings. Is it just my imagination? Bai Yai hesitated, her thoughts lingering. Wu Qingqing, impatient as ever, interjected, "What are you waiting for? Just say what you mean." All eyes turned to Bai Yai, who, undeterred by Wu Qingqing's tone, hesitated before speaking. "I have a feeling that the plants outside are growing at an accelerated rate." Liao Xiaoyu, a user of earth abilities, did not sense any changes in the plants but did notice subtle shifts in the soil quality. He nodded in agreement. acknowledging the alterations, but uncertain if they were indeed caused by the plant's growth. Wu Qingqing, though sometimes temperamental, was not entirely thoughtless. If the plants are growing faster, what about other creatures? The zombies? Are they also evolving? That seemed plausible. If that's the case, our situation as humans would become even more precarious. The living room fell into a deep silence. Su Ziyuan finally spoke. We had planned to set out today, but it seems our journey will be delayed. For now. Let us stay put until the black rain subsides. Bai Yai added, I have plenty of food and water in my space. It should suffice for us. Chen Wink nodded in agreement. We also have a considerable supply of food and water in the vehicle, but it's not convenient to retrieve it with this unusual rain. Everyone should stay indoors. We must avoid being caught in it. Let us hope the rain ends soon, Su Ziyuan continued. Acquiring food will only become more challenging. We need to gather more supplies and water. Thankfully, with Qingqing's water abilities, she could come to their aid in a crisis. The group debated plans for when the rain ceased. Suddenly, Liao Xiaoyu exclaimed, Hey, where's Cha-Cha? It was then they realized Bai Cha-Cha was missing. Bai Yai pursed her lips. She's probably still asleep. Let her rest a bit longer. Once breakfast is ready, I'll go wake her. Wu Qingqing muttered under her breath, Is she a pig? How can she sleep so much? After yesterday's battle with numerous zombies, it was understandable she was fatigued. After all, she was an ordinary person without abilities. Bai Yai was surprised Su Ziyuan would speak up for Cha-Cha, but chose not to comment further. Liao Xiaoyu had merely asked out of curiosity. Chen Wink was indifferent. As long as she did not slow them down. Su Ziyuan stood and announced, Today, Wink, Xiaoyu, and I will prepare the meal. I'll handle the dishes. I worry you might get food poisoning if I cook. Liao Xiaoyu was quite self-aware. Bai Yai had intended to help with the cooking but reconsidered and decided not to insist. The group dispersed, each tending to their tasks, some cooking, others washing up. As Bai Yai noted that breakfast was nearly ready, she proceeded to knock on Bai Cha-Cha's door. Chapter 14, A Visit for Medicine. Upon awakening from her slumber in the mystical space, Bai Cha-Cha instinctively turned her gaze to the alarm clock perched on the bedside table. It was 6 a.m, precisely when she had anticipated. She lingered in bed for a moment, attentively listening to the sounds emanating from downstairs. Every word spoken by those below reached her ears with clarity. It was only when the aroma of breakfast wafted from the kitchen that she reluctantly rose. As she opened the door, she encountered Bai Yai, who had raised her hand as if to knock. Noticing Cha-Cha was already awake, Bai Yai lowered her hand and, with her usual gentleness, urged, Hurry and wash up, Cha-Cha. Breakfast is almost ready. Everyone else has been up for a while, just waiting for you. With a faint glance, Bai Cha-Cha descended the stairs to freshen up. The two-story house had but a single bathroom, situated on the ground floor, necessitating a queue for its use. Although Cha-Cha had already attended to her hygiene in the mystical space, she felt compelled to maintain appearances. Breakfast was soon prepared, featuring buns and millet porridge. To her surprise, Su Ziyuan and Chen Wink had collaborated to make the buns. These two, who seemed like scions of wealthy families, were adept at such tasks, something she herself could not manage. How impressive! Indeed, one cannot judge by appearances. The buns, filled with a delightful mixture of carrot and egg, were quite delectable. As everyone savored their meal, a sudden, forceful knocking resounded at the door, accompanied by a desperate voice calling out, Is anyone there? Help! Open the door. Su Ziyuan and Chen Wink exchanged glances, and Chen Wink set down her chopsticks, rising to approach the door. The frantic voice continued, I know someone is inside. Please, open the door and help me. When the door was finally opened, Chen Wink stepped back to avoid the rain splashing in. The man outside nearly stumbled inside, barely catching himself on the door frame. Dressed in a raincoat, he was drenched in dark rainwater, which quickly pooled at his feet. Ignoring his own disheveled state, he implored, My wife has a fever. Do you have any antipyretics? Please, I beg you. I live next door. I'm your neighbor. Chen Wink frowned, asking, Since when has she had a fever? The man's eyes sparkled with hope at her willingness to engage him. She glanced at the torrential rain outside, and then scrutinized the man before her. Turning back, she inquired, "Do we have any antipyretics?" The others at the dining table had also overheard the exchange. Bayai extended her hand, summoning a box of antipyretics into existence. She did not immediately hand it to him, but looked to Suzy Yuan for approval. Once he nodded, she stood and delivered the box to Chen Wink, who inspected it to confirm it contained the requested medicine before passing it to the man outside. With trembling hands, the man accepted it, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. He carefully tucked the box into his coat, then turned to leave, his wife having succumbed to fever since the previous night. The timing felt ominous. She hoped her worries were unfounded. Bai Cha-Cha cast a glance at Chen Wink, surprised by her perceptiveness. With the rain preventing any outdoor activity and boredom settling in, Bai Yai suggested they all partake in making dumplings. They could prepare a surplus to store for future journeys, as cooking dumplings would be convenient. She retrieved the last bit of pork from the mystical space and minced it for filling, dividing it into 2 portions, one seasoned with cabbage and the other with mushrooms. Suzy Yuan kneaded the dough while Bai Cha-Cha rolled out the wrappers, and the others were tasked with shaping the dumplings. Bai Cha-Cha's wrappers were quickly and uniformly crafted, and it took 5 people working together to match her speed. The dumplings took on various shapes, but thankfully, they were all sealed tightly, with no filling escaping. Once completed, Bai Yai stored the dumplings in the mystical space. Bai Cha-Cha contemplated preparing dumplings herself for storage in the future. With an excess of dough remaining, she rolled it into noodles, planning to make a simple vegetarian sauce to accompany her dish. Once the handmade noodles were ready, she intended to head upstairs, but suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the rain-soaked night. Everyone rushed to the window to see the man who had sought medicine earlier, now fleeing in terror. His anguished cries echoing as he was pursued by a fearsome middle-aged female zombie. "Wife, it's me, your husband. Wake up. Why has this happened to you?" The female zombie, though seemingly devoid of humanity, momentarily paused, as if attempting to comprehend. Yet soon after, she lunged toward her husband with a growl. Overwhelmed by grief and exhaustion, the man could no longer run. He threw back his head in a mournful wail before turning and rushing towards the zombie, embracing her tightly. "I can't bear to live without you. Just take me too." Though the female zombie's arms were restrained, her mouth remained free. With a sickening crack, she sank her teeth into his shoulder, tearing away flesh as he screamed in agony, the crimson blood mingling with the dark rain pooling at his feet. Despite the excruciating pain, he did not release her. She continued to tear into his flesh, devouring the morsels with a ravenous hunger. And the man's face contorted in deeper anguish as his strength waned, his eyes beginning to glaze over. As he held the zombie, his hands sprouted dark, purple nails. In a horrifying twist, he too bit into the flesh of his beloved, the shocking scene leaving Suzy Yuan and the others frozen in place. Wu Qingqing, overwhelmed, fled to the restroom to vomit. Bai Yai and Bai Cha-Cha, however, were somewhat more resilient, their capacity for acceptance having been significantly tested. The transformation of a living person into a zombie within moments was a stark reminder of their grim reality. Bai Cha-Cha halted her ascent to the stairs and declared, "We must eliminate them swiftly. If we delay, they will evolve into even more formidable zombies." With that, she ascended, indicating for Liao Xiaoyu to open the door. She unleashed 2 lightning orbs that struck the pair of zombies from a distance. The zombies, once poised to succumb to the lightning, instead turned and lunged at Suzy Yuan with alarming speed. Suzy Yuan was taken aback. Indeed, the zombies had evolved, becoming more formidable than before. He quickly released 2 larger lightning orbs, while Chen Wink followed up with 2 wind blades aimed at the creatures' necks. Together, they finally severed the heads of the zombies. Yet, rather than relief, a somber gravity descended upon them all. Chapter 15. Evolution of the Zombies. The black rain had fallen for merely a day and a night. Yet the zombies had already undergone a transformation. Their speed had significantly increased, and their bodies had become much more resilient. Previously, A small lightning ball could easily dispatch a zombie, but now, a larger lightning ball combined with Chinwink's wind blades was required to sever their heads. Even more alarming was the fact that these two zombies were merely newly mutated, low-level beings. One could only imagine how the already mutated zombies would evolve after being drenched in this black rain. Then there was Bai Cha-Cha. How did she know that if the zombies were not eliminated, they would only grow stronger? Perhaps it was mere speculation. After all, how could she, an unawakened girl, possess knowledge about matters that even they were uncertain of? In any case, a sense of anxiety permeated their hearts. Though they were all endowed with special abilities, these powers were not without limitations. If only there were a means to elevate their abilities, unbeknownst to them. The two small red dots on Bai Cha-Cha's energy map in her mind were growing increasingly vibrant, indicating their evolution. Moreover, the female zombie's sudden halt while pursuing a man was a result of Bai Cha-Cha attempting to exert control over her with her mental abilities. Yet it proved ineffective, as her influence lasted only a fleeting moment. She realized her own weakness once the black rain ceased. She needed to find a way to obtain zombie cores to enhance her powers. The mental abilities were rather ineffective in the early stages, but once reaching level 3, they would become formidable. She was not in a hurry. She would take her time. Fortunately, her physical strength was no longer what it used to be. The pink apple had seemingly bestowed upon her new abilities in strength and speed. She could now confidently assert that she could easily overpower those two zombies using sheer brute force. However, these newly mutated zombies posed little threat. Future encounters would only bring stronger foes, prompting her to prepare accordingly. Training could not be neglected. She needed to make the most of her space, dividing time into 8 segments, utilizing every minute to enhance her strength. Securing the door, she entered her space and trained vigorously until exhaustion rendered her immobile. After consuming another pink apple, she was once again revitalized, her strength and speed heightened. With a single strike against a tree trunk, she cleaved it in two. Touching her delicate, fair arms and legs, she noted the absence of bulky muscles. They remained soft yet taut and streamlined, differing greatly from true strength-type abilities. Authentic strength users were typically characterized by their muscular physiques, exuding an intimidating presence. Her true ability lay in her mental prowess, which required cores to advance. As for speed and strength, she could only rely on the pink apples. With only 4 remaining, she hesitated to consume them. After a brief rest following her training, she emerged from her space. Downstairs, the 5 others remained on the sofa, staring blankly. Glancing at the time, she noted it was still before lunch. Yet her hunger was insistent. Perhaps it was due to her considerable energy expenditure, but she felt embarrassed to mention it to the others. Observing the limited number of lively chickens, she steeled herself and decided to slaughter one. She needed to ration her food. After consuming one, only 5 remained, and she was uncertain when she would have chicken again. With a swift cut to the neck, she bled the chicken, boiled water to remove the feathers, and gutted it. Admittedly, this was her first experience with butchering a chicken, and she felt a sense of accomplishment in her execution. After cleaning it thoroughly, she chopped the chicken into pieces. Using the wood-burning stove from her childhood in the countryside, she ignited the fire, heated the pot, and added oil. Once the oil was hot, she tossed in a basket of chicken pieces to stir-fry. Once they changed color, she added dried chili, Sichuan pepper, ginger, garlic, and star anise, continuing to stir. Soy sauce was added for color, along with various seasonings from the surprisingly well-stocked spice cabinet of the thatch roof kitchen. After adding enough water to submerge the chicken, she covered the pot to simmer. Seizing the opportunity, she dug up 2 potatoes, washed and peeled them, cutting them into chunks for later use. After simmering for an hour, the chicken was tender and the potatoes were cooked. A generous bowl of potato chicken was ready. Bai Cha-Cha savored her meal, relishing the flavors of the iron pot dishes made over an open fire. While enjoying her chicken, she began contemplating when she could prepare a hearty goose stew. It would surely be delectable. There was far too much food to consume in one sitting. The leftovers were stored in a ceramic jar for future enjoyment, with no fear of spoilage. Bai Cha discovered a new phenomenon. After serving herself a small bowl beneath the pink apple tree, she realized that the space was indeed static. The food remained as hot as it was when it was cooked. She hesitated to take the bowl outside to cool it, fearing the aroma might attract suspicion from the others. Enduring the heat, she carefully tore the chicken and potatoes into tiny pieces to eat. When she returned for a second bowl, she noticed that the food in the pot had cooled. She suspected that the thatched house was the only place in the entire space where time did not stand still. Thus, she began eating in the kitchen, and indeed, the food continued to cool. As long as she served the food and took it outside, its temperature and freshness would remain unchanged. She also worried whether the flow of time while cooking in the thatched house was the same as in the outside world. To investigate further, she intentionally remained in the thatched house to conduct experiments, finding that time remained consistent. Whatever moment she entered was the same when she exited. Though she could not comprehend why the space possessed such a design, she found it quite humane. At least she would not worry about food being too hot to consume. After treating herself to a meal in her space, her training also intensified. If she did not push herself, she would falter in this apocalyptic world. While a day passed outside, she accomplished what would typically take others a week of training within her space, tirelessly repeating her drills. Bai Yai, who understood Bai Cha better than anyone, noticed a change in her during dinner. Although she could not pinpoint the exact difference, there was undoubtedly something distinct about her. Perhaps it was in her gaze, her aura, or her demeanor. Her instincts were usually accurate, yet she struggled to articulate the specifics, which left her feeling somewhat vexed. Even more perplexing was her realization that Bai Cha appeared vastly different in the evening compared to the morning, despite the latter having engaged only in eating and sleeping without any significant activities. Chapter 16. New discoveries in the space. I'm fine, just a bit drowsy. Hoping to catch a few more winks, Bai Cha replied, her cheeks stuffed with food, looking particularly adorable. Hearing this, Bai Yai refrained from further comment and simply said, "Well, as long as you're okay." Liao Xiaoyu, unable to resist the sight of Bai Cha resembling a little rabbit munching on carrots, used the serving chopsticks to offer her a helping of stir-fried carrots. Cha, you look so thin. You should eat more. Bai Cha paused her chewing and rolled her eyes internally, yet she did not refuse the food. "Thank you," she said, maintaining her politeness. Liao Xiaoyu had undergone significant changes compared to his character in the original story, where he was known for picking on the original body. His disdain for her was evident, often mocking and verbally attacking her, labeling her a useless ornament. The original body would secretly shed tears each time, although she was not the original. The fact that she inhabited her body made it difficult for her to genuinely connect with those who had caused the original harm. Nonetheless, she did not harbor hatred towards them, recognizing that the original's personality had its flaws. She could only maintain a cordial distance without delving deeper into relationships. Once the opportunity arose, she would depart from this group. Bai Cha returned to the space to continue her training. Following the Black Rain, the evolutionary pace of mutated flora and fauna, as well as zombies, far surpassed that of the ability users, so she could not afford to relax for even a moment. That evening, she consumed another pink apple, leaving her with 3 remaining. However, while the third apple alleviated her fatigue, it did not enhance her strength or speed, indicating that consuming pink apples no longer bolstered her powers. Reluctant to exhaust her remaining apples, she pushed herself to the physical limit in training. The Black Rain had persisted for a day and a night, and after another day, it had continued for 2 days and nights. Bai Cha rested well that night, waking early the next morning. Today, she, Bai Yai, and Wu Qingqing were on duty. She did not linger in bed, but promptly got up and headed downstairs. Bai Yai was already in the kitchen preparing pumpkin porridge. Cha, just stir-fry a couple of side dishes, and we can eat, she said. Help me wash the radishes. I'll pickle them for a sour accompaniment. Bai Cha-Cha rolled up her sleeves to wash the radishes, noticing how Bai Yai enjoyed directing her tasks. Given that the original body had only Bai Yai as a friend, it had always been a one-sided dynamic where Bai Yai called the shots. Perhaps the original had feared losing her only friend. Wu Qingqing, having turned around in the kitchen and realizing her lack of culinary skills, chose to help with the dishes like Liao Xiaoyu. Su Ziyuan and the others gradually woke up to freshen up, while the rest, under Liao Xiaoyu's organization, found 2 decks of cards to pass the time in the living room. The rain showed no sign of abating. How long would it continue? Wu Qingqing complained as she shuffled the cards. Bai Yai, not participating in the game, sat nearby watching the other 4 play, chiming in. The vegetables we stored in the space are running low. We can only eat for 2 more days before we'll have to rely on dry goods or instant meals. After that, it will likely be challenging to find vegetables or meat. Chen Wink pondered and said, the research institute at the base will surely address these issues. Once we reach the base in City A, we can find a way to stock up if possible. That's all we can do, Liao Xiaoyu said, somewhat distracted while playing cards. Why isn't Cha-Cha joining us? She hasn't spent more than 5 minutes with us outside of mealtime. Wu Qingqing found Bai Cha-Cha's awareness of the situation rather pleasing. Given her appearance, it would be infuriating if she constantly hovered around Ziyuan. Bai Yai also found Bai Cha-Cha's behavior peculiar, as she had always been very attached to her, following her everywhere. Now, she seemed to exist in a low-profile manner, leaving her alone downstairs without anyone to reflect her gentle attentiveness. Although she spoke casually, Bai Yai felt uncertain. Sensing that Bai Cha-Cha was slipping from her control and no longer as obedient as before. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she lost interest in watching the card game, her gaze often wandering upstairs. Wu Qingqing noticed Su Ziyuan's eyes frequently drifting upstairs, which irked her. Why were they so concerned about Bai Cha-Cha when she wasn't even present? What was so special about her? This perhaps reflected a psychological tendency to chase after those who showed indifference. Someone as lively and charming as her could become a source of annoyance. In truth, Wu Qingqing was overthinking. Su Ziyuan merely noticed Bai Yai glancing upstairs and assumed she was worried about Bai Cha-Cha, hence his occasional glances in that direction. Bai Cha-Cha remained unconcerned about the thoughts of those downstairs, as she was utterly enthralled by the changes in the space. Upon entering, she discovered that the fruit tree, which had only 3 pink apples remaining, had miraculously regenerated to 6. She circled the tree and checked the coop, where she had eaten 1 chicken the previous day. Logically, there should have been 5 left, yet there were now 6. She inspected the spot where she had dug up 2 potatoes yesterday, and to her astonishment, it too had returned to its original state. Skeptical, she then checked the kitchen's seasonings and firewood. Although she had only prepared 1 dish yesterday, the firewood had been significantly consumed during the hour-long chicken stew. Now, not only had the seasonings returned, but the firewood was also restored as if it had never been used. Astonished, she rushed outside to check the ceramic jar containing the uneaten chicken stew. The jar remained in place and the stew inside still emitted steam, exactly as she had left it. Heavens! Sitting beneath the pink apple tree, Bai Cha-Cha stared at the 6 apples in a daze. This felt like a dream. If it weren't for the leftover chicken stew proving that she had indeed used the space's resources, she would have doubted her experience as a mere fantasy. If this were not a dream, then the only explanation was that this extraordinary space could reset itself. If that were the case, she finally comprehended why the quantity of items in the space was so limited. Chapter 17, Daily Necessities. The variety of food in her space was remarkably comprehensive, yet the quantity of each type was exceedingly limited. Moreover, the space was entirely static, resembling a beautiful landscape painting, with the plants remaining unchanged and devoid of growth. Consequently, she harbored a persistent concern about depleting her resources. Even if she discovered vegetable seeds, cultivation within the space was impossible, as the seeds would not germinate. However, this worry has dissipated entirely. Her space resets at midnight every day. On the 3rd night and following day of the dark reign, Bai Cha-Cha secluded herself in her room, engrossed in studying her space apart from venturing out to dine. Eventually, she unraveled its intricacies. The supplies she stored would not reset, but would diminish with use. Conversely, the original produce present in the space would reset daily at midnight. For instance, if the space reset 6 chickens each day, consuming one today would not affect the count tomorrow. Even if she devoured all 6, the number would remain unchanged. It was clear that she alone could not consume 6 chickens in a single day. What to do then? Bai Cha discovered a significant loophole in her space. By slaughtering all 6 chickens daily and storing them, it was as if she had consumed them, and they would not vanish the following day. The same principle applied to other vegetables, fruits, and poultry. Thus, from that day forth, Bai Cha added another task to her daily routine. She would harvest all the limited fruits from each fruit tree and place them in a bamboo basket for storage. All limited vegetables and grains occupying merely 1 square meter of space would be uprooted and stored. Chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, pigs, cows, and sheep would all be slaughtered, bled, skinned, and eviscerated. The 6 eggs laid each day, whether chicken, duck, or goose, would either be cracked and stored separately, boiled into hard-boiled eggs, fried into sunny-side-up eggs, transformed into tea eggs, or crafted into century eggs. Various fish, shrimp, crabs, and snails from the river would be caught and killed daily. After all, the space was static, ensuring that nothing would spoil or lose freshness. However, the limitation of only 6 snails was indeed quite astonishing. Bai Cha even unethically slaughtered several birds from the mountains, eager to taste their meat. She excavated all the bamboo shoots from the bamboo forest and harvested fresh mushrooms like black fungus and shiitake from the woods. As for other wildlife in the mountains, she left them untouched, waiting for a more opportune moment. She had not yet reached the point of consuming wild animals. With such a plethora of vegetables, fruits, and various meats, her concerns regarding food had vanished entirely. The backyard lawn of her thatched cottage had transformed into her private warehouse. Fortunately, the lawn was vast, sprawling to the foot of the mountain peaks on either side, seemingly endless. In the northeastern corner of the valley, where the mountains converged, there lay a beach. Beyond the beach stretched an expansive sea. The ocean extended behind the mountains, and just like the peaks, the distant waters were shrouded in mist, obscuring its depths. Bai Cha had only glimpsed the sea from afar before, never having approached it closely. Now, in pursuit of seafood, she finally ventured there. The sea was shrouded in mystery, and she dared not venture too far. Although her mental prowess could encompass the valley, the misty areas were blind zones she could not navigate. She was neither greedy nor curious, unconcerned with what lay beyond the fog. This valley was sufficiently vast to sustain her survival in the apocalypse. Standing on the beach by the shore, she unleashed her powers to capture various seafood before retreating. With her food supply secured, her only remaining need was for daily necessities. The dark rain persisted for 3 days and 3 nights, finally ceasing on the 3rd evening. The 6 individuals gathered for dinner. With the rain finally halted, they planned to depart the following day, having lingered here for 3 days, uncertain of the situation regarding their elders back home. Everyone had sought refuge at the A City base, and with its protection, they should face minimal issues. Furthermore, their elders were prominent figures, accompanied by bodyguards, and some were even endowed with special abilities, so there was little cause for concern. Yes, we shall set off tomorrow, Su Ziyuan declared decisively. Before sleeping, Bai Yayun knocked on Bai Cha's door. Inside the room, the two sat together, Bai Cha silent at the edge of her bed. Bai Yayun observed her from a stool against the wall, noticing a discernible change. Bai Cha's once gloomy gaze now sparkled with clarity and brightness. Her posture was erect, and even in silence, she exuded an aura of authority previously absent. Although her personality remained relatively introverted and less talkative, her resolve was undeniably stronger than before. She was still a modest soul, yet her presence had grown increasingly pronounced. Bai Yayun sensed that Bai Cha had become somewhat distant, no longer as compliant as she once was. This shift led Bai Yayan to question whether the person before her was truly Bai Cha-Cha. However, their constant companionship confirmed her identity. After much contemplation, Bai Yayan attributed the change to the onset of the apocalypse, which had rendered survival more challenging in the absence of awakened powers. As Bai Yayan continued to scrutinize her, maintaining silence, Bai Cha-Cha grew impatient and said, "I am going to sleep." This display of impatience bore a semblance to her former self. Bai Yayan, unfazed, adopted a demeanor of wanting to have a heart-to-heart conversation. "It has been ages since we sat together to share our thoughts, Cha-Cha. Do you have anything on your mind that you wish to discuss with me?" Bai Cha-Cha raised an eyebrow, her gaze sweeping the room before her mood shifted to a more somber tone. "Indeed, I do have something weighing on my mind." Bai Yayan felt a surge of joy at Bai Cha-Cha's willingness to express herself, signifying that she still considered her a friend. She inquired with concern, "What troubles you?" "We have been best friends since childhood. You used to share your burdens with me without hesitation." Bai Cha-Cha sighed, a touch of sadness creeping into her voice. "Yes. You know, Yayan, we are both orphans from the orphanage, having never known our biological parents. I once harbored dreams that one day our parents would come looking for us, embracing us with apologies, claiming they did not willingly abandon us, that we were taken by human traffickers, and that they had been searching for us all along. We would finally have family. We would no longer be the forsaken orphans. Yet, with the apocalypse upon us, the world has descended into chaos, and my dreams have proven to be mere fantasies. I had resigned myself to this reality, for I still have you. The orphanage is our home. However, these past few days, I have been plagued by nightmares, Yayan." Bai Yayan's curiosity piqued. She asked, "What kind of nightmares?" "Dreams are not real, Cha-Cha." Bai Cha-Cha's voice trembled as she spoke, her nose feeling stuffy, on the verge of tears. Chapter 18. Nightmare I dreamt of my biological parents, who had turned into zombies and were killed. After their demise, they appeared to me in a dream, reproaching me for failing to safeguard the jade necklace, which they claimed was our family's heirloom. They insisted that with the jade necklace, our family could have thrived in the apocalypse. Because I had given the jade necklace away, our ancestors were angered, resulting in their transformation into zombies and subsequent deaths. In the dream, they remained in their zombie forms, weeping blood as they gazed at me, disturbing my peace. I was genuinely terrified, fearing I too would meet a grim fate. Bai Cha-Cha suddenly grasped Bai Yai's hand, tears streaming down her face as she implored, "Yai, you will help me, won't you? You are so kind-hearted. Surely you do not wish for me to become a zombie and be killed? Please return the ancestral jade necklace to me." Bai Yai felt a pang of guilt. Her parents were correct. The jade necklace possessed a space for storage. With provisions and necessities, one could indeed thrive in the apocalypse. Yet, she comforted Bai Cha-Cha, saying, "Cha-Cha, dreams are mere illusions. Do not be afraid, you will not become a zombie." However, Bai Cha-Cha was unconvinced, retorting, "Yai, it is better to believe than to dismiss it. Please return the jade necklace to me, it would ease my heart." Observing Bai Yai's hesitance and evasive gaze, she scoffed internally. Clearly, she was reluctant to part with it. The ability to store items had long been claimed by her, and now the jade was nothing more than an ordinary stone, yet Bai Yai was still unwilling to return it. "That jade necklace was my family's heirloom. It was rightfully mine. But Cha-Cha, you already gave it to me, didn't you?" Bai Cha-Cha rolled her eyes inwardly. In recent days, she had not seen Bai Yai wear it, likely stored in her own space. "Yai, does my life not hold more value to you than a mere stone? Are we not the best of friends?" In truth, Bai Yai understood that the jade was now useless, yet it was not her family's heirloom. What if Bai Cha-Cha took it back and restored its power? She could not afford to gamble. However, refusing to return it was equally untenable. Bai Yai's eyes flickered momentarily before her demeanor shifted. "Of course, we are the best of friends. Nothing is more important than you." "Very well, Cha-Cha. Wait a moment while I search my suitcase. I believe I placed it there." With that, she turned and left, not allowing Bai Cha-Cha another word. Bai Yai's sudden agreement took Bai Cha-Cha by surprise. She had been prepared to sever their friendship to reclaim the jade necklace. After all, the original owner had given it to Bai Yai as a testament to their friendship. However, she was still too vulnerable to face the dangers of the apocalypse alone, thus refraining from hastily severing ties with the original protagonists. If Bai Yai willingly returned the jade necklace, it would be a fortunate turn of events. Instead of immediately retrieving the jade necklace to present to Bai Cha-Cha, Bai Yai sat at the edge of her bed, lost in thought while gazing at the jade pendant. Wu Qingqing, who had been lying in bed, was ready to sleep, but noticed Bai Yai still awake. She casually inquired, "What are you doing? Why are you still awake?" Bai Yai caressed the jade in her hand, reflecting, "This jade has accompanied me for many years. I feel a twinge of reluctance to part with it now that I must give it to Cha-Cha." Wu Qingqing responded with confusion, "If you are reluctant, then why give it to her?" Bai Yai smiled. "It was originally Cha-Cha's. She merely entrusted it to me. Now that she has requested it back, I must return it." Wu Qingqing nodded in understanding. If it rightfully belonged to someone else, it should be returned. Curiosity piqued. She rose and extended her hand. "What kind of jade is it?" "Let me see." Bai Yai glanced at Wu Qingqing and placed the jade in her palm. "Be careful. Do not damage it." Wu Qingqing dismissed her concerns, examining the jade closely. It was an exquisite piece of high-quality mutton fat jade, intricately carved into a square pendant. The surface was smooth, and upon closer inspection, one could see colorful fluid swirling within, exuding an air of mystery. As a wealthy young lady, Wu Qingqing recognized its value. This jade was indeed unique and priceless. Although mutton fat jade was common, she had never encountered such a marvel within it. After a moment of inspection, her interest waned, and she handed the jade back to Bai Yai. Just as she extended her arm, Bai Yai suddenly pointed behind Wu Qingqing, shrieking loudly. Startled, Bai Yai trembled, losing grip on the jade, which fell with a sharp crack onto the floor. Wu Qingqing leaped off the bed, turning around, but found nothing amiss. Infuriated, she shouted at Bai Yai, "Are you insane? Why did you scream like that?" Bai Yai's scream not only startled Wu Qingqing but also awakened the others, who rushed into the room in a frenzy. Qin Wink, a wind element ability user, was the first to arrive. Observing Bai Yai standing there in disarray and Wu Qingqing's fury, he coldly asked, "What happened?" Wu Qingqing, exasperated, replied, "Ask her. There was nothing wrong until she suddenly screamed, scaring me." Su Ziyuan and Liao Xiaoyu followed closely behind, relieved to see no serious issue. Bai Cha-Cha approached the doorway, arms crossed, slowly walking toward the cracked jade pendant on the floor. A chilling laugh escaped her lips, her gaze icy. "Bai Yai, if you did not wish to return it, you could have simply said so. Why create such a scene?" Bai Yai's body trembled, her eyes reddening, appearing utterly pitiful. She squatted down, cautiously picking up the broken jade from the ground, cradling it in her hands as she offered it to Bai Cha-Cha through tears. "I'm sorry, Cha-Cha. If you must blame someone, blame me. I was the one who showed it to Qingqing. I never anticipated she would drop it." Before Bai Yai could finish, Wu Qingqing interrupted, "I dropped it. I admit my mistake. You need not feign concern. Bai Cha-Cha, I will find a way to replace it, or tell me what you desire. Consider it my debt to you." However, if Bai Yai hadn't suddenly screamed, startling me, I would not have dropped the jade. She bears some responsibility too. Bai Yai's face drained of color as she desperately explained, "I truly did not mean to. I saw a mouse in the corner and was startled. I couldn't help but scream. The candlelight was too dim. I mistook it." Wu Qingqing was on the verge of fury, regretting her curiosity about the jade. This had only led her to trouble. Yet, she was bold enough to take responsibility, unlike Bai Yai, whose excuses were unbearable. What was that about not holding on to it? Hearing it made her feel uneasy. Even if she saw a mouse, why scream? It was infuriating. She could not articulate what specifically bothered her. She just found Bai Yai's words intolerable. Chapter 19. Journey to Base A. Bai Cha-Cha picked up the jade and examined it. Indeed, it was cracked. A sense of amusement bubbled within her. She could now somewhat fathom Bai Yai's mindset. There was absolutely no need for her to act this way. Since the storage space within the jade had chosen by Yai, it was irrevocably hers. Even if she took the jade away, it would have no bearing on her. Moreover, she now possessed her own mysterious space, far superior to Baiyai's storage, rendering the jade's storage space utterly insignificant to her. Yet, unbeknownst to Baiyai, her trepidation about losing what she believed was rightfully hers compelled her to destroy the jade for reassurance. Instead of taking matters into her own hands, she resorted to devious means, orchestrating a convoluted scheme to achieve her ends through others. Bai Cha-Cha loathed such cunning individuals. Being in the presence of such a person left one susceptible to underhanded schemes, unaware of the peril until it was too late. Clutching the jade tightly, Bai Cha-Cha's resolve to leave this group strengthened. The jade had already lost its value, yet her desire to reclaim it from Baiyai stemmed from her recollection of the original plot. At the story's conclusion, Baiyai had found her biological parents. However, since Bai Cha-Cha was oblivious to the unfolding events, she feared that Baiyai might use this jade to identify her original family. Thus, she was determined to take the jade to eliminate that possibility. She turned to Wu Qingqing. "You owe me one. Remember, I will seek your assistance when I require it." Wu Qingqing nodded, refraining from further comment. Bai Cha-Cha then faced Baiyai, stating, "This jade symbolizes our friendship, akin to our bond. Yai, though we shall remain in the same team, we are no longer friends, merely ordinary teammates." Baiyai was already in tears, her mouth opening as she choked back words. "Cha-Cha, you know the truth about the so-called rats. I hope you tread carefully moving forward." Su Ziyuan and the others exchanged glances, bewildered by the sudden rift between the two women, yet recognizing that disputes among girls were best left unaddressed by men. Wu Qingqing shot Baiyai a disdainful glance, offering no comfort as she covered her head with a blanket and fell asleep. After shedding tears for a while, Baiyai felt increasingly aggrieved by the lack of sympathy. She had not anticipated Bai Cha-Cha would become so heartless. After all, it was Wu Qingqing who had damaged the jade. Why was Bai Cha-Cha now so indifferent towards her? Fine, if we are no longer friends, so be it. The jade is broken, and my fears will not materialize. I was never truly sincere in my friendship with Bai Cha-Cha. All along, it was she who clung to me. Having a mundane friend only made me worry about being a burden. With clarity, she tidied up and went to sleep. The incessant rain had finally ceased. At dawn, the six of them had breakfast and prepared to set off. In truth, there was little to pack, as their belongings were all stored in Baiyai's space. Su Ziyuan drove with Baiyai and Bai Cha-Cha, while Liao Xiaoyu drove ahead with Chenwink and Wu Qingqing. The two off-road vehicles quickly headed towards City A. After 3 days and nights of torrential rain, one would expect the vegetation along the roadsides to be severely corroded. However, quite the opposite was true. The trees appeared to have grown more lush and towering. While there were indeed signs of corrosion on the leaves, a closer inspection revealed that the leaves had thickened considerably. It was evident that these trees had mutated. The route to City A diverged completely from the path Su Ziyuan had previously taken them, leading them to uncharted territory. Along the way, they encountered an eerie silence, devoid of any signs of life. Liao Xiaoyu, while observing the road conditions, remarked, "Wink, it's already noon. There's a village ahead. Should we stop to rest and see if there are any supplies we can gather?" Chenwink, peering through his binoculars, sensed something was amiss with the village ahead. "Do not stop. Something feels off about this village. Let us continue to the next stop." Though Liao Xiaoyu was uncertain about the source of his unease, he complied. Chenwink picked up a walkie-talkie to communicate with the rear vehicle Ziyuan. "The village ahead seems odd. Do not stop. We will proceed to the next location to rest." The village was unsettlingly quiet. Not a single zombie or person had been encountered along the way, and a village should typically harbor hundreds of inhabitants. Such silence was abnormal. Bai Cha-Cha had been using her energy map to detect the surroundings. Her energy map had a radius of approximately 30 meters. Indeed, the silence was pervasive. But she had not detected any energy signatures. Only the 6 of them appeared as small green dots on the map. This did not imply the absence of danger. Rather, It suggested that the threat lay beyond her detection range. As the vehicle approached the village, a sudden screech of brakes jolted Bai Cha-Cha forward. Her body propelled against the front seat. Reacting swiftly, she extended her arms to brace against the seat back, narrowly avoiding a collision. Bai Yai was not as fortunate. Her head collided with the car, producing a dull thud. Regrettably, Bai Cha-Cha had no inclination to mock her at that moment. Over the walkie-talkie, Qin Wen's anxious voice broke through, accompanied by Liao Xiaoyu's irritated exclamations. Ziyuan, there are over a dozen mutated dogs blocking the road. Su Ziyuan swiftly exited the vehicle, rushing toward Qin Wen and the others. Bai Cha-Cha contemplated joining them and, after taking several steps forward, finally spotted a cluster of small green dots on her energy map. This was indeed a significant predicament, with only 6 of them facing over a dozen mutated dogs. It was no wonder the area was so quiet. One could speculate that the village's inhabitants had been entirely devoured by the beasts. Judging by the size of the green dots, they were likely all first-level mutated dogs. Taking a gamble was not out of the question. Often, risk and opportunity coexist. These first-level mutated dogs should have developed crystal cores, which could enhance their strength. Qin Wen wore a cold, indifferent expression, clearly irritated by Bai Cha-Cha's lack of awareness. Perceiving her as a disruptor, did she not see that Wu Qingqing and Bai Yai were too frightened to exit the vehicle? What gave her the audacity to act recklessly? Liao Xiaoyu, sensing the tension between the two men, cautiously edged closer to Bai Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha, don't be foolish. Get back in the car. It's far too dangerous here. Bai Cha-Cha cast a glance at the dozen or so massive, fierce-eyed mutated dogs, drooling and poised for an attack. She then regarded the top muscles of Su Ziyuan and Qin Wen. Calmly, she stated, "You 3 are not a match for those mutated dogs." Su Ziyuan was about to reprimand her when Qin Wen suddenly chuckled coldly, tightening his grip on his knife. "Forget it, Ziyuan. If she seeks her own demise, let her be. After all, Bai Yai's abilities are what we truly need. Bai Cha-Cha is insignificant. Why bother with her fate?" As the words left his lips, the mutated dogs charged toward them. Su Ziyuan and the others ceased to concern themselves with Bai Cha-Cha, focusing solely on the impending confrontation with the mutated dogs. Chapter 20. The battle with the mutated dogs. Su Ziyuan first unleashed his lightning abilities, striking at the lead mutated dog, only for it to nimbly evade his attack. Moreover, it seemed to have increased its speed. Su Ziyuan could not help but reflect on how much more formidable these mutated dogs were compared to the zombies before the Black Rain, and he continued to release his lightning powers to strike at the creatures. However, the mutated dogs were remarkably intelligent, demonstrating that their enhancements lay in both speed and size. They had grown significantly larger and swifter, making it impossible for a first-level ability user to keep pace with them. Conversely, Qin Wen's wind abilities proved to be more effective. His wind blades left a deep gash on one of the mutated dogs. The creature howled in agony as blood poured from its wound, the strong scent of blood further inciting the frenzy of the other mutated dogs. Liao Xiaoyu was also employing his earth abilities to hinder the approach of the mutated dogs, but the effect was minimal. After all, how could such large creatures be impeded by mere mounds of earth beneath their feet? Recognizing his disadvantage, Su Ziyuan swiftly adjusted his strategy. "Xiaoyu, combine your earth abilities with my lightning." Liao Xiaoyu immediately grasped Su Ziyuan's intent. He released his earth abilities to ensnare the legs of one mutated dog, and at the instant the dog halted, Su Ziyuan's lightning struck true, hitting the creature squarely on the forehead. The mutated dog emitted a heart-wrenching scream, its head charred and writhing in pain on the ground. Though it had not yet succumbed, it had lost its combat capability. Su Ziyuan rushed forward, raising his military knife to swiftly sever the dog's head. Liao Xiaoyu's eyes lit up with excitement. "Brother Ziyuan, this works. Again." "All right." Su Ziyuan responded, and together with Liao Xiaoyu, they continued their coordinated efforts. Qin Wen took charge of using his wind abilities to restrain the other mutated dogs that had surrounded the 3 of them. The cries of the mutated dogs echoed, and with their teamwork, They swiftly dispatched 2 more heads. While Chen distracted the creatures, he wielded his large knife alongside Su Ziyuan, mercilessly cutting off the heads of the rolling mutated dogs. By the time they reached the 5th head, the 3 of them were visibly exhausted. Their pace in combating the dogs slowing. They could feel their abilities depleting rapidly, nearing their limits, yet 7 mutated dogs still lurked, poised to attack them. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before they were worn down. Liao Xiaoyu's face turned pale, beads of sweat trickling into his eyes, blurring his vision. The extreme drain on his abilities caused his fingers to tremble. He shook his head vigorously to clear the sweat from his face when suddenly a cold gust of wind whipped up behind him. A mutated dog, twice his size, lunged at him with its elongated claws. In reflex, Liao Xiaoyu attempted to release his abilities against the mutated dog, only to find that his powers had been entirely expended. He barely managed to sidestep at the critical moment, but still felt the creature's claws slash across his arm. 3 deep, long wounds tore through his skin, rendering his already pale complexion even more ashen. The combination of blood loss and the depletion of his abilities left him dizzy and barely able to stand. Su Ziyuan and Chen rushed to Liao Xiaoyu's side, shielding him. The situation had shifted from 3 against 7 to 2 against 7, making it even more perilous. Bai Cha leaned against the front of the SUV, her demeanor starkly contrasting with the gruesome scene unfolding before her. Strangely, not a single mutated dog approached her, despite her conspicuous presence. Wu Qingqing, seated in the back seat of the vehicle, peered through the window at the calm woman, her eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. How could an ordinary person, unawakened, stand outside without fear of being attacked by mutated dogs? In truth, Bai Cha knew well that the mutated dogs had attempted to approach her, more than 1 or 2, in fact. Whenever a mutated dog aimed to pounce on her, she would release her abilities, piercing their minds with her mental force, causing them excruciating pain. Thus, the mutated dogs refrained from bothering her. Perhaps they were contemplating eliminating the 3 vulnerable individuals first before turning on her. However, this scenario was not part of the original narrative. Bai Cha remained poised, while Wu Qingqing, feeling anxious, crawled from the back to the front seat. She opened a small gap in the window, whispering urgently to Bai Cha, "Hey, Brother Ziyuan and the others are about to collapse. Why are you just standing there like a statue? Go help them." Bai Cha tilted her head slightly, her tone cold. "What can an ordinary person like me do to help? Aren't you a water ability user? Why don't you go out instead of hiding in the car like a turtle?" "You." Wu Qingqing was infuriated. She genuinely wanted to assist, but her water abilities seemed ineffective. Aside from providing water resources, she didn't understand what else she could do. Seeing Bai Cha's calm demeanor led her to instinctively believe that Bai Cha must have a way to deal with the mutated dogs. Yet, upon reconsideration, Bai Cha lacked any abilities and was likely even less capable than she was. Wu Qingqing fell silent. Bai Cha was too preoccupied to concern herself with Wu Qingqing's thoughts. Her attention remained fixed on the situation with Su Ziyuan and the others, ready to intervene at any moment. Despite her annoyance at Chen Wing's remarks, she could not bear to watch them perish. The journey to City A was still long. With Liao Xiaoyu already injured, she estimated that Su Ziyuan and Chen Wing could not hold out much longer. Straightening up, Bai Cha surveyed her surroundings and retrieved a 2-meter-long iron rod from the muck by the roadside. As Su Ziyuan and Chen Wing fought valiantly with their dwindling powers against the remaining 7 mutated dogs, an iron rod flew through the air, piercing one of the mutated dogs with a sickening thud, accompanied by a chilling scream. The 2 men looked up in astonishment, following the trajectory of the iron rod to find Bai Cha sprinting towards them. Su Ziyuan and Chen Wing were taken aback. This iron rod had been thrown by Bai Cha. The hides of mutated beasts were far thicker and tougher than those of ordinary animals. For an object to travel such a distance and strike accurately at the mutated dog, piercing its body, was no mere coincidence. The strength, speed, and precision required to achieve such a feat were extraordinary, qualities that neither of the 2 ability users could match. Chapter 21. Turning the tide, the attention of the mutated dogs was completely captivated by Cha-Cha, granting Su Ziyuan and his companions a much-needed respite. Cha-Cha dashed to the side of a mutated dog that had been pierced, stepping on its writhing body with one foot, while she exerted force to extract the iron rod. With a swift flick of her wrist, the blood from the rod was flung onto the ground, leaving a vivid crimson streak. The remaining 6 mutated dogs crouched slightly, assuming an aggressive posture as they barked furiously at Cha-Cha. Yet, for reasons unknown, despite their fierce demeanor, they did not actually charge forward to attack. 2 of them even retreated a couple of steps, seemingly wanting to flee. Su Ziyuan and Chen Wang could hardly believe their eyes. How is it that these mutated dogs appeared to be somewhat intimidated by Cha-Cha? Curiosity filled Chen Wang's gaze as he observed Cha-Cha, who was entirely focused on the 6 remaining mutated dogs. The trio had managed to take down 5 together. Yet she was not arrogant enough to believe she was invincible. A cautious approach was always prudent. The iron rod in Cha-Cha's hands danced through the air with the ease of a lightweight stick. As 2 mutated dogs lunged at her, she swung the rod, producing a sickening crack as one of the dog's legs was shattered. With a swift follow-up strike, she struck the front leg of another dog. And once again the sound of breaking bones echoed. Liao Xiaoyu's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. The seemingly delicate Cha-Cha was exhibiting such ferocity. This ordinary girl had transformed into a powerhouse. The strength she displayed was far beyond that of an average person. If Liao Xiaoyu could see this, Su Ziyuan and Chen Wang were undoubtedly aware of it as well. As they pondered, Cha-Cha thrust the rod into the throat of a mutated dog, ending its life instantly. Her speed was remarkable. Once she dispatched that one, she immediately withdrew the rod and aimed for another. The mutated dog stood frozen in shock, not moving an inch, and met its demise. Cha-Cha was now splattered with blood, her expression cold and resolute, her strength seemingly inexhaustible. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a slight pallor on her face and a faint furrow in her brow. Yet her actions did not falter as she charged towards the remaining 4 dogs. After a brief respite, Su Ziyuan and Chen Wang regained some of their abilities and quickly sprang into action to assist her. Su Ziyuan unleashed a lightning orb at one mutated dog, while Chen Wang's wind blade inflicted a deep wound on another. Liao Xiaoyu, struggling to lend aid, found himself devoid of strength and could only sit helplessly on the ground, watching them fight. With the pressure alleviated, Cha-Cha faced 2 mutated dogs alone. Her brows relaxed slightly, though her complexion grew even more ashen. With another powerful strike to the back of a dog's head, its brain matter exploded forth. The hardened skull was utterly crushed under her might. This was her first experience fighting with her mental power, constantly exerting it to control the movements of the mutated dogs. Even a mere moment of hesitation could afford her precious time for counterattack. However, this exertion left her head buzzing with pain. Not to mention, she was dividing her mental energy to control 2 mutated dogs simultaneously, a tremendous drain on her reserves. She did not appear as composed as she seemed. The mutated dogs had evolved in size and speed. She had to be faster to eliminate them. To slow their movements, she relentlessly released her mental energy to restrain them. Fortunately, the creatures they faced were only first-level mutated beasts. Cha-Cha pressed on, enduring the headache, and assisted Su Ziyuan and Chen Wang in taking down the final 2. With the last blow struck, all the mutated dogs finally lay defeated. Exhausted, Cha-Cha collapsed onto the ground, rubbing her temples. She still had much to learn. However, her gaze fell upon the heads of the mutated dogs. Chen Wang helped Liao Xiaoyu to his feet. Su Ziyuan glanced at the blood-soaked Cha-Cha, saying, "The stench of blood is overwhelming here. We must leave at once." "Yes, you all go ahead. I will join you shortly," Cha-Cha replied, standing up with a pale countenance. Though Su Ziyuan was uncertain of her intentions, he refrained from questioning her further. Chen Wang cast a wary glance at Cha-Cha, his pupils narrowing, yet he too remained silent. Despite appearing somewhat disheveled, Cha-Cha was strikingly beautiful, yet she was nothing like the ordinary person Su Ziyuan had envisioned. He simply stated, "I will take Xiaoyu to the vehicle behind to find Yaoyi for treatment. You all can drive this one." Bai Cha-Cha said nothing in return, and Su Ziyuan nodded. Enduring the unpleasant odor, she rummaged around and finally unearthed a milky white crystal core. The size of a ping-pong ball, the core was extracted, and she proceeded to search for the next dog head. Her movements grew increasingly adept, and her speed quickened. Soon, she had examined all 12 mutated dog heads. She casually discarded 12 ping-pong-sized milky white crystal cores onto the ground, and with no container at hand, Bai Cha-Cha gathered the bloodied cores in the hem of her shirt and made her way to the vehicle. The exposed curvature of her slender waist elicited a blush from Su Ziyuan, who quickly averted his gaze. The overpowering scent of blood permeated the vehicle. Wu Qingqing sat in the passenger seat with a stern expression, initially intending to say something, but ultimately leaned back in her seat, closing her eyes in resignation. "Forget it. I won't provoke her." Despite the odor, Wu Qingqing remained silent, while Bai Cha-Cha presented the bloodied collection of crystal cores to her. "Please clean these for me. It's inconvenient to retrieve items from my space here. Since there is readily available water, it would be unwise not to use it." Wu Qingqing nearly retched at the scent wafting beneath her nose, but managed to suppress it, holding her breath and turning crimson. "You." Her eyes nearly rolled to the back of her head, her frustration with Bai Cha-Cha reaching a boiling point. She felt as if Bai Cha-Cha was deliberately challenging her. Since their acquaintance, nothing had gone smoothly for her. The way Bai Cha-Cha looked seemed to suggest she was vying for Su Ziyuan's attention. Without even exchanging 2 sentences, she had already incurred a debt with her. Despite lacking any abilities, Bai Cha-Cha's prowess in dealing with mutated beasts was utterly terrifying. Now she was being ordered about, and she dared not resist. It infuriated her. She had never endured such indignities in her life. Though deeply dissatisfied, she ultimately acquiesced to Bai Cha-Cha's silent cue, opening the car door and stepping out to suppress her breath while releasing her water powers to wash as instructed. The vehicle soon resumed its journey, departing from the scene. Bai Cha-Cha stored the cleaned crystal cores into her backpack. Su Ziyuan glanced at her through the rearview mirror, inquiring, "What are those?" Chapter 22, Crystal Core. "I suspect that this crystal core can elevate the abilities of supernatural beings," Bai Cha-Cha stated candidly. Even if Su Ziyuan had not inquired, she would have shared this information. They would eventually learn of it. The sooner they were aware, the sooner they could enhance their strength, ensuring their safety while together. The vehicle's trajectory became somewhat erratic, but was swiftly regained. Su Ziyuan's incredulous expression lingered on his face. He could see that Bai Cha-Cha was earnest. She was not jesting. The revelation was profoundly shocking. If this truly was a means to augment their supernatural capabilities, they could grow stronger. Though Su Ziyuan had quickly regained control of the vehicle, Chen Wink, following behind, had noticed the disturbance. A voice crackled through the intercom, "Is everything all right, Ziyuan?" Su Ziyuan shook his head, suddenly recalling that the other party could not see him, and replied, "All is well." After a brief pause, he amended, "There are some issues." Chen Wink's voice tightened. "What is it?" Realizing that Chen Wink might be overthinking, Su Ziyuan hastily added, "Everyone must be hungry. Let us find a place to rest." "All right." Chen Wink sensed that Su Ziyuan had something to convey, though they were indeed all famished. It had taken over 3 hours to eliminate the mutated dogs, and it was now afternoon. Having been under constant tension, they had forgotten their hunger. With the crisis temporarily averted, their appetite resurfaced. Su Ziyuan's voice came again. "Let us find a suitable place to spend the night. We shall not travel further today, and we need to recover our abilities." No one voiced any objections. Ahead lay another town, and beyond that, the city center, where the number of zombies would only increase. Thus, they could not proceed further. Su Ziyuan parked the vehicle at the entrance of a secluded farmhouse. Pushing open the gate revealed a wall facing the entrance. The yard was impeccably clean. Behind the entrance wall were the male and female restrooms. To the right of the main entrance, adjacent to the eastern wall, stood a separate kitchen and bathroom. The house was locked, and Su Ziyuan used his abilities to break the lock. Upon opening the door, they found 3 empty rooms devoid of any furnishings. This turned out to be an unoccupied house. Entering led them into a spacious living room flanked by 2 bedrooms on either side, with a total of 4 rooms. There was nothing concealed. Once assured of their safety, Su Ziyuan beckoned everyone inside and locked the door behind them. He first turned to Liao Xiaoyu and asked with concern, "How are you feeling?" Liao Xiaoyu's complexion had improved significantly. His wounds had healed. He moved his body and said, "Yai used her healing abilities on me. I am fine now. Healing abilities are truly miraculous. Thank you, Yai." Bai Yai smiled bashfully. "We are a team. It is my duty. You have been thanking me all along. No need to be so courteous. I did not assist during the battle with the mutated dogs. So at least I can provide healing. It reassures me, or else I would feel useless." As she spoke, she glanced at Bai Cha-Cha, who stood against the wall, and asked with concern, "Cha-Cha, I heard you played a significant role in defeating the mutated dogs. Are you uninjured? Do you require healing?" Bai Cha-Cha did not lift her head and replied coolly, "No need." Bai Yai then turned to Su Ziyuan. "Brother Ziyuan, are you injured? Do you need healing?" Su Ziyuan shook his head. "I do not need it, thank you." He then inquired, "Do you have any tables, chairs, or beds in your space?" Bai Yai felt slightly embarrassed. "No, I thought those items would take up too much space, so I did not collect them. I only gathered food and essentials. What about bed sheets?" "I have those." "Good, let us lay them on the ground and sit." The 6 of them gathered, with Su Ziyuan sitting directly next to Bai Cha-Cha, while Liao Xiaoyu occupied the space beside her. Opposite them were Chen Wenk, Bai Yai, and Wu Qingqing. Liao Xiaoyu, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, finally seized the opportunity to question Bai Cha-Cha. "Cha-Cha, have you awakened a power-type ability?" Bai Cha-Cha paused, then nodded slightly, perhaps. Allowing them to believe she had awakened a power-type ability was not such a bad thing. Her expression remained indifferent, while Liao Xiaoyu appeared even more elated than she was. "I knew it. Your strength has increased tremendously. You must have awakened a power-type ability. This is wonderful, Cha-Cha. You are now also a supernatural being." Su Ziyuan felt joy for Bai Cha-Cha as well. Their team's overall strength had greatly improved. Each member was now a supernatural being with unique abilities, all precious. Reflecting on the time he had taken her and Bai Yai to eliminate zombies when she had no abilities, he couldn't help but ask, "When did you awaken?" Bai Cha-Cha replied truthfully, "During the Black Rain." Liao Xiaoyu's eyes widened in realization. "No wonder you were always resting in your room those days." Bai Cha-Cha replied affirmatively, She chose not to delve further into the abilities, but instead opened her backpack and poured out 12 crystal cores. Liao Xiaoyu picked one up to examine, but saw nothing unusual and curiously asked, "What is this?" Su Ziyuan also took one, observing, "Is this the crystal core you mentioned that can enhance abilities?" Bai Cha-Cha nodded. Yet Chen Wink and the others could no longer maintain their composure. What had they just heard? A crystal core capable of enhancing abilities? Chen Wink's face displayed urgency, and his gaze towards Bai Cha-Cha shifted dramatically. "Is this true? Can it really enhance abilities? How do you know?" He recalled that these cores had been extracted from the brains of the mutated dogs by Bai Cha-Cha. At the time, he had wondered why she wasted time digging them out, but considering she had saved them during the battle, he had let it go. However, he never imagined that these cores could elevate their abilities. If this were true, collecting such crystal cores in the future would indeed lead to greater strength. Even Bai Yai and Wu Qingqing could not remain seated upon hearing this news. Bai Cha-Cha was not surprised by their reactions. Who would not wish to grow stronger? Only by becoming stronger could they survive longer in this apocalypse. Soon, this method of enhancement would circulate among supernatural beings. She was not the only one to discover it. She merely leveraged her knowledge from reading novels to inform her team ahead of time. It was not a secret she felt compelled to withhold, and she had no qualms about doing Su Ziyuan a favor. As for Chen Wink's inquiry, she replied nonchalantly, "I guessed it, believe it or not." Chen Wink choked back his words. He did not disbelieve her, but was merely accustomed to being more cautious. It was he who had initially exhibited a poor attitude. Bai Chacha's indifference towards him was justified, yet he could not bring himself to apologize. He merely grumbled, "How do we use it?" Bai Chacha looked at Su Ziyuan. "You place the crystal core in your palm and try to absorb the energy within it using your ability." Su Ziyuan complied, placing a crystal core in his palm and releasing his power to sense and absorb the energy from the core. Indeed, before long, he felt his depleted abilities replenishing, even exceeding their previous capacity. The milky white crystal core gradually became transparent until it completely disintegrated into powder. He had a premonition that if he absorbed another one, he would likely elevate to a level 2 lightning ability user. Su Ziyuan was overjoyed, exclaiming, "It's true, Cha-Cha. I can sense that my lightning-based abilities have significantly strengthened. If I could absorb one more, I would be able to ascend to a higher level." The others have also become excited, eager to give it a try themselves. Chapter 23. Secondary abilities. Despite the overwhelming desire to immediately absorb a crystal core and relish the sensation of an upgrade, the group exercised restraint. After all, these crystal cores had been unearthed by Cha-Cha, and the method of upgrading was imparted by her as well. Although the three of them had contributed to the defeat of the mutated dogs, without Cha-Cha, they would have perished. Wu Qingqing and Bai Yai, while equally eager for the crystal cores, recognized their lack of contribution and felt too embarrassed to claim any. A moment of silence enveloped the group. Observing the expressions of her companions, Bai Cha-Cha scanned the room before speaking with a calm demeanor. "We are, after all, a team. And such treasures should be shared among us. In the future, we will encounter even more formidable mutated beasts or zombies. Without sufficient power, we may not even reach City A. Therefore, I propose that we first enhance the abilities of those with stronger offensive powers within our team. This way, our strength will grow, allowing us to hunt more crystal cores to gradually elevate our collective power. My contributions have been evident to all. Thus I shall take the lion's share. Wu Qingqing and Bai Yai will each receive 1 crystal core, while the 3 of you will get 2 each, leaving the remaining 4 for me. Does anyone object?" No one voiced dissent. They were all taken aback by Bai Cha-Cha's equitable distribution. Even if she had desired to hoard all the crystal cores, they would not have protested. Her allocation was reasonable, and everyone accepted it with gratitude, including Wu Qingqing and Bai Yai, who were surprised to receive a core. Chen Wink gazed at Bai Cha-Cha intently before rising to address her. "I apologize, Cha-Cha, for my harsh words earlier today. I hope you can forgive me. Also, thank you for saving us." Bai Cha-Cha raised an eyebrow, surprised by his apology. She was not one to harbor grudges. Having one more friend was certainly preferable to an enemy. With a dismissive wave, she replied, "It's nothing. I've already forgotten." However, she thought to herself, if only you had apologized sooner, I wouldn't have had to intervene after watching for so long before deciding to eliminate the mutated dogs. Yet, the change in their attitudes toward her was markedly different from the original storyline. The narrative no longer served as a measure for this world. Chen Wink, oblivious to her thoughts, noticed that she genuinely seemed unconcerned and smiled down at the 2 crystal cores in his palm. Liao Xiaoyu clutched his 2 crystal cores with delight, eager to absorb one and test its effects, but was halted by Su Ziyuan's intervention. He chuckled, "Let us save the absorption for later. First, we should eat." With that, he moved to the adjacent kitchen, retrieving a gas stove, pots, and utensils from his spatial storage. He prepared to stew a pot of cabbage and boil a pot of noodles. He also placed a bucket of water in the bathing area for everyone's convenience. With a water ability user in their team, there was no worry regarding water supply. Su Ziyuan joined him to assist, and together they worked swiftly, soon completing the meal. With no tables or chairs, they sat on the ground to enjoy their dinner. Lacking beds, they spread out their bedding on the floor, and the 4 rooms were assigned just as they were the previous night. However, no one felt sleepy. They eagerly began to absorb the crystal cores. After consuming his 2nd crystal core, Su Ziyuan indeed advanced to a secondary lightning ability. Chen Wink and Liao Xiaoyu, present in his room, could hardly contain their excitement as they absorbed their cores. Once their two milky white crystal cores gradually transformed into transparent powder, they too became secondary ability users. Although Wu Qingqing and Bai Yai did not reach secondary status, they could sense their powers had grown stronger. They believed that with the next crystal cores they found, they would achieve that level. After closing the door, Bai Cha entered her spatial realm, bringing the 4 crystal cores with her. Instead of immediately absorbing them, she first plucked a pink apple to eat. Upon finishing, her fatigued body and depleted abilities were instantly revitalized. She could distinctly feel her strength and speed had increased once more. Next, Bai Cha retrieved the already cracked jade necklace. She had not yet taken the time to examine the jade properly. Though it was fractured, she pricked her finger to allow her blood to drop onto it, hoping to test its reaction. Squeezing the wound to draw more blood, she waited expectantly, but alas, no response came. It seems it's still 1T work. The protagonist's fortune is ultimately hers to possess. It cannot be sought after. Regardless, I am fortunate to have such a splendid space. Bai Cha stored the jade necklace away and prepared to absorb the crystal cores. After absorbing 2, her psychic ability indeed upgraded to the secondary level. Following the absorption of the remaining 2 cores, she felt her abilities peak at secondary level, just shy of ascending to tertiary. However, a primary crystal core would not suffice for the leap. She required a tertiary crystal core for that. Upon completing her upgrades, Bai Cha commenced her daily routine, harvesting all the vegetables, fruits, and poultry in her space. After the harvest, she engaged in her relentless training, collapsing from exhaustion only to rejuvenate with another pink apple, then continuing her practice until she had consumed 6 pink apples for the day. Unbeknownst to Bai Cha, after she exited her space, a stream of fluid suddenly emerged from the jade necklace resting on the 8 immortals' table in the thatched cottage, burrowing into the pink apple tree. The tree grew visibly larger and more robust at an astonishing rate, its branches and leaves flourishing. The 6 pink fruits transformed into an entirely different appearance. After breakfast the following morning, the 6 of them set off again, brimming with energy. With 4 secondary and 2 primary ability users in their ranks, their confidence soared compared to before. However, their next destination was the city center. With its bustling crowds, the presence of zombies would be significant, and danger lurked at every corner, necessitating increased caution. Fortunately, the area was rich in resources, and they aimed to gather supplies swiftly. The vehicle quickly entered the urban area, where the number of zombies increased. Thankfully, they were all primary zombies, easily manageable. Su Ziyuan and Chen Wink unleashed their powers. One cast lightning balls while the other wielded wind blades. With a mere flick of their hands, they dispatched primary zombies effortlessly. Liao Xiaoyu and Bai Cha followed closely behind, wielding daggers to extract crystal cores. After extraction, they passed the cores to Wu Qingqing for cleaning, while Bai Yai handled storage. Their roles were well-defined, allowing them to progress smoothly. They scoured nearby supermarkets, clothing stores, and snack shops, but the heat had spoiled much of the vegetables and meats. Fortunately, vacuum-sealed snacks, cured meats, and dried goods remained intact. While Bai Cha's space was plentiful with food, it lacked daily necessities. On her first day of discovering her space, she had gathered a few supplies, unaware of the abundance of food available. To avoid raising suspicion with Bai Yai and Su Ziyuan, she collected only a small portion of snacks, rice, flour, oil, seasonings, clothing, hardware, and bottled water. Now, she left most of the food for Bai Yai to collect, discreetly gathering essential supplies when others were not watching. Chapter 24. The zombies are here. Essential items such as tissues, toilet paper, and wet wipes are imperative, particularly for girls who require sanitary pads and comfortable pants. It is crucial to gather a substantial quantity of these consumables, as they are limited in supply and cannot be produced in her space. Whenever possible, Bai Cha will not miss the opportunity to collect and store them. This includes laundry detergent, soap, conditioner, shampoo, body wash, facial cleansers, serums, lotions, creams, eye creams, and face masks. It is evident that many supermarkets and stores have been ravaged, though it remains unclear whether it is due to the pursuit of zombies or the inability to carry more supplies. Although signs of rummaging are apparent, not all items have been taken. The shelves are predominantly bare of food and water, while everyday necessities remain largely untouched. It is understandable, amidst such chaos, if one's companions are preoccupied with grooming and self-adornment, they are likely to either perish from their folly or be met with hostility from their peers. Only someone like her, with an exceptionally vast space who needn't worry about capacity, can brazenly collect these items. The 6 of them progressed along the road, visiting one store after another. Along the way, they eliminated over 100 zombies, and after accounting for the lower-tier zombies devoid of crystal cores, they acquired more than 30 first-grade cores. By noon, they cleared out a shop, pulled down the roller shutter, and took a moment to rest and eat. Bai Yai brought out some self-heating rice and hot pot meals. Suzy Yuan remarked while eating, "The resources here are abundant. I intend to stay a few more days to gather as much as possible before we set out." Qin Wenkai concurred, "I share the same intention." "All right, once we've rested, we shall continue our journey." After their meal, Suzy Yuan distributed the 30-odd first-grade crystal cores collected in the morning. Bai Yai and Wu Qingqing took advantage of their break to elevate their abilities to the second tier. Others absorbed a few first-tier cores, yet curiously, despite feeling an abundance of energy and the potential for a breakthrough, they could not advance to the third tier. Suzy Yuan glanced at Bai Cha-Cha, who was resting with her eyes closed against the wall. While everyone else was striving to absorb the energy from their cores to level up, Bai Cha-Cha simply stowed hers in her backpack and rested. He suspected she might know something. He approached her and softly called, "Cha-Cha?" Bai Cha-Cha opened her eyes and looked at him with a hint of confusion. "Why aren't you absorbing the energy from the crystal cores? To upgrade to the third tier, you must absorb energy from cores of at least that level. You must have sensed it too. Your abilities are on the brink of a breakthrough, yet something feels amiss. No matter how much energy from first-tier cores you absorb, you cannot seem to advance. I speculate that upgrades will only become increasingly challenging." Suzy Yuan's realization was evident, given the cramped space of the shop. Everyone overheard his words, astonished by Bai Cha-Cha's knowledge. Bai Yai could not help but inquire, "Cha-Cha, how do you know all this?" They had been together throughout. Yet Bai Cha-Cha possessed insights unknown to her, which raised her suspicions. Bai Cha-Cha remained silent, immobile as a mountain, as if she had not heard. Bai Yai felt a tinge of embarrassment, her smile faltering. She thought to herself that Bai Cha-Cha was becoming increasingly difficult to get along with, her demeanor more peculiar and irksome than before. Qin Wenkai recalled Bai Cha-Cha's earlier words, "I'm just guessing, believe it or not." It must be said that this girl held a certain pride, yet her strength indeed warranted such arrogance. He doubted her claim was merely a guess, but since she chose not to elaborate, they could not press her further. Thus, they decided to conserve the crystal cores for replenishing their abilities and, with time still on their side, took a moment to rest before resuming their resource collection. The urban environment starkly contrasted with the small town they had previously occupied, with zombies lurking in every corner. Wherever there was movement, zombies would converge. Even while quietly remaining in the shop, the eerie sounds of zombies could be heard outside, accompanied by the occasional crunching noise. They dared not linger in the small store, fearing entrapment. After a brief respite, they readied themselves to depart once more. Their destination was a nearby medium-sized supermarket. The supermarket boasted 3 floors, the upper 2 dedicated to electronics and clothing, while the basement housed a variety of food and supplies. The group's objective was the basement. Strangely, despite the supermarket's wide-open doors, no signs of zombies were present. Suzy Yuan and Qin Wenkai led the way, with Bai Cha-Cha and Liao Xiaoyu bringing up the rear. They cautiously descended the staircase, the silence below unnerving. Upon arrival, they were met with a scene of shattered glass strewn across the floor, indicating that this had once been a place for selling goldfish and flowers. Fish tanks lay in ruins, with some goldfish missing their bodies or heads. flowers had wilted, their remnants scattered, with footprints marking the ground where petals had fallen. Su Ziyuan and Chun Wen-kai exchanged glances, both becoming increasingly vigilant. Bai Cha-cha consulted her mental energy map, detecting no threats within a 100-meter radius. It struck her as odd. Since her powers had advanced to the second tier, her detection range had expanded to 100 meters. As they navigated through the glass shards, they encountered rows of shelves stocked with goods. Bai Yai's space was limited to 300 cubic meters, and she had already filled a significant portion with the supplies collected along the way. She hesitated to take everything, fearing insufficient capacity for the remainder. Thus, she only dared to collect a small portion from each row of daily necessities. As they reached the snack aisles, her desire grew, yet she refrained from taking too much, as the bulkiness of certain snacks could consume precious space. However, when they arrived at the section for rice, oil, grains, and dried goods, Bai Yai finally felt liberated to gather supplies, deeming them far more essential than snacks. At that moment, Bai Cha-cha suddenly detected a new red, emerging on the periphery of her energy map. This dot was larger than any zombie energy point she had previously encountered, and it was moving swiftly towards them. Given the supermarket's eerie silence, devoid of other zombies, Bai Cha-cha hypothesized that the other zombies had been consumed by this one. This indicated that this particular zombie was at least of the second tier. However, a second-tier zombie alone should not instill such fear that no other zombies lingered here. Thus, she surmised that it was a third-tier zombie with territorial awareness. Having yet to encounter a second-tier zombie, were they truly about to confront a third-tier one? Bai Cha-cha immediately assumed a combat stance. Despite her underlying concern, she remained composed and warned, "Everyone, be alert. A zombie is approaching us." Chapter 25, slaying a level 3 zombie, Su Ziyuan and the others were taken aback, realizing from Bai Cha-cha's demeanor that she was not jesting. Though they were puzzled by how she had sensed the approaching zombie when they themselves had not, it was evidently not the time for such musings. Bai Yai hastened her efforts to gather supplies, while the others tightened their grips on their weapons, their abilities coiling with latent energy. They were uncertain of the zombie's level. Could they contend with it? Until now, they had not even encountered a level 2 zombie. Before long, a male zombie appeared within their line of sight, clad in a tattered apron, with a gaping hole in his abdomen from which intestines dangled precariously. The creature was diminutive and emaciated, half of its face marred and unrecognizable, one eye vacant and hollow, while the other glimmered with an orange hue, the eyeball slightly protruding from the socket. The color of its pupil indicated it was a level 3 zombie. Clutching a piece of foul-smelling, unidentified meat, it lunged toward them, gnawing on its repugnant meal as it closed the distance. When it was merely 10 meters away, the zombie hurled the rancid meat into its cavernous maw, swallowing it in a few greedy gulps. With a viscous liquid oozing from its mouth, it began to throw dirt clods at them. Caught off guard, Bai Yai was struck and fell to the ground, her knee hitting the floor with a resounding thud. Wu Qingqing, standing closest to her, instinctively reached out, unleashing a jet of water that drenched everyone. Bai Cha-cha, exasperated, admonished, "Wu Qingqing, open your eyes and aim at the zombie when you spray." With that, Bai Cha-cha was the first to charge forward. Wu Qingqing cautiously cracked her eyes open, awkwardly retreating to a corner, but not forgetting to help Bai Yai up, urging her to stand back and continue collecting supplies. Su Ziyuan, along with the others, encircled the level 3 zombie, unleashing a barrage of thunderballs, wind blades, earth spikes, and relentless mental energy-piercing attacks upon it. Their intent was clear: to dismantle the level 3 zombie into a multitude of pieces. The zombie, utilizing its earth-based powers, erected a wall of dirt to fend off the myriad assaults. Taking advantage of the cover provided by the earthen barrier, the zombie broke through to Bai Cha-cha, its long, purple-black claws sharp as blades aimed for her throat. Cha-cha, Su Ziyuan and the others hastened their pace to provide support. In a moment of urgency, the zombie's claws seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, momentarily halting its advance. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Cha-cha pressed forward, plunging a dagger into the zombie's neck. The blade penetrated effortlessly, eliciting an enraged hiss from the creature as dark blood sprayed onto the ground. Chin Wink capitalized on the moment, sending a long-winged blade into the wound Bai Cha-Cha had created, forcefully slicing downward. Simultaneously, Su Ziyuan's massive thunderball detonated within the zombie's neck, severing the last remnants of its connection. The decapitated head fell to the ground, landing squarely atop a pile of dirt laid by Liao Xiaoyu, who promptly dug out the crystal nucleus from within the zombie's head. Puzzled, he remarked, "Why is this crystal nucleus orange?" Glancing instinctively at Bai Cha-Cha, he received her response. Perhaps the color of the crystal nucleus varies with the level of the zombie. One can discern a zombie's level by its nucleus's hue. She contemplated further, adding, "Did you notice that the zombie's pupil was also orange, matching its crystal nucleus?" She refrained from stating outright that one could gauge a zombie's level through its eyes. The original author had established a straightforward method for determining zombie levels, with colors corresponding from level 1 to 10, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, blood red, and black, with the 10th level being the Zombie King. Having not perused the original work thoroughly, Bai Cha-Cha was unaware if the Zombie King had ever made an appearance. As the ability users hunted more zombies, they would naturally uncover the methodology for assessing zombie levels. Liao Xiaoyu examined the level 3 zombie's head again, fixating on its solitary eye. Confirming the orange hue of its pupil, he handed the level 3 crystal nucleus to Wu Qingqing for cleaning before they continued to gather supplies. The fresh meat and seafood sections were in disarray, revealing that the zombies had devoured everything, with remnants of shredded meat strewn about, foul and unsightly. They then proceeded to the first floor, where they swiftly dispatched several level 1 zombies in the kitchenware and appliances area. Bai Yai collected a few pots and bowls, opting not to take any appliances. The second floor, dedicated to clothing, boasted an array of men's, women's, and children's apparel, bags, shoes, and bedding. Each of the 6 gathered several sets of clothing and shoes, while Bai Yai also acquired several sets of sheets and quilts. Having thoroughly scavenged the supermarket, they finally emerged. Bai Cha-Cha promptly shook her head, insisting, No, I'm fine on my own. Rest assured, I can defend myself against level 1 zombies, and should I encounter anything formidable, I'll simply flee. However, I doubt that will happen, considering we just dispatched a level 3. Fearing further persuasion, Bai Cha-Cha hastily turned and ran, employing her mental energy to monitor the energy map in her mind, avoiding any zombies in her path. She made her way to the basement, not even overlooking the empty shelves, which would be quite convenient for storage. She collected an array of toothbrushes, toothpaste, men's and women's slippers, and various towels. After gathering these visible supplies, she headed toward the filthy seafood section. Earlier, no one had noticed a small door at the junction of the seafood and raw meat sections, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. Bai Cha-Cha speculated that this might lead to the supermarket's storage area. The small door, painted white like the wall, would have been easily overlooked. With a forceful kick, she burst it open, only to be confronted by 2 level 1 zombies emerging from within. Utilizing her mental energy, she immobilized them effortlessly, dispatching them and claiming their crystal nuclei. Indeed, it was the supermarket's storage area. Inside were copious supplies of instant noodles, snail rice noodles, rice vermicelli, self-heating hot pots, ready-to-eat rice, ham sausages, luncheon meat, tissues, milk powder, an array of beverages, beer, red wine, and white wine, each item stacked in abundance. Brown sugar, rock sugar, white sugar, and milk candy were also plentiful. To her astonishment, a massive freezer was still operational, brimming with frozen foods, frozen chicken legs, wings, duck wings, beef, pork, and a variety of hot pot meatballs, beef and lamb rolls, frozen dumplings, glutinous rice balls, and ice cream. Bai Cha-Cha promptly stored the freezer into her space. After a thorough search, she discovered a large generator still supplying power. No wonder there had been a prolonged blackout. The freezer was functioning due to the diesel generator. Without hesitation, she collected it as well. Chapter 26, Encountering Survivors. After thoroughly scavenging the basement, Bai Cha wasted no time and swiftly proceeded to the first floor, collecting an array of household appliances without hesitation. Regardless of their future utility, she prioritized taking them away, for they would likely become obsolete should she delay. Naturally, the clothing on the second floor could not be overlooked. All attire, men's, women's, summer, winter, and children's, was gathered without exception. Bedding was also included. Even the display bed was taken away. Although these items might not serve any purpose in the apocalypse, she collected them nonetheless. Once her task was complete, she hurriedly set off to catch up with the others. Su Ziyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him upon seeing Bai Cha return unscathed. In a bustling commercial street, there were numerous small supermarkets, and unbeknownst to them, Bai Yao's storage was nearing capacity. Just as they were about to continue, a thunderous roar of motorcycles erupted from the road, accompanied by a horde of howling zombies. The zombies, with their limited range of hearing and smell, had been cautiously eliminated by the group without attracting too much attention. However, the arrival of the motorcycle drew hundreds of zombies, converging towards them. Soon, a portion of the undead spotted the 6 individuals, and an increasing number abandoned the motorcycle to lunge at them. Su Ziyuan decisively commanded, "Everyone, get in the car now." No one dared to hesitate. The 2 SUVs quickly crushed the corpses of the zombies, breaking free from the encirclement. The motorcycle ahead noticed their escape and accelerated sharply. Su Ziyuan and Chen Wenk, not to be outdone, pressed on the gas, striving to evade the relentless pursuit of the undead. As they neared the city center, the roads became increasingly treacherous. The streets were congested with vehicles attempting to flee the city, creating a chain of collisions that rendered the already narrow urban roads even more impassable. While the motorcycle could weave through the narrow gaps, their SUVs could not. They were soon trapped midway. Fortunately, they managed to shake off the pursuing zombies. The group had no choice but to disembark and clear a path through the zombies and debris. Only by clearing a passage could they continue their journey. Based on their abilities, Chen Wenk, Liao Xiaoyu, and Bai Cha stepped out to forge the way, while Su Ziyuan and Bai Yai followed closely in their vehicles. After leveling up to the second tier, both Chen Wenk and Liao Xiaoyu had significantly enhanced wind and earth abilities. Bai Cha's strength surpassed their expectations, effortlessly lifting obstructive vehicles to the side. Chen Wenk and Liao Xiaoyu focused on eliminating zombies around her for protection. Although their pace was swift, they still squandered considerable time. The sun had set, and once darkness enveloped the land, traveling would become impossible. Just as the group pondered where to rest for the night, a truck emerged from a branching road. Upon seeing them, the driver stopped and greeted them. "Brothers, from where do you hail, survivors? Do you need assistance?" The truck driver, a middle-aged man, suddenly approached Chen Wenk. "You must be from out of town, right? I see you're heading towards City A. Nightfall approaches and zombies abound. It's not safe. If you don't mind, you can stay with us for the night." Noticing the 6 young individuals remained silent, the man sighed, "Do not fear. I am not a villain. Your vigilance is commendable for one so young. However, you should know that there are 2 particularly formidable zombies nearby, especially active at night. Come with us. We can look out for one another." Bai Yai, puzzled, inquired, "Uncle, how do you know we are headed to City A?" The middle-aged man chuckled. "This road is a major route to City A. To be candid, we are also bound for City A, hoping to gather more supplies along the way." A young man emerged from the passenger seat of the truck, glancing their way as he approached. "Dad, have you finished chatting? Let us hurry. We've already delayed too long." The middle-aged man nodded. "All right, let us go." He turned to Su Ziyuan and his companions, saying, "We are all survivors. We should unite to fend off the zombies. This is not the place for idle chatter. I'll drive ahead and you can follow." Liao Xiaoyu scratched his head and asked, "Ziyuan, Wenk, should we go with them?" Su Ziyuan pondered momentarily, then replied, "Let us follow and see. The city center is rich in supplies, yet swarming with zombies. That man mentioned 2 potent zombies nearby, which is likely not a fabrication. Moreover, they are all Tier 2 ability users, so we have little to fear. Chinwink shared the same sentiment. They had no supplies to covet, while the truck appeared to be laden with resources. If the other party harbored ill intentions, they could simply eliminate them. After all, the misfortune would not necessarily befall them. They soon followed the truck out of the city center, veering into a sparsely populated alleyway. The truck halted before a securely closed inn. Sensing the commotion, someone upstairs hurried to open the door. A young girl appeared, her eyes bright with excitement as she looked towards the truck's cargo. Uncle Hu, did you manage to collect supplies? The middle-aged man, known as Uncle Hu, nodded affirmatively. Yes, we did. Everyone, come down to help. All right. The girl produced a red cloth from her pocket, waving it in the air, prompting a dozen individuals to descend from upstairs. There were men and women, young and old, all moving swiftly and efficiently to transfer the supplies into the inn. Uncle Hu observed them with satisfaction before beckoning Su Ziyuan and his group to join him inside. The truck housed not only Uncle Hu but also 3 other men, one of whom was the young man named Li Xiong, and the other 2 were middle-aged men similar in age to Uncle Hu. Bai Cha-Cha glanced at her energy map and noted that among the dozen individuals, only the girl who opened the door possessed abilities. The rest were ordinary people. The 4 who ventured out to gather supplies were all ability users, with Uncle Hu being a Tier 2 user like them, while the others remained at Tier 1. The dozen people showed no surprise or opposition to their presence, clearly led by Uncle Hu. The first floor featured a bar and a lounge area. The girl had already led the others upstairs. Uncle Hu and his 3 companions, along with Su Ziyuan's group, settled in the lounge. I am Li Hu, but everyone calls me Uncle Hu. This is my son, Li Xiong. And my 3rd and 5th brothers, Uncle Hu began, facilitating a brief introduction. The 2 groups gained a preliminary understanding of one another. Chapter 27. Willingness to accompany. Here lies City B, adjacent to City A, easily accessible via the expressway. The individuals gathered here are not locals. They have journeyed from City C, seeking refuge at the base in City A, much like others. Unexpectedly, as they reached this point, a sudden downpour of black rain descended, trapping them here. Following the rain, they discovered that the zombies outside had grown significantly stronger. During their quest for supplies, they encountered 2 particularly formidable zombies, leading to the loss of 2 young lives in a desperate attempt to cover their retreat. Fortunately, today they evaded those 2 powerful zombies and managed to gather some supplies. Uncle Hu candidly stated, "We plan to collect supplies once more tomorrow before heading onto the expressway towards the base in City A. I surmise you are also bound for City A. It would be prudent to travel together for mutual protection." Another middle-aged man chimed in, "You seem capable. I assume you possess abilities as well?" Indeed, Su Ziyuan nodded, recognizing there was no need for concealment. Their strength deterred others from targeting them. "Are you willing to join us on our journey to the base in City A?" Su Ziyuan glanced at his companions, contemplating, "I need to discuss this with my teammates." Uncle Hu nodded in understanding. "That is acceptable. I will have my son, Li Xiong, escort you to the upper floor for rest. If you agree, we shall meet here in the morning to collect additional supplies before we leave. Although this place is perilous, it is rich in resources. Supplies in City A have likely been nearly exhausted by the base, and we may not encounter such abundance again." "Thank you," Su Ziyuan replied. On the 2nd floor, Li Xiong arranged 6 adjacent rooms for them, each with a bed, allowing for a comfortable night's rest. The mood was light among the 6 as they convened in Su Ziyuan's room. Given the constraints of cooking in someone else's territory, Bai Yai produced bread, milk, ham, and vacuum-sealed duck legs, foods that required no cooking. They dined and engaged in conversation. Liao Xiaoyu took a bite of the duck leg and asked Ziyuan, "Should we travel with them?" Chinwink leisurely opened a carton of milk. "I believe traveling together is not a bad idea." They have a point. The supplies in City A will be the first to be depleted. We should gather more here while we can. Since our goals align, cooperation could yield mutual benefits. Wu Qingqing, not one to overthink, remarked, "I'll follow your lead." Su Ziyuan turned to Bai Yai, eager to hear her thoughts. She smiled gently. "I'm on board with whatever you decide." His gaze then shifted to Bai Cha-Cha, who was enjoying her meal of bread and milk. "Cha-Cha, what about you?" She replied nonchalantly, "Whatever." After consulting with his teammates, Su Ziyuan ultimately resolved to cooperate with the others. This collaboration did not signify forming a single team, but rather traveling together for a shared purpose. They would assist each other where capable, prioritizing the safety and interests of their own group. Despite the decision to collaborate, Su Ziyuan remained cautious and arranged for him and Chen Wink to take turns keeping watch that night, one for the first half, the other for the latter half. After dinner, Bai Yai handed Su Ziyuan all the crystal cores they had gathered that afternoon. The majority were first-level cores, easily divisible, but there was only one third-level core. Su Ziyuan hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the decision. Understanding his predicament, Bai Yai said, "Ziyuan, as our leader, you should take this first third-level core to upgrade. Your lightning abilities are powerful, and this upgrade will enhance your capacity to protect us." I believe the others feel the same way. Wu Qingqing and Liao Xiaoyu echoed her sentiment, urging, "Yai is right. You should use the first third-level core, Ziyuan. We will acquire more third-level or even higher cores in the future." Chen Wink had no objections either. He understood that his strength was intertwined with that of his closest allies. Thus, all eyes turned to Bai Cha-Cha. With an expression of mild exasperation, she thought, "Can these people truly agree so readily?" Ultimately, she smiled and said, "Give it to the captain." Su Ziyuan felt touched. "Thank you all for your trust." After ensuring the door was securely locked and all windows checked, Bai Cha-Cha entered her spatial realm. She meticulously reorganized the supplies she had gathered, then prepared to follow her usual routine, enjoying a pink apple before training. However, upon plucking the pink apples, she was astounded to find that the 6 fruits had transformed into 6 different colors. Had the peculiar apple tree grown so large and lush? Bai Cha-Cha set a small table and a reclining chair beneath the tree, placing the 6 differently colored apples on the table for closer inspection. Unable to discern anything unusual, she decided to take a bite of the pink apple. The familiar sensation returned. After consuming the pink apple, her strength and speed increased. With each pink apple consumed, her physical prowess grew stronger. She now possessed 4th-level strength and speed, surpassing her psychic abilities by 2 levels. What then distinguished the red apple from the pink one? With exhilaration and anticipation, she bit into the red apple. As soon as she swallowed, a warm sensation enveloped her body, one she recognized from her first pink apple. After finishing, she wondered if she would awaken a new power. Excitedly, she released her abilities. Whoosh! A burst of flame erupted from her fingertips. Bai Cha-Cha's eyes widened in disbelief. She had indeed awakened a new power. Fire. Delighted, she played with the small fireball in her hand. Eager to discover the powers of the remaining 4 colored fruits, she swiftly entered a new training session, exhausting herself before seizing a yellow fruit. Another wave of familiar warmth enveloped her, releasing her abilities again. Metal. After consuming all 6 fruits, Bai Cha-Cha concluded her training for the day. Collapsing onto the reclining chair beneath the tree, her heart racing with excitement. She finally understood what this tree, resembling an apple tree yet bearing diverse colors, truly was: an ability tree. The pink fruit enhanced strength and speed. The yellow fruit represented metal. The green fruit corresponded to wood. The blue fruit represented water. The red fruit was fire. The brown fruit symbolized earth. 6 fruits of 6 distinct colors, each corresponding to a unique ability. Combined with her psychic and spatial powers, she now possessed 8 abilities. Who else could claim such prowess? Unable to contain her joy, Bai Cha-Cha laughed heartily 3 times, shaking her legs as she tossed the 10 or so first-level crystal cores she had received onto the table before heading out for some much-needed rest. Chapter 28. The large shopping mall. Although somewhat perplexed by the sudden transformation of 6 pink fruits into 6 differently colored ones, Bai Cha-Cha dismissed her concerns. attributing the change to the fruit's evolution, as her space was inherently extraordinary. With this thought, she reassured herself that possessing an extraordinary tree was nothing to fret about. Early the next morning, Suzy Yuan roused everyone from their slumber. After breakfast, they gathered in the lounge on the first floor. Upon their arrival, Uncle Hu and his 3 companions were already there, visibly pleased to see them. Today, we shall venture to the large shopping mall in the city center. A treasure trove of supplies, abundant in variety. If all goes well, we shall depart for Baisei tomorrow. Uncle Hu suggested that they continue using the same large truck from yesterday. Observing their 2 off-road vehicles, he remarked, "Wouldn't it be prudent to switch to a larger truck? Otherwise, you won't be able to carry much in those 2 vehicles." Suzy Yuan recalled Bai Yi's mention of limited space in her storage and nodded in agreement. "Yes, we shall find a larger truck once we enter the city." Without further contemplation, Uncle Hu added, "We should also seek a bus." Suzy Yuan understood his implication and replied, "Let us search together." The 2 off-road vehicles and 1 large truck swiftly made their way to the city center. The closer they approached, the more zombies they encountered. As it had been less than a week since the Black Rain, the highest level of zombies was approximately level 3, allowing them the audacity to brave the city's center. In half a month's time, however, they would not dare to venture into such a perilous area again. They were fortunate to seize the opportunity while the majority of zombies were still at level 1, enabling them to act swiftly in their search for supplies. The difficulty of scavenging would only escalate in the future. Level 3 zombies had developed territorial awareness, while level 4 zombies were even more formidable, capable of commanding their lesser brethren to charge into battle. Qin Wink, along with Liao Xiaoyu and Uncle Hu, sought vehicles suitable for driving, while Suzy Yuan led by Cha-Cha and her 2 companions to the shopping mall. The mall boasted 5 floors, with their target being the first, as it housed all manner of food and necessities, including a large supermarket and various specialty snack shops. Bai Cha-Cha extended her mental energy to survey the surroundings. The first floor and the top floor were swarming with zombies, while the middle floors had significantly fewer. From the small red dots on her energy map, she deduced that there were 2 level 2 zombies on the first floor, alongside over 200 level 1 zombies. Clearing this floor would pose a considerable challenge. The top floor was even more densely populated, with a multitude of red dots that triggered by Cha-Cha's fear of clusters. There were estimated to be over 200 level 1 zombies, including 1 level 3 zombie. While the abundance of supplies was undeniable, so too was the danger. Their group consisted of 1 level 3 lightning type, for level 2 wind, earth, water, and healing types, along with her own level 4 physical type and level 2 psychic type. On Uncle Hu's side, she sensed he was level 2, while Li Xiong and the other 2 middle-aged men were level 1, though she could not discern their specific abilities until they were employed. Given this configuration, eliminating the 2 level 2 zombies and over 100 level 1 zombies on the first floor was feasible. However, tackling the level 3 zombie on the top floor, accompanied by over 200 level 1 zombies, would present a formidable challenge. She could defeat the level 3, but the sheer number of level 1s was daunting. After weighing the odds, she resolved not to provoke the top floor and to swiftly scavenge the lower levels before retreating. Bai Cha-Cha contemplated how to discreetly inform Suzy Yuan about the heightened danger of the top floor. Once all 10 members were assembled, Suzy Yuan proposed to Bai Yi, "Please retrieve some of the items from your storage and fill the truck bed. We can load more inside later, thus enhancing our efficiency." Bai Yi hesitated, fearing unforeseen circumstances might lead to the loss of the supplies stored in the truck. "Is it safe? I worry about losing our materials," she voiced her concern. Suzy Yuan reassured her, "Do not worry, it will be fine." Reluctantly, Bai Yi began to release her supplies to create space. However, she sensed an unsettling change. Her space seemed to have shrunk significantly. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Armed and ready, the group pushed open the glass doors of the first floor. At the sound, the zombies erupted into a frenzy. Previously aimless, they now became invigorated by the scent of fresh human flesh, their hunger igniting a wild fervor. Suzy Yuan and the others felt a chill run down their spines as they faced the advancing horde. They wielded their weapons with primal force, striking down zombies. Utilizing their abilities sparingly, they refrained from wasting energy unless absolutely necessary. Even Wu Qingqing and Bai Yi wielded the large blades distributed by Chen Wink to combat the zombies. As level 2 ability users, they were far from ordinary in terms of physical prowess. Although their movements were somewhat clumsy and their expressions grim, their determination was undeniable. The older men on Uncle Ming's side, despite being only level 1 ability users, exhibited commendable strength. Suzy Yuan and his companions were in their element, fighting with fervor. Bai Cha, as a level 4 physical ability user, was the epitome of prowess, slicing through level 1 zombies with ease, akin to chopping vegetables. The cacophony of zombie wails intertwined with the sounds of weapons meeting flesh, reverberating through the walls and furniture as chaos erupted. Suddenly, Bai Yi let out a blood-curdling scream. Suzy Yuan immediately rushed to her side, only to find she had been wounded by a level 2 zombie. Blood dripping from her arm onto the floor. A zombie had even begun to lick the blood off the ground. Wu Qingqing, quick on her feet, dispatched the downed zombie with a swift blow. Suzy Yuan unleashed a lightning sphere at the level 2 zombie, which, sensing the danger, retreated into the throng of zombies. Just as Suzy Yuan prepared to pursue, Wu Qingqing cried out again as her weapon clattered to the ground. Another level 2 zombie had appeared. Fortunately, it did not injure her. It had merely startled her with its sudden lunge. In that moment of distraction, the first level 2 zombie vanished into the crowd. Acting decisively, Suzy Yuan turned to confront the second level 2 zombie while alerting the group to remain cautious of level 2 threats. Chapter 29. Abundance of Supplies. Bai Cha cast a glance at Suzy Yuan, who was engaged in a fierce battle with a level 2 zombie and several level 1 zombies. She began her search among the horde for that cunning level 2. All the zombies were in tatters, their appearances disheveled. Some were even missing internal organs, reduced to mere skeletal frames, their arms and legs marred by deep gouges and bite marks. Some intestines dangled grotesquely, adding to the repulsiveness of the scene. Distinguishing the level 2 among the remaining dozens was no easy feat, but Bai Cha was different. She possessed an advantage. With a sweep of her energy map, she quickly pinpointed a zombie feasting on its kin. Bai Cha's gaze sharpened. This particular zombie was on the verge of evolving into a level 3. No wonder it was far craftier than the other level 2. Cloaking herself in an invisible mental shield, Bai Cha dashed toward the zombie at astonishing speed. Channeling her psychic energy to its fullest, she pierced through with her mental force, unleashing her level 4 strength in a single decisive strike. The level 2 zombie, crawling on the ground, attempted to evade and leap away, yet it was ultimately no match for Bai Cha's swifter and stronger prowess. With one swift blow, she severed the zombie's head, extracting the level 2 crystal core nestled within its skull. Without hesitation, she then turned her attention to the level 1 zombies lurking behind. Shortly after Bai Cha dispatched the level 2, Suzy Yuan also claimed victory over his own. As exhaustion set in for everyone, they finally began to employ their special abilities. Winds, earth, fire, and water danced in the air, and at last, the remaining zombies were vanquished through their collective effort. Li Xiang and the others were left panting heavily, seated on the ground, unable to rise. On Suzy Yuan's side, aside from Bai Yi sustaining some superficial injuries, everyone else appeared relatively well. Chen Wink and the others surrounded Bai Yi, offering warmth and comfort, and upon witnessing her wounds healing under her own restorative powers, they finally felt at ease. They dared not rest in that location, as Uncle Hu and the others had already risen to gather supplies. Suzy Yuan turned to Chen Wink, stating, "I will take Yi to collect supplies. You and the others should extract and take all the crystal cores from the zombies here." Sweat trickled down Chen Wink's cheek as he nodded in agreement. The first floor indeed held a plethora of supplies, with a dazzling array of snack shops and various items, many of which remained intact and undamaged. Aside from a few items ravaged by the zombies, the vast supermarket alone was far too much to collect in a short time. Chen Wink surveyed the first floor, contemplating that since they had cleared out the zombies, there should be no further danger, and agreed, "Don't wander too far. Stay on the first floor." Bai Cha ventured deeper, seizing the moment when no one was watching, and swiftly slipped into a secure passageway. Pushing open the door led her to the staircase. She ascended to the second floor with utmost caution. The entire second floor was filled with an assortment of branded clothing, bags, shoes, jewelry, and skincare products. Utilizing her energy map, Bai Cha confirmed there were no living beings, only a scattered few level 1 zombies dispersed throughout different shops. Some shops contained 1, others 2 or 3 zombies, while some were entirely empty. Paying no heed to the howling zombies, Bai Cha sprinted from store to store, collecting supplies. She gathered items from each shop, clothes from racks, goods from counters, even unopened bottles of water and mirrors, leaving nothing behind. She scoured for seasonal clothing stored in back rooms, an array of bags and jewelry, leaving no treasures untouched. She cleared entire display cases of skincare and cosmetics. If zombies obstructed her path, she unleashed her mental force, leaving them dazed and disoriented. Along the way, she even raided a roller skating shop, equipping herself with a new pair of skates that hastened her collection efforts. After finishing on the second floor, she proceeded to the third. This level was dedicated to maternity and infant care, stocked with bottles, formula, baby blankets, toys, and even a children's playground and general goods store. The fourth floor showcased an array of furniture and appliances, beds, desks, chairs, wardrobes, shoe cabinets, bookcases, coffee tables, fridges, washing machines, air conditioners, water heaters, rice cookers, microwaves, pressure cookers, frying pans, kettles, humidifiers, ovens, and air fryers. All the furniture was brand new, and she could choose what suited her space best, as the cabinets and beds were far superior in comfort compared to her current bamboo furnishings. Though she had previously collected numerous appliances, she only had 1 diesel generator, rendering the rest useless without power. Why overthink? Gather first and sort later. In this post-apocalyptic world, even if other survivors sought supplies, they would surely prioritize food and water over appliances. She resolved to keep an eye out for additional generators in the future. The 5th floor was the rooftop, and while on the 1st floor, she had casually scanned the layout of the entire building. The 5th floor housed an arcade, billiard hall, and cinema. No wonder so many zombies were up there, some even having evolved into level 3. Meanwhile, on the 1st floor, the others were hard at work. Uncle Hu and his companions were tirelessly transporting supplies to the truck. Chen Wink and his team continued extracting crystal cores, while Su Ziyuan and Bai Yai remained within the supermarket. Bai Cha pivoted her steps and slipped into a nearby shop. She avoided touching any visible items, wary of being detected, and focused solely on gathering what was hidden from sight. In the kitchen, she rummaged through cabinets and freezers, collecting every last item: a pack of tissues, a bar of soap, a bag of napkins, a bottle of dish soap, half a bag of laundry powder, and even a nearly empty pack of cigarettes, leaving nothing behind. Bai Cha meticulously explored areas that Uncle Hu and Bai Yai had yet to scavenge. After completing her search, she returned to the supermarket, eagerly seeking the warehouse. To her dismay, she found that Bai Yai and Uncle Hu had beaten her to it. Undeterred, she sought out the shelves stocked with toilet paper. Indeed, they had not yet been cleared, and she urgently needed them. She gathered rolls of paper and packages of sanitary products, taking more than half. These recent acquisitions, combined with her earlier scattered finds, were sufficient to last her a lifetime. In a world of scarcity, one could never have too many supplies. With such an abundance around her, even with Bai Yai's space and the 2 large trucks, they would never be able to collect everything. Bai Cha spun about like a top, collecting anything surplus she encountered. Mosquito repellent, floral water, essential oils, heating pads, hot water bags, electric blankets, foldable bathtubs, plastic basins, she seized it all. Eventually, her whirlwind of activity brought her face to face with Su Ziyuan and Bai Yai. Su Ziyuan looked at her in bewilderment. Cha, what are you doing here? Have you finished with the crystal cores? What about Wink and the others? Calmly. Bai Cha-Cha opened a pack of milk candies she had taken from a shelf, popping one into her mouth. Bai Yai furrowed her brow in confusion. Cha-Cha, when did you develop a fondness for sweets? I remember you never liked them. Bai Cha-Cha raised an eyebrow. Why do you care? Su Ziyuan, however, suspected nothing and reached for several more packs of milk candies from the shelf, stuffing them into Bai Cha-Cha's ever-present backpack. He remarked, later, let Yai gather more sweets. Girls like them. After a pause, he added, in this apocalypse, sugar and salt must be incredibly precious. These items are high in calories and take up little space, so we should collect ample supplies for future trade with other survivors. Chapter 30. Avoiding trouble. It must be said that Su Ziyuan possesses quite an astute mind. In the post-apocalyptic world, sugar and salt are indeed of paramount importance, especially within the confines of the base, where they can be exchanged for virtually anything. While passing by a jewelry store purveying gold, she effortlessly absorbed all the gold jewelry displayed within. Su Ziyuan and Uncle, who showed no interest in gold, deeming it cumbersome and inedible. In contrast, she had no qualms about its bulk. From a young age, she was a person of simple tastes, favoring the lustrous allure of gold over diamonds. Chen Wink and his companions had already extracted all the crystal cores and were engaged in conversation with Uncle Hu. Hey, little Chen, is it true that these things can enhance our abilities? He pondered aloud, feeling rather foolish for not having considered it earlier. Unbeknownst to Chen Wink, Uncle Hu was unaware of this. He assumed the latter, being a level 2, must possess such knowledge. In reality, Uncle Hu had merely absorbed the energy from a level 1 crystal core, thus becoming a level 2 himself. Nonetheless, sharing this knowledge would be of little consequence, as higher levels of ability allow human survivors to better confront zombies. Chen Wink, being generous, had already conferred with Su Ziyuan, deciding to divide the crystal cores equally, ensuring no one was taken advantage of. Uncle Hu was taken aback by Chen Wink's selflessness. Although they had collectively vanquished these zombies, their levels were evidently inferior, and their combat prowess lacking in comparison to others. The opportunity to gather supplies was entirely thanks to these individuals, and Uncle Hu felt immense gratitude. In a display of camaraderie, he suggested, just share some level 1 crystal cores with us. You'll need the level 2s more than we do. He was aware that 2 level 2 zombies had been dispatched by Su and a remarkably beautiful young lady, a fact conveyed to him by his son, Li Xiong. Grateful for the offer of level 1 cores, they felt no shame in not asking for the more valuable level 2s since they had not participated in their acquisition. Chen Wink did not press the issue, finding the proposal agreeable. Very well, he replied with a smile. Bai Cha-Cha distributed a piece of candy to each of the 3 men and handed one to Uncle Hu as well. I got lost after coming out of the restroom and bumped into Brother Ziyuan and Yai. They came looking for us right away. This candy is from Brother Ziyuan. You should enjoy it too. Uncle Hu was astonished. Had they already collected all the supplies? Bai Cha-Cha nodded affirmatively. Uncle Hu, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, Then I must urge them to hasten their efforts so we can leave this place sooner. With that, he hurried off to assist Li Xiong in transporting supplies. Ziyuan Yai, how are things? Su Ziyuan beamed. We have gathered an abundance of supplies. Yai's space is already filled to capacity. This bounty will sustain us for quite some time. Bai Yai nodded in agreement. Indeed, though my space is still too small to accommodate many other essentials. With everything proceeding smoothly, Chen Wink sighed in relief. As Uncle Hu and his group continued gathering supplies, he suggested, shall we check upstairs? Wu Qingqing eagerly nodded, yes, yes. I saw that the second floor has clothing and bags. She yearned to find beautiful garments and accessories, hoping to select several outfits to change into. Before the apocalypse, she had a vast wardrobe, adorned with unique clothes and jewelry each day. It had been ages since she last donned anything new. Bai Yai's eyes sparkled. No girl could resist the allure of beauty, even in the apocalypse. If circumstances allowed, who would wish to appear disheveled, especially in the presence of those they admired? Although she had collected a few outfits in the previous town, the quality and style of clothing there paled in comparison to the branded apparel found in this grand mall. Liao Xiaoyu chimed in, "Brothers Yuan, I too wish to seek out a few outfits." Their clothes became dirty remarkably quickly, and with daily confrontations with zombies, they were easily torn. The three men were in dire need of new clothing, ideally finding some tactical jackets or combat gear. Su Ziyuan concurred and agreed to accompany them in search of clothing on the second floor. Bai Cha-Cha, feeling a twinge of guilt, glanced away, recalling that the second floor had been stripped bare of clothing by her own hand. She shifted her gaze elsewhere and popped another milk candy into her mouth. Having gotten carried away in her collection efforts, she had left nothing behind. As they approached the staircase, they unexpectedly encountered Li Xiong, who was engaged in transporting supplies. He blocked the path of the six. "Are you all intending to go upstairs?" Liao Xiaoyu, somewhat displeased, glared at the obstruction. "Yes, what of it? Are you attempting to stop us? Did these individuals fear they would hoard the supplies, thus blocking their ascent?" Li Xiong shook his head. "My ability is somewhat unique. I can sense powerful presences or unknown dangers. You may go upstairs, but avoid the top floor. My instincts warn me of danger there. I came to offer this warning, not to impede your progress. The decision is yours." After delivering his caution, he resumed his task of transporting supplies. Bai Cha-Cha looked at the unremarkable young man in surprise, realizing he possessed the rare ability of precognition. While his combat skills were average, his uncanny instinct often allowed him to evade surrounding dangers, avoiding trouble yet capable of evasion. No wonder Uncle Hu and his companions managed to remain safe within that small hotel on the second floor, even finding supplies amidst the zombie-infested city center. It was likely due to the effectiveness of his son. Regrettably, his level was too low, merely at level 1. The higher the level, the more accurately one could sense impending danger. Bai Cha-Cha contemplated how to convey to Su Ziyuan and the others the need to avoid the top floor. Li Xiong's timely intervention relieved her of the burden, allowing her to keep her psychic abilities concealed. Although the group found Li Xiong's powers somewhat mysterious, they unanimously decided against venturing to the top floor. The six successfully reached the second floor, clearing out a few level 1 zombies, only to be astonished by what they discovered. The second floor was utterly barren, devoid of anything. Were it not for the signs outside each shop indicating what they offered, they might have believed this level had yet to be developed. After a fruitless search, Wu Qingqing's previously buoyant mood visibly waned. Isn't this deceiving consumers? An empty shell. Chapter 31. Clearing the waves after a thorough search, the group found nothing and reluctantly proceeded to the third floor. Much like the second, it yielded no results. Undeterred, they ascended to the fourth floor, only to encounter the same emptiness. With only the rooftop remaining above them, they decided against venturing further. Resigned, they speculated that these floors had been vacated prior to the apocalypse for reasons unknown, perhaps in preparation for renovations. Otherwise, the absence of anything could not be explained. They dismissed the notion that space manipulators had taken the items, as it seemed implausible for anyone to possess such an expansive area. Moreover, if items were to be collected, it would be food from the first floor, not clothing or furniture. Having wandered without purpose, the six were preparing to descend when Liao Xiaoyu was abruptly yanked aside by Bai Cha-Cha. Caught unawares, he stumbled to the floor, tripping over his own feet. Dazed, he looked up at Bai Cha-Cha, who was now brandishing her weapon with a grave expression. Startled, he stammered, "Sich. Cha-Cha, what's wrong?" Ignoring his inquiry, Bai Cha-Cha commanded urgently, "Step back, quickly." Su Ziyuan and Chen Wenk, recognizing her alarm, instinctively moved forward, shielding Bai Cha-Cha behind them. Upon their arrival, the corridor had been devoid of life. Now, an unexpected horde of zombies surged forth. It dawned on them that the zombies from the rooftop had descended. These creatures seemed almost sentient, inexplicably flocking downstairs. Before they could contemplate further, the safety door before them was suddenly thrust open from the outside. Chen Wenk reacted swiftly, Bracing himself against the door just in time to trap a putrid arm within its frame, the purple-black nails caked in grime and flesh. More zombie limbs began to push through the gap. Despite their efforts, the safety door was soon overwhelmed and burst open, unleashing a tide of zombies drawn by the scent of flesh. The six were quickly surrounded. "Ah!" Wu Qingqing screamed in terror. Frantically, she began to summon a water column, successfully keeping the zombies at bay. However, her indiscriminate attacks drew an exasperated curse from Su Ziyuan, albeit muttered softly. Bai Cha-Cha, with her keen hearing, caught every word. She turned to Liao Xiaoyu and instructed, "You protect Bai Yayi and Wu Qingqing." Immediately, he conjured a soil shield, dispatching zombies while guiding Bai Yayi towards Wu Qingqing. "Qingqing, stop screaming. Release a water column to your right." "Yes, stay still. I'll guard your back while you fend off the zombies in front." Upon hearing Liao Xiaoyu's voice, Wu Qingqing felt reassured and followed his directions. The zombies on her right were forced aside by her water column, redirecting their aggression towards Su Ziyuan and the others. Liao Xiaoyu finally managed to unite with Bai Yayi and Wu Qingqing. With Liao Xiaoyu's level 2 earth abilities bolstering their efforts, Wu Qingqing's level 2 water powers began to prove useful. Should any of them suffer a scratch from the zombies, Bai Yayi was prepared to heal them. As their powers rapidly depleted, they resorted to level 1 zombie cores to replenish their abilities. The trio worked in concert, supporting one another, thus avoiding chaos. Yet, they remained tense, aware that these zombies, despite being classified as level 1, exhibited a ferocity far surpassing their counterparts on the first floor. Some of the creatures even turned on each other, attacking their fellow zombies. Among the horde, a zombie feasted upon its kin, its face grotesquely mangled, revealing decaying flesh within. Dark blood dripped as it continued to gnaw, emitting guttural growls and the jarring sound of teeth clashing. The devoured zombie, its back nearly hollowed out, still lunged forward, oblivious to its own grievous state. Bai Yayi felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Just when she thought she understood the zombies, they managed to shatter her expectations once more. She instinctively retreated behind Liao Xiaoyu, forcing herself to avert her gaze from the repulsive scene. Her worry shifted to Su Ziyuan, Chen Wink, and Bai Cha-Cha, who, despite the apparent danger, seemed to manage well. Though the level 1 zombies appeared more vicious than others, they were still no match for the trio. Su Ziyuan, possessing level 3 lightning abilities, effortlessly unleashed multiple lightning orbs, eliminating the zombies with precision, requiring no follow-up strikes. Chen Wink, though only level 2, wielded wind powers that granted him speed advantages, his wind blades cutting through the zombies mercilessly. Bai Cha-Cha, her physical abilities now at level 4, concealed her true strength, displaying only a fraction of her power. Coupled with her level 2 psychic abilities, she dispatched zombies without drawing attention to herself. Moreover, she had awakened elemental powers across 5 domains: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, all still at level 1. In truth, she found herself in the most comfortable position of all, focusing her attention on a particular level 3 zombie. This level 3 zombie, amidst the chaos, continued to consume its brethren. As long as it refrained from attacking, Bai Cha-Cha remained still, opting to clear the surrounding level 1 zombies before confronting the boss. It was crucial to keep an eye on it, ensuring it didn't escape. This creature had ventured down seeking doom, and she was determined to fulfill that destiny. Su Ziyuan and Chen Wink also noted the level 3 zombie, having glimpsed its eyes, a striking orange hue, amidst the exaggerated whites. Only recently had they dispatched a level 3, its orange core now absorbed by Su Ziyuan, allowing them to recognize this one instantly. Their resolve hardened, they increased the intensity of their assaults, intent on reaching the level 3 zombie and claiming that coveted core. Chapter 32, Justify. A few individuals managed to dispatch nearly 300 first-tier zombies, leaving only a handful behind, among which was a third-tier zombie. Just as Su Ziyuan and Chen Wink exchanged glances and cautiously approached the creature, it abruptly hurled several fireballs in their direction. The duo swiftly evaded the onslaught, realizing that they were confronting a third-tier fire-type zombie. In their moment of retreat, they inadvertently distanced themselves from the formidable zombie, while Bai Cha-Cha, being the closest, became the target of its fiery assault. However, Bai Cha-Cha did not retreat. Instead, she nimbly dodged the fireballs while charging forward. She had been waiting for this opportune moment. One obstructing first-tier zombie was sent flying with a powerful kick, propelling it into the path of the fireballs. Utilizing her strength and speed, she seized the brief moment when the third-tier zombie had just unleashed its fireballs and had yet to prepare its next attack. She unleashed a mental-piercing strike, momentarily halting the zombie's movements for 3 precious seconds. Although her second-tier mental power was inferior to the zombie's level, this brief interruption was sufficient for her 4th-tier speed. Calculating the distance to the 3rd-tier zombie, she carved a bloody path through the horde within those 3 seconds. In the final moment, she reached the formidable creature, and with a swift motion, drove her blade into its neck, resulting in a gruesome slice. Accompanied by the zombie's anguished wail, a torrent of black blood erupted, splattering Suzy Yuan and Chen Wink, who had just rushed back. With another decisive strike, the 3rd-tier zombie's head fell to the ground. Suzy Yuan and Chen Wink immediately turned to eliminate the remaining zombies. They swiftly eradicated the remaining threats, extracting the cores from all the zombies before hastily retreating to avoid attracting further undead. On the 1st floor, Uncle Hu and the others had finished moving supplies and greeted them as they descended. "We've been waiting for you. Let us hurry and leave. Everything is packed." "All right. Let us go." Li Xiang drove the bus at the front, followed by Uncle Hu and his 3 companions in a cargo truck, with Suzy Yuan driving another truck, and Chen Wink along with Liao Xiaoyu in 2 SUVs at the rear. With Li Xiang leading the way, they traversed the safest routes, his heightened awareness allowing them to avoid dangers effortlessly. They were fortunate to have such capable companions on their journey to the A-City base. The demeanor of Uncle Hu and his group softened considerably, their attitude towards Suzy Yuan and his companions noticeably warmer than the previous day. In the hotel's lounge area, the 10 regrouped. "Xiao Su, now that we have the supplies, should we depart today or rest for the night and set out tomorrow?" Uncle Hu sought to discuss and finalize plans with Suzy Yuan and the others, ensuring preparations were made. "Let us rest for the night and leave tomorrow," Suzy Yuan replied, glancing at Baiyi, who nodded in agreement. She retrieved over 100 first-tier zombie cores from her storage, which they had collectively acquired on the 1st floor of the mall. The cores from the 4th floor, totaling over 200, were their sole conquest. Thus they would not share those with Uncle Hu's group. The 100-plus cores would be evenly divided into 10 portions, with Uncle Hu's group receiving 4 shares due to their number. Suzy Yuan presented the 4 portions of cores to Uncle Hu and the others. "You can use these cores to enhance your abilities tonight. After a good rest, we will set out tomorrow." Uncle Hu nodded, accepting the cores without hesitation. "Thank you." Suzy Yuan waved dismissively. No need for such formality. The 6 then ascended to their rooms. Once they disappeared around the corner, Li Xiang remarked, "Dad, can these cores really enhance our abilities?" Uncle Hu chuckled. "These individuals have no reason to deceive us. By the way, summon Tian Tian as well. We should divide these cores into 5 portions, ensuring she receives 1. The sooner she enhances her abilities, the stronger our team will become." The others agreed without objection, and after a brief exchange, they too headed upstairs. In Suzy Yuan's room, nearly 300 milky white first-tier cores, 2 red second-tier cores, and 1 orange third-tier core lay upon the table. Suzy Yuan first divided the first-tier cores into 6 equal parts, 1 for each person. 2 second-tier cores and 1 third-tier core remained on the table. Suzy Yuan scanned the expressions of his companions. "I plan to allocate the 3rd-tier core to Bai Cha-Cha, and the 2 second-tier cores to Wink and Xiaoyu, 1 each. We will distribute any future 2nd or 3rd-tier cores to Ye and Qing Qing. Do any of you have objections?" Bai Cha-Cha blinked in surprise at Su Ziyuan's decision. She had anticipated he would prioritize his two close friends, considering her an outsider. This was one of the reasons she often sought opportunities to leave. Chen Wink and Liao Xiaoyu remained silent, their expressions indifferent, accepting the arrangement without protest. However, Wu Qingqing voiced her discontent. Why give the third-tier core to Bai Cha-Cha? What right does she have? Su Ziyuan fixed her with a serious gaze. Bai Cha-Cha single-handedly defeated the zombie that yielded both the second and third-tier cores. She has consistently fought bravely against first-tier zombies, so what gives her the right? Feeling Su Ziyuan's displeasure, Wu Qingqing's voice diminished as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. I was just asking, no need to be so fierce. Su Ziyuan shifted his attention to Bai Yi, who was nervously fidgeting. Yi, what are your thoughts? Bai Yi bit her lip, her mind in disarray. Who wouldn't he desire to level up? She too yearned for a core. Any core would suffice, yet she understood the impossibility of her situation. None would belong to her. She would have to wait for another chance to obtain a second or third-tier core. Though she rationally recognized this, she couldn't suppress her disappointment. The feeling of being the last to receive rewards was disheartening. The thought of Su Ziyuan's growing favoritism towards Bai Cha-Cha and the impending allocation of the second, third-tier core to her only deepened her frustration. Why was Su Ziyuan becoming increasingly fond of Bai Cha-Cha? She was thoroughly vexed. Yet, what could she do? As a healer with no offensive capabilities, she couldn't charge forward like Bai Cha-Cha to slay zombies. Moreover, as the team leader, Su Ziyuan had already resolved to bestow the third-tier core upon Bai Cha-Cha, and even Chen Wink and Liao Xiaoyu had not opposed this decision. Wu Qingqing had been reprimanded by Su Ziyuan for her doubts, leaving her with little room to argue. Clenching her teeth, she took a deep breath and raised her head with a smile. I trust your judgment, Ziyuan. Yet, who knew that her fingers were digging into her flesh in frustration? Chapter 33. Upgrade. Bai Cha-Cha securely locked the door, weighed the third-level crystal core in her hand, and entered the space. She had initially thought that this third-level crystal core would be given to Bai Yi, enduring the bitter loss silently. To her surprise, Su Ziyuan decided to share this third-level crystal core with her, and both Chen Wink and Liao Xiaoyu did not object. According to the original storyline, such fortunate events were always reserved for Bai Yi, who, as a healer, would do nothing and effortlessly reap the fruits of others' labor, being cherished by the entire team. Perhaps it was because she had informed Su Ziyuan about the method to upgrade their abilities beforehand, allowing them to level up earlier than in the original narrative, resulting in minimal injuries during their encounters with zombies. This directly led to Bai Yi's precious healing ability remaining largely unutilized. In contrast, Bai Cha-Cha displayed remarkable prowess in defeating zombies, showcasing her own value, which prevented Su Ziyuan and the others from overlooking her contributions. If the crystals she earned through her hard work were to benefit others, it would severely undermine her strength, an outcome she was resolutely unwilling to accept. It now seemed that they were of good character, which reassured her significantly. At least she need not rush to find a way to leave, allowing her to wait for a more opportune moment. As her ability to upgrade was not hindered, she could continue to collaborate with them for a while longer. Bai Cha-Cha took out the orange third-level crystal core and held it in her palm, diligently absorbing the energy within. As time passed, the crystal gradually became transparent. Half an hour later, it was completely reduced to powder. Her mental ability upgraded from level 2 to level 3. Her mental strength became significantly more powerful, and the piercing skills she acquired at level 2 could now be maintained for 5 seconds. This mental piercing could render an ordinary person a fool, a vegetable, or even dead. It could also slow down a zombie's movements for 5 seconds. At level 3, she could even induce a brief hypnosis in zombies or humans, though limited to those below level 3 and lasting only 5 seconds. The potency of her mental ability was indeed remarkable, unlocking new skills with each level gained. Bai Cha-Cha was thoroughly satisfied and eagerly anticipated testing her new abilities on zombies in the near future. Next, She placed the 50 or so first-level crystal cores she had received today on the table, totaling over 60 when combined with the previous batch. However, these first-level crystal cores were of little use to her. She had tested it and discovered that only her mental ability required crystal cores for leveling up. Her other abilities were bestowed by the ability fruit trees, necessitating the use of ability fruits for advancement. When her abilities were depleted, the energy replenished by these first-level crystal cores was minimal, vastly inferior to her ability fruits. Her 6 ability fruits effectively granted her 6 additional opportunities. With this in mind, Bai Cha eagerly harvested the 6 fruits she had picked today. Previously, all the fruits had been pink, allowing her physical ability to upgrade rapidly to level 4. In the future, she would only receive 1 color of fruit per day, and the speed of her enhancement would undoubtedly slow down. If only her ability tree could upgrade as well. After contemplating various matters, Bai Cha picked up a pink fruit and began to eat. Once she had consumed all 5 elemental ability fruits, she was thrilled to discover that all her elemental abilities had also reached level 2. A cause for celebration. With a sense of joy, Bai Cha harvested all the supplies from her space and decided to treat herself to a special meal. They had only eaten some dry pancakes and bread for lunch, and she was now quite hungry. She prepared simple home-cooked dishes, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, stir-fried meat with chili, and a bowl of scallion oil noodles. Satisfied, she relished the meal. After dining, she indulged in a large durian, each one plump and fragrant. Having eaten her fill, Bai Cha casually swept the pile of first-level crystal cores from the table beneath the ability tree. The milky white, ping-pong ball-sized crystals scattered across the muddy ground beneath the tree, resembling beautiful pebbles. In that moment, she resolved that any crystal cores she collected in the future, as long as they were of no use to her, would be piled beneath the ability tree. Finally, she reviewed the entire process of killing zombies today. To avoid arousing suspicion about her physical ability having reached level 4, she had restrained herself during the zombie encounters, not fully unleashing her power. With her current strength, defeating zombies below level 4 was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Level 1 and 2 zombies were no longer a challenge, unless faced with a horde of large zombies. She remained unfazed. Even against 3 level 3 zombies, she felt confident in her ability to contend. She had yet to encounter a level 4 opponent, and would need to face one to gauge her true combat prowess. Overall, her experience had been relatively smooth, though she had one dissatisfaction: her weapons. Currently, she possessed a dagger provided by Suzy Yuan and a knife given to their group of 3 girls by Chen Wink. The dagger was suitable for extracting crystal cores, but she found the knife lacking in effectiveness. It simply didn't feel right in her hands. She needed to find a more suitable weapon for herself soon, and she already had a target in mind. After pondering over her weapons, Bai Cha proceeded to take stock of her collected supplies. After noting everything down, she felt more organized. Additionally, she gathered several men's and women's jackets, along with some ill-fitting clothes, stacking them together so that when the opportunity arose for them to discover it, it wouldn't seem too conspicuous. Once she completed these tasks, she skinned and butchered the livestock: cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks, and rabbits, categorizing the different parts for easy access later. With a swift and efficient operation, she ensured everything was ready for cooking. Simultaneously, she boiled a large pot of rice. Since the space could preserve food, she filled a basin with the cooked rice. So whenever it was time to eat, she could simply ladle out steaming, fragrant rice. After completing these tasks, she stepped outside to rest. There were still many chores to attend to, and it was impossible to finish everything at once. Patience was key. While Bai Cha upgraded her abilities, Chen Wenk and Liao Xiaoyu also leveled up to 3 using second level and dozens of first level crystal cores. Meanwhile, Uncle Hu's 5 ability users, including the girl named Tian, had all reached level 2. As the zombies grew stronger, so too did humanity. The upgrade of their abilities instilled a renewed sense of confidence in their survival. That evening, in the rare moment of collective happiness, Su Ziyuan asked Bai Yai to bring out the ingredients for a hot pot. Everyone joyously indulged in a hot pot meal. The supermarket's warehouse housed a diesel generator, ensuring that the refrigeration units remained operational even after the apocalypse. The generator was inconvenient for Uncle Hu and his group to carry, so Su Ziyuan had Bai Yai store it in the space, making this trip quite fruitful. The next day, after a simple breakfast, everyone packed their supplies and prepared to leave. Chapter 34. The gas station as dawn broke. The once vibrant city had transformed into a desolate wasteland in just half a month's time. Billboards hung askew, swaying in the wind. The lifeless city quickly bore the marks of neglect, with walls showing signs of decay. In a corner, a few zombies rummaged through a trash bin, scattering filthy refuse everywhere. Occasionally, faint wheezing sounds emitted from overturned vehicles. The road was filled with cars fleeing the city, yet the more frantic their escape, the more mistakes they made. How many survivors truly managed to escape? Su Ziyuan and Li Xiang led the way in their off-road vehicle. They occasionally encountered traffic jams, necessitating everyone to disembark and assist in clearing the way, all while remaining vigilant against sudden zombie attacks. Ever since Li Xiang's psychic ability had ascended to level 2, his foresight of danger had sharpened. With his presence, their journey was relatively smooth, as they encountered no formidable zombies. Along the route, Bai Cha discovered a disheveled sportswear shop by the roadside. Liao Xiaoyu found several men's jackets inside, while Bai Cha selected a few women's jackets. Our luck is quite good. I was hoping for a jacket like this. Liao Xiaoyu's face radiated joy. Just then, the intercom crackled to life. It was Uncle Hu. Xiang'a, we need to find a gas station. The bus is running low on fuel. Su Ziyuan contacted Chen Wenk in the trailing vehicle, and after a brief discussion, it was clear that their truck and 2 off-road vehicles also required refueling. We're heading to the gas station, Li Xiang said, consulting the offline map. There are 2 gas stations along the highway we'll take. Even better, we can stock up on diesel and gasoline. Following Li Xiang's guidance, the 5 vehicles soon halted near a gas station. Su Ziyuan's voice came through the intercom again. We can't proceed. A major accident has blocked the road with various vehicles. Let us send 2 people from each side to refuel while the rest wait here. Xiaoyu, come with me. Liao Xiaoyu responded, stepping down from the truck. Li Xiang added, Tian, you're with me. A round-faced, plump girl disembarked from the bus. The 4 of them grabbed fuel canisters and set off. Bai Cha remained in the last off-road vehicle, alone. Bai Yai and Wu Qingqing joined Su Ziyuan's vehicle, while Chen Wenk and Liao Xiaoyu drove the truck. Bai Cha had volunteered to drive the last off-road vehicle, which lagged behind the bus. After halting the vehicle, Bai Cha used her psychic abilities to scan the area ahead. Her detection radius reached 300 meters, but the distance to the gas station was too great for a clear assessment. However, she noted several zombies roaming along the route to the gas station, thankfully of low rank, merely level 1. With Su Ziyuan's level 3 lightning abilities, she felt confident they could handle it. Sitting in the driver's seat, she glanced around through the window. To her right was an intersection bustling with vehicles, all attempting to flee the city. Unfortunately, those stuck in traffic had succumbed to becoming zombies. Thankfully, most were trapped inside their vehicles, secured by seatbelts, unable to evolve by feeding on their kind or wreak havoc upon the living. Only a few zombies wandered outside. It seemed that the commotion had caught the attention of the nearby zombies, who began to converge toward their location. Bai Cha unsheathed her somewhat unwieldy knife and stood at the intersection, using her psychic powers to scan the zombies. They were all level 1 amateurs, no threat, easily dispatched. She charged forward to practice her skills. I slash. I chop. Whoosh. I stab. Again, I slash. Oh no, the blade is dull. Unbeknownst to her, she had strayed quite far. Bai Cha utilized her metal-based psychic ability to sharpen the blade and reinforce it further. With the knife enhanced by her level 2 metal ability, it sliced through zombies with much greater ease. Bai Cha twirled the knife in her hand, suddenly struck by inspiration. She slapped her forehead in realization. She had been foolish. If she desired a suitable weapon, she could simply forge one herself, being a level 2 metal psychic. Without hesitation, she envisioned her ideal weapon and began to meticulously shape it with her psychic powers in conjunction with her metal abilities. A long handle materialized in her grasp, and as it reached the desired length, the head of the weapon gradually took form. Bai Cha-Cha's complexion paled slightly, her level 2 metal abilities were still lacking, and she felt drained after this brief endeavor. She retrieved a yellow psychic fruit from her space to replenish her energy before resuming the creation of her weapon. It was no exaggeration to say that ordinary metal psychics could not accomplish what she was doing. They could merely manipulate metal to a limited extent. Only she possessed the psychic prowess to freely shape metal forms. After exhausting her metal abilities once more, a devilish tactical axe appeared before her. One side bore the shape of an axe head, while the other resembled a dagger. Bai Cha-Cha waved it joyfully and immediately used the battle axe to take down several zombies. The feel is exquisite. Far superior to the knife. It's exhilarating to sever zombie heads. As she continued her assault, Bai Cha-Cha's eyes sparkled with excitement. Goodness, there's a mobile gas truck parked here. She effortlessly leaped onto the gas truck, examined its contents, and confirmed it was filled with diesel. Without hesitation, she dispatched the 2 trapped zombies in the cab and stored the fuel truck in her space. With a satisfied clap of her hands, she considered it a delightful surprise. Inspired by the mobile gas truck, she continued her search along the roadside. To her delight, she stumbled upon a delivery truck laden with packages, which she promptly stored in her space. Additionally, she discovered 2 relatively new off-road vehicles, 3 SUVs, and even a motorhome amongst the many cars. Glancing back, she realized she had wandered quite far. After digging up 4 or 5 crystal cores, Bai Cha-Cha halted before a zombie head. Examining the cut, she recognized it as the work of her devilish tactical axe. However, the crystal core inside the head was missing. She probed through the brain matter, black blood mingling with the tofu-like white substance, but still found nothing. Bai Cha-Cha felt puzzled for a moment, dismissing it with a sigh. It was merely a level 1 crystal core. She stepped forward to excavate another. Bai Cha-Cha furrowed her brow. How was the crystal core missing from this zombie's head as well? She quickened her pace to investigate, only to discover that all the zombies she had dispatched were devoid of their cores. Chapter 35. What is this? Bai Cha-Cha promptly examined the energy mini-map. As she opened it, she sensed a green that swiftly vanished from the map, almost making her question her own perception. After that, she could sense nothing at all. The identity of this remarkably fast green eluded her understanding. It seemed to have followed her unnoticed. Fortunately, it merely pilfered her spoils, the crystal core, without displaying any hostility. Just as Bai Cha-Cha reached the T-junction, she was intercepted by Suzy Yuan, who had come looking for her. Relieved to see her unharmed, he said, Cha-Cha, we must set off quickly. The gas station nearby has had all its level 3 zombie cores extracted. There must be a powerful ability user in the vicinity. He then glanced at the weapon Bai Cha-Cha was carrying and inquired, Where did you acquire that assault axe? I found it on the road just now. Quite the stroke of luck, she replied. Suzy Yuan recognized its quality and said, I'll head ahead. Drive closely behind me. Understood, Bai Cha-Cha replied. Entering the driver's seat and placing her assault axe in the passenger seat, within easy reach. Before long, Suzy Yuan's voice crackled over the intercom. I will call the roll. Chin-wink. Present, came the reply. Uncle Hu. Here. Tian. Here. Bai Cha-Cha. Here. All right, let's move out. One by one. The vehicles ignited and began their journey. After approximately 2 hours of travel, Li Xiang's voice echoed through the intercom. There's an open area ahead. Let's stop there for a break. The group busily unloaded some food and water from the truck to prepare a meal. Bai Cha-Cha and her companions gathered, with Wu Qingqing washing vegetables and Bai Yai chopping them. Suzy Yuan and Chen Wink ventured to survey the surroundings and chop some firewood. In these times, Even gas was a precious commodity. Cooking over a wood fire was quite favorable. Liao Xiaoyu sat beside Bai Cha-Cha, admiring her assault axe. Cha-Cha. This axe looks incredibly cool and unique. I wish I had one too. It resembles something from a game about beasts. He wielded the axe with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Wow, it's quite heavy." Bai Cha-Cha chuckled. "It's all about its lethality." Liao Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. "It's so awesome. Axes like this are rare, almost custom-made. You probably won't find another. Can you even handle it, Cha-Cha?" he teased. "Who do you look down upon?" Bai Cha-Cha retorted, snatching the axe from him, standing up, and swinging it fiercely. Liao Xiaoyu's eyes widened in awe as he gave her a thumbs up. "Impressive, Cha-Cha. You're truly formidable. Your strength is remarkable. This axe would be perfect for decapitating zombies." Bai Cha-Cha handed the axe back to Liao Xiaoyu, allowing him to continue his admiration while she assisted in cooking. They prepared stewed beans with meat, a trio of vegetables, shredded pickled vegetable soup, and a pot of rice. Uncle Hu prepared a large pot of stew, given there were over a dozen people. After the group had eaten their fill, they continued their journey. As Bai Cha-Cha started the vehicle, she noticed a shadow flicker past the flower bed beside the open area. She remained vigilant, continuously scanning her mental energy map. Indeed, she discovered something. A green intermittently appeared and vanished, moving swiftly alongside her off-road vehicle, as if it were the very entity that had stolen her crystal cores. Uncertain whether this green represented a person or a mutated beast, she maintained her caution. However, it merely trailed her without any aggressive actions. Did it wish to continue pilfering her crystal cores? She couldn't be sure. Nevertheless, since it had not attacked her, she decided to observe how long it would follow and what its intentions were. Once the convoy reached the highway, their speed significantly increased. Although the highway was littered with overturned vehicles and zombies, its ample width and the surrounding vast fields made encounters manageable. Yet, the once vibrant land had turned dark and lifeless. The ominous black rain had altered the soil quality. The original text noted that the land was no longer suitable for agriculture unless someone could devise a restorative agent, which, by the story's conclusion, had not been achieved. They could only rely on wood-type abilities for limited crop cultivation. As they journeyed, the group collaboratively gathered numerous Level 1 zombie crystal cores and even managed to procure 3 Level 2 cores. Bai Wu Qingqing and Uncle Hu upgraded to Level 3 thanks to the newly acquired cores. Now, apart from Bai Cha-Cha, their 6-member team had all reached Level 3 abilities. Among Uncle Hu's group, only he was at Level 3, Li Xiang, Tian, and the other 2 uncles remained at Level 2. It was evident that their 6-member team was a formidable force. Bai Cha-Cha herself had dispatched a considerable number of Level 1 zombies, and her devilish assault axe garnered the envy of Su Ziyuan and Chen Wink alike. Whether chopping, cleaving, or hacking, it was remarkably effective, ensuring that the heads of Level 1 and Level 2 zombies fell cleanly without a shred of flesh left behind. Unsurprisingly, the crystal cores she collected were swiftly pilfered by the elusive green. This audacious little green became increasingly brazen, even following her closely to snatch the cores. She could only watch helplessly as the cores vanished into thin air, aware of something at her feet yet unable to see it. Bai Cha-Cha speculated that it was a small entity with awakened invisibility abilities. More critically, this entity seemed to grow larger with each core she inadvertently fed it, indicating its powers were strengthening. Fearful of a narrative akin to the farmer and the snake, she resolved to cease her inadvertent offerings. She began to extract the cores swiftly. Yet the little green showed no signs of anger, continuing to trail her. Bai Cha-Cha thought to herself, "What on earth is this thing?" She attempted to capture the invisible entity, but it proved as slippery as an eel, eluding her grasp entirely. Invisible to the naked eye, she could only rely on the energy minimap to track its location, but its speed was astonishing. Bai Cha-Cha surmised that aside from its invisibility, it likely possessed some form of teleportation. After all, despite her own physical abilities having reached Level 4, she still could not catch it, an unfathomable phenomenon. having exhausted her efforts. She conceded defeat. "Let's spend the night at the service area ahead," she suggested. The group nodded in agreement, and soon their vehicles entered the service station. Su Ziyuan's voice once again resonated through the intercom. "Be cautious. There are people in the service area." Chapter 36. The Highway Service Area. The service area is quite comprehensive, featuring not only a gas station, but also a repair shop, supermarket, restaurant, hotel, and restrooms. All essential amenities are present. The expansive service area stands like an isolated island along this highway. Abandoned vehicles are deliberately piled together, forming a makeshift defensive wall. The absence of any zombies within the service area indicates that it has been meticulously cleared by someone. Su Ziyuan took out his binoculars to survey the surroundings and spotted two individuals on the roof of the service area, also equipped with binoculars, keeping watch. Upon noticing him, one of them promptly vanished, presumably to relay information. Su Ziyuan briefed Chun Wink and Uncle Hu about the situation, and after deliberation, they decided against entering the service area, opting instead to continue their journey in search of a more suitable temporary refuge. Uncertain of the identity and strength of the individuals within the service area, they were wary of their substantial supplies being targeted. In this apocalyptic world, humans can often be more terrifying than zombies. As they prepared to start their vehicle and move forward, the main entrance of the service area hotel suddenly swung open, and two burly men emerged, brandishing firearms. Simultaneously, a van sped onto the road, its doors flung open to reveal a dozen heavily tattooed men, each wielding weapons. Su Ziyuan and his companions furrowed their brows. They were surrounded. The opposing group possessed firearms. The passengers of the bus, ordinary people, trembled in fear. Despite their terror, they forced themselves to remain composed. The ability users among them gripped their weapons tightly, ready for combat. Just as tensions escalated, a young man stepped out from the hotel. He had an unremarkable appearance. Yet even in this post-apocalyptic world, his hair was meticulously styled, suggesting he was faring relatively well. Compared to the other armed men, he appeared somewhat slender. Seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere, he approached Su Ziyuan's vehicle with a broad smile, accompanied by the two armed men. With one hand in his pocket, he gently tapped on the passenger window, his voice sounding warm and courteous. "Brother, may I ask for your spokesperson to step down for a chat?" Li Xiang, seated in the passenger seat, glanced at Su Ziyuan. Given the ambiguity of the situation, they could not ascertain whether the service area's occupants were friend or foe. A direct confrontation could lead to dire consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ziyuan opened the car door and stepped out. "I am the spokesperson. What is it you wish to discuss?" Lu Ping scrutinized the poised young man before him, his eyes narrowing slightly. His previously genial smile transformed into one of sincere warmth. He withdrew a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, expertly tapped it, and offered it to Su Ziyuan. "Young brother, what is your name?" Su Ziyuan cast a brief glance at the cigarette pack, raised a hand to decline, and replied coolly, "I do not smoke, thank you." He then lifted his gaze, meeting Lu Ping's eyes. "My surname is Su." Lu Ping was momentarily taken aback by the icy depth of Su Ziyuan's stare. A man behind Lu Ping promptly stepped forward to light a cigarette for him. Taking a deep drag, Lu Ping exhaled a cloud of smoke and said courteously, "Brother Su." "Haha, my surname is Liu. You may call me Lu Ge." He took another puff, surveying Su Ziyuan and the vehicles behind him through the haze of smoke. "Given that night is approaching, it would be difficult for you and your companions to find shelter if you continue onward. In these trying times, our young master is kind-hearted and willing to assist passing survivors." He paused before suggesting, "Why not stay here for the night and depart in the morning? We have provided refuge for several survivors in this service area. In a world overrun by zombies, it is imperative for humanity to unite." Su Ziyuan remained silent, gazing intently at Lu Ping. After a prolonged moment, he nodded. "Very well." Lu Ping chuckled, gesturing for the armed men to lower their weapons. The van that had obstructed their path quickly departed. Lu Ping made no further comments, seemingly disinterested in their supplies. Or perhaps he was simply confident in his control over the situation. Bai Cha-Cha stowed her tactical axe away and exited the vehicle with only a backpack. She had just utilized her ability to scan the area, discovering numerous small black dots and several green ones, the latter indicating low-level threats. However, armed with firearms. Their precise numbers remained unknown. The tattooed men appeared to be seasoned fighters, many of whom were also ability users, indicating a heightened danger level. It was evident that this service area was fully under their control. Attempting to flee would be futile and could lead to greater casualties. Thus, it was wiser to strategize and wait for an opportune moment. Su Ziyuan's group of 6, along with Uncle who's 15, were escorted by Lu Ping to the service area's restaurant. The entire area has been cleared for your safety. You may rest assured here. The kitchen is still functional, and you are welcome to use it as you wish. Though the conditions may be modest, I hope you will not mind. Lu Ping maintained a pleasant demeanor and made no unreasonable demands. Su Ziyuan reciprocated with a courteous response, expressing gratitude to Lu Ping and his young master. As Uncle Hu began organizing a meal, Liao Xiaoyu approached Su Ziyuan and asked, "Brother Ziyuan, do you think they are truly so benevolent? I sense ulterior motives at play." Su Ziyuan nodded in agreement. "I share your sentiments. If they were genuinely kind-hearted, why would they have detained us?" Liao Xiaoyu scratched his head, pondering. "Yet they haven't harmed us. Their attitude has been quite amiable. Perhaps we have encountered genuinely kind-hearted individuals?" Mu Qingqing, a sheltered young lady, shook her head dismissively at Liao Xiaoyu's words, expressing her disdain. "Has your brain been devoured by zombies?" Liao Xiaoyu's temper flared instantly. "Wu Qingqing, say that again. Enough arguing. We are on their turf, and we remain unaware of their capabilities. We must exercise caution and avoid acting recklessly." The group nodded in agreement, producing food and water to prepare a simple meal. At that moment, the restaurant door was forcefully pushed open. 2 heavily tattooed men armed with clubs stormed in, their demeanor menacing. "You lot, who lack manners, have arrived on our young master's territory, benefiting from his protection without offering any sign of gratitude?" Chapter 37. Conflict. Do not waste your breath with them. They have trespassed upon our territory. They must surrender all their supplies at once. Otherwise, they shall surely regret their very existence. The heavily tattooed man kicked aside a metal basin that Bai Yai had just retrieved to prepare for the vegetables. "Indeed. Hand over all the goods." Su Ziyuan furrowed his brows, realizing that these individuals harbored ill intentions, revealing their true colors so swiftly. Just as he was about to admonish them, Bai Yai gently interjected, "Gentlemen, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. We were invited here by Brother Lu." The 2 tattooed men exchanged glances, a lewd smirk creeping across their faces. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, one of them sneered, "Huh. Lu is someone you think you can know? You cannot even weave a proper lie and yet wish to wield his influence. Enough of your prattle. Hand over the supplies immediately." As Bai Yai seemed poised to speak again, the other tattooed man interjected, "I heard they arrived with 2 large trucks. The supplies must be in those trucks. Let us simply go outside and inspect them." With that, the 2 men turned to leave, but Chen Wenk swiftly shut the door. Uncle Hu's 2 small fireballs followed closely, striking the men's legs. The tattooed men screamed in agony, rolling on the ground until they extinguished the flames. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the patrolling guards outside, prompting Lu Ping to arrive promptly. He maintained his jovial demeanor, apologizing profusely to Su Ziyuan. "My sincerest apologies. Brother Su, I have been lax in my supervision. My subordinates are quite ignorant. I hope we have not alarmed you." Bai Cha-Cha crossed her arms, amused, indeed. "We were startled. What shall we do about that?" Lu Ping's attention was primarily focused on several men within their group. Suddenly, a strikingly beautiful girl spoke with a rather sarcastic tone, which displeased him. Ignoring Bai Cha-Cha, he turned to Su Ziyuan, continuing, "Rest assured, Brother Su. I will ensure this matter is resolved satisfactorily." At that moment, his expression shifted. With a swift motion, 2 daggers appeared from thin air, striking the tattooed men squarely in the back of their heads. The scene unfolded with such abruptness that the air itself seemed to still. Lu Ping, unfazed, waved his hand. And 4 or 5 individuals promptly entered, efficiently dragging the 2 tattooed men away like lifeless carcasses. Ignoring the blood on the ground, he continued cheerily. My young master wishes to invite you all to dine. Shall we proceed at once? Please send a few representatives to meet him. Su Ziyuan glanced at Uncle Hu, who gestured dismissively. They would not attend, preferring to remain and protect the ordinary people among them. One must venture into the tiger's den to seize the tiger cub. Su Ziyuan nodded at Lu Ping. We shall go with 6 of us. Lu Ping smiled contentedly. Do not worry, Brother Su. The others shall be quite safe here. Lu Ping assumed they were all allies, harboring no suspicions. As Su Ziyuan prepared to leave, he pulled Uncle Hu aside for a brief conversation. If the situation turns dire, Uncle Hu, take your people and leave first. We shall hold them off. Uncle Hu gazed at Su Ziyuan with a complex expression. He had not anticipated that this chance acquaintance would be willing to go so far for them, mere strangers. They could easily fend for themselves. Each of them was stronger than the 6, and aiding them only served as a burden. They could have fought their way out if not for their benevolence, which had led them into such a precarious situation. Uncle Hu felt a sense of melancholy. Human nature is indeed intricate, even amidst chaos. Some remain selfish while others possess boundless compassion. Su Ziyuan departed, unaware of Uncle Hu's thoughts. Bai Cha-Cha, with keen ears, caught Su Ziyuan's words, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sentiment. No wonder she found herself relegated to the role of a mere supporting character. She lacked the grand vision and compassion of the male lead. Survival was her only desire. When faced with danger, her instinct was to flee as swiftly as possible. She had already assessed the strength of the service area, having explored it through her energy map. Otherwise, she would not have entered so recklessly. While she could not guarantee the complete annihilation of the service area, she was confident in her ability to escape unscathed. Her 4th-level speed far surpassed that of any bullet, except for that enigmatic green, whose whereabouts remained unknown. After entering the service area, the green vanished from her map. The service area's hotel spanned only 1 floor, featuring numerous rooms and a dedicated reception area. Behind the reception desk was a bedroom, alongside a small kitchen. The reception desk had been tossed aside, leaving a large round table at the center of the office space. Along the wall, a row of sofas lined up. A young, handsome man lounged on one of the sofas. Upon seeing him, Lu Ping instantly adopted a more respectful demeanor, even suppressing his insincere smile. Young master, the guests have arrived. He then turned to Su Ziyuan, introducing, This is our young master, Gu Senator Gusen rose, and approached Su Ziyuan with a warm smile, extending his hand. Hello. I am Gu Senator. Bai Cha-Cha raised her eyes, intrigued by the name. Su Ziyuan introduced himself. I am Su Ziyuan. Welcome. Please, take a seat. The dishes are getting cold, Gusen invited, motioning toward the table laden with 7 dishes and a soup, a generous spread that showcased his resources. Bai Cha-Cha lowered her head to eat, her mind racing. She was aware of Gusen's identity as a space-type ability user, capable of producing such fine provisions. In the original narrative, the protagonists encountered Gusen on their journey to City A, where he initially sought to recruit them. However, he was eventually captivated by their strength and charisma, joining their ranks. Ironically, the original character was destined to perish shortly before reaching City A, falling prey to zombies. Although her presence had disrupted the narrative, essential characters still emerged. Even though the protagonists had yet to foster any romantic feelings akin to the original story, Bai Cha-Cha dared not gamble with her life. Thus, at this critical juncture in the original plot, she must find an opportunity to distance herself from their company. Brother Su, do not be hasty in your refusal, perhaps think it over. Allow me to inform you that I am a space-type ability user with abundant resources. Following me, I assure you will not suffer from hunger or cold in this apocalypse. Bai Yai from their group was also a space-type ability user. Naturally, Su Ziyuan remained unmoved. Albeit politely responding, I shall consider it. Gusen was pleased that Su Ziyuan would contemplate his offer. Please provide your response tomorrow. Truth be told, I find our conversation quite enjoyable. Had we met before the apocalypse, we would undoubtedly have been great friends. Su Ziyuan remained non-committal. The atmosphere at the dinner table remained pleasant, devoid of discord or tension, much to everyone's surprise. Chapter 38. The ability tree. However, they did not completely relax their vigilance. The two trucks outside the service area required someone to keep watch over them for peace of mind. Su Ziyuan suggested that he and Chen Wink check on the trucks, while Liao Xiaoyu and Uncle Hu took turns on night duty. As soon as Su Ziyuan and Chen Wink emerged, they found themselves surrounded by a dozen men who claimed to be assigned to guard the trucks. The two said little, simply opening the doors of the trucks to prepare for their overnight stay inside. Bai Cha-Cha, however, was not particularly worried, as she anticipated a confrontation between the two factions the following day. Gu Xin initially believed that his space ability was the most unique, which filled him with confidence in attempting to win over this group. However, Su Ziyuan and his companions were unwilling to comply, leading Gu Xin to mistakenly perceive them as ungrateful. Eventually, Bai Yi would reveal that she too possessed space abilities, having reached the 3rd level, delivering a significant blow to Gu Xin's confidence. Subsequently, Gu Xin proposed a fair competition. If they won, Su Ziyuan and his group would have to stay. But if they lost, he would join them. After leaving supplies for his subordinates and appointing Lu Ping as his successor, he departed with the protagonists. The more Bai Cha-Cha thought about it, the more exasperated she became, to the point where she found it difficult to sleep. Instead, she decided to stay awake and study the energy map. According to the information she had gathered that day, the hotel was occupied by Gu Xin's subordinates, while their own people resided in the restaurant. This raised the question of who was staying at the repair shop. There were no guards, nor did any of Gu Xin's men appear to be present. However, her energy map indicated the presence of an ability user and several ordinary individuals within the repair shop. Bai Cha-Cha feigned a stomachache and stealthily made her way to the repair shop. The entrance was secured with 2 heavy locks, but this posed no challenge for her. With her devilish assault axe, she swiftly severed the chains. Following the guidance of her energy map, she discovered a dozen men confined within a maintenance room. The stench emanating from the room was unbearable, and the men lay on the ground, seemingly on the brink of starvation. Without disturbing them, Bai Cha-Cha turned her attention to locating the ability user, who was indicated to be held separately. At the back of the repair shop was a nondescript small room, its only opening a rectangular window in the wall, resembling a confined cell. The ability user was locked inside. Bai Cha-Cha deftly opened the iron door, revealing a pitch-black interior. She turned on her portable flashlight, cautiously illuminating the space. In one corner, she spotted a person confined within a large iron cage. When the light shone upon him, he shielded his eyes with his hand. Stepping closer, Bai Cha-Cha discerned that the man was bound by thick iron chains on both his hands and feet, with a chain around his neck, tethering him like a dog within the cage. Outside the cage, 2 large batteries stood, their purpose unknown. As the man's eyes adjusted to the light, he lowered his hand. Bai Cha-Cha focused on his face. Though dirty, his features were distinctly youthful. She whispered, "Who are you?" The man paused, contemplating, before weakly retrieving a crumpled business card from his pocket. Bai Cha-Cha accepted it and illuminated it with her flashlight. It read, "Virus Expert Song Yen, from the Imperial Capital Research Institute." Bai Cha-Cha raised an eyebrow, surprised to find a virus expert here. In a post-apocalyptic world, such individuals were highly sought after. Should a virus expert discover a cure for the zombie virus, they could emerge as a global savior, ending the apocalypse. However, she did not recall the name Song Yen from the original text, suggesting he was not a significant character. Given his youth, it was likely he lacked extensive experience. She wondered how a virus expert from the imperial capital ended up at the intersection of a city and B city, only to be imprisoned in a cage. Curious, she asked, "Why are you locked up here?" The man's voice was hoarse, and he spoke with evident fatigue, likely having gone without food or water for an extended period. "During the Black Rain, I fainted and was captured. I have the ability to generate electricity. That person forced me to charge the batteries for him and demanded my servitude. I refused. Cough, cough. Bai Cha-Cha grasped the situation. This man had awakened his electrical ability during the Black Rain, a power akin to lightning abilities, both of which grew increasingly formidable in the later stages. The primary difference was that electrical abilities could generate electricity, while lightning abilities could not. It seemed Gu Sen had discovered this man's capacity and sought to recruit him, but he remained obstinate and refused to yield, resulting in his imprisonment. It was no wonder the cage and chains were so robust. They were designed to either starve him or force him to electrocute himself. Unfortunately, being a first-level electrical user, he would not be able to harm himself even if he were a second-level user. Bai Cha-Cha reflected on Gu Sen's double standards, how he tormented side characters while bending to the will of the protagonists. With a sigh, she deftly used her assault axe to sever the chains and break open the cage. Perhaps tomorrow morning will present an opportunity for you to escape. Take care of yourself, she remarked before turning to leave. If he was clever, he would seize the chaos to flee. If not, he would likely fall prey to zombies. She also unlocked the door for the 13 ordinary individuals outside. They were likely survivors who had been scavenged for resources and, having lost their value, were left to fend for themselves. She was unconcerned about their fate, as sleeping in the restaurant only allowed for communal sleeping arrangements, which hindered her ability to enter her space. Once inside her space, Bai Cha-Cha's first task was to unpack a truck full of parcels. She leisurely sat on the lawn, unwrapping for 3 hours, revealing an assortment of items: water bottles, sanitary products, snacks, clothing, shoes, literary works, cosmetics, skincare products, and children's toys. After completing the unpacking, she hurried to the ability tree, intending to deposit the low-level energy cores she had collected that day. Just as she was about to do so, she was taken aback. The energy cores she had placed beneath the tree the previous day had transformed into powder, forming a fine layer that was nearly imperceptible. Upon closer inspection, she observed that the ability tree had indeed become considerably more lush. The other changes were not yet discernible, likely due to the low level of the energy cores. Having realized that the ability tree could absorb energy from the cores, Bai Cha-Cha resolved to work harder in collecting them, not only to sustain herself, but also to nurture her ability tree. Little did she know that a significant event was unfolding that very night at the service area. Chapter 39. Who Did It at the Break of Dawn? Bai Cha-Cha had yet to fully awaken from her slumber when Lu Ping, accompanied by a group of tattooed men, surrounded them all. Lu Ping's anguished roar echoed in their ears. "Who killed my young master? Step forward if you have the courage." Bai Cha-Cha, her mind still clouded with sleep, found herself even more bewildered by his outburst. Gu Sen has been murdered? No way. Gu Sen is dead? With a sudden jolt, Bai Cha-Cha sat upright, her eyes wide with disbelief. This was a far cry from the narrative in the original text. This was not merely a minor deviation. How could Gu Sen possibly be dead? This was disastrous. It seemed they would have to fight tooth and nail to resolve this. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she retrieved her demon assault axe. Emerging from her quarters, she found Su Ziyuan and the others already confronting Lu Ping. "We did not kill young Master Gu," Su Ziyuan stated calmly. But Lu Ping was having none of it. "If it wasn't you, then who could it be? You calamity bringers. Trouble follows you wherever you go. No one is leaving today. You all must die." At this moment, Uncle Hu stepped forward, furrowing his brow. "We don't even know what your young master looks like. So how could we possibly have killed him? We are innocent. Please, let us go. The guilty party must be held accountable." "Huh. You think you can leave? Not a chance. You're all in cahoots. Unless you find the true culprit for me," Uncle Hu argued. "We never left the dining hall last night. You can ask the patrolling guards." Lu Ping, growing impatient, waved his hand, prompting the tattooed men to load their weapons. "If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Thieves shouting to catch thieves." Realizing Lu Ping was dead serious, Uncle Hu panicked. With so many ordinary people on their side, evading a hail of bullets was out of the question. He anxiously looked to Su Ziyuan. Captain Su, you must say something. We did not kill your young master. Su Ziyuan's gaze was heavy as he locked eyes with Lu Ping, asserting, young Master Gu was certainly not killed by them. They lack the capability. Let them go first. Lu Ping scoffed. Why should I listen to you? I know who killed young Master Gu. With a steely expression, he continued. Do you truly know who murdered my young master? Su Ziyuan nodded, indeed. Not only do I know, but one could as well. Lu Ping, skeptical, glanced at Chen Wink. Upon receiving Su Ziyuan's cue, Chen Wink nodded in agreement. Yes, I know too. Lu Ping, still doubtful, surveyed Uncle Hu and the others, concluding they were merely a ragtag group who would not dare disrespect the young master. Releasing them might not be out of the question. After all, they want to get far, he mused. Fine, as long as you tell me who killed my young master, I will let them go. You release them first. And I will tell you. You are surrounded. You have no grounds to negotiate. Su Ziyuan, undeterred, replied, then let us go down together. Even a clay figurine has its temper. Let us see how this unfolds. Seeing the unwavering confidence in Su Ziyuan, Lu Ping felt a twinge of anxiety. Remembering they had come from the heavily infested Bee City, laden with supplies, he relented. All right, I will let them go. Lu Ping signaled to his men, and the wall of tattooed bodies parted to allow passage. Uncle Hu exchanged a grateful glance with Su Ziyuan before leading his group away. Upon hearing the sound of an engine starting outside, Lu Ping immediately inquired, Now can you speak? Su Ziyuan stepped forward, shielding the other 5 behind him, and coldly stated, Actually, your young master Gu before he could finish. Bai Yai suddenly interjected, I didn't want to say anything. I thought you would step up and take responsibility. But since Brother Ziyuan has spoken up, I shall not hide the truth any longer, Cha-Cha. Bai Cha-Cha was taken aback by Bai Yai's vague insinuation. Annoyed, she retorted. What exactly are you trying to convey? Su Ziyuan reprimanded Bai Yai. Stop speaking nonsense. Lu Ping, intrigued, pressed. Do you know something? Don't be afraid. Speak the truth. With her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Bai Yai appeared pitiful. Lu Ping's gaze turned menacing as he fixed it upon Bai Cha-Cha. It was you who killed my young master. Bai Cha-Cha replied, Silence is my native tongue. This detestable Bai Yai. She might as well change her name to White Lotus. Bai Cha-Cha had initially thought her merely annoying, but now she found herself regretting her underestimation. With a quick mental shift, Bai Cha-Cha coolly stated, I did step out briefly, but it was merely to use the restroom. The patrolling guards can attest to this. Moreover, young Master Gu mentioned he possessed spatial abilities, which means he likely had many valuable items. I could offer you a direction for your investigation. Casually, she pointed a finger at Bai Yai, chuckling lightly. You probably didn't know, did you? She is also a spatial ability user. Tell me, could it be that she, out of jealousy for your young master's abilities, killed him? Now she's the one crying thief. Su Ziyuan frowned. While Bai Yai's suspicion of Bai Cha-Cha was indeed misplaced, her remarks were excessively outrageous. Cha-Cha, don't say such things. Bai Cha-Cha disregarded him, preoccupied with her delicate, rounded fingers. The fruits of the ability tree were indeed formidable. Her slender fingers appeared far too lovely to be capable of murder. As for her earlier statements, they were mere fabrications. She had no knowledge of who killed Gu Xin. This was entirely an uncharted plot in the original narrative. Her sole intention was to drag Bai Yai into the fray, knowing that once the fighting commenced, she would simply flee. However, Lu Ping thought otherwise, for these individuals were unaware of a crucial detail. After Gu Xin's death, all the supplies in his spatial realm vanished without a trace. While others may have been oblivious, Lu Ping was acutely aware. Gu Xin's space contained not only ample provisions, but also a significant cache of weaponry they had looted. Such a vast quantity of supplies could not simply disappear without a trace, especially when none of them had noticed anything amiss last night. Unless, of course, the person who killed Gu Xin was also a spatial ability user who directly absconded with Gu Xin's equipment and supplies. Lu Ping became convinced by Bai Cha-Cha's claims, his menacing gaze and weapons now trained on Bai Yai. Hand over all the supplies belonging to my young master. Otherwise, we will not rest until blood is shed. A gunshot rang out, followed by a shriek of pain. Lu Ping's sudden shot at Bai Yai caught everyone off guard. Even Bai Cha-Cha, realizing what had transpired, made no attempt to intervene. Fortunately, Bai Yai had sensed the impending danger and managed to dodge, but still, the bullet grazed her arm. Despite their dissatisfaction with Bai Yai's earlier actions, she was a healer and carried their collective possessions. Being somewhat fragile, they had to protect her. Lu Ping's intention was straightforward: eliminate Bai Yai to force her to reveal the equipment, thus claiming both her team's resources and those belonging to his young master. None of these people were leaving alive today. Chapter 40: Departure from the team within the service area. Amidst the chaos of gunfire, Liao Xiaoyu raised a makeshift earthen shield. Collaborating with Qinweng's wind blades to cover Bai Yai and Wu Qingqing as they made their escape, Su Ziyuan brought up the rear, tossing multiple grenades into the fray, resulting in several heavily tattooed men collapsing to the ground. The 6 or so primary ability users, including Lu Ping, were no match for their superior level 3 powers. With their ammunition dwindling, their firearms quickly became useless. Lu Ping was taken aback. He had not anticipated that these individuals were so formidable, far beyond their capacity to confront. Realizing he was outmatched, he found himself encircled by several subordinates, ready to flee. Just as he turned to run, a grenade struck him from behind, causing his scalp to sizzle and a gash to split open at the back of his head. Blood pouring forth. Fearing they might rise as zombies, Bai Cha-Cha swiftly dealt the fatal blow, severing their heads. The tattooed men, terrified, scattered in all directions. They were far too powerful, and their presence had merely invited doom. The remaining ordinary men posed no threat, so Su Ziyuan refrained from pursuing them. In this apocalyptic world, devoid of guardians, survival proved exceedingly difficult for them, rendering any further efforts unnecessary. Upon exiting the service area, Bai Yai, pale-faced, wiped her tears while silently tending to her wounded arm. Fortunately, she had attained level 3 healing abilities, otherwise her arm would have been lost. The atmosphere among the 6 was somber. Bai Cha-Cha spoke first. From this day forth, I shall part ways with you. Even if we travel the same path, we are no longer part of the same team. Take care of yourselves. Liao Xiaoyu, alarmed, immediately protested, Cha-Cha, don't act rashly. It's too dangerous for you to be alone. Su Ziyuan and Qinweng exchanged disapproving glances. Cha-Cha, don't be stubborn. I intended to take the blame for Gu Sen's death to buy time for Uncle Hu and the others to escape. I never meant to push you away. Su Ziyuan glanced at Bai Yai, who was sweating from pain yet remained silent. Cha-Cha, Yai certainly didn't mean it. She only wished to delay matters. I've heard Yai mention that you grew up together. You should understand her better than I do. Bai Cha-Cha cast a cool glance around the group. From the very beginning, she had recognized that she and they were not on the same wavelength. While minor differences had allowed for peaceful coexistence, true discord surfaced during crises, revealing her fundamental incompatibility with their characters. They were not inherently wrong, their intentions were not malicious, and they treated her decently. After all, prioritizing one's own interests or the collective good of the team was not inherently flawed. Yet, she found herself unwilling to sacrifice her own comfort to maintain superficial harmony. For instance, Bai Yai had many hidden agendas and enjoyed playing mind games. Her disdain for this individual was simply that disdain, without the need to feign amiability. If they chose to protect Bai Yai, so be it. Bai Yai, filled with sorrow and guilt, looked at Bai Cha-Cha, pleading, I'm sorry, Cha-Cha. I only said that to avoid putting Brother Ziyuan and Brother Wink in a difficult position. If you must blame someone, blame me. I beg you, don't leave. I'll go instead. You stay. Having said this with a pale face, Bai Yai swayed unsteadily to stand, preparing to bid farewell to everyone, fully dramatizing the moment. Qinweng and Liao Xiaoyu rushed forward to comfort her. Yes, Yai, it's chaotic enough here. Don't make things worse. Go rest in the vehicle. Bai Cha-Cha felt a wave of nausea wash over her once more. Do you see? This is why I truly dislike Bai Yai. Only those who had endured such experiences could comprehend the indescribable feeling akin to consuming excrement. With a grimace, Bai Cha-Cha resolutely waved her hand. Please say nothing more. I am serious about leaving the team. I only want that off-road vehicle. I desire nothing else. You all intended to abandon it anyway, so you have no objections, right? Good. It's settled. Farewell. She wished to utter no further words, turning swiftly to the off-road vehicle, entering, shutting the door, and driving away in one fluid motion. Suzy Yuan discerned that Bai Cha-Cha was genuinely intent on departing, not merely throwing a tantrum. Consequently, his expression grew even more somber. He found himself somewhat admiring Bai Cha-Cha for her decisiveness, unafraid of potential dangers. Despite her aversion to Bai Yai's character, she lacked the courage to leave so abruptly. The threat of zombies, mutated beasts, and even humanity's increasing ferocity loomed large. Wu Qingqing's once spoiled demeanor had been tempered by reality. Reaching the A-City base to find her father became paramount, for he was the one who truly cherished and embraced her in this world. Inside the vehicle, Bai Yai cried incessantly, filled with remorse, repeatedly blaming herself. Yet no one had the heart to comfort her at that moment. Liao Xiaoyu gazed at Bai Cha-Cha's retreating vehicle, murmuring, "Brother Ziyuan, Cha-Cha has truly left." His spirits remained low as he whispered, "But Cha-Cha is quite formidable. What if she doesn't need us at all?" Chen Wink pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Even if we are no longer on the same team, we can still act together. We can simply follow her." Liao Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, his fist striking his palm in excitement. "Yes, Brother Wink, you're right. We happen to be on the same path. Surely Cha-Cha won't mind where we go." Su Ziyuan, lost in thought, muttered in acknowledgement. "All right, let us set off." Not long after leaving the service area, Uncle Hu's vehicle was blocked by 5 heavily tattooed men. Without hesitation, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Tires and windows shattered under the onslaught. Despite their fierce resistance, the ability users managed to eliminate the 5 tattooed men, but only succeeded in protecting a handful of individuals. The others fell victim to gunfire. Alas, this world is truly chaotic. Not only must we contend with zombies and mutated beasts, but even the bonds between humans have crumbled. Only by growing stronger can we hope to survive. Uncle Hu, will we ever reach the A-City base safely? As Bai Cha-Cha drove closer, she spotted dozens of individuals gathered, lamenting while repairing their vehicles. Having severed her ties with Su Ziyuan's group, these people were no longer her concern. She did not linger, steering her vehicle onward without pause. Chapter 41. Song Yen Li Xiong was the first to notice Bai Cha-Cha's car, exclaiming, "Isn't that the beautiful girl from Captain Su's team? Why is she driving alone?" Tian Tian had also taken note of her, after all. The girl's striking beauty left a lasting impression, making it nearly impossible to forget her. She speculated, could it be that something happened to Captain Su and the others? Just as she pondered this, 2 more vehicles approached, revealing Su Ziyuan and his team. Uncle Hu sighed in relief, as he had briefly feared for their safety. Su Ziyuan rolled down his window and inquired, "Uncle Hu, have you seen Cha-Cha?" Tian Tian responded, "Are you referring to that stunning girl who just drove by?" Su Ziyuan paused, then nodded, "Yes, that's her. She just passed." "Oh, great, thank you." Just as Su Ziyuan was about to leave, he noticed their bullet-ridden vehicle and hesitated, asking, "Do you need assistance?" Although feeling somewhat embarrassed, Uncle Hu replied, "It would be wonderful if Captain Su could lend us a hand." Su Ziyuan agreed, despite wishing to hasten their journey. Recognizing that this was the only road leading to City A, he decided to assist Uncle Hu and his team before continuing on to Bai Cha-Cha. Meanwhile, Bai Cha-Cha found herself confronted by a man who had changed into clean clothing and appeared refreshed. No longer resembling the disheveled figure from the previous night in the iron cage, he stood casually in the center of the road, blocking her path. His strikingly handsome face now unobscured, exuding an air of nobility that contrasted sharply with the dilapidated surroundings. wearing a pair of framed glasses. He bore the appearance of a scholarly rogue. As they were both endowed with abilities, one would expect him to have evolved beyond the need for spectacles. Bai Cha-Cha lowered her window and coldly demanded, "What do you want?" Song Yen, undeterred by her icy tone, replied, "To save a life is to see it through. To deliver a monk is to see him to the west. I have nowhere to go. Please take me with you." Bai Cha-Cha was nearly amused to the point of laughter, retorting, "Is this what you call gratitude? Do I look like a trash collector to you?" Song Yan's lips twitched. "You may not seem like a collector of refuse, but do I appear to be refuse?" "I can protect you," he insisted. "You were the one I rescued." "Do you think I need your protection?" Song Yan gritted his teeth. "I can research a cure for the zombie virus." Bai Cha-Cha scoffed. "You? Really?" Song Yan was exasperated by this unyielding woman. If it weren't for, he wouldn't have sought her out for trouble. "I actually possess spatial abilities and have ample supplies. If you take me with you, I'll share half of my resources." Though he did not deny this, he felt no need to. Nodding, he admitted, "Yes, that's true. Gusen's space contains a considerable amount of military weapons, which I have confiscated." Bai Cha-Cha's eyes sparkled at the mention of weaponry. After a moment's contemplation, she stated, "I will take you with me, but from now on, you are under my command. You must obey me entirely. Your abilities and the resources you collect will belong to me." Song Yan's gaze sharpened. This woman was exceedingly greedy. What if she wasn't trustworthy? He could end up at a significant loss. Noticing his indecision, Bai Cha-Cha turned the steering wheel to bypass him. "If you won't agree, then move aside." Song Yan had never encountered such an unreasonable and domineering woman before. Nevertheless, considering she had saved his life. "Fine." "What do you mean fine?" "I accept your terms." A subtle smile graced Bai Cha-Cha's lips as she beckoned him to enter the vehicle. Song Yan took the passenger seat, closing his eyes to rest without inquiring about their destination, seemingly resigned to her lead. Bai Cha-Cha, relieved to have resolved the issue with Song Yan, was still troubled by another persistent problem, the elusive green, that could appear and disappear at will. To her dismay, that green was still following her. After exiting the highway at noon, they entered City A. Bai Cha-Cha parked by the roadside and roused Song Yan from his slumber. "Can you cook?" Song Yan hesitated. "I might be able to." Bai Cha-Cha's eyes twitched. "So can you or can't you?" "I can't." "Then what use are you to me?" Feeling somewhat guilty, Song Yan fell silent, quietly retrieving ingredients from his spatial storage. Bai Cha-Cha resignedly selected items, deciding to prepare 2 bowls of tomato and shredded pork rice noodles. The area was not heavily infested with zombies, but there was a possibility of mutated beasts emerging from the mountains. Scout the surroundings for any lower-tier zombies or mutated beasts. Eliminate them and collect their cores, but don't wander too far. She had concluded that the green was not an ability user, but rather a mutated beast, though its precise nature remained unclear. Before long, Song Yan returned with a handful of cores alongside 7 or 8 mutated rabbits. He presented the cores to Bai Cha-Cha, leaving one behind while storing the rest in his space. "This mutated rabbit can be roasted. I'll take care of it." Bai Cha-Cha nodded. "Keep the cores you collected. You don't need to give them to me." "Understood." Song Yan readily complied, then took a knife to begin skinning the rabbit. Bai Cha-Cha dug a pit, lit a fire, and fashioned a grill, preparing to roast the rabbit. After a moment's thought, she retrieved a packet of barbecue seasoning from her space. Although Song Yan lacked cooking skills, his proficiency in skinning was remarkable. He meticulously removed the rabbit's skin as if he had obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Bai Cha-Cha observed the freshly skinned hide, contemplating. He was certainly a formidable character. Once the cleaned rabbit was placed over the fire, the two shared a meal of rice noodles while the rabbit roasted, the atmosphere surprisingly harmonious. The mutated rabbit was significantly larger than a normal one, and as it began to sizzle and release juices, Bai Cha-Cha evenly sprinkled the seasoning over it. The aroma wafted through the air. Song Yan glanced at the seasoning that had appeared from nowhere, but chose not to comment. With 4 rabbit legs, Bai Cha-Cha divided them evenly. But just as she set them aside, the body of the rabbit vanished. Bai Cha-Cha sprang to her feet, shouting, "You little peeping thief, come out." The energy map revealed no trace of the green. The creature had stolen the roasted mutated rabbit and vanished without a trace. Song Yen was equally startled, watching as the rabbit disappeared before his eyes. Had it not been for thievery but rather an act of violence. After cursing under her breath, Bai Cha-Cha sat back down, biting into a rabbit leg in frustration. "That scoundrel. He pilfers the cores of zombies I've slain, follows me to scavenge, and now steals my roasted rabbit. He has truly become a nuisance." She resolved to confront the thief and retrieve what was rightfully hers. Chapter 42. Jumping from the car after Bai Cha-Cha departed, the atmosphere among Suzy Yuan's team became rather somber, with each person lost in their own thoughts. Bai Yai, noticing that her tears garnered no sympathy from anyone, felt a surge of frustration. However, this was not her greatest concern at the moment. She could no longer dwell on the attitudes of Suzy Yuan and the others. Instead, her focus shifted to her spatial abilities. Just a moment ago, when she attempted to retrieve a bottle of water from her space, she was alarmed to discover that it had started to shrink. Her space was now filled to the brim with collected supplies, as they still had an entire truckload of resources to utilize. Yet, with every item she removed from her space, that particular space would vanish, implying that her storage had become one-time use only. She could only extract items. She could no longer store anything within. Once all the supplies in her space were depleted, her space would cease to exist. Why had it transformed in this manner? It had not been like this before. When did this peculiar situation begin? It seemed to have started after she returned the jade necklace to Bai Cha-Cha. But that jade had already been shattered by her hand. Could it still be functional even in its broken state? Bai Cha-Cha certainly would not have realized that the jade required a drop of blood to activate the space. No. This space had undoubtedly belonged to her. She was its rightful owner. Perhaps she had misunderstood. Perhaps the space had always been one-time use, and she had simply failed to notice it before. That must be the case. Her space was filled to the brim with food, drink, clothing, and necessities. If it were just for her, she could manage well enough on her own. However, since the supplies were collectively earned, not solely hers, she would eventually need to distribute them for everyone's use. In that case, her space would vanish, and she would be left with nothing. She would suffer a double loss, gaining nothing in return. This simply could not stand. She needed to devise a plan. Meanwhile, after Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen had their fill and tidied up, they were preparing to board the vehicle and continue their journey. Suddenly, a bloodied, fur-covered orange kitten came bounding out from the woods, mewing pitifully as it clung to Bai Cha-Cha's pant leg. Surprised by the green on her energy map, Bai Cha-Cha bent down and scooped it up. To her astonishment, she realized this poor little orange cat was a mutated beast. Before she could examine it further, she noticed a swarm of green dots racing out of the forest. Heading straight for them, Bai Cha-Cha gasped. Surely they could not all be mutated beasts. Song Yen, hurry, drive. Without a moment's hesitation, she grabbed the little orange cat and dashed to the passenger seat. Her driving skills were lacking, so she hoped Song Yan's vehicle would perform admirably. Recognizing the urgency, Song Yen swiftly took the driver's seat and revved the engine, accelerating with a burst of speed. Just as they sped away, a horde of monkeys burst from the forest. Hot on their heels, Bai Cha-Cha's heart raced as she realized that all these monkeys were second and third level mutations. Although she was a fourth level and Song Yen a second, sheer numbers could overwhelm them. There were easily over 200 monkeys. She glanced down at the little orange cat nestled in her arms. Did you provoke them? The kitten promptly shut its eyes, feigning death. Bai Cha-Cha sighed inwardly. It was indeed this little creature that had stirred up trouble. You audacious little thing, how could you? A mere third-level mutant cat dare to challenge a whole troop of second and third-level mutant monkeys? No wonder you're so badly injured. TSK, little one. Playing dead won't save you. I am no benevolent soul. If those monkeys catch up to us, I shall toss you out. Let them seek you for vengeance, not as innocents. The kitten opened its eyes wide, gazing up at her with a pitiful expression while mewing softly. Bai Cha-Cha remained unmoved. Cuddling won't help. I mean what I say. The kitten drooped its head, resigned, and lay still. Bai Cha-Cha turned her focus back to the rearview mirror, watching the mutated monkeys chase them fiercely, contemplating the possibility of defeating all 200 and claiming their course. Among them were 2 third-level monkeys, and the rest were second-level. The 2 third-level beasts were gaining on them swiftly. Bai Cha-Cha instructed Song Yen to open the sunroof, placing the orange kitten in the passenger seat before climbing onto the roof of the vehicle. She secured herself with wooden vines to prevent being thrown off the car, then brandished her devil's assault axe, standing firm atop the vehicle. As the 2 third-level mutated monkeys lunged at her, she swung the axe, its blade ignited with flames, aimed at the beasts. Though the monkeys evaded her strike, the fire still caught them, igniting their fur and eliciting shrieks of pain. The mutated monkeys became even more frenzied. From one of the third-level beasts, a green vine thicker than Bai Cha-Cha's arm shot forth, aiming to strike her. She dodged while swinging her axe at the vine. At that moment, the other mutated monkey unleashed a lightning ball aimed at her head. Bai Cha-Cha leaped in the direction of her axe swing. Simultaneously, she unleashed a psychic piercing attack, causing the heads of both mutated monkeys to reel in agony, one of them even tumbling off the vehicle. The roof was filled with the sounds of chaos and combat, a testament to the fierce struggle. Song Yen drove as fast as he could, desperately trying to shake off the pursuing second-level monkeys, his focus unwavering as he maneuvered the vehicle in an S-shape. Thankfully, Bai Cha-Cha had secured herself with the vines. The third-level wooden monkey, mimicking her, also bound itself to the roof, avoiding the fate of its lightning counterpart that had been silently dispatched. Facing a third-level opponent was far simpler. Bai Cha-Cha swiftly dealt with the wooden monkey, severing its head and retrieving its core. The other lightning monkey, realizing its companion was dead, emitted a piercing, furious screech and hurled a larger lightning ball directly at the off-road vehicle. If it struck, the vehicle would lose control, and both she and Song Yen could be severely injured or even killed. Bai Cha-Cha made a split-second decision, shouting to Song Yen, "Jump from the car." Chapter 43. Dobao. Upon hearing the voice of Bai Cha-Cha, Song Yen hesitated not for a moment and decisively chose to jump from the vehicle. Bai Cha-Cha, too, acted swiftly, extending a vine from her palm to wrap around a nearby tree trunk, propelling herself from the roof of the car. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from behind, a tiger-esque roar that sent shivers down one's spine. From the passenger window of the out-of-control SUV leaped a creature that continued to grow larger, a hefty tiger, as the large feline landed. It transformed into a 4-meter-long mutated tiger. A closer look revealed traces of a small orange cat within its form. Upon landing, the mutated tiger opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp teeth, and devoured the thunderball in one gulp. Bai Cha-Cha gasped, quickly admonishing, "Little creature, do not eat recklessly." Yet, the stout tiger merely smacked its lips. Seemingly unfazed, Bai Cha-Cha thought to herself, "I am truly worrying over trivial matters. I should be more concerned about my current predicament, as I am entirely surrounded by mutated monkeys." After rolling to the ground, Song Yen sustained minor scrapes. These superficial wounds were of little consequence. However, he found himself facing a level 3 lightning-type mutated monkey. With no time to pause, he drew a tang knife from his face, hurling electric balls with reckless abandon. The tang knife crackled with arcs of electricity. The lightning balls of the mutated monkey and Song Yen clashed, one purple and one white, intertwining in a vibrant display. The confrontation formed a vacuum zone between them. Bai Cha-Cha watched in awe, wondering if the power of this level 2 electric attack was truly so formidable. How could it feel stronger than Su Ziyuan's level 3 lightning abilities? Song Yen, a mere level 2, was able to challenge a level 3 mutated beast head-on. And the balance of power was astonishing. He showed no signs of defeat. Impressed, Bai Cha-Cha shifted her attention to the more than 200 level 2 mutated monkeys that surrounded them, their jumping ability formidable, especially for such mutations. Bai Cha-Cha dared not relax for a moment. Although she possessed level 4 physical abilities, the sheer number of these level 2 monkeys weighed heavily on her mind. However, she glanced at the hefty tiger that had just consumed the thunderball and now lay languidly licking its fur. Hey, you brought these creatures upon us. If it weren't for my desire to save you, could I be subjected to such bullying? You wouldn't dare to forget your gratitude, would you? Since you're not merely a small orange cat, but a mutated tiger, get to work. Let us slay these vile creatures together. The stout tiger lazily regarded her, then nodded its head as if bestowing a favor. Bai Cha-Cha thought little of it, gripping her devil-esque assault axe and charging into the throng of monkeys. To avoid being scratched or bitten by the mutated monkeys, she erected a circle of golden shields around herself. Combining her mental prowess with her speed, strength, and abilities like fireballs and earth spikes, she unleashed a relentless onslaught. Soon, a section of monkeys lay dead. The stout tiger, not to be outdone, swiped with its claws and occasionally took bites, its mouth stained with the blood of the monkeys, darting through the crowd with remarkable speed. At times, it seemed to vanish entirely. Bai Cha-Cha sensed something surfacing in her mind, but could not afford to ponder it as her powers surged forth. Through their seamless cooperation, all over 200 level 2 mutated monkeys were annihilated. Exhausted, Bai Cha-Cha slumped down, extracting a red ability fruit from her space to regain her strength. The stout tiger huffed beside her, having reverted to the size of a small orange cat, its nose twitching as it eyed the ability fruit with longing. Bai Cha-Cha cut a small piece and offered it to the tiger, which eagerly accepted, its eyes gleaming with delight as it savored the morsel, appearing intoxicated by its taste. Meanwhile, Song Yan finished his battle with the level 3 mutated monkey, beheading it with a swift stroke. Proficiently, he extracted a level 3 crystal core and washed it with water from his face. Upon looking up, he saw Bai Cha-Cha and the tiger, now a cat, nestled together, leisurely eating apples while watching him. Where did the apples come from? He inquired, approaching Bai Cha-Cha. Pardon? She replied. The apples. Song Yan pointed at the stout orange cat. It has plenty. Bai Cha-Cha, slightly bemused, retrieved a regular apple from her space and handed it to him. As he observed her ability to conjure items from thin air, he realized she too possessed spatial powers. Accepting the apple, he thought little of it, assuming her fresh fruit had been stored since the onset of the apocalypse. How curious. It seemed the cat held the highest place in her affections. Content, he sniffed the small piece of ability fruit that resembled an apple. Delightful. After finishing the ability fruit, Bai Cha-Cha regained her powers and strength. She stood up and began extracting the crystal cores. Now, it was Song Yan's turn to leisurely consume his apple while watching Bai Cha-Cha work. He found this experience of eating fruit while observing someone else work quite enjoyable, causing him to eat at an increasingly leisurely pace. The stout orange cat, resembling a devoted servant, followed Bai Cha-Cha, digging for crystal cores and eagerly offering them to her. Bai Cha-Cha understood perfectly well. This little creature was attempting to curry favor, likely hoping for more of her delectable ability fruit. Suddenly, she recalled its earlier elusive form and questioned, You little thieving voyeur, were you the one who stole my crystal cores and roasted rabbits? The stout orange cat blinked innocently, appearing exceptionally guilty and promptly turned invisible. Bai Cha-Cha. With her suspicions now confirmed, she activated her energy map, discovering a Greend lying motionless at her feet. Though it had turned invisible, it had not fled. With a swift motion, she reached for the small Greend, breaking its invisibility and capturing it in her grasp. The little orange cat stared at her in bewilderment, clearly puzzled as to why its stealth had failed. Amused by its befuddled expression, Bai Cha-Cha ruffled its fluffy head and coaxed, If you stick with me, I won't hold your previous misdeeds against you. I'll even give you those delicious fruits you just had. So, why not come with me openly? The little orange cat's eyes sparkled at the prospect. No longer would it need to stealthily follow this woman. It could enjoy tasty roasted meat, energy-laden fruits, and easily acquire crystal cores. What a perfect arrangement. It nodded vigorously. Excellent. Bai Cha-Cha smiled knowingly. Now tell me, are you a tiger that resembles a cat, or a cat that resembles a tiger? Just nod or shake your head. Are you truly a tiger? It nodded emphatically. Yes, yes. It was indeed a magnificent mutated tiger, not a cat. It had merely shrunk down to appear somewhat cat-like. Bai Cha-Cha understood now, it was not a cat, but a tiger. She had never encountered a tiger that looked so much like a cat. Not just in appearance, but in its clingy demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, "From now on, you shall be called Doubao." The freshly named Doubao. Clearly, you possess a knack for naming. Chapter 44. Strength is the true path in a moment of overwhelming emotion. Doubao, a majestic tiger, was dismayed to find itself named Doubao by its owner, a name so endearing that it hardly matched its formidable demeanor. Roar! Doubao protested vehemently, but Bai Cha-Cha, engrossed in checking their vehicle with Song Yen, paid no heed to its complaints. After inspecting the car, which was clearly beyond repair, Bai Cha-Cha turned her gaze toward Song Yen. Before she could articulate her thoughts, she suddenly gripped her assault axe tightly, adopting a combat stance. Be careful. A level 4 mutated beast is approaching. The energy map indicated a level 4 creature was rapidly closing in on them, leaving no time for evasion. They had no choice but to engage. Song Yen clenched and relaxed his fists, acknowledging the need for strength. Since he had awakened his abilities and collapsed until today, he had been confined in a large iron cage by Gu Sen, wasting precious time. Now that he was free and aware of the means to level up, he was determined to grow stronger swiftly. His aim today was not to show off, but to avoid causing Bai Cha-Cha any additional trouble. Feeling reassured by Song Yan's compliance, Bai Cha-Cha scanned the surroundings and spotted Doubao curled up in the shadow of a large tree. It covered its round head with its front paws, peering cautiously through the gaps, its round eyes brimming with apprehension. Observing Doubao's timid demeanor, Bai Cha-Cha couldn't help but chuckle coldly. She had been contemplating how the 2 level 3 mutated monkeys and their 200 level 2 counterparts, despite their prowess, should have posed no real threat to Doubao. Even if it couldn't defeat them, escaping unscathed was certainly within its capabilities. Yet, here it was, bloodied and appearing woefully defeated, seeking her sympathy. The mystery was solved. If a level 4 mutated monkey were added to the mix, it indeed could bully a level 3 Doubao. She shot Doubao a scornful glance, remarking, "What a useless creature you are. A tiger, yet you let a horde of monkeys bully you so shamefully. How disgraceful." Doubao scratched the ground in frustration. I didn't want this either. Not only are there too many monkeys, but 2 of them are at my level and their leader is even stronger. It felt proud to have escaped the clutches of the foul monkeys, but their incessant harassment was infuriating. When the tiger's away, the monkeys reign supreme. It wondered if its newly appointed master could contend with the loathsome monkey. Meanwhile, Bai Cha-Cha was no longer focused on Doubao. The level 4 mutated monkey had arrived. Anticipating a massive creature, she was surprised to find a surprisingly small monkey, roughly the size of a shrunken Doubao, weighing no more than 10 pounds. Its diminutive size rendered it exceptionally agile. Without the energy map warning her, they might have failed to notice the monkey's presence until it was too late. Bai Cha-Cha remained vigilant, her fighting spirit ignited. As a level 4 physical ability user and a level 3 mental ability user, she was eager to test her strength against other level 4 beings. Moreover, she sought to obtain a level 4 crystal core to enhance her mental prowess. This was an opportune moment. The level 4 mutated monkey, angered by the sight of its fallen brethren, screeched furiously. Suddenly, numerous vines erupted from the ground, swiftly darting toward Bai Cha-Cha. Startled, she realized this monkey wielded level 4 wood abilities. Fortunately, her speed was commendable. She dodged gracefully, akin to a fluttering butterfly, evading every vine. With one hand, she wielded her devil's assault axe, striking the vines with precision. The other hand unleashed fireballs in an attempt to incinerate the vines. But her level 2 fire abilities were no match for the level 4 wood. The vines remained unscathed. Observing closely, she noted the mutated monkey paused for 3 seconds. A glimmer of hope. Each moment her level 3 mental power could gain against a level 4 opponent felt like victory. Determined to exploit those 3 precious seconds, Cha adjusted her breathing and unleashed an even fiercer assault. The axe blurred as she hacked at the vines approaching the level 4 mutated monkey, while her mental power pierced through, disrupting the monkey's attacks. The mutated monkey, pressured by her relentless onslaught, began to grow anxious. Hastily channeling its abilities to summon more vines in an effort to ensnare Cha, even attempting to penetrate her very form. Dobao, hidden in a discreet corner, watched intently, its eyes fixed on Cha. Suddenly, without warning, Dobao vanished from sight. The increasingly agitated mutated monkey, overwhelmed by Cha's persistent tactics, emitted a pained shriek. With a fierce cry, it redirected its attack, weaving the vines into a massive net aimed at an unseen target. Dobao, Cha swiftly unleashed her mental power, causing the mutated monkey to halt for another 3 seconds, while Dobao reappeared, escaping the snare. Opening her energy map, she saw Dobao stealthily maneuvering behind the mutated monkey. A spark of inspiration ignited within her. She quickly adjusted her strategy to coordinate with Dobao. Together, they unleashed their mental power, buying Dobao the time it needed to strike. After an exhaustive hour, the mutated monkey finally exhibited signs of fatigue. The vines grew sparse and thin, their speed diminishing. Its body bore the marks of Dobao's claws, appearing utterly wretched. Though Cha and Dobao had also expended considerable energy, her ability to replenish with the fruit of her powers allowed her to share small portions with Dobao, keeping them both in better spirits than the mutated monkey. An hour and a half later, Cha delivered a decisive blow, severing the mutated monkey's head and deftly extracting a level 4 crystal core. Surveying the battlefield strewn with the remains of the mutated monkeys, she waved towards Song Yen in the distance. Song Yen, do you have a vehicle in your space? Bring it out. Having witnessed the entire battle between Cha and Dobao against the level 4 mutated monkey, Song Yen felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. He realized he needed to grow stronger himself, rather than remaining a mere observer, powerless to intervene. When he heard Cha's inquiry, the tall, noble man suddenly broke into a sincere, gentle smile. His deep, melodic voice resonated, all right. The combination of his striking features and rare smile made Cha's heart skip a beat. This man was 1,000 times more handsome than any celebrity she had encountered before the apocalypse. Alas, it was a cruel twist of fate. In this world, relying solely on looks would not ensure survival. Strength was paramount. Chapter 45 further upgrades the vehicle that Song Yen retrieved was Gu Sen's, which he had acquired at a service area. It was the only car in his possession. With Song Yen at the wheel, Cha sat in the passenger seat, cradling Dobao. Shortly after they departed, 4 cars approached from the direction of B City. It was Suzy Yuen and Uncle Hu. Upon disembarking, Suzy Yuen surveyed the ground littered with mutated monkey corpses, his brow furrowed in concern. A chill ran through him as his gaze fell upon the familiar car, Cha's vehicle. His complexion turned ashen, and he quickly rushed over with Chinwink. They circled the car, inspecting it thoroughly. Fortunately, they found no signs of blood or any occupants within, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed Cha was not inside. The corpses around them had all been stripped of their crystal cores, leaving them to wonder if it had any connection to Cha. The whereabouts of the people were unknown. Had they been rescued or... Suzy Yuen exchanged a glance with Chinwink. Let us continue our journey and hasten our pace to see if we can locate her. Meanwhile, Cha remained unaware of Suzy Yuen's search. She and Song Yen were traversing a small mountain village. Song Yen parked the car by the roadside as Cha climbed atop the vehicle, peering through binoculars into the village below. If they exited the highway here, the concrete road beneath the overpass would lead directly to the village. Along this winding road, A few scattered houses appeared on either side, with a modest population of merely a dozen households. Each home possessed a spacious courtyard adorned with ponds of varying sizes, while further afield, rice paddies stretched out, evidenced by the leftover straw, indicating that rice had been cultivated here before the apocalypse. Some homes also featured vegetable gardens behind their courtyards. Set against picturesque mountains and waters, this secluded village was once a tranquil retreat before the world changed. Narrowing her eyes, Cha observed a thin plume of smoke rising from a chimney of one of the houses. There were still inhabitants in the village. Glancing at the sky and noting her own disheveled appearance, she gestured for Song Yen to lower his head and whispered into his ear, "There are people in this village. Let us avoid alarming the villagers and discreetly find an empty house to spend the night." Her warm breath caressed Song Yen's neck, sending a shiver down his spine. He suppressed the discomfort and replied softly, "All right." Unaware of any change in the atmosphere, Cha continued to scan for energy fluctuations with her energy map. Approaching one household, she detected 3 small black dots inside. At the next house, there were 2, and then one at the following. She continued her search. 4 black dots, 3 black dots. This house is vacant, but the neighboring 2 are occupied, not ideal. Let me keep looking. 2 black dots, 1 black dot. Astonishingly, the last 2 houses at the village's end were uninhabited. Cha exchanged a knowing smile with Song Yen, and together they quietly slipped into the courtyard of the last house. The door was locked, but that proved no obstacle for them, and they swiftly entered. Securing the door behind them, it was still light outside, and the room was sufficiently illuminated to reveal its layout. The furniture was coated in a thick layer of dust, indicating it had been ages since anyone had lived there, with cobwebs adorning many corners. The house was divided into 3 sections, a central living area with a bedroom on either side. The bedrooms lacked doors, separated only by fabric curtains from the main room. Each bedroom was Spartan, containing only a bed and a wardrobe. The living area featured a dilapidated sofa against the east wall, a small square table in the center, and 3 small stools against the west wall. After surveying the house, Song Yen retrieved 2 tents from his space and handed one to Cha. She did not take it, instead gazing up at him with expectation. Casting a glance at the tent and then nodding towards the eastern bedroom, she silently expressed her desire for him to take care of matters. "I've never served anyone in my life," he thought, recalling how others had always sought his assistance, leaving him to decide whether to oblige based on his mood. Pausing in his tent assembly, Song Yen was struck by how much Cha resembled. What if she truly was? He realized he must find a way to bring her to the capital. Yet she was young yet resolute, not easily swayed by him. Nevertheless, one thing was certain, she was undeniably his savior. Once the tent was erected, along with toiletries and ample water prepared, Song Yen called for Cha to come inside. "You should freshen up. I'll prepare dinner and call you when it's ready." His tone was casual, as if he were indeed capable of cooking. "Shall we see if he can manage?" Cha mused, deciding to give him a chance to prove himself. She entered the tent to wash up. Noticing the water and toiletries he had prepared, Cha raised an eyebrow, surprised by his thoughtfulness. However, she did not use them. Instead, she slipped into the tent, zipped it up, and entered her space. After filling a collapsible bathing tub with water, she luxuriated in the warmth. After 2 washes and changing water twice, Cha finally emerged clean and changed into fresh clothes. Sitting beneath the ability tree, she produced over 200 second-level mutated beast crystal cores, along with 1/3 level and 1/4 level crystal core. After cleansing the crystals, she discarded the 200 second-level cores beneath the ability tree and retained the 3rd level core. She then absorbed the 4th level core. It was not until the yellow core became transparent and eventually disintegrated into powder that Cha opened her eyes. Her mental power ability had finally ascended to level 4. With this upgrade, Cha felt a new skill awaken within her: mental control. Indeed, the higher the level, the more formidable the mental power abilities became. At level 1, She could only use the energy map to detect her surroundings with a maximum range of 300 meters. At level 2, she could perform mental piercing, causing her opponent to pause for 3 seconds, the maximum duration now extended to 5 seconds. At level 3, she could use a mental shield to block enemy abilities, effective against those below level 3. Now, at level 4, she could wield mental control, a skill she planned to practice on Do Bao. If successful, she could command zombies or mutated beasts of level 4 and below, though she wondered if she could control humans. Perhaps that was worth exploring. Having completed her ability upgrade, Bai Cha-Cha resumed her daily tasks within her space, harvesting ability fruits, engaging in repeated training, and gathering resources. Once all was accomplished, she exited the space. Do Bao lay curled in a corner of her tent, wide-eyed as he witnessed her vanish and then reappear out of thin air. Chapter 46. A temporary stay. Bai Cha-Cha gently lifted Do Bao and placed him into the basin prepared by Song Yen, then poured some water into the basin, giving Do Bao a bath. After defeating the 4th-level mutated monkey, Do Bao had appeared lethargic throughout their journey, resembling a sickly creature. Once clean, Bai Cha-Cha dried him with a towel, softly murmuring, "Do Bao, do you feel unwell?" After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "Do Bao, are you perhaps on the verge of an upgrade?" Do Bao nodded his fluffy head in response. Bai Cha-Cha understood and felt reassured. Her guess was indeed correct. Do Bao had been perfectly fine until suddenly displaying these symptoms, which were likely linked to his unique abilities. In addition to his abilities of invisibility and teleportation, Do Bao possessed a rather peculiar skill, devouring. He could consume other abilities, converting them into energy for absorption. Thus, Do Bao had an additional method for upgrading, either by absorbing a crystal core of a higher level than his own or by consuming energy from abilities to enhance his level. However, the risk of consuming other abilities' energy was considerably greater than that of absorbing crystal cores. If he ingested too much without the ability to promptly convert it into energy, he could be overwhelmed and potentially burst from excess energy. During their confrontation with the 4th-level mutated monkey, Do Bao had consumed quite a bit of energy manifested as vines from various abilities. It was likely that he was currently struggling to digest that energy, which explained his discomfort, akin to being ill. Yet, if he could endure it, an upgrade awaited him. Bai Cha-Cha affectionately stroked his round head, encouraging him, "Hang in there, Do Bao. You can do it." Just then, Song Yen called her for dinner, and she placed the freshly washed Do Bao inside the tent to allow him time to digest before stepping outside. On the clean little square table, 2 large bowls of egg noodles were set. Song Yen sat across from Bai Cha-Cha, nervously observing her expression. Feeling somewhat uneasy under his gaze, Bai Cha-Cha pondered if the noodles looked appealing but might taste unpalatable. Hesitant, she picked up her chopsticks but bravely took a bite. The flavor was mediocre but acceptable, not dark cuisine, after all. She generously praised, "This is quite delicious. I thought you couldn't cook, but clearly you can. Please make it more often." Song Yen felt a surge of happiness at her approval, yet the last comment left him momentarily speechless. Observing her relish the meal, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After finishing, Bai Cha-Cha efficiently collected their bowls and chopsticks, taking them outside to wash. Since Song Yen had cooked, it was only fair for her to handle the dishes. Once tidied up, they resumed their conversation in the main room. "Have you noticed something peculiar about this village?" Bai Cha-Cha asked. Song Yen nodded, acknowledging the unsettling tranquility that belied the experiences of a post-apocalyptic world. Moreover, the village seemed to be populated entirely by ordinary people, with neither zombies nor ability users in sight. Curious, Song Yen turned to Bai Cha-Cha. "How do you know they are all ordinary people and not ability users?" He was surprised to learn that Bai Cha-Cha wasn't just a physical ability user, but possessed other powers as well. He wondered what kind of ability allowed her to discern this. Bai Cha-Cha did not elaborate, respecting the privacy of individuals. However, the village's strangeness lingered. The apocalypse had been a global phenomenon, and the sudden emergence of the zombie virus was not to be underestimated. Despite the small population, It was improbable that not a single zombie or ability user resided there. Furthermore, every household had tightly shut doors. And during their entry into the village earlier in the day, they had seen no one. After a moment of silence, Bai Cha suddenly produced a third-level crystal core and placed it on the table. You are a dual-type ability user, with both electric and spatial abilities at the second level. Upgrading requires double the crystal core resources compared to a single-type ability. This core is from the third-level mutated monkey we defeated today. Take it to upgrade. You already possess another third-level core, so together, they will suffice to elevate both your electric and spatial abilities to the third level. Song Yen was taken aback that Bai Cha would offer him a second third-level crystal core for upgrading. He lowered his head, concealing the complex emotions swirling in his eyes. Noticing his silence, Bai Cha continued, "Your spatial ability can not only store resources, but grows increasingly powerful with each level. Once you upgrade to the third level, you will truly comprehend its potential. The required crystal cores for future upgrades will only escalate, and I cannot acquire them easily on my own. I hope you can grow stronger quickly so we can face higher-level zombies together. You must have realized that I am currently a fourth-level ability user. Even if you absorb these two third-level crystal cores, you will still only be a third-level user. You will need to find 2 more fourth-level cores to match my level. However, I will not remain stagnant. My next goal is a 5th-level core." Bai Cha had said all that needed to be said. And now it was up to Song Yen to decide. His electric ability was formidable, comparable to thunder, making him a powerful offensive user. Once he matured, he would undoubtedly become a force to be reckoned with in the post-apocalyptic realm. She certainly did not wish to travel with a burden. Such remarkable abilities deserved to be utilized. Interestingly, the original story did not feature a character like Song Yen. And the Apocalypse's strongest rankings did not include anyone with the surname Song. She had previously speculated that in the original narrative, Gusen had survived while Song Yen had perished at a highway service area. However, circumstances had changed. Gusen was dead, and by a twist of fate, she had saved Song Yen. The ranking of the strongest survivors in the apocalypse would inevitably need reassessment. Yet, the path to advancement would only become more arduous. 5th-level zombies had yet to appear, and 4th-level zombies were exceedingly rare. Had it not been for her fortunate encounter with the 4th-level mutated beast, reaching her current level would have been far more challenging. Clutching the crystal core tightly in his hand, Song Yen, his glasses obscuring his intense gaze, looked earnestly at the composed girl before him, a soft smile gracing his lips. "All right, let us grow stronger together." Bai Cha nodded in satisfaction, affirming, "Good." The two of them discreetly took residence in an empty house within the village, unaware that at that very moment, another group had also arrived seeking shelter in the same village. Chapter 47. The peculiar village. Su Ziyuan and his companions hastened their pursuit. Yet they found no trace of Bai Cha. As evening approached, they were compelled to seek a place to spend the night. The dangers of the night vastly exceeded those of the day, and they dared not continue their journey under the cloak of darkness. Liao Xiaoyu, with keen eyes, spotted a cement road beneath the highway that could accommodate vehicles, faint silhouettes of houses visible in the distance, hinting at a village. The group resolved to seek refuge in the village. Su Ziyuan led the way in the front vehicle, with Liao Xiaoyu in the passenger seat and Bai Yai in the rear. Qin Wink drove the supply-laden truck alongside Wu Qingqing, followed closely by Uncle Hu and others in 2 additional vehicles. The 4 vehicles gradually entered the village. Bai Yai whispered her concern about the villagers and the potential threat of zombies. Liao Xiaoyu dismissed her worries, suggesting that if there were zombies, they could simply eliminate them. He rationalized that the village was small, and even if the inhabitants had transformed, their numbers would likely be few. If there were no zombies, they could easily negotiate accommodation, perhaps offering some form of compensation to the villagers. Bai Yai thought Liao Xiaoyu's optimism was rather naive. At times, humans could be more fearsome than the undead. She harbored a strong desire to protect their supplies in the truck, unwilling to part with anything from their precious stock. Despite her disdain for Liao Xiaoyu's simplistic views, She refrained from voicing her thoughts. Su Ziyuan, however, admonished them, cautioning against complacency and the insatiable nature of humanity. The arrival of their vehicles stirred a considerable commotion in the village. Su Ziyuan and his companions did not venture deep into the village, mindful of the uncertain circumstances. Should anything seem amiss, they could swiftly retreat. They parked at the village entrance and disembarked, approaching the first house at the edge of the village. The gate was firmly shut, and the village was enveloped in darkness and silence, obscuring all visibility. Chen Wenk stepped forward, instructing the others to wait while he scaled the fence to investigate. With a running leap, he effortlessly entered the yard. Under the moonlight, he crouched beneath the window, straining to listen. Inside, hushed voices could be heard. Was he mistaken? No, he discerned the sounds clearly. Have they hidden everything well? Yes, do not worry. Chen Wenk returned cautiously to relay the conversation to the others. Liao Xiaoyu expressed his delight at the prospect of human presence, suggesting they knock on the door. However, Su Ziyuan restrained him, pointing out that their large group might overwhelm the villagers, making accommodation unlikely. He noticed a spacious area behind the house and proposed that they set up tents there for the night. The group quickly agreed, relieved to find that the village still had inhabitants and that there were no visible zombies, lending an air of safety to their surroundings. They swiftly erected tents in the open space, and Su Ziyuan organized the night watch. After a light meal, everyone retired for the night. Unbeknownst to them, Bai Cha-Cha, residing at the village's far end, was oblivious to the arrival of newcomers, as the distance exceeded the range of her energy map. Song Yan was still engaged in absorbing a crystal core and would not finish quickly. After a brief nap in her space, Bai Cha-Cha emerged to take her watch. The night passed without incident, and as dawn broke, she felt exhaustion creeping in, estimating that Song Yan had likely completed his upgrade. She returned to her space for another rest. Upon emerging refreshed, she instinctively activated her energy map, finding no anomalies within a 300-meter radius. After freshening up, she noted that Song Yan was still asleep, so she set about preparing breakfast. Meanwhile, Su Ziyuan's group did not experience the same tranquility. Just as dawn broke, they were suddenly surrounded by 5 men. The leader, a middle-aged man, was flanked by 4 youths, all wielding makeshift weapons, knives, hoes, shovels, and sickles, indicative of their status as villagers. The man, Zhang Dali, the village chief, questioned them sternly. "Who are you? Why have you come to our village?" Su Ziyuan stepped forward to explain. "We apologize for the intrusion. We merely seek a place to rest for the night before continuing our journey." Uncertain of these men's arrival and their familiarity with the village, he leaned in to whisper to his son, Zhang Liang, who then dashed into the village. Zhang Dali nodded, secretly relieved, and addressed Su Ziyuan and his group. "You have 20 minutes to gather your belongings and depart." He gestured for the 4 youths to keep a watchful eye on them before retreating into the village. Su Ziyuan and his companions did not protest, understanding that their sudden appearance in someone else's village warranted expeditious departure. They hurriedly packed their belongings and prepared to leave. After watching them go, the 4 youths made their way to Zhang Dali's home. Zhang Liang spoke first. "Dad, I noticed they came with 2 trucks. They must have a substantial amount of supplies. Should we inform Biaoge?" Zhang Dali retrieved a metal box from a drawer, rolled a cigarette, lit it, and took a drag before responding, "Go ahead." Just as Zhang Liang turned to leave, his father called him back. "Wait. Remember to ask Biaoge for a little extra. Our village has already paid a high price for our current peace. We must ensure the villagers receive some tangible compensation." With a cruel smile, Zhang Liang replied, "I understand. Dad, rest assured." Meanwhile, Bai Cha-Cha prepared 2 bowls of rice porridge, sliced a plate of pickles, and steamed 2 buns. She roused Song Yan, and together they enjoyed breakfast. Once they had tidied up, they prepared to leave. As they traveled from the village's far end to the entrance, the village remained eerily quiet. However, unlike the previous night, it now harbored 4 supernatural beings. Regrettably, these individuals lived too far from the village's edge for her to detect. Nevertheless, She recalled overhearing some peculiar conversations from the house they had passed. Desiring to avoid conflict, she opted for discretion. Thus, the two quietly distanced themselves from the village before driving away. Chapter 48. Hostage. After Su Ziyuan and his companions departed from Zhongjia village, they soon found a clearing to pause for breakfast. Chen Wink examined the map and remarked that if all went smoothly, they would reach Base A by tomorrow. Su Ziyuan pointed to a location on the map, indicating that this was a crucial path to Base A, likely teeming with zombies, and urged caution. Liao Xiaoyu, slurping his noodles, added, "But we still haven't found Cha-Cha. She should be heading to Base A as well, right?" Wu Qingqing shot him a glare and muttered, "Unlike us, she doesn't have family there. Besides, she's so capable, she might not even need to go to Base A." Liao Xiaoyu glared back at her, then turned to Bai Yai, who was quietly enjoying her breakfast. "Yai, you know Cha-Cha better than we do. Do you think she would go to Base A?" Bai Yai hesitated, not wanting to speak. She had no idea what Bai Cha-Cha was thinking. They had parted ways, and it was no longer her concern. However, she swallowed her food and replied softly, "I can't say for sure. Cha-Cha has changed a lot. I can't quite grasp her thoughts anymore. But I suspect that since she dislikes us so much, she probably wouldn't go." Liao Xiaoyu paused, pondering, "Does Cha-Cha really hate us?" Bai Yai shrugged, "I suppose so. Otherwise, why would she have chosen to part ways with us?" Unable to hold back, Wu Qingqing interjected, "Bai Cha-Cha hates you, not all of us." Bai Yai froze, her eyes brimming with tears. "Qingqing, how can you say that?" "Wua," Chen Wink sighed. When he first met Bai Yai, she wasn't as prone to tears as she was now. Crying made one's heart feel so troubled. If we are destined to meet Bai Cha-Cha again, we will. If not, so be it. In this apocalypse, we should focus more on how long we can survive. Su Ziyuan and Liao Xiaoyu fell silent, while Wu Qingqing suddenly sighed. "I wonder how my father is doing at Base A. Is he worried about me? I miss him so much." She regretted leaving her father and felt that this apocalypse was far more terrifying than she had anticipated. However, they had not traveled far when they encountered a group of over a dozen muscular men blocking their path. A row of steel spikes lay before them. The leader, a towering man with bulging muscles reminiscent of a boxer, stood at nearly 2 meters tall, his tank top stretched to the brink of tearing. Though not every man in the group matched his physique, a few were equally formidable. He bellowed, brandishing a large knife over his shoulder, "Leave the supplies. Women come with us. Men are to be detained." Before Su Ziyuan and the others could react, the men charged forward, for encircling each vehicle. Uncle Hu and the others were the first to be subdued. Despite their imposing size, these men moved with surprising agility, quickly binding them together. Even Uncle Hu, Li Xiong, and Tian, who possessed special abilities, were not spared, as they struggled to protect their ordinary companions while facing these physically powerful men. Before long, one of the men commandeered Uncle Hu's truck. Su Ziyuan's windshield and windows were shattered, forcing them to exit the vehicle and regroup. Su Ziyuan unleashed a bolt of lightning at the leader, who trembled but continued to swing his knife menacingly. Chen Wink's wind blades merely grazed the assailants, drawing blood but failing to vanquish them. Liao Xiaoyu raised an earth shield in an attempt to fend them off, but it was shattered by a single punch. A massive water barrier surged toward the burly men, causing them to step back momentarily but quickly regain their ground. Bai Yai, hiding behind Su Ziyuan and his companions, anxiously stamped her feet. She realized that her healing ability had advanced to level 3, allowing her not only to heal but also to replenish the powers of her exhausted allies, albeit at the cost of her own vitality. Observing that half of the men were also level 3 abilities, while the rest were level 2. She gritted her teeth and finally placed her hand on the back of the pale Wu Qingqing. After upgrading to level 3, Wu Qingqing discovered that her powers could not only provide water resources for the team, but also possessed offensive capabilities. The water barrier she summoned was the first of its kind, proving effective but draining her energy significantly. Just as she felt she could no longer maintain it, A warm energy surged from behind, instantly revitalizing her nearly depleted power. Realizing it was Baiyai, she felt pressed for time and quickly released another water barrier toward the assailants. The previously advancing men were pushed back once more by Wu Qingqing's water barrier. Seizing the moment, Su Ziyuan unleashed a storm of lightning, utilizing the conductive properties of water to channel the electricity toward the adversaries. The men's hair frizzed. Their faces charred, yet they remained undeterred, relying on their brute strength to press forward. Everyone's attention was focused on the group of men in front when a sudden scream pierced the air. "Help me!" Baiyai's voice came from the side. A vine had ensnared her, dragging her swiftly away. It was Zhang Liang, who had been lurking in the shadows, observing. While Baiyai was resting on the ground after replenishing Wu Qingqing's powers, he had seized the opportunity to abduct her with a vine. Zhang Liang tightened his grip around Baiyai's neck and shouted, "Stop, or I'll choke her to death." Su Ziyuan and the others froze, their fists clenched, veins bulging with rage. The leader, Li Biao, was in high spirits, laughing heartily. Zhang Liang flashed a sycophantic grin and respectfully addressed Li Biao. "Thank you, Brother Biao." He quickly changed his tone, shouting at Su Ziyuan and the others, "Surrender peacefully and follow Brother Biao, or I want to be polite." Applying pressure. Zhang Liang caused Baiyai's eyes to roll back, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face, as she desperately clawed at his hands, which remained unmoved. Filled with despair and fear, Baiyai turned her head towards Su Ziyuan, gasping for breath as if she were a fish out of water, pleading for help. Li Biao stepped forward, grinning as he declared, "Let us do as Zhang Liang says, or that woman is as good as dead. I'll count to 3. 1, 2. Enough." Su Ziyuan interrupted suddenly. Chen Wink frowned, while Liao Xiaoyu's eyes burned with rage. Yet, they could not stand idly by and watch Baiyai perish before their eyes. They needed to devise another plan. Li Biao scoffed, bemused by their naivety, believing that merely threatening a hostage would render them compliant. He would teach them what survival in this apocalypse truly entailed. Chapter 49, Are Level 3 Abundant Everywhere? With a wave of his hand, Li Biao signaled a man behind him to drive away their cargo truck. He refrained from binding Su Ziyuan and the others, instead assigning 2 men to escort Baiyai alongside Zhang Liang. Su Ziyuan and his companions had no choice but to obediently follow behind. Li Biao led them to a 3-story villa, where their truck was parked in the yard, and workers were unloading supplies into a storage warehouse beside the villa. Flanking the entrance of the warehouse stood 2 men, each armed with a gun. Su Ziyuan and his group were hastily pushed into the house. The ordinary individuals brought by Uncle Hu had vanished, leaving only Uncle Hu and his 5 superhumans. Uncle Hu was taken aback upon seeing Su Ziyuan, his heart sinking in despair at the realization that even Captain Su and his team had been captured. The 3-story villa was quite spacious, with each floor spanning approximately 300 square meters. The left side of the first floor housed the kitchen and dining area, the center featured a living room, and the right side contained 2 large rooms. From one of the rooms, faint sounds of a woman weeping could be heard. Li Biao boldly reclined in the center of the sofa, arms stretched back and legs propped up on the coffee table. He looked at Su Ziyuan and the others standing rigidly before him and spat in displeasure. Suddenly, a sinister smile crept across his face as he reached out and yanked the trembling Baiyai, who was terrified under Zhang Liang's grasp, into his embrace. The pungent odor of sweat and smoke emanating from him made her nauseous, yet her overwhelming fear left her quaking uncontrollably. The more she trembled, the more exhilaratedly Biao appeared. He held Baiyai tightly with one arm while gripping her chin with the other, forcing her to look up at him, her tear-streaked, delicate face evoking a sense of pity. Li Biao scrutinized her features, growing increasingly satisfied. She was indeed stunning, her youthful complexion so fair and tender it seemed almost water-drenched, fragile to the point of concern. Su Ziyuan and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Wu Qingqing, frightened, hid behind Su Ziyuan and Chen Wink. Zhang Liang, like a sycophant, chimed in, hee hee, it's a blessing for her to catch Brother Biao's eye. We'll know soon enough how lucky she is. Li Biao cast an appreciative glance at Zhang Liang, his hands becoming more brazen as they roamed over Bai Yai's body. Through the thin fabric, she could feel the warmth of his hands, and she even sensed a reaction from him beneath her. Her eyes brimmed with hatred, fear, and tears. She longed to struggle, to scream, even to retaliate, yet she dared not. In her final moments of hope, she turned her gaze towards Su Ziyuan. Li Biao could also sense the quivering of the soft body in his grasp, and the fragrant woman ignited an immediate response within him. Noticing her glance towards Su Ziyuan, he let out a disgruntled snort. Bring the other women away and lock them up. As for these men, beat them. The hulking men behind Li Biao surged forward, forcibly dragging Wu Qingqing and Tian Tian away. Liao Xiaoyu, unable to contain himself, threw a punch at one of the brutes, but was quickly overwhelmed before he could land a second. Li Biao's chilling voice echoed. Anyone who dares to fight back will witness me strip this little lady of her clothing in front of everyone. Liao Xiaoyu's suspended fist froze mid-air, and in an instant, he was pinned to the ground, receiving blows from all directions. With a tearing sound, Li Biao lived up to his word, ripping Bai Yai's top with a few swift motions and tossing it to the ground. Ah! Bai Yai shrieked in terror, crossing her arms over her chest. Su Ziyuan, Chen Wink, and Liao Xiaoyu's faces darkened, their fists clenched tightly. They had never endured such humiliation in their lives. Though they possessed superpowers, the feeling of being utterly powerless was unbearable. After enduring a severe beating, Li Biao finally relented, waving his hand to signal his men to stop. Through gritted teeth, Su Ziyuan rose. Let her go. Li Biao laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most amusing joke. Let her go? How would that lead you to surrender? Am I foolish? He scoffed at them, a bunch of fools. With another wave of his hand, he instructed, lock these people up and keep a close watch. They must not escape. Liangzi has made a great contribution today. You know what to do. Shifting his attention back to Bai Yai, he embraced her, declaring, this woman is coming with me. As long as you comply, I guarantee her safety. Should you dare to flee, Bai Yai, sniffling, was led away by Li Biao, casting a pleading look towards Su Ziyuan. Ziyuan ge, save me. Li Biao abruptly turned her around, pulling her close to him and kissing her lips that had uttered a cry for help, ascending the stairs with her in tow. As Li Biao's figure vanished around the corner, Su Ziyuan clenched his fists and struck the wall, creating a gaping hole as the structure cracked under the force. What are you doing? Get them inside. A burly man, furious, attempted to kick Su Ziyuan but retreated, intimidated by the ferocity in his eyes. Fortunately, it was not a load-bearing wall. 7 or 8 sturdy men shoved Su Ziyuan and the others into a room. Wu Qingqing and Tian Tian were confined in the adjacent room. Within that room were not just the 2 girls, but also 7 or 8 others, their exposed skin bruised and tear-streaked, quietly sobbing. The atmosphere was heavy with despair. At the moment Bai Yai was captured by Zhang Liang, Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yan had just arrived. Sensing something amiss from 300 meters away, Bai Cha-Cha instructed Song Yan to conceal the vehicle, and the 2 stealthily took refuge in a hidden spot. Witnessing Bai Yai become a hostage, Su Ziyuan and his companions, despite their level 3 abilities, could only submit. And Bai Cha-Cha felt a complex swirl of emotions. In the original narrative, the hostage was Bai Cha-Cha herself. Following this incident, the original character became increasingly eccentric and difficult to approach, as her ordinary status had led to their suffering. Thus, she became less favored within the group. However, unlike the original story, these thugs possessed a significant number of level 3 and level 2 superhumans. Perhaps due to her influence, Su Ziyuan and his companions had accelerated their power growth compared to the original tale, resulting in these thugs being even more formidable. What, then, had enabled them to elevate their abilities? Moreover, for reasons unknown, she sensed that the direction they had taken concealed some formidable danger. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yan exchanged glances. I wish to go take a look. Song Yen adjusted his glasses. Are you planning to rescue them? Bai Cha-Cha shook her head. They don't need saving. They'll endure some hardship, but once night falls, they'll find a way to eliminate those brutes and escape. Her curiosity piqued. She pondered why level 3s seemed so prevalent now. After a moment's deliberation, the two decided to stealthily approach and investigate. Chapter 50. Seizing an opportunity, Zhang Liang hummed a cheerful tune, one hand tucked into his pocket while the other weighed the level 3 zombie crystal core in his grasp. A sensation of sweetness washing over him akin to indulging in honey. Upon absorbing this crystal core, he would ascend to the ranks of a level 3 ability user, placing him on par with Brother Biao, rendering everyone in Zhongjia village, including his father, no match for him. He envisioned himself, much like Brother Biao, flaunting his newfound status, basking in the glory of his achievements. Just the thought of it filled him with anticipation for the future. His mind drifted to the beautiful girl he had captured earlier, and he couldn't help but smirk. Oh, that girl had an exquisite touch. He had surreptitiously taken several liberties with her, but alas, she had caught Brother Biao's eye. He would undoubtedly heed Brother Biao's orders and wondered if he might be rewarded in the future, perhaps even sharing a fleeting moment with that girl. The women of Zhongjia village had been offered to Brother Biao in exchange for peace, and the last few had been delivered just last night. It was a pity for the strong men, filled with pent-up energy, who had no outlet for their frustrations and were left to resolve their needs on their own. It was a damnable situation. He pondered where Brother Biao had procured so many crystal cores, as one by one, those around him were evolving into level 3s. Rumor had it from Xiao Ma that Brother Biao had just acquired a level 4 crystal core and planned to absorb it that very night. Lost in thought, a sudden pain pierced his head, rendering his mind blank. He faintly heard a distant voice inquiring, "What are you doing? Where did this level 3 crystal core come from?" "Gifted by Brother Biao," he replied. "And who is Brother Biao?" "A fugitive recently escaped from prison." "How many men does Brother Biao command?" "Over 20 brothers, all of whom fled from prison with him before the Black Rain." "Describe the layout of the villa to me in detail." To the left upon entering is a large warehouse containing all the supplies, guarded by 2 armed level 3 ability users. The left side of the first floor includes a kitchen and dining area, while the 2 rooms on the right are where the men and women are confined. The second floor serves as their sleeping quarters, and the third is where Brother Biao resides. I have never been to the second or third floors. What became of the group you just captured? The men were beaten and imprisoned, while the women are held next door. The girl I captured was taken upstairs by Brother Biao. Is there anything else you know? Speak freely. Zhang Liang, unable to restrain his tongue, divulged everything he could recall. It wasn't until Bai Cha-Cha deemed the information insufficient that she swiftly ended Zhang Liang's life with an axe, claiming the level 3 crystal core from his lifeless hand. In her arms, Doubao yawned, opening its round, bright eyes, leaping to the ground, stretching lazily and shaking its head vigorously. Bai Cha-Cha watched with delight at its antics and exclaimed, "Doubao, have you leveled up? That's fantastic. I'll reward you with roasted rabbit. But for now, I have matters to attend to. I'll prepare the roasted rabbit for you after we leave here." Doubao closed its eyes and lay still in her embrace, lamenting its ungrateful master who only offered empty promises. Bai Cha-Cha affectionately rubbed Doubao's head and turned her gaze to Song Yen. "Let's go take a look near the villa." The two dared not approach too closely. Bai Cha-Cha stayed at the edge of her detection range. She first utilized her energy map to assess the personnel distribution within the villa. The sight startled her. Besides the small black and green dots, there were also red dots. Moreover, their numbers exceeded the combined total of the black and green dots. One red stood out, bright and large. It could only be a level 4 zombie. Zhang Liang, who had just exited the villa, could not have deceived her. Under her mental control, he had revealed all he knew. Yet, he had not mentioned the presence of zombies in the villa. Perhaps even he was unaware, considering the multitude of level 3s among the group. Alongside the level 3 crystal core in Zhang Liang's possession, it seemed almost trivial. Though reluctant to accept it, she harbored a bold hypothesis. These individuals were courting disaster. Bai Cha-Cha sketched the personnel distribution she had detected onto the ground, sharing her findings with Song Yan. As she finished, he voiced the same suspicion that had crossed her mind. Their brows knitted together in concern. Upon raising her head, Bai Cha-Cha was startled by the piercing gaze of the man, feeling in that instant that he bore little resemblance to a virus expert. He pondered aloud. Did you say there is a level 4 zombie inside? I desire that level 4 crystal core for my upgrade. Bai Cha-Cha chose not to confront him, suggesting, let us find a place to have dinner first. We can act once night falls. Now that they were teammates, she would naturally assist him in seeking a crystal core for his upgrade, but she would not let her guard down. She needed to ensure her own strength remained intact, even if he were to advance a level. She also found herself intrigued by the supplies housed within that warehouse. The two of them sought a concealed spot far from the villa. As Bai Cha-Cha petted Do Bao, she observed Song Yan retrieving supplies from his spatial storage and casually asked, what shall we have for dinner? Song Yan hesitated, his fingers pausing momentarily before he ventured, egg noodles? Bai Cha-Cha responded in confusion. Didn't we just have egg noodles for breakfast? Just then, she recalled the man's earlier hesitation, and comprehension dawned upon her. Indeed. Song Yan's ears flushed red as he admitted, actually, I only know how to make egg noodles. Bai Cha-Cha couldn't suppress her laughter. How prideful this man was. She had praised his cooking that morning, and he had hesitated to confess his limited culinary skills. Had she not pressed him further, she might have had to endure several more meals of egg noodles before discovering the truth. Finally, she understood why he had claimed he couldn't cook, yet had not refused her request because he was not entirely inept, but merely specialized in egg noodles. Bai Cha-Cha noticed the man across from her nearly brimming with embarrassment, and she quickly sobered, saying, there's no shame in not knowing how to cook. In the future, please be candid with me. I dislike any form of concealment as it leads to misunderstandings and unnecessary troubles. If you cannot comply, we shall part ways. Song Yan contemplated her words for a moment before nodding solemnly. He understood her intent. She wanted him to place his complete trust in her. It was not merely about cooking. It encompassed all aspects of their partnership. As she pointed out, in a world like this, mutual trust was essential for survival. If they could not fully rely on one another, calamity would inevitably ensue. Cutting off what is unnecessary will prevent chaos. Bai Cha-Cha, though a young woman, exhibited a decisiveness and courage that Song Yan greatly admired. Their interactions over the past few days confirmed that Bai Cha-Cha was indeed a person worthy of trust. Having made a promise to her, he would undoubtedly uphold it. After they completed their task that night, he would seek an opportunity to have an honest discussion with her. Chapter 51, Dominance. Bai Cha-Cha enlisted Song Yan's assistance to prepare the mutated rabbit, which was quite large, and divided it into two halves. One half was roasted for Do Bao, fulfilling her promise to him, while the other half was stir-fried into a spicy rabbit dish. She also sought add some greens and cooked rice. After the two enjoyed their dinner and tidied up the area, they awaited the cover of darkness to proceed with their plans. In the villa, no one cared whether the imprisoned individuals were hungry. The cook, Xiao Ma, first delivered a portion of food to Brother Biao on the 3rd floor, then took 2 more portions to the cluttered staircase below. Xiao Ma quickly returned, but the 2 servings were nowhere to be found. In the room where the women were held, Wu Qingqing and Tian Tian huddled in a corner. Throughout the afternoon, Tian Tian managed to extract a bit of information from the weeping women across from them. Most of these women were villagers from Zhongjia village, with 2 being passing survivors. They had been brought here by their village chief, Zhang Dali, and his son, Zhang Liang, with the consent of their families. Brother Biao promised their village that as long as they delivered all the women and the elderly, sick, and weak from their community, he would clear out the zombies and mutated beasts, ensuring their protection. To keep their men safe, these women were either coerced or willingly confined here, becoming playthings for the men outside. Those who resisted or could not endure were swiftly taken away. As for the elderly and infirm from the village, once sent here, they were never seen again. Nearby, there was another village, larger than theirs, but the people from Zhongjia village were resilient and resisted Brother Biao, resulting in the massacre of their community. The more Wu Qingqing and Tian Tian learned, the more anxious and fearful they became. The muffled voices outside, discussing what they intended to do with them that night, sent them into quiet tears. In the adjacent room where men were confined, they were all familiar faces: Su Ziyuan, Chen Wink, Liao Xiaoyu, Uncle Hu, Li Xiang, along with Li Xiang's third and fifth uncles. Liao Xiaoyu listened to the vile words from outside, filled with indignation. He lowered his voice and said, "Brother Ziyuan, Brother Wink, we should not submit. Let us fight back. Anything is better than feeling powerless like this. We don't even know what has happened to Yi." Su Ziyuan gritted his teeth, knowing that Qingqing and Tian Tian were likely safe for now, but feared for Yi. Chen Wink remained silent. He agreed with Xiaoyu that they should have fought back at the outset. They might not have lost, but yet Yi might indeed be in peril. As the saying goes, a bad death is better than a miserable life. Even if something had befallen Bai Yi, her life was likely not in danger, as Brother Biao still needed her to threaten them. However, they had endured considerable suffering in their attempt to save Bai Yi, never feeling as constrained as they did now. They needed to devise a way to escape quickly. Uncle Hu and the others appeared despondent, prompting Su Ziyuan to offer some reassurance. "We will find a way to escape. Everyone must stay strong. Let us think of a solution together. We will not give up until the very end." Li Xiang nodded absent-mindedly, murmuring, "Yes, we will not give up until the end." He looked at Su Ziyuan and asked, "Captain Su, you are the most capable here. Where do you think those ordinary people are likely being held?" Su Ziyuan fell silent. It was difficult to say. They had not seen the few individuals brought in by Uncle Hu since their arrival, and while they, as ability users, still held some value, the ordinary people likely faced grim fates. On the third floor, in Li Biao's room, Bai Yi's eyes were red and swollen, tears streaming down her face and splashing into the bathtub below, creating small ripples. "So dirty, so dirty, so dirty," she repeatedly murmured, frantically rubbing her skin. Her desperation was such that she seemed intent on scrubbing off a layer of flesh. Li Biao had gone downstairs for an unknown purpose, leaving two subordinates at the door. A plate of untouched food lay on the bedside table, and the bed was in disarray. After a while, when her skin had been rubbed raw, Bai Yi suddenly let out a soft, manic laugh. She tossed aside the washcloth, rinsed herself clean, retrieved a fresh outfit from her space, consumed the food from the bedside, discarded the soiled sheets, and found a clean one in the wardrobe. She then obediently sat on the edge of the bed, staring vacantly out the window. The fact that the girl had not sought a way to end her life, but had instead tidied the room, amused him. "Brother Biao, I am now yours. I will obey your every command. I am a level 3 healer. I can certainly be of assistance to you." Li Biao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What of your companions?" Bai Yi sneered. "My current state is a result of their incompetence. They are no true companions. Only a powerful man like you, Brother Biao, is my correct choice." Li Biao burst into laughter, generously praising her. "Well said. You have good judgment." He caressed her shoulder and added, "I have matters to attend to, so you may stay here comfortably. I will return once I am finished." As soon as Li Biao left, Bai Yi's expression turned cold. She clenched her fists, the pain of her nails digging into her flesh, softening her features once again. In the basement, Li Biao pushed open a heavy door. Immediately, two men of equal stature to him approached. "Brother Biao, you have arrived." Li Biao patted their shoulders. "Tiger, Leopard, good work. How is everything inside?" Tiger flipped the power switch, illuminating the basement, revealing it to be filled with densely packed zombies. They were segregated by levels, imprisoned in large cages crafted from metal abilities. Upon closer inspection, several ordinary people from Uncle Hu's group were among them, having already transformed into level 1 zombies. They were breeding zombies. Level 4 zombies had been cultivated and were merely waiting for Brother Biao to collect their cores. Tiger, excited, said, "With our combined level 3 metal abilities, we are nearing the limit of our control. Brother Biao, Let us kill it and upgrade you." As he spoke, the three approached the cage of the level 4 zombie. This creature already possessed the ability to command lower-level zombies, but all zombies in the vicinity were confined and could not escape. Li Biao watched with satisfaction as the level 4 zombie bared its fangs and desperately slammed against the bars, eager to devour them, yet hampered by the lack of limbs, which made it appear frantic. He chuckled with delight. "Well done. The next level 4 core we nurture will surely go to you two brothers." The brothers, Golden Tiger and Golden Leopard, rubbed their hands together in excitement, realizing that their dominance in the apocalypse was just around the corner. Chapter 52. The death of Li Biao. The three of them worked in perfect harmony, swiftly extracting the 4th level crystal core. Jin Bao meticulously cleaned the core and respectfully handed it to Li Biao. "Brother Biao, I've heard from Xiao Ma that we have received quite a few new goods at home, including several 2nd and 3rd level ability users." Li Biao casually tucked the crystal core into his pocket, nodding affirmatively. "Indeed." Jin Bao's face lit up with joy. "That's wonderful. I believe we will soon cultivate our 2nd and 3rd 4th level abilities." Li Biao shared this sentiment, feeling elated, as if the heavens were aiding him. Nonetheless, he restrained his excitement in front of his subordinates and maintained a facade of calm. "Rest assured, they will be brought here shortly." Meanwhile, Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yan were hiding near the villa, initially planning to take action later in the night. However, Bai Cha-Cha suddenly sensed that the 4th level red on her energy map had vanished. After a moment's contemplation, she said to Song Yan, that red had remained in the same small area, as if trapped there. Its sudden disappearance without appearing elsewhere indicates only one possibility: it has been killed. We cannot wait any longer. We must act immediately, or someone else may absorb that 4th level crystal core. With that, Bai Cha-Cha stealthily made her way out. Song Yan followed suit without hesitation. At the villa's entrance stood 2 2nd level ability users. Bai Cha-Cha intentionally made a commotion in the bushes on one side, prompting one of them to investigate. "Wait here, I'll check it out." As he approached, Bai Cha-Cha sprang forward and snapped his neck. Simultaneously, Song Yan dispatched the other man stationed at the entrance. Both men had no time to react before they were silenced. The night had fully descended, and the courtyard was shrouded in darkness, with no lights illuminating the area. Only a faint glow emanated from within the house, casting shadows in the gloom. Finding a generator was no easy task, and they dared not waste electricity. They peeked into the courtyard. Bai Cha-Cha whispered in Song Yan's ear, "There's no one in the courtyard, but there are 2 guards in the warehouse." Song Yan nodded. "Let's take care of those 2 first." As they prepared to strike, a woman's piercing scream echoed from within the house. "Ah!" The scream was brief, but jarring in the stillness of the night. At the same time, Bai Cha-Cha noticed 2 small green dots disappearing from her energy map. She raised an eyebrow. Had Su Ziyuan and the others made their move? On the 1st floor, only Xiao Ma and 2 men remained in the kitchen, as the rest had gone upstairs to rest. The 2 men approached the room where the women were held, intending to torment them as usual to pass the time. In a moment of desperation, Wu Qingqing, a 3rd level water ability user, unleashed her powers, inadvertently killing the man who had attempted to assault her. Tian Tian, a 2nd level earth ability user, was startled but quickly reacted. Seizing the opportunity while her assailant was momentarily stunned, she used her powers to eliminate him as well. Blood stained her hands, and both girls were horrified. Trembling, Tian Tian used earth to cover the bodies, as if attempting to conceal the truth of their actions. The other women in the room were equally terrified, huddled together in a corner, shivering. One of them screamed in fear, but the others quickly covered her mouth. Xiao Ma, puzzled by the commotion, glanced in that direction but dismissed it, thinking it was merely the usual nighttime disturbances. He had a small room at the back of the kitchen repurposed as a bedroom, containing a single bed where he usually slept alone on the 1st floor. Not wanting to hear the ruckus outside, he closed the kitchen door and the door to the small room, settling in for a peaceful slumber. The 1st floor fell into silence. Su Ziyuan and his companions heard the disturbances from the neighboring room, growing increasingly anxious as they prepared to act, but soon the noise died down again. This is not right. Something must have happened. Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen opened the warehouse door, and Do Bao dashed inside at once. As a fourth-level mutated beast, it swiftly eliminated one of the third-level ability users before he even had time to react. The other third-level user, quick to respond, attempted to fire a gun to alert others. However, Bai Cha-Cha employed her metal abilities, rendering his weapon useless, and with her mental control, he tragically ended his own life. Song Yen was momentarily taken aback, his prepared attack dissipating. As he illuminated the warehouse with his flashlight, he discovered a substantial space filled with food, drink, clothing, and other supplies, which he proceeded to gather into his spatial storage. Bai Cha-Cha realized that Song Yan's spatial area was quite considerable. After collecting the supplies, they exited to find something amiss on the first floor. However, they chose not to investigate further. Bai Cha-Cha opened her energy map, found an empty room, and used vines to ascend to the third floor, pulling herself up with their assistance. Sensing no immediate danger, she then used the vines to pull Song Yen up as well. Though Song Yen maintained a calm exterior, turmoil raged within him. Bai Cha-Cha was initially a physical abilities user, and while the addition of metal powers was manageable, now she had acquired wood abilities as well. The entire third floor housed only 4 ability users, all at the third level. According to Zhang Liang's instructions, one of them was likely Bai Yai, another was Li Biao, while the remaining 2 were Li Biao's subordinates. Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen concealed themselves in a guest room at the far end of the third floor. They refrained from acting hastily, noting from the energy map that 2 were in the corridor while 2 were in a room. They surmised that Bai Yai and Li Biao were in the room, while the 2 patrolling subordinates were in the hallway. The 4th-level crystal core must be with Li Biao, so they would need to eliminate the 2 subordinates first. For 3rd-level users posed little challenge. After all, they were 2 4th-level and 1 3rd-level user. Just as they prepared to strike, a rough male voice echoed from the corridor. It was Li Biao, quietly instructing his 2 subordinates, "You 2 go in and guard her. Do not let her escape. I'm going to upgrade." The 2 subordinates entered the room to guard Bai Yai, while Li Biao approached their location. Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen were taken aback. Could it be that he intends to come to this room to upgrade? They hid behind the door, their hearts racing with excitement, gripping their weapons tightly, waiting to deliver a fatal blow the moment Li Biao entered. Even Do Bao was poised to spring into action. When fortune arrives, it cannot be obstructed. This 4th-level crystal core was destined for Song Yen. Li Biao indeed opened the door. In that instant, as he stepped inside, Li Biao felt a sharp pain in his head, his consciousness fading. Bai Cha-Cha had honed her mental control skills to an impressive level. Initially intending to practice on Do Bao, she now found that it was unnecessary. As Li Biao fell under her control, Song Yen, quick-witted, shut the door with agility. With a swift slash, Li Biao's head rolled to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. Chapter 53. She is no longer the same. Song Yen rummaged through Li Biao's pockets and, indeed, discovered the yellow crystal core nestled within. Tucking the core into his own pocket, he turned to Bai Cha-Cha and said, "Let us depart." Bai Cha-Cha nodded in agreement, and the 2 of them once again escaped through the window using a vine. Song Yen could not help but marvel at Bai Cha-Cha's abilities. Feeling a secret joy in his heart, he interpreted her use of these powers in his presence as a sign of her trust in him. Upon returning to their hiding place from earlier that afternoon, Song Yen set up 2 tents and prepared bedding. He told Bai Cha-Cha, "You should sleep. I will keep watch. We shall leave at dawn." Bai Cha-Cha smiled softly and replied, "Allow me to take the night watch. You should focus on absorbing that level 4 crystal core to upgrade." Recalling that it was Bai Cha-Cha who had kept watch the previous night, Song Yen had more to say but heard her continue, "Upgrade your spatial abilities first." With that, she turned and entered her tent without another word. Initially, Song Yen had intended to upgrade his electrical abilities first, believing them to be more potent. But he chose to heed Bai Cha-Cha's advice and prioritized his spatial skills. After casting a final glance at Bai Cha-Cha's tent, he retreated to his own to commence his upgrade. Once inside her tent, Bai Cha-Cha placed Doubao down and entered her spatial realm. As usual, she reclined in the lounge chair beneath the ability tree. Staring in astonishment at the fruits overhead, she counted the fruits on the tree with her fingers, pinched herself, and blinked. She was not mistaken. Her ability tree had indeed upgraded, doubling from 6 fruits to 12. Originally, there was 1 fruit of each of the 6 colors, and now there were 2 of each. Plucking one of the fruits, she took a bite. The flavor had grown even sweeter, and the energy contained within surpassed that of the previous fruits. Bai Cha-Cha had considered lounging for a while before training, but upon tasting the ability fruit, she resolved to train first. The energy from the fruit surged through her body, elevating her abilities in gold, wood, water, fire, and earth from level 2 to level 3. Regrettably, her physical abilities did not upgrade, remaining at level 4. It was clear that the higher the level, the more challenging it became to advance. The level 3 crystal core she had obtained earlier was casually tossed beneath the ability tree. After completing her daily spatial tasks, she took a brief slumber in her realm before emerging to stand watch. Meanwhile, within the villa, as Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen conspired to eliminate Li Biao, Su Ziyuan and his companions had broken free from their confinement, opening the door to the adjacent room. They soon discovered the source of the eerie silence on the first floor. Wu Qingqing and Tian Tian had taken it upon themselves to end the lives of their captors. Seeing that the two were frightened yet unscathed, the group breathed a collective sigh of relief. Liao Xiaoyu, with a fist raised in the air, quietly exclaimed to Wu Qingqing and Tian Tian, "You two are quite impressive. You accomplished what I wanted to do. That feels absolutely exhilarating." Chen Wink shot him a glare and squatted down to offer comfort, saying, "Do not be afraid. It is over now. We shall fight our way out tonight." Su Ziyuan cast a glance at the trembling women huddled together in the corner, but chose to remain silent. Li Xiang was busy reassuring Tian Tian. "Uncle," who addressed Su Ziyuan, "Captain Su, let us first rescue the girl from your team, and then you can assist us in locating the others from our team who lack abilities." Su Ziyuan thought of Bai Yi, and a weight settled in his heart as he nodded. He turned to the frightened women in the room and instructed Wu Qingqing, "You all stay here and wait for us to return." Wu Qingqing curled up against the wall, her head resting between her knees, trembling all over. She remained silent at Su Ziyuan's words. Tian Tian, sitting beside her, felt more at ease under Li Xiang's reassurance. Observing Wu Qingqing's fear, she gently patted her back in silent comfort. Her eyes were red, clearly having recently cried, and she looked at Su Ziyuan with determination, saying, "I want to go too." Liao Xiaoyu opened her mouth to dissuade them, but Chen Wink stopped her, insisting, "Let her go. Qingqing is not weak." Su Ziyuan nodded at Wu Qingqing. Tian Tian expressed her desire to join as well, and Uncle Hu agreed. Su Ziyuan led the way, with the others following closely behind as they ascended the stairs. It was not yet the latter half of the night, and 2 burly men on the second floor had not yet fallen into a deep sleep. Their keen ears caught the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs, and they sprang into action. Spotting the group climbing up, one of them swiftly drew his handgun and fired a shot. The commotion instantly roused all the men in the villa, who rushed out in a frenzy. Su Ziyuan and Chen Wink moved with remarkable speed, dashing straight for the 3rd floor under the cover of their companions. Liao Xiaoyu, along with Uncle Hu and the others, positioned themselves at the staircase leading to the 3rd floor, blocking the approaching ability users from the 2nd floor rooms. The combined level 3 abilities of Liao Xiaoyu, Wu Qingqing, and Uncle Hu proved effective, and together, they managed to hold off the group of over a dozen men on the 2nd floor. Su Ziyuan and Chen Wing's actions had also drawn the attention of the 2 level 3 individuals on the 3rd floor. The 4 level 3s split into 2 groups, engaging in fierce one-on-one combat, with neither side gaining the upper hand. The 2 men, realizing Su Ziyuan and Chen Wing were formidable opponents, cried out to the rooms behind them, "Biao Ge." One of them, enraged, bellowed, "Biao Ge has been killed." The other, momentarily stunned, echoed the sentiment with equal fury. Simultaneously, They unleashed their abilities recklessly, determined to exact revenge on Suzy Yuan and Chen Wink. Inside the room, Bai Yai was startled by the news of Li Biao's demise. She had suspected that Suzy Yuan and his group were coming to rescue her, but uncertainty about their success had kept her hidden. Now, hearing of Li Biao's sudden death left her momentarily speechless. If Suzy Yuan and his companions possessed such capability, why had they not eliminated Li Biao sooner? It was all too late now. She was no longer the Bai Yai of old. Her expression darkened as she contemplated her next move. She decided to remain in her room until the situation outside had settled and the outcome was clear. Suzy Yuan and Chen Wink were equally astonished, fully aware that they were not the ones who had slain Li Biao. Who, then, was responsible? Were they friend or foe? Their minds swirled with questions. But now was not the time for contemplation. The enemy was clearly cornered and growing increasingly ruthless. They had no knowledge of the situation on the second floor, and it was imperative to resolve this swiftly to provide support below. As they pondered this, Wu Qingqing suddenly rushed upstairs, joining the fray on the third floor. With her assistance, Suzy Yuan felt the pressure lift. 2 against 1, they finally dispatched one of their adversaries. They quickly moved to aid Chen Wink, and with 3 against 1, they soon eliminated another. With no time to linger, Suzy Yuan and Chen Wink, knowing that with Li Biao deceased, Bai Yai should now be safe, hurried down to the second floor for support. Wu Qingqing sought out Bai Yai, finding her safe and sound in her room. She instructed, "Stay here and do not move. I will come back for you." With that, she turned and departed, thoroughly checking the entire third floor to ensure no further threats remained before descending to rejoin the battle. Chapter 54. Fear. Since childhood, the group of over a dozen men on the second floor were primarily of the second tier, with only one at the third tier. Despite their numerical advantage, they were at a disadvantage in terms of level. Suzy Yuan and his 9 companions sustained only minor injuries yet managed to eliminate all those on the second floor. However, it struck them as peculiar that such a commotion had not attracted the attention of those outside the courtyard. Could it be that the outside parties were overly confident, believing the men on the second floor would successfully restrain them again? This was indeed a possibility. Suzy Yuan instructed Wu Qingqing to go upstairs and bring Bai Yai down. After scanning the area, he was relieved to see that Bai Yai appeared to be in good spirits. Nevertheless, he expressed his concern for her, and she maintained her gentle demeanor, her tone unchanged from before. To his surprise, the typically tearful Bai Yai displayed remarkable strength at this critical moment. Suzy Yuan felt a sense of unexpected pride. Perhaps this ordeal had fostered her growth. In this post-apocalyptic world, incessant weeping would only invite disdain, and he did not wish for Bai Yai to become a liability for their group. Chen Wink and Uncle, who conducted a thorough search of the first floor, finding nothing amiss, save for a few women huddled together in fear. Chen Wink inquired if anyone had come to the first floor after their departure. The women shook their heads, and one named Zhang Tsuetsue was pushed forward, cautiously stating no one came. Chen Wink felt a sense of unease and turned to Suzy Yuan, voicing his concerns. Suzy Yuan nodded in agreement, glancing at the dark courtyard outside. It was possible that accomplices awaited them beyond. Regardless, they needed to break free tonight and leave this place as soon as possible. Suzy Yuan looked to Uncle Hu, remembering his promise to help locate the ordinary individuals in their group. Yet, after searching all 3 floors, they had seen no sign of them. Puzzled, he instructed Chen Wink to join Uncle Hu in scouring the entire villa for any hidden individuals. Chen Wink, known for his decisive action, immediately led the group from the first to the third floor, conducting another thorough search. However, every corner of the villa was laid bare. Aside from a few bottles of liquor, some packs of cigarettes, and a handful of firearms, nothing significant was found. Uncle Hu and his companions wore grim expressions. As they realized the chilling truth, those individuals were likely gone. Understanding their feelings, Suzy Yuan sympathized with Uncle Hu's group. Out of the dozens of survivors who had set out together, only these 5 empowered individuals remained. The road ahead was fraught with uncertainty. Uncle Hu. Let us go outside and capture someone for questioning. If we yield no results, we must leave, he urged. After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Hu nodded in agreement. Su Ziyuan exhaled deeply and commanded, "Open the door, we're leaving." As the villa door creaked open, the dark courtyard was illuminated by their flashlights. Contrary to their expectations, no one was present outside. It was not until Liao Xiaoyu completed a circuit of the courtyard that he exclaimed, "The two men at the entrance have been killed." Chen Wink added, "The warehouse door is ajar, and it's empty, save for the corpses of two empowered individuals. It seems others have been here." Astonishingly, the intruders had stealthily dispatched the two second-tier individuals in the courtyard and the two third-tier ones in the warehouse, absconding with all the supplies stored within. Chen Wink's face grew pale at the thought of their lost provisions. He leaned closer to Su Ziyuan, whispering, "Ziyuan, I suspect that Li Biao was also slain by this group." Su Ziyuan's expression hardened. To move undetected and empty the warehouse while eliminating Li Biao on the third floor demanded an extraordinary level of skill and strength. While supplies could be replenished, they could not remain here any longer. "Everyone, quickly to the vehicles. We must depart now." Panic surged among the group, and upon hearing Su Ziyuan's command, they immediately began to organize themselves into their vehicles. The women inside the house followed suit, their anxiety palpable as they saw the group preparing to leave. Zhang Suitsue, flustered, stamped her foot, glancing at Su Ziyuan and the others, hesitating as if she wished to speak. However, the seriousness etched on their faces stifled her words. Her companions urged her forward with nudges, prompting her to take a bold step and ask, "Are you leaving? Could you take us with you?" Had they encountered these women at the onset of the apocalypse, he might have considered offering assistance. However, after the journey thus far, he had come to realize that the world had changed. The law of the jungle now prevailed, and he could scarcely look after himself, let alone extend his aid. The only response to her plea was the sound of Liao Xiaoyu's vehicle starting up. Uncle Hu and his companions lingered behind, refusing to give up hope as they searched the courtyard once more, even circling the villa's perimeter, but they yielded no results, finding not even a trace of a body. Reluctantly, they climbed into their vehicles and sped away from this perilous place, leaving Zhang Suitsue and the other women huddled together, their figures gradually fading from view. The villa stood desolate, the wind sweeping through its empty halls, causing the few remaining women to tremble in fear. They clung to one another, managing to drift into a fitful sleep only in the early hours of the morning. Not long after they succumbed to slumber, a head peeked tentatively from the stairwell. When it emerged again, it was not alone, but accompanied by two others, the fortunate survivors. Kitchen Xiaoma and the brothers Jin Hu and Jin Bao from the basement. "Damn it!" Jin Bao exclaimed, surveying the carnage that had claimed their comrades, his fury boiling over. Jin Hu, however, maintained a cooler demeanor, recognizing that rage would not resolve their predicament. "We must enhance our strength swiftly and seek vengeance against those responsible." Jin Bao retorted, "Brother, they've all fled. We don't even know what they look like. How can we avenge our fallen?" Jin Hu shot him a glare and turned to Xiao Ma, who had seen the assailants. Jin Bao fell silent, deferring to his older brother. Once Jin Hu saw that Jin Bao had calmed, he instructed, "Xiao Ma, take all those women down below. Bao, since our brothers have perished, their deaths should not be in vain. Bring their bodies down as well." Jin Bao was taken aback, understanding his brother's intent, yet shocked at his ruthlessness. "Brother, those were our comrades. Do you mean to use their bodies to sustain those monsters?" Jin Hu shot him a cold glance, prompting Jin Bao to fall silent. From a young age, he had feared his brother, and now sensing the brewing storm in Jin Hu's demeanor, he dared not utter another word. Chapter 55. The basement. Both Xiao Ma and Jin Bao diligently followed Jin Hu's instructions to carry out their tasks. Jin Hu leisurely ascended to the third floor, where he discovered Li Biao's lifeless body. He stood silently beside the corpse for a moment before crouching down to search through Li Biao's pockets. He recalled that Li Biao had tucked a fourth-level crystal core into his pants. After rummaging through the headless corpse repeatedly, he found nothing. "Damn it!" Jean, who exclaimed in frustration, gesturing with his hand as several golden blades flew forth, instantly shredding the headless body into countless pieces, blood spilling across the floor. This worthless fool. The 4th level crystal core he had painstakingly nurtured had been delivered to him without delay. Yet he had not even had the chance to absorb it and upgrade before being slain. Now, even that precious crystal core was lost. If it weren't for Xiao Ma's timely warning and their quick escape, they likely would have met the same fate. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have kept that 4th level crystal core for himself. With a kick, he sent Li Biao's unseeing head flying out the window. Jean, who snorted in disdain, casting one last glance at the dismembered remains on the ground before turning to descend the stairs. What brotherly bond was there? It was merely mutual exploitation. Before the apocalypse, they had been a band of outlaws, and now, in this post-apocalyptic world, feelings were of no consequence. Only his foolish younger brother believed in such notions. After a struggle, Zhang Cui and the others managed to fall asleep, only to be abruptly awakened by heavy slaps and kicks. As they opened their eyes in confusion, they were met with rows of grotesque creatures emanating a foul stench. Just as they were about to scream, their tongues fell to the ground as the golden blade struck. Everyone was paralyzed with fear. In the chaos, a woman was yanked by her hair and thrown into a nearby cage. With no strength to resist, she was soon disemboweled by a zombie, her body trembling violently as her eyes rolled back. Her half-eaten face turned pale as she stumbled to her feet, fully transformed into a zombie. Under Jean, whose stern gaze, Xiao Ma hurriedly confined Zhang Cui and the other women into separate cages. Before long, the entire villa was filled with zombies or corpses, save for the 3 living individuals. After completing their tasks, Jean, who instructed Xiao Ma, "The supplies in the warehouse are all gone. Tomorrow morning, you will go to Zhangjia village and inform them to send more food. Complete this task, and I shall reward you with a 3rd level crystal core, allowing you to level up again." The next morning, Bai Cha prepared 2 bowls of noodle soup and steamed a basket of dumplings. Song Yan tidied up the dishes and tent. The 2 planned to revisit the villa. As they approached, they encountered Xiao Ma, who was on his way to Zhangjia village. After exerting her mental control over him, Bai Cha extracted numerous pieces of information she desired. After providing Xiao Ma with a swift resolution, she and Song Yan followed the leads he provided, ultimately locating an entrance to an underground basement in the stairwell. This entrance was indeed cleverly concealed, which explained why Suzy Yuan and the others had failed to find it. The stairwell itself was quite narrow, typically relegated to storage or miscellaneous items. It was surprisingly clean, revealing only a dilapidated sofa in the corner. Who would have guessed that the entrance to the basement lay beneath this worn-out piece of furniture? Pushing the sofa aside revealed an opening the size of a well. Descending the ladder led to an empty room where Song Yan switched on his flashlight. At the farthest wall stood a heavy security door. Inputting the code provided by Xiao Ma, the door opened as expected. Instinctively, he raised a hand to touch his neck, only to feel blood. Trembling, he cried out, "Brother! Brother! Help me!" He hurriedly sat up from the single bed, attempting to staunch the bleeding from his neck with his golden energy. Yet, his golden shield was once again pierced by an unseen force, like an invisible knife carving into his throat. Inside, tending to a 3rd-level zombie, Jean, who heard the commotion and rushed out, only to watch in horror as his younger brother Jean Bao had his throat inexplicably slit, blood gushing forth. "No! Jean Bao!" Jean, who glared at the man and woman who had appeared uninvited, seething with rage. Though he cared little for brotherly affection, this was his own flesh and blood. He shouted fiercely, waving his hands as the walls began to tremble, the entire basement quaking. Countless small golden blades surrounded by Cha and Song Yan like the spikes of a durian. This skill was indeed impressive. If the 2 lacked strength, they would undoubtedly be turned into a pincushion. Unfortunately, Jean, who was merely a 3rd-level gold ability user, had he been 4th level, it would have taken more effort. The misfortune was that he encountered Bai Cha and Song Yan. particularly after Song Yen had ascended to the 4th level of spatial abilities. He had not only comprehended spatial blades, but had also recently slain Jin Bao. Moreover, he had mastered spatial exchange, providing an excellent opportunity to practice his skills. He restrained Bai Cha-Cha, gauging the distance of the golden blades from the two. With one hand holding Bai Cha-Cha, he snapped his fingers lightly at his side. The sound of countless golden blades piercing flesh filled the air. Song Yen, with Bai Cha-Cha in tow, had exchanged positions with Jin Hu. The golden blades had all embedded themselves in Jin Hu's body. The towering man, standing at nearly 2 meters, was transformed into a sieve, his body drenched in blood. Jin Hu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the composed man and woman before him, blood pouring from his mouth. What kind of bizarre ability was this? He was on the brink of nurturing a 4th-level zombie. Why? Had it ended before it even began? Jin Hu glared in defiance towards the innermost part of the basement before collapsing. Bai Cha-Cha felt a twinge of envy for Song Yan's spatial abilities. Alas, her own power was not a true spatial ability and couldn't achieve such feats. Even if it were, the awakened skills would not be identical. As Song Yen grew stronger as her partner, she felt genuinely pleased. Song Yen approached to deliver a fatal blow to Jin Hu, while Bai Cha-Cha began to survey the basement and the numerous zombies contained within their cages. Before long, she recognized several familiar faces among the zombies. They were the ordinary members of Uncle Hu's team, all transformed into 1st-level zombies, their gaping mouths salivating at the scent of human flesh. After futilely banging against the cages, they resorted to gnawing on the remains of corpses. The remains looked quite fresh, with each bite oozing blood. The zombies in the outer cages were evidently recent transformations, while those further in were 2nd-level zombies. The 2nd-level zombies' cages contained fresh remains that were markedly different from those in the 1st-level zombies' cages. The flesh in the 2nd-level zombies' cages was denser and tougher, yet the zombies seemed to prefer it. This was due to the special abilities awakened in the ability users, which endowed them with an additional network of energy pathways throughout their bodies, akin to veins. The higher the level of the ability, the more resilient and robust these pathways became, allowing for greater energy storage and enhanced physical prowess. When zombies consumed the bodies of ability users, they absorbed a small portion of energy into their crystal cores, strengthening themselves. Approaching the innermost 3 cages, each contained a single 3rd-level zombie. Their food consisted of fresh remains, alongside 2nd and 3rd-level crystal cores. It appeared that this was how they had managed to cultivate 4th-level zombies. Chapter 56, A Touch of Cuteness in the Basement. All the zombies had their tongues extracted and limbs severed, writhing on the ground, gnashing their gaping mouths. They dug deeper to extract crystal cores and feed on flesh, surrounded by walls and cages fortified with gold. These individuals were fortunate, had they encountered a high-level zombie with formidable awakened powers. Even if they were reduced to a grotesque form, they could still retaliate against these people. Dobao, it's time to work. The crystal cores you unearth will be your own little treats. Dobao yawned widely, shook its body, and instantly vanished from sight. It reappeared within one of the zombie cages. Song Yen, whoever digs it out claims it. Let us see who can gather more. With that, Bai Cha-Cha joined the fray, cleaving open one of the zombie cages with her axe. She controlled the level 3 zombie first, then swung her axe to extract the crystal core. For level 1 and 2 zombies, she didn't even need to open the cage. A vine shot through the gaps, piercing the zombie's head, deftly retrieving the core within. The vine was swift and efficient, avoiding the putrid, viscous liquid that oozed from the zombies, making it ideal for long-range assaults and core extraction, a truly indispensable ability for hunting zombies. One might wonder, which ability allows for the remote extraction of crystal cores? The answer is wood-based powers. Of course, her Dobao could assist in this endeavor as well. Regrettably, her 5-element ability was only at level 3. She could act at a distance against zombies or mutated beasts below level 3. However, for those above level 3, she would still need to dig in herself. Take, for instance, the level 3 physical type zombie. Her vine got stuck in its skull and could advance no further. It required her extraordinary strength to shatter the zombie's head with a single blow. Just moments ago, Bai Cha-Cha had lazily stood at a distance controlling her vine. But suddenly she withdrew her powers and engaged the zombies with sheer physical prowess. With a resounding thud, Song Yen looked up to see the girl, exhilarated, launching punches and kicks at the zombies, smashing one head with a fist and breaking the neck of another level 3 zombie with a kick. The scene was both gory and violent. Despite the girl being covered in grime, her eyes sparkled like stars in the sky. And even with her beautiful face smeared with dark blood, she appeared remarkably captivating. Song Yen was taken aback. What exactly did he find appealing about Bai Cha-Cha? Had he lost his mind? She was utterly filthy. How could anyone still see beauty in that? He quickly shook his head to dispel the errant thoughts and focused on exterminating zombies and extracting crystal cores. The duo, a tiger and a girl, competed fiercely. And after a flurry of chaos, they finally cleared the basement of all zombies. Bai Cha-Cha, cradling her equally filthy Doubao, discreetly wiped her hands on the tiger's fur, all the while showering Doubao with praises about its prowess, handsomeness, and obedience, an outpouring of sweet nothings. Doubao, basking in Bai Cha-Cha's affection, closed its eyes in pride, happily wagging its tail. Then Bai Cha-Cha said, "Doubao dear, I'll collect your crystal snack for you. Just ask me when you want to eat. The cores are rather heavy. I wouldn't want to tire you out, my precious Doubao." "Doubao, when did you become my mother?" "Fine. I'll let it slide. I, Doubao, won't quibble over such trivialities, especially since you always think of me." Bai Cha-Cha, delighted, affectionately patted Doubao's soft belly once more. "Since you didn't protest, I'll take it as your agreement. Doubao is such a good boy, truly my darling Doubao." Song Yen carefully packed the cleaned crystal cores into 3 bags, handing 2 of them to Bai Cha-Cha. She retrieved 3 cores from the bag, offering them one by one to Doubao, who relished the treats, growing more fond of its new mother. The sensation of being pampered while lounging was delightful. If Song Yen knew Doubao's thoughts, he would surely shake his head in disbelief, questioning if it remembered that it had just unearthed those crystal cores itself. After feeding Doubao 3 cores, Bai Cha-Cha tucked the remaining ones away. She recalled the son of the village chief from Zhongjia village she had slain the previous night, as well as the young man who had sought supplies from there earlier that morning. "We should leave quickly. The village chief may come looking for his son." Song Yen had begun to understand Bai Cha-Cha's character in the past few days. Nodding, they neglected to clean themselves of the filth and hurriedly drove away. Not long after, they spotted another village. Unlike Zhongjia village, this one was deserted, marked only by a stone inscribed with the name Lijia village. Remembering the zombies from the basement, they quickly found an empty house, each taking a swift shower and changing clothes. Bai Cha-Cha washed herself in her space, discovering that Doubao could follow her inside. With curious tiger eyes, Doubao observed her as she bathed in a foldable tub beneath the power tree. By the time she finished washing herself, Doubao had vanished. After cleaning Doubao, she emerged with it. She feared that Doubao might sneak a taste of her power fruit if left alone in her space, so keeping it close was preferable, especially during critical moments when it could assist her in battle. Once both were cleaned up, they continued their journey. Meanwhile, Su Ziyuan and his 5 companions, along with Uncle Hu's group, found a vacant house to rest. Having not eaten since the previous night and after a confrontation with Li Biao and his crew, their hunger was palpable. However, all their supplies were gone, leaving them without food or drink. Uncle Hu's group wore expressions of despair as Li Xiong consulted a map, searching for the nearest place to gather supplies. Su Ziyuan and his companions were somewhat reassured, knowing that Bai Yi still had ample supplies in her space. Though losing a truckload of supplies was painful, they were not overly concerned about lacking food and drink on the road. They could gather more supplies when the opportunity arose. Everyone's gaze shifted to Bai Yi, who remained silent, head bowed, not making any move to retrieve supplies. Liao Xiaoyu could no longer contain himself. "Yi, hurry and bring out some food, we're starving." Chapter 57. The zombie-tied Bayai secretly rolled her eyes, her right hand fiddling with her left finger, striving to adjust her facial expression. After a considerable pause, she slowly raised her head, feigning confusion. "Ah? I apologize, I was lost in thought just now." Suzy Yuan, regaining his composure, recalled Bayai's predicament and surmised that she must be terrified, understandably a bit out of sorts. He spoke gently. "Yai, it's all right now, we've all escaped. And the villains are no more." Chen Wink chimed in, "Indeed, Yai, the pressing matter is that we're all hungry. Please fetch some supplies to fill our stomachs." At that moment, Wu Qingqing's stomach audibly grumbled in agreement. She patted her flat belly and chuckled awkwardly. "I'm truly famished." It was then that Bayai seemed to awaken from her stupor, apologizing. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Perhaps it's been too long since I last ate." Compounded by the constant tension, I had completely forgotten the sensation of hunger. I must have been too frightened to realize it. With that, she reluctantly retrieved 5 boxes of instant noodles and 5 bottles of water from her spatial storage, her heart heavy with reluctance and sorrow. The stark awareness of the vanishing space felt like a stab to her heart. Ever since she had encountered this group, her misfortune had only intensified. She felt a deep resentment. Initially, she had believed Suzy Yuan to be good, secretly harboring feelings for him and genuinely wanting to earn his affection. Now, however, it became apparent that they were all cold-hearted and selfish individuals, utterly unworthy of her lingering attachment. Their kindness towards her stemmed solely from her unique dual abilities. But what did that matter? A bunch of useless individuals who could not even protect her. Who could comprehend the grievances she had suffered? She reminisced fondly about the days spent with Bai Cha-Cha, that Na'vi fool who listened to her. No, remaining with this group would eventually see her resources drained. She needed to find an opportunity to depart with her supplies. At present, Bayai had completely transformed the supplies in her spatial storage into her personal belongings. She deliberately chose to forget that these materials were collectively gathered and meant for the group. They merely resided in her space temporarily. While Bayai was still lost in thought, Wu Qingqing suddenly approached her, saying, "Bring out a pot. I want to cook." Bayai smiled faintly, poised to gently decline. When Liao Xiaoyu echoed, "Yes, Yai, I do like to cook as well," even Suzy Yuan and Chen Wink turned their gazes toward her. With no other option, she retrieved a pot and dug a pit to gather some firewood to boil the noodles. Though Wu Qingqing had initially wanted her to bring out a stove, she restrained herself. As long as they could cook, she wouldn't be picky. Liao Xiaoyu quickly fashioned a makeshift stove from earth, while Chen Wink casually tossed in some firewood, and Wu Qingqing used her abilities to add water to the pot. Suzy Yuan glanced at the 5 individuals eagerly watching them set up the pot and said, "Uncle Hu, could you please help us start a fire? Let us all come together to enjoy some noodles." He then turned back to Bayai, instructing, "Yai, bring out 5 more buckets of noodles." Liao Xiaoyu interjected, "Get a couple more packs, we're all starving. 1 pack per person, 1 tea suffice. Also, bring out some sausages and bread to tide us over." Bayai desperately wished to kick Liao Xiaoyu away. How had she never noticed how annoying he was before? And Suzy Yuan when she liked him. Had she been oblivious to his excessive eagerness to help? Fortunately, she was not blinded by infatuation. Her mind was clear, and the rose-tinted glasses had fallen away, revealing issues she had previously overlooked. Despite her inner turmoil, now was not the time to create conflict. She bore the pain, retrieving sausages, bread, and 7 more boxes of instant noodles, forcing a smile as she distributed them among the group. Once again, as she felt the space from which the supplies were taken evaporate, Bayai was overwhelmed with a dizzying fury. Had she never possessed these items, perhaps it would have been easier, but the feeling of gradually losing something she had just acquired, akin to having her flesh sliced with a dull knife, was excruciating. Uncle Hu and the others were continuously expressing their gratitude to Suzy Yuan, promising to collect supplies to return to them. Observing the joyous expressions of her companions as they delighted in the food only deepened Bayai's discontent. Suzy Yuan and the others, oblivious, assumed she was still recovering from her fear. Chinwink was engaged with the map, discussing their next route with the group. Ahead lay the high-tech industrial park. Once they traversed it, they would reach the territory of Base A and City A. "Let us continue our journey," Su Ziyuan declared. As his words hung in the air, a sudden roar of off-road vehicles erupted from behind. Li Xiang abruptly stood, speaking rapidly. "Run. Danger." He immediately pulled Uncle Hu and the others into the vehicle, flooring the gas pedal. Su Ziyuan and the others reacted swiftly, abandoning the pot and hastily jumping into their vehicle to follow Li Xiang. In the rearview mirror, two off-road vehicles, one black and one white, were rapidly closing in on them. Chinwink leaned out of the window, binoculars in hand, to peer back. "Damn. Ziyuan, accelerate." A horde of zombies. Behind their vehicle, a massive throng of zombies was fast approaching, relentlessly pursuing them. Su Ziyuan pressed the accelerator to the floor, executing a drift and a sharp turn to overtake Li Xiang's vehicle with remarkable driving skills. Li Xiang was not to be outdone, closely tailing him. Wu Qingqing and Bai Yai turned pale, feeling dizzy from the speed, their bodies thrust back against the rear seats as they grasped onto anything within reach to stabilize themselves. Su Ziyuan abruptly swerved right, causing the combined weight of Wu Qingqing and Liao Xiaoyu to press down on Bai Yai, nearly making her lose her stomach. Her face grew even paler from the strain. In the black off-road vehicle, Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yan were equally exasperated, as the white off-road vehicle behind them, which they did not recognize, sped forth. They were driving normally when suddenly a white off-road vehicle careened around a corner, trailing a horde of zombies. This forced Song Yan to push the gas to the limit, desperately trying to escape the imminent danger. Bai Cha-Cha contemplated bursting the tires of the vehicle behind them, wishing to send them into the zombie horde. The occupants of that vehicle brought danger upon her and Song Yan in their bid for survival, which she could not accept. She had just extended her hand out of the window, ready to unleash her golden blades, when Song Yan stopped her. "No, let them hang back. We'll be safer this way. Rest assured, I will not let them overtake us." With that, Song Yan accelerated once more, closing in on the two vehicles ahead. "Hey? That looks familiar. Wasn't he that Su Ziyuan and Uncle Hu's vehicle? What a ridiculous situation." Chapter 58. The military in the high-tech zone. Numerous factories and enterprises thrived, their employee dormitories fully occupied. The apocalypse struck with sudden ferocity, and once a factory fell, it succumbed entirely. The municipal government of City A and the military responded swiftly, establishing a base and organizing rescue teams to aid the populace. Unfortunately, the outbreak of the zombie virus spread with alarming rapidity. Just a few days into the rescue efforts, an unrelenting black rain descended for 3 consecutive days. Following this deluge, the zombies and mutated flora and fauna proliferated, complicating rescue operations. Areas that had already succumbed to chaos became increasingly inaccessible. In the cafeteria of a precision machinery design company in the high-tech zone, a dozen employees found themselves trapped. Clinging to the meager rations left in the cafeteria, they awaited salvation, but were encircled by zombies, their former colleagues transformed into monstrosities. As time dragged on, they gradually realized that no one would come to their aid. They could only rely on themselves. Fortunately, among the group, 7 or 8 had awakened special abilities. Supporting one another, they began to transport the scant food supplies from the cafeteria, inching toward escape. It was only today that they resolved to make a desperate dash for freedom. The original group of survivors dwindled along the escape route, ultimately leaving just 4. As Zhu Wang drove with palpable anxiety, he crashed the vehicle, the sound echoing loudly and attracting an ever-growing horde of zombies. The sheer number of zombies trailing behind was staggering, easily exceeding 1,000. Tears streamed down Zhu Wenwang's face as he trembled, lamenting the loss of his comrades, Engineer Liu, Engineer Deng, Engineer Li, and questioning their chances of survival. Lu Baihong, gasping for breath, conjured a wall of earth to impede the zombies' advance, followed closely by Deng Hailai, who reinforced it with a similar barrier. Both possessed secondary earth abilities, and behind their earthen walls rose a metallic barricade constructed of various metals, courtesy of Li Jixin's secondary metal powers. The trio worked in tandem to thwart the zombies while desperately fleeing, yet the relentless horde seemed inexplicably insistent on their pursuit. Their powers were nearly depleted. If this continued, today would mark their demise. In a moment of panic, Zhu Wang spotted a black off-road vehicle ahead, and the four of them pursued it as if it were a lifeline. They failed to consider, however, that with so many zombies, the vehicle could only accommodate a few. Even the most formidable among them could hardly contend with such overwhelming numbers. Their desperation for salvation clouded their judgment, compelling them to rush toward anyone who appeared to offer hope, even if they were not heroes. Song Yan's vehicle, a modified off-roader acquired from Gu Xin, boasted superior performance. Rapidly outpacing Uncle Hu's vehicle ahead, the speed was exhilarating. In the blink of an eye, the car zipped past, and Li Xiang failed to notice that Bai Cha-Cha occupied the passenger seat. Zhu Wang followed closely, and upon realizing that the vehicles ahead were not one but three, he pressed the gas pedal even harder. The increasing number of survivors heightened their hope. For vehicles raced in a line, pursued by a relentless horde of zombies. Bai Cha-Cha activated her energy map for a scan. Alas, the radius of 300 meters felt insufficient. Though her psychic abilities were formidable, each skill bore inherent limitations, preventing her from becoming invincible. This necessitated constant self-restraint and astute judgment, and she understood the importance of leveraging her strengths. Despite having reached the 4th level, these constraints kept her vigilant, reminding her that she was never truly powerful enough and that the journey to strengthen herself was unending. Casting a glance at Song Yan, who was focused intently on driving, she inquired, "Do you sense something peculiar about the zombies behind us?" "Indeed. It is unusual for them to pursue us for such an extended duration," Song Yan replied, his demeanor serious as he removed his pretentious glasses. His piercing gaze narrowed, and an air of authority emanated from him. Bai Cha-Cha sensed that his refined exterior was merely a facade. This was his true self. "I suspect there is at least one 4th level or higher zombie among them directing the horde," she hypothesized. Song Yan swiftly met her gaze, affirming, "I share your suspicion." Bai Cha-Cha nodded. "It seems highly probable. Continuing to flee like this is not a viable strategy. It is indeed quite troublesome." "Let us remain calm," Song Yan reassured her. "I have studied the map of City A. If we maintain this speed, we will soon reach the vicinity of the A city base. If fortune smiles upon us and we encounter military forces on a mission, we may yet find salvation." Bai Cha-Cha raised an eyebrow, falling silent as she unwrapped a milk candy and savored it. The rich aroma of milk filled the cramped vehicle, allowing Song Yan to relax his previously tense demeanor. Meanwhile, Chen Wink, seated in the passenger seat, examined the map, acutely aware of the abnormality of the pursuing zombie horde. Their persistence was certainly unusual. The pressing concern was devising a solution. A glance at the fuel gauge revealed dwindling supplies, although they possessed a reserve. Stopping to refuel while fleeing was impractical. The remaining fuel would scarcely support them to the A-City base. He turned to Su Ziyuan. "What should we do?" Su Ziyuan's eyes brightened as he spotted something ahead. "Look, is that a military vehicle?" Chen Wink quickly retrieved binoculars and confirmed, "Indeed. This is excellent news. We may be saved." Bai Yaoi, previously resting against the door with her eyes shut, forced herself to look ahead upon hearing of the military presence. She glimpsed 2 vehicles, each with a figure standing atop. Brother, survivors. For off-road vehicles ahead, pursued by over 1,000 zombies, a minor zombie tide. Li Yingbei reported to her brother before leaping from the roof of their vehicle. Li Shunan, undeterred, turned to Sher Kai standing beside the door. "Sure. Prepare the brothers for a rescue operation." "Understood." Soon, one of the vehicles began to transform. An artillery barrel extending from the front aimed at the oncoming horde. 2 young men dismounted, swiftly taking positions on the roof with submachine guns at the ready. Su Ziyuan and Song Yan reached the scene first, yielding their position in the middle of the road at Li Xuanan's signal. Li Xiang and Zhu Wenwang followed closely behind, positioning their vehicle behind the military convoy. All aboard the 4 vehicles sighed in relief. At Li Xuanan's command, a shell was launched into the horde, detonating with a resounding explosion. Chapter 59. New Harvest. A thick cloud of smoke billowed as an explosion tore through the horde of zombies, creating a temporary clearing amidst the chaos. Severed limbs and dismembered body parts flew through the air, while the ghastly moans of the undead grew increasingly piercing. 2 submachine guns relentlessly fired upon the staggering zombies that struggled to rise, their aim unwavering. The military's arsenal was plentiful, although the bullets could not annihilate every zombie. They were effective in dispatching the majority of the lower-tier undead. As for the higher-tier zombies, they either evaded the bullets with remarkable agility, redirected them with uncanny control, or simply stood impervious to the onslaught. Unless a bullet struck true to the head, the other parts of a zombie's body posed no threat. Bai Chacha's gaze was fixed upon a short-haired girl in combat attire who occupied a vantage point. With a sniper rifle in hand, the girl dispatched one zombie after another with precision. Cleverly, she targeted only those lower-tier zombies that were vulnerable to headshots. In no time, she had eliminated 2/3 of the horde. The tall and handsome man issued another command, calling upon their abilities. 2 young men atop a vehicle swiftly descended, followed by 4 similarly aged men who emerged from the interior, all clad in matching combat uniforms. Together, the 6 charged toward the remaining zombies. The commanding man cast a glance at the sniper before joining the fray. Su Ziyuan and Uncle Hu, witnessing this, also exited the vehicle, leaving Bai Yai behind. Zhou Wang and his 3 companions exchanged looks. Lu Baiong spoke up, after a brief rest, "I feel much better. Should we join in?" Deng Hailai nodded, and Li Jixin added, "Zhu Gong has no special abilities, so he should stay in the vehicle. The 3 of us will go." With that, the trio leapt from the vehicle and dashed forward. The sheer number of fighters made the task seem considerably easier, and they were astonished to find so many special abilities among the survivors. Bai Cha focused intently on the throng of zombies, when suddenly, she spotted a towering, muscular male zombie at the far edge of the horde, with a small, slender boy zombie perched on its shoulder. Song Yan also noticed the peculiar pair and turned to Bai Cha. "Should we go down?" Bai Cha nodded and pointed to the 2 zombies. "We will take them down." She then affectionately patted Doubao, saying, "Doubao, my dear, I have a task for you." Doubao blinked, seemingly asking what the task was. Bai Cha gestured towards the fallen zombies outside. "Do you see those? Be a good boy and go dig for crystal cores. The more you find, the more treats you'll have." Doubao nodded and promptly vanished from sight. Bai Cha and Song Yan exited the vehicle, heading straight for the rear of the zombie horde. Song Yan seized Bai Cha's arm and, using spatial displacement, positioned himself closest to the nearest zombie. Just as he steadied himself, a sharp pain shot through his head. But it soon subsided. He declared with certainty, "That little boy is a psychic zombie." Bai Cha affirmed, "The towering one is a physical-type zombie. Both are level 4. We'll each handle one. I'll take the boy, but be careful. If you can't manage, retreat." Before Song Yan could remind her to be cautious as well, Bai Cha had already dashed forward, leaving him no choice but to follow closely. They aimed to separate the 2 zombies and attack them one at a time, but the small boy zombie clung tightly to the larger one's shoulder, refusing to let go. The imposing zombie desperately shielded the boy, preventing any strikes from landing on him. This muscular zombie, despite its level 4 status, seemed impervious to their attacks, as their blows only served to further degrade its already decaying form. After a while of fruitless efforts, Bai Cha grew impatient. She sheathed her devil's axe and summoned a psychic shield to protect herself and Song Yan from the boy's zombies' mental assaults. She then engaged the massive level 4 physical-type zombie in hand-to-hand combat. As a fellow physical-type, albeit one being human and the other undead, Bai Cha unleashed her ferocity, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Song Yan discerned her intent and redirected his attacks towards the boy zombie. After their prolonged skirmish, he had noticed something. Though the boy was indeed a level 4 psychic, his physical capabilities were lacking. The large zombie was likely under the boy's control, utilizing its strength to protect him. By attacking the boy, the large zombie would instinctively defend him, thus dispersing its combat power and creating an opportunity for Bai Cha-Cha. Bai Cha-Cha recognized this as well. Although they had not coordinated verbally, their thoughts aligned seamlessly. Seizing the moment, she delivered a powerful punch to the large zombie's spine. The massive creature staggered, but regained its footing, prompting Bai Cha-Cha to strike again, landing 2 more blows in the same spot, ultimately breaking its spine. As the large zombie faltered, the boy zombie began to slip from its shoulder, prompting the larger creature to reach out to catch him. Bai Cha-Cha capitalized on this moment, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches to its head. The first blow created a deep indentation at the back of its skull, the second widened the fissure, and the third caused its head to explode, brain matter splattering everywhere. A yellow crystal core, encased in an unknown liquid, tumbled down and was caught by Bai Cha-Cha. The boy zombie, realizing its mental attacks were met with an invisible barrier, attempted to flee, but as it broke through one layer, another would appear. It commanded nearby lower-tier zombies to shield its escape, but Song Yen, using spatial displacement, positioned himself in front of it. Numerous invisible spatial blades shot towards the boy zombie, which, now devoid of the large zombie's protection, proved vulnerable. The boy's mental attacks could not penetrate Bai Cha-Cha's psychic shield, and he could not escape Song Yan's grasp. Before long, the boy's head was cleaved open. Song Yan handed the excavated yellow crystal core to Bai Cha-Cha, who accepted it before offering him the physical-type core in return. Without question, he took it and stored it away. With this level 4 core, his level 3 electric abilities would soon ascend as well. With their battle concluded, the others were also nearing the end of their skirmishes. Bai Cha-Cha glanced around and noted, "Oh dear, this little one is quite selective. Not a single level 1 core in sight, mostly level 2 cores, with a few level 3 mixed in. Though not abundant, their quality is exceptional." Delighted, she cleaned Do Bao's dirty paws, cradled him lovingly, and showered him with praise. Then, in front of Song Yan, she stored all the crystal cores in her spatial pocket. Chapter 60. After the brawl, Song Yan donned his glasses, which were devoid of any prescription, and his demeanor softened, as if the fierce aura she had previously perceived was merely an illusion. In reality, Bai Cha-Cha was acutely aware that this appearance was a facade. She couldn't help but internally scoff at his ability to feign. Unbeknownst to Song Yan, who was oblivious to her silent derision, he suddenly inquired, "Is your space large? May I store some items there? My space is becoming quite cramped." Bai Cha-Cha regarded him thoughtfully. "Aren't you afraid I might abscond with your supplies?" Song Yan chuckled. "Have you forgotten? You saved my life. I am yours now, and my supplies are yours as well. You need not worry about taking what is already yours." She recalled that she had indeed stated this when she initially consented to his companionship, surprised that he had taken her words to heart. Regardless of whether she had agreed willingly at the time, she recognized the necessity of following through on promises made. Otherwise, one should not have made them in the first place. She admired his integrity and commitment. Bai Cha-Cha nodded with pride, regarding Song Yan with an expression akin to a leader commending a subordinate. "Well done. You possess a commendable awareness." Song Yan replied, "There is no need for such flattery." With a gaze reminiscent of a mother-in-law scrutinizing her son-in-law, Bai Cha-Cha observed him with increasing satisfaction. "You may store your items with me, but it is currently inconvenient. We shall find a suitable place later." While they conversed, Sher Kai approached and tapped on their car window, signaling them to exit. The minor zombie horde had been eradicated, and they had amassed a considerable number of crystal cores. Other survivors, along with Li Xunan and the others, had gathered. Only Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yan were absent. Once everyone had assembled, Li Xunan first allocated the crystal cores, recognizing the significant effort they had exerted in their rescue and thus ensuring they received a substantial share. Given their recent assistance in hunting zombies, Li Xunan decided to distribute the crystal cores based on merit. Bai Yai and Ji Wang remained in the car, naturally receiving no cores. The other combatants, Each received 5 second-level crystal cores, while the remainder were allocated to Li Xunan and his group. No one voiced dissent. After all, it was Li Xunan and his companions who had saved them, and even if they had not received any cores, they would not have complained. Zhu Wang, lacking any abilities, felt immense gratitude for merely surviving the ordeal and was indifferent to the absence of crystal cores. Even Liu Baihong, Deng Hailai, and Li Jixin were largely oblivious to the purpose of the crystal cores, having been confined in the company cafeteria, cut off from information. They were merely following the crowd, wishing to collect what others sought, pondering the utility of their acquisitions later. Their ascension to the second level was solely due to their relentless battles against zombies, repeatedly exhausting their abilities and pushing their limits, gradually enhancing their powers. Among those present, only Bai Yai felt discontent. She was somewhat frustrated that her awakened ability was of the healing type. She longed for a more offensive power. Even Wu Qingqing, the pampered young lady, had surpassed her prowess. Stifling her frustration, Bai Yai's expression darkened. Yai, you look rather unwell. Are you still feeling carsick? Aren't you a healer? Shouldn't you be healing yourself? Bai Yai perceived Wu Qingqing's remark as a deliberate jab, shooting her a glare, momentarily forsaking her usual gentility as she retorted coldly, "Mind your own business." Wu Qingqing's face flushed with indignation, turning away to avoid her gaze. After distributing the crystal cores, Li Xunan briefly introduced himself. "I am Li Xunan, the captain of the ability team at the A-City base. You are all likely heading to the A-City base as well?" The group nodded, and Bai Yai glanced at Li Xunan, deep in thought. This man was rather handsome and held the position of team captain. Perhaps joining his team would not be a poor choice. However, she reconsidered, deciding to wait until they reached the base to assess the situation thoroughly. There may be even better options available. Li Xunan, undeterred by the varied expressions directed at him, continued, "We are not far from the base, but to enter, each person must contribute 10 pounds of supplies and register their personal information. We have tasks to attend to, so we must take our leave. Take care." With that, Li Xunan and his team departed. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, initially expecting that the military's ability team captain would ensure their safe passage to the base. To their surprise, he departed without further ado. Recalling Li Xuanan's earlier statement regarding the 10-pound supply requirement for base entry, Hu Shu and his group, along with Zhu Wenwang's team, felt somewhat apprehensive. Zhu Wenwang's group stepped forward, expressing, "We apologize, everyone. These monsters were brought by us, and we merely implicated you all. Thankfully, everyone is safe now." Su Ziyuan responded, "As long as everyone is safe, that is what matters." Liu Baihong suggested, "We plan to gather some supplies before heading to the A-City base. Would anyone like to join us? We can form a team." Upon hearing this, Hu Shu's group exchanged glances and replied, "We also wish to collect supplies. Let us team up." "That sounds perfect," Liu Baihong agreed. Hu Shu then turned to Su Ziyuan, "Captain Su, we will part ways here. We can only repay the supplies owed once we reach the base. We shall meet at the base." Su Ziyuan nodded. "See you at the base." Hu Shu and Liu Baihong's group quickly departed, leaving behind Su Ziyuan's team and Bai Cha-Cha. Liao Xiaoyu had been eager to find Bai Cha-Cha, and was taken aback to discover her in the company of a stranger. After a moment of silence, Bai Yai spoke first. "Cha-Cha, you found new allies. I'm so glad you're safe." Bai Cha-Cha, feeling indifferent, chose to ignore her comment. Bai Yai, recalling the diminishing size of her space, forced herself to overlook Bai Cha-Cha's frosty demeanor and continued nonchalantly, "By the way, have you repaired that broken jade pendant? Could you show it to me? Ever since you took that jade necklace, I haven't been sleeping well at night. I had worn it for so long and I feel attached to it." Upon hearing about the jade necklace, Bai Cha-Cha immediately became alert, scrutinizing Bai Yai for any hint of insincerity. After having worn the necklace for so long, only for it to be shattered by her, she knew it could not be repaired. "I believe it is beyond mending, and I simply discarded it." "Where did you throw it?" "You." Bai Yai's eyes blazed with fury, her mouth opening to unleash a tirade against Bai Cha-Cha, but upon noticing Bai Cha-Cha's scrutinizing gaze, She hesitated, lowering her head in silence. What? Why have you stopped? It was my possession. I owe you no explanation regarding its whereabouts. Who do you think you are? Bai Yai trembled with indignation. Was Bai Cha-Cha unhinged? After having taken it and failing to cherish it, she had the audacity to discard it. Was it not a family heirloom? Observing Bai Cha-Cha's nonchalant demeanor, it seemed she was indeed callous enough to have tossed it aside. Ah, how infuriating. Had she known, she would have refrained from orchestrating the incident that led to the jade's fracture. Who would have thought that fracturing the jade would bring about issues with her space? Now, she could hardly bear to look at Bai Cha-Cha. Her mere presence was irksome. Chapter 61. So you intended to deceive me? Bai Yai hastily finished her words, refusing to look at anyone else, and turned to leave. Reflecting on previous events, they expressed understanding and were willing to accommodate her. They believed that once she settled down at the A-City base, she would swiftly emerge from the shadows of her distress. Suzy Yuan glanced at the man beside Bai Cha-Cha and could not help but inquire, Cha-Cha, who is he? Bai Cha-Cha disapproved of Suzy Yuan's tone. She turned to Song Yen and said, Song Yen, allow me to introduce you. I spent a few days with this group, but we are not very familiar with one another. She then looked at Suzy Yuan and the others earnestly, stating, This is Song Yen, my teammate. This introduction made their relationship quite clear. Suzy Yuan and the others were left speechless. Although they felt somewhat uncomfortable, they could not deny the truth in Bai Cha-Cha's words. They were indeed not well acquainted. They had known each other for only a few days and had never shared their backgrounds or plans with Bai Cha-Cha, nor had she ever voluntarily disclosed anything about herself. Their understanding of her was largely derived from what they had heard from Bai Yai and their brief interactions. Even on the day Bai Cha-Cha candidly expressed her desire to part ways, they had not grasped the reality of their relationship, which was essentially non-existent. At best, they were merely teammates who had traveled together for a few days. In fact, before Bai Cha-Cha awakened her abilities, she was seen as nothing more than a pretty face and a burden, hardly qualifying as a teammate. Suzy Yuan finally realized he had overstepped by inquiring about Bai Cha-Cha's affairs. He rephrased, We plan to head straight to the base. Would you like to join us? Bai Cha-Cha shook her head. You go ahead. We have other plans. Suzy Yuan opened his mouth to ask what those plans were, but ultimately held his tongue and nodded silently. Then we shall take our leave. May we meet again by chance. Bai Cha-Cha remained silent, and Song Yen did not utter a word either. Suzy Yuan and his companions turned to leave in their vehicle. Only Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen remained. Song Yen asked Bai Cha-Cha, What are your plans moving forward? Bai Cha-Cha countered with a question of her own. Do you know where is the safest place? Song Yen pondered for a moment, but did not respond. In these times, he could not confidently assert that any place was absolutely safe. Bai Cha-Cha sighed, a hint of confusion in her tone. I do not wish to go to the A-City base. It is a chaotic place rife with troubles. Yet, I am at a loss as to where else to go. I long to find a safe haven where I can live in peace. The world is swarming with zombies, and without strength, one cannot move forward. Moreover, the zombies only grow stronger, and our current level 4 abilities are hardly sufficient. Perhaps I should seek a location abundant with zombies to enhance my strength. Once I become sufficiently powerful, I can find a suitable place to establish a sanctuary for myself. But what constitutes a suitable place? What defines true safety? When will this apocalypse come to an end? Will it ever end? Will I have to live alone in the future? Will I succumb to loneliness and despair? In times of peace, how precious it is to live healthily and securely. Who wishes to witness war? Who desires to live in constant fear each day? Bai Cha-Cha had even considered hiding away in her space. Yet her space was devoid of the passage of time. Whenever she entered, she would emerge at the same moment she left. This meant that while she could temporarily escape reality, once she stepped back out, she would inevitably confront the harsh truths once more. She did not want to deceive herself by remaining in her space, pretending that everything was beautiful, that zombies and the apocalypse did not exist. Such notions were impossible. Moreover, she was but an ordinary human, not an immortal capable of meditative stasis for centuries. If she were to spend several years in isolation within her space, devoid of conversation, she would undoubtedly fall into despair. Song Yen was taken aback to discover that the girl who typically appeared strong and independent bore such profound thoughts and concerns. Observing this young woman lost in her own musings, he felt a pang of sympathy. Indeed, she was still a college student, not yet graduated. Regardless of her outward strength, she too possessed a delicate and vulnerable side. The sudden onset of this apocalypse had caused him, a grown man, to experience anxiety and near-death encounters. How much more so for a girl who had lived in an ivory tower, untouched by significant hardships, in a peaceful country. To have risen to level 4 so swiftly and excel at dispatching zombies with precision, all while maintaining composure despite the grime, she must have exerted tremendous effort. With these thoughts in mind, Song Yen felt increasingly determined to take her to the capital. "Let us reacquaint ourselves," he proposed. Bai Cha-cha looked at him in confusion, curious about his true nature, pleasantly surprised that he was willing to initiate a conversation. "Please, go ahead," she encouraged. Song Yen endeavored to keep it brief. "My home is in the capital. My parents are no longer with us, and I was raised by my grandfather. I am indeed Song Yen, a virus expert from the Capital Research Institute. I initially came to a city university to find a friend, but unexpectedly, the zombie virus erupted, and I fainted and was captured. Of course, this is but one aspect of my identity. In this apocalypse, previous identities hold little significance, and I will not elaborate further. I am genuinely grateful for your assistance in saving me, yet there is a reason I insist on accompanying you." At this moment, Song Yen paused, gazing intently at Bai Cha-cha's face, causing her to feel uneasy. "Is there something on my face?" she asked, perplexed. Song Yen shook his head and continued, "I have a childhood friend. We grew up in the same courtyard and were neighbors, sharing a deep bond. Since my parents passed away early, their family treated me as one of their own. They have a precious daughter, my friend's sister, whom I held when she was just a tiny bundle of joy. However, she went missing when she was just a few months old. Their family has been searching for her, but has received no news." Bai Cha-cha interjected, "So, you believe I am that daughter?" Song Yen replied, "You do bear a resemblance to her mother, and somewhat to her father, hence my suspicion. However, it remains unconfirmed, as many individuals may share similar features without any blood relation." Now it was Bai Cha-cha's turn to be speechless. She looked at Song Yen, exasperated. "How sincere you are. So your reason for wanting to accompany me is to deceive me into believing I am that girl." Chapter 62. Entering Base A after Song Yen finished speaking, he felt a twinge of guilt, yet he knew it was a reflection of his true thoughts at that moment. Bai Cha-cha's face cleared of its earlier confusion and despondency as she realized the truth. In fact, her earlier conversation with Song Yen had been a blend of honesty and pretense. Upon her arrival in this narrative, she had indeed felt disoriented, and her previous words were a genuine reflection of her thoughts at that time. However, she was no longer the bewildered newcomer. She had grown formidable, both in strength and in spirit. She merely sought to gauge Song Yen's mindset, as the aura he exuded had become increasingly perilous, prompting her to test his sincerity. Little did she expect him to be so forthright. Even if Song Yen had not mentioned it, she had intended to journey to the capital, for in the original narrative, Bai Yai's brother was the one she later recognized in the capital. She had previously entertained a daring theory, suspecting that Bai Yai in the original tale had identified her family through a jade necklace. Yet she also felt that the original character's parents were not so naive. Even in the apocalypse, if they truly wished to conduct a paternity test, it was not beyond their means. After all, the research institutes across the major bases had been tirelessly working to develop a cure for the zombie virus, and although they never succeeded by the story's conclusion, one could not deny that their facilities were relatively well equipped. Given that Bai Yai's brother was a renowned powerhouse on the Apocalypse leaderboard, conducting a simple paternity test would pose no challenge for him. Unless, of course, Bai Yai had used the original character's blood or hair for the test, which was not outside the realm of possibility. According to the storyline, the original character had met her demise during the recent zombie tide, as penned by the author. Prior to this, the original character had placed immense trust in Bayai, who possessed a storage space where all of their team's belongings were kept. Naturally, the original character's daily necessities, along with her clothing, were stored with Bayai. It was not uncommon for girls to lose hair, and it would be entirely normal for stray strands to be found among their clothes, combs, or hairpins. If Bayai were to exploit this, utilizing a hair with roots for a paternity test, she could indeed deceive the original character's family. Furthermore, since the original narrative never mentioned the jade necklace, no one would suspect that it did not truly belong to Bayai. Under this dual assurance, mistaking her for another daughter was inevitable. Thus, she wished to travel to the capital to confirm the identity of that individual. Naturally, this was merely one of her motivations for visiting the capital. Another reason loomed larger. In the latter part of the original story, the capital base emerged as the strongest stronghold in the apocalypse, remaining unscathed while others fell, continuously expanding its territory. The capital base was undoubtedly the safest refuge in this chaotic world. It was only natural that the protagonists eventually made their way to the capital, with Bayai fortuitously reuniting with her family and subsequently leveraging her brother's connections to secure her position. Now that she had traversed into this world, she had to ascertain who this family truly was, ensuring that no one else reaped the benefits. Even if they were not her family, she could still establish a sanctuary near the capital base. As the saying goes, it is advantageous to lean against a sturdy tree for shade. For her, this would merely be an embellishment. Since Song Yen had connections in the capital, it was certainly preferable to navigating the unfamiliar terrain alone in search of someone. However, she needed to first confirm with Song Yen whether he, the childhood friend who had lost his sister, was indeed the same person as Bayai's brother. "What is your childhood friend's name?" Bai Cha-Cha inquired, her pupils narrowing as she nodded in realization. It was precisely this name. She had not followed the plot after the original character's demise, but she had seen the conclusion, which indeed contained this name, Rwanting Xiao, the brother of Bayai. Remembering that Song Yen had mentioned she resembled the Rwan family parents, she felt a sense of clarity. The character Bayai had truly stolen the original character's life. Bai Cha-Cha raised her gaze to Song Yen, feeling fortunate to have saved him, realizing that this man was the childhood friend of her biological brother. She suddenly recalled a scene from the conclusion where, during the wedding of Bayai and Suzy Yuan, Wan Tingxiu sat among the guests, reminiscing about a close brother who had vanished at the onset of the apocalypse. It was mentioned in passing. Could this brother be Song Yen? Clearing her throat, Bai Cha-Cha spoke. "You need not deceive me. I am willing to accompany you to the capital." Song Yen disregarded the awkwardness of her choice of words and tentatively asked, "Are your parents still alive?" Bai Cha-Cha replied candidly, "I grew up in an orphanage, sharing the surname of the director. I have no parents or relatives." Song Yen felt increasingly certain of Bai Cha-Cha's identity. Since their goals aligned to reach the capital, matters would be simpler. "Then let us depart. We shall head directly to the capital." Bai Cha-Cha fastened her seatbelt, cradling her food pouch and eagerly awaiting Song Yen to start the journey. Yet, Song Yen remained still. "Is there a problem? Why aren't we moving?" she inquired, puzzled. After a moment's contemplation, Song Yen replied, "Indeed, there is a matter. I cannot go to the capital just yet. I need to visit Base A to find someone. Would you accompany me?" Bai Cha-Cha responded, "It is a friend of mine, a biologist. I initially came to find him, intending to bring him along to the capital." "Very well," she conceded. It seemed that a trip to Base A was now unavoidable. "First, we need to find a location where I can transfer the supplies from my storage to you. It will be inconvenient at the base," Song Yen stated. They located a secluded courtyard, cleared away the zombies, and transferred their goods. They had firearms and ammunition, as well as neatly arranged boxes of supplies. Bai Cha-Cha sensed a hint of obsessive-compulsive tendencies in Song Yan's meticulousness. The two gathered some food and essentials to place in the back seat and trunk of the vehicle. setting aside 20 pounds of supplies to be submitted to the base. Base's tall walls were encircled by dense electric fencing, and the heavy gates stood ajar, allowing pedestrians and vehicles to enter. Flanking the entrance were 2 rows of soldiers in military attire, armed and vigilant, while others were stationed nearby to manage the registration of incoming and outgoing personnel. A long queue of survivors awaited entry. Families with their belongings, teams in vehicles like theirs. Solitary wanderers and companions stood in line. Among them were ordinary individuals in tattered clothing, clearly facing hardships, alongside relatively well-off ability users. Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen adhered to the regulations and waited in line. After more than 2 hours, it was finally their turn. Each person was required to submit 10 pounds of supplies to gain entry to the base. Those without supplies could work in the mines to compensate. Song Yen handed over the 20 pounds of supplies he had prepared in advance. After the young soldier inspected the goods, he handed them 2 forms. First, fill out the forms. Once completed, proceed to the inspection line. Men on the left, women on the right. If you have no infected wounds, you may enter. Understood. Bai Cha-Cha responded, picking up a pen to begin filling out the form. Do you possess any abilities? Yes. Type of ability? After a moment's thought, she wrote down physical enhancement. Level of ability? Recalling the military ability team leader Li Shunan, whom she had encountered earlier, he was a level 3 ability user. She decided to downplay her own status. It would be unwise to attract attention from the various factions within the base, lest they perceive her as a rare talent and prevent her from leaving. She marked level 2. After Bai Cha-Cha completed her form, Song Yen followed suit, mirroring her entries with level 2 electricity. The 2 then separated for inspections, confirming that they bore no infected wounds, and subsequently drove their vehicle into the base. Chapter 63. Renting a house not long after they arrived. The 2 were approached by a nonchalant young man riding a bicycle. The man, perhaps feeling apprehensive, did not dare to speak loudly. Instead, he leaned on their car window and lowered his voice, inquiring, "Are you newcomers? Do you require a guide? Have you yet secured accommodation? Would you like to gain a more comprehensive understanding of Base A? Don't miss this opportunity, for merely the price of a meal. You can acquire invaluable information and a dedicated steward to assist you throughout your journey. Would you care to consider?" Bai Cha-Cha dismissed him with indifference, coolly instructing, "Drive." The vehicle surged forward, startling Zhang Yan, who hastily jumped back a couple of steps. "Humph. Trying to scare me on purpose, are you?" He spat at the car's rear, then quickly mounted his bicycle and pedaled away. The base forbade such behavior. He merely needed to be cautious to avoid capture. Filling his stomach was simple enough. There was no need to risk his life scavenging for supplies outside. The initial setback was inconsequential. He would simply find another naive target to exploit. Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen followed the directions given during their health check and located the mission hall. As the name suggests, the mission hall served as the venue for issuing tasks, accepting assignments, and settling rewards. Anyone within the base could post tasks in the hall, provided they were capable of offering suitable compensation. Upon completing a task and submitting it to the hall, one would receive the deserved reward. The tasks varied widely, including searches for specific supplies, locating individuals, hiring ability users for protection, and collecting crystal cores. After perusing the mission hall, Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen were impressed by the management of Base A. In such a short span, an effective administrative system had been established, showcasing the prowess of the leadership. It was no wonder the protagonists of the original narrative had led Base A to become the second most formidable entity in the apocalypse. Just behind the Imperial capital base, the foundation laid by the previous leadership was indeed solid. The adage "those who plant trees enjoy the shade" rang true. However, their ability to supplant the original management was also a testament to their own capabilities. Flies do not buzz around a seamless egg. Clearly, there were issues within the administration. Nevertheless, such matters were of no concern to her. Noticing Song Yen fixated on a missing person notice, Bai Cha-Cha remarked, "Aren't you also searching for someone? Perhaps we should post a missing person task as well." Song Yen shared this sentiment, since everyone in the base frequented the mission hall. It was likely that someone had seen Jiang Yiyun and could assist in his recovery. Song Yen submitted a box of instant noodles as payment for the task regarding Jiang Yiyun, clearly outlining the individual's characteristics and attaching a sketch of the person. After posting the task, they proceeded to the property office adjacent to the mission hall. Upon entering, they were greeted by the cacophony of someone yelling and sobbing uncontrollably. Oh heavens, is there no justice left? Is a carport a place for people to live? So many of us crammed together. My daughter is so young. Constantly subjected to others' lewd advances. My husband painstakingly gathered the supplies for rent, yet last night, some scoundrel must have stolen them. You promised us protection as survivors. This is how you safeguard us? Leaving us in a carport neglected? Where are your leaders? Let them come out. Are you going to address this or not? If you won't, I'll end my life right here. What meaning does my existence hold? I might as well die. One of the property office staff could no longer contain himself and retorted, You refuse to heed good counsel. Seeking our leaders is futile. This is an apocalypse. Do you still believe we live in peaceful times? Your supplies were stolen. What does that have to do with us? You failed to safeguard your own belongings and are throwing a tantrum in our office, expecting to receive housing? If everyone behaved like you, this base would descend into chaos. Will you leave or not? If you don't, I'll call for assistance. The woman on the floor continued to wail and shout, and soon 2 burly men entered, dragging her away. The staff of the property office sighed in relief as silence finally returned. A woman in a black suit approached by Cha-Cha and Song Yen with a smile, politely asking, Are you two here to purchase or rent a property? Renting? What type of accommodation are you looking for? The woman, with genuine warmth, presented various options. After much deliberation, Bai Cha-Cha chose a modest 2-bedroom apartment. A mere 60 square meters, yet fully equipped. It was sufficient for both her and Song Yen. What is the rent? 100 contribution points per month. Alternatively, you can exchange supplies. Lacking contribution points, Bai Cha-Cha initially paid 1 month's rent with 3 bags of rice. The woman eagerly facilitated the rental agreement, reminding them that utilities would require separate payment through her office. She then handed over the contract and keys to Bai Cha-Cha, signaling a young boy of about 10 years old to assist. Take them there, she instructed. The boy nodded, peered at the room number on Bai Cha-Cha's contract, and exited. Room 202. After the boy departed, Bai Cha-Cha unlocked the door to their new home, finding it furnished simply yet comfortably, ready for them to move in. They quickly transported their supplies from the vehicle to the apartment. There were several free parking spaces nearby, where Song Yen parked his bicycle. After busily organizing the apartment and ensuring there were no surveillance devices present, Song Yen prepared 2 bowls of egg noodles. As night descended, the base fell into tranquility. The dim lighting in their room cast a serene ambience as they silently enjoyed their meal. How about we take a stroll later and see what the base is like at night? Song Yen suggested softly. Sounds good, Bai Cha-Cha agreed, eager to explore. The building they occupied was somewhat secluded, and the two wandered aimlessly, lost in their surroundings. They had not exchanged a word, both unfamiliar with the area, until they stumbled upon a disturbing scene. You won't dare cause trouble at the property office again, will you? A tormenting voice echoed. And no, I won't, came a broken reply. From now on, you and your family will remain in the slum, never to set foot in the property office or any other residential area. Do you understand? Or else, please, don't harm my daughter. I swear I want to go back. The sound of fists and feet striking flesh echoed as the assailants left the woman unconscious on the ground. Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen recognized the voice. It belonged to the woman they had encountered earlier at the property office. They hesitated to intervene. Saving her once would not ensure her safety in the long run. In a world where countless souls required saving, it was impossible to rescue them all. Clearly, this incident was orchestrated, and their interference might provoke further hostility. As they contemplated leaving, a figure on a bicycle pulled up beside the woman, checked her breathing to confirm she was still alive, and slipped something into her pocket before riding away. Intrigued, Bai Cha-Cha stepped from the shadows to inspect the contents of the woman's pocket. To her surprise, it was a bottle of bruise ointment. If she wasn't mistaken, that individual was the same guide attempting to solicit them earlier. Chapter 64. Upgrades and Serendipity. It is indeed remarkable how fate intertwines. The peculiar guide resides right next door. My dear neighbors, how wonderful to have you next door. Greetings. I am your ever-helpful neighbor, Zhang Yan. Should you encounter any issues in the base, feel free to consult me. A modest meal in exchange will grant you the exquisite service of your devoted neighbor, Zhang Yan. Song Yan. Bai Cha-Cha. Are you the sales champion? Zhang Yan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Haha, thank you for the compliment, dear neighbors. Good night. With that, he left them with a broad smile as he closed his door. Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yan retreated into their own abode. That night, Song Yan intended to elevate his electrical abilities to level 4, while Bai Cha-Cha cradled Doubao and entered her space. Having amassed a considerable number of crystal cores over the past days, she possessed not only several level 1 and 2 cores, but also a few level 3 ones and a single level 4 core. Holding the level 4 core in her left hand and an ability fruit in her right, she asked Doubao, "Which do you prefer, this or that?" She raised her left hand, then her right, presenting both options to Doubao. The little creature sniffed eagerly, decisively opting for the ability fruit from her right hand. Bai Cha-Cha smiled gently. It seems our Doubao shares your taste for ability fruits, just like Mama. How splendid. Mama will tell Doubao that if we diligently gather crystal cores to nourish this ability tree, it will produce an abundance of ability fruits for both of us to enjoy. Thus, Mama shall feed all the crystal cores to the ability tree. Do you have any objections, Doubao? Doubao, still the size of a small orange cat, gazed with round, eager eyes at the fruits on the ability tree, and upon hearing Bai Cha-Cha's words, nodded vigorously. Relieved, Bai Cha-Cha tossed all the crystal cores, including the level 4 one, beneath the ability tree without a second thought. Doubao, you truly are my wonderful child, so understanding and charming. I adore you, my Doubao. She kissed Doubao on the forehead, then summoned vines to pluck all the ability fruits, placing them into a bamboo basket for washing. Amused by Doubao's glistening eyes as it stared at the basket of ability fruits, she added another rattan chair beside the small dining table, nestled Doubao upon it, and sliced half a fruit for it. Once Doubao finished its treat, she released it from her space. Each day, she engaged in tasks within her space, including mandatory physical training and harvesting resources. However, she now harbored a new idea. Bai Cha-Cha summoned a vine to anchor into the ground, then severed it with a swift motion. Using her wood-based abilities, she commanded the anchored vine to grow and flourish. Soon, the vine spread out like an expansive web, lengthening and strengthening as it did so. She then directed the vine to assist her in gathering resources from her space. The vines began to move, and Bai Cha-Cha felt an exhilarating rush. It truly worked. Relaxed in her rattan chair, she orchestrated the vines to categorize and organize the gathered materials. These vines functioned like harvesting machines, extremely convenient. After completing her harvesting tasks for the day, she returned the vine to its smaller form, replanting it beneath the ability tree. Satisfied, she nodded, knowing it would aid her in future harvests. Rising, she performed her warm-up exercises and commenced her daily training. Modifying her regimen, she transitioned from mere physical training to a diverse approach that incorporated various elemental abilities. She began with physical training, consuming ability fruits, followed by skill training in the 5 elemental abilities: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with energy control exercises, consuming fruits corresponding to each element. She perceived this targeted training as a means to enhance her abilities beyond those of her peers with similar skill levels. After 4 hours of intensive training, she completed her tasks and took a refreshing shower, feeling famished. Recalling her inspiration during water training, she took a portion of the assorted fruits she had stockpiled, sliced them into strips, and dehydrated them to create fruit chips. Having succeeded, she prepared some vegetable chips as well, mixing them together in a bamboo basket for convenient snacking. After preparing the dried fruits and vegetables, Bai Cha-Cha placed a ceramic jar on the table. This jar contained the leftover potato stew she had made during her first cooking session in her space. Upon opening it, she was delighted to find it still steaming, fresh, as if just cooked. Her space was indeed a marvel. Subsequently, she had dined with Su Ziyuan and others. Thus, she had not prepared meals in her space for quite some time. Nevertheless, her stockpile of supplies had grown considerably. After savoring the potato stew, Bai Cha-Cha embarked on her second cooking endeavor in the space, this time preparing a pot of marinated meat, which included pig trotters and various organs, thoroughly cleaned and infused with rich flavors. Although cleaning the trotters and organs was a laborious task, Bai Cha-Cha managed it with significant aid from her water abilities. As the dish was completed, she felt all her efforts had been worthwhile. She indulged in a generous plate of pig head meat, satisfied with her labor, and cleaned her cooking utensils. After a leisurely stroll in her picturesque space to aid digestion, she exited. Reflecting on the numerous crystal cores she had fed to the ability tree, including the level 4 core, she sensed that the ability tree was poised for another upgrade. She decided to wait a few minutes and check after midnight. The space resets at midnight according to the external world's time, so Bai Cha-Cha often chose to enter her space in the moments leading up to that hour. She preferred training with ability fruits before midnight, fearing that danger might deplete her abilities during the day without sufficient fruits for replenishment. Although she had attempted to absorb crystal cores for energy, they paled in comparison to the efficacy of ability fruits, which restored her to peak condition instantly. Now that she had grown stronger and her supply of ability fruits had increased, she resolved to keep a few in reserve, eliminating the need to adhere to a strict training schedule. Moments later, as the clock struck 12, Bai Cha-Cha immediately re-entered her space. Standing beneath the ability tree, she gazed upward and counted. Indeed, the ability tree had upgraded, now bearing 18 fruits. She casually plucked 6 fruits of varying colors and placed them on the 8 immortals table within her thatched roof cottage, alongside a jade necklace. Since she had come this far, Bai Cha-Cha decided to take a brief nap in her space, intending to continue her training upon awakening. After consuming the remaining 12 fruits, her physical abilities ascended to level 5, while her elemental skills reached level 4. Elated, Bai Cha-Cha prepared breakfast after her training. Once her excitement had waned, she emerged from her space to await dawn. As Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen rejoiced in their respective upgrades, the villa area within the base shone brightly, reminiscent of a world before the apocalypse. Chapter 65. The struggle for power among the 3 factions in the villa district. A gathering convened at Su Ziyuan's residence, where the mothers and fathers of Chen Wink, Liao Xiaoyu, and Wu Qingqing were present. The Su Group was the leading enterprise in City A, while Chen Wink's family business held the position just below it. The younger generations of these 4 families shared a close bond, stemming from the amicable relationships of their elders. Their business interests did not conflict, rather, they provided mutual support in times of hardship. At the onset of the apocalypse, the 4 families united and arrived at the base in City A, leveraging their strengths and abundant resources to secure a foothold. Currently, the base in City A is divided into 3 factions: military, political, and commercial. Su Wenba, Su Ziyuan's father, leads the commercial faction with the Su family at the helm. Among the younger generation, Su Ziyuan has once again distinguished himself, further elevating his family's status. The pride and excitement of the elders are palpable. The highest level of abilities within the base is level 3, and now, 4 level 3s have emerged from their side, or rather, 5. From this day forth, the leadership of the base is bound to undergo changes. Even if the military holds sway over the upper echelons, they can still secure prominent positions. Following a celebratory banquet, where guests were thoroughly entertained, Su Ziyuan's mother, Huang Peishan, arranged a guest room for Bai Yai. Su Ziyuan was summoned to his father's study, where Su Wenba inquired about their recent experiences, including their abilities and the situation regarding Bai Yai. Su Wenba nodded in approval. recognizing his son's growth and the time to let go. He shared insights about the internal dynamics of the three factions and their future plans, engaging in discussions that lasted deep into the night. Bayai lay on the soft, clean bed, tossing and turning. Just as she was ready to relinquish her hopes for Su Ziyuan, a delightful surprise awaited her. The parents of these individuals were no ordinary folk. They wielded power within the base, and the Su family was particularly remarkable. Why seek distant connections when the prospect of a promising life lay so close? In this perilous world, as an orphan, her choices were limited. Finding something good meant she should seize the opportunity. With renewed aspirations for a brighter future, Bayai couldn't help but smile, peacefully drifting into slumber filled with dreams. The villa district was divided by a large park, separating the commercial and political factions. In another villa, a young man lounged on a sofa, swirling his glass of red wine while listening to a subordinate's report. Opposite him sat a shrewd-looking middle-aged man with slicked-back hair. Do they truly believe that with 5 level 3 abilities, they can dominate the base? He scoffed. They are but a troop of clowns, unworthy of our concern. Our focus should remain on the military. The old man in the military is not foolish. He has merely yet to adapt to this new era of chaos. I dare say the military minds are rather straightforward, easily manageable. The greater challenge lies with the profit-driven merchants, especially those who control the research institute. We must devise a plan to seize it. Morning arrived, and Song Yan, after breakfast, ventured out to inquire about Jiang Yiyun's whereabouts. Bai Cha-Cha, feeling bored indoors, decided to explore the base. Upon stepping outside, she encountered Zhang Yan, who was pushing a bicycle. He greeted her with a smile but refrained from pitching his wares. Contemplating, Bai Cha-Cha approached him and asked, "So, you mean to say that for just one meal I can learn about the entire base?" Zhang Yan's eyes lit up with excitement. "Yes, indeed. What would you like to know?" "I promise to share everything." Bai Cha-Cha glanced at his bicycle. "Let us talk somewhere else." Elated, Zhang Yan eagerly shouldered his bicycle and led her to his home. Inside, the layout resembled her rented place, but the decor was painfully sparse, lacking any valuables, with only basic furniture remaining. He leaned the bicycle against the wall and fetched a glass of water from the kitchen. May I ask how to address you, beautiful lady?" he inquired, sitting somewhat awkwardly across from her. "Call me Xiao Bai," she replied. Miss Xiao Bai, what compensation do you intend to offer me?" he asked eagerly. "A box of instant noodles, a braised egg, and a sausage." "Very well. Will you provide it now or?" "Rest assured, I live next door and will not default. If I find your information satisfactory, I'll add another box of noodles." Zhang Yan grinned widely. "Deal. Ask away." Bai Cha-Cha first inquired if he had heard of someone named Jiang Yiyun and provided a brief description of her appearance. Zhang Yan shook his head. Subsequently, she prompted him to share insights about the base. By the time he finished, hours had slipped by. Bai Cha-Cha finally gained a clearer understanding of the A-City base and was generally satisfied with the information provided. With enthusiasm, Zhang Yan escorted her to the door. "Miss Xiao Bai, if you have any more questions, feel free to ask me." Bai Cha-Cha nodded, without even venturing out. She had gleaned a substantial amount about the base, none of which was particularly confidential, as long-term residents would likely be aware of it. From the information gathered, she pieced together a rough outline of the original story, where the protagonists outsmarted the military and political factions to seize control of the base. However, the narrative had diverged considerably from its original path, leaving the future uncertain. She hoped Song Yan would locate Jiang Yiyun swiftly so they could depart from the A-City base and avoid entanglement in the power struggles of the three factions. Having contemplated the abundance of fresh resources, she recognized the necessity of sustenance. Covertly consuming provisions from her space was not a sustainable approach. She believed that, like Song Yan, individuals she trusted need not be shrouded in secrecy. When the time came to eat, they should simply do so. Her focus should be on enhancing her own abilities. As long as she remained strong enough, she had no need to fear any ill intentions from Song Yan. If need be, she could always eliminate him. Chapter 66. The formal invitation. Upon observing the dishes laid out on the table, he merely raised an eyebrow, refraining from asking any questions. Just as the two finished their meal and tidied up, a knock sounded at the door. Bai Cha-cha glanced at Song Yan. Is it someone looking for you? Song Yan shook his head. She initially presumed it was someone seeking him after his outing earlier that day. The door lacked a peephole, and sensing only a low-tier ability user outside, Bai Cha-cha approached and opened the door. Zhang Yan's radiant smile resembled a blooming trumpet flower. Oh, Miss Bai. He glanced around furtively and pulled out a folded piece of paper, roughly the size of a palm, which he slipped into Bai Cha-cha's hand, whispering, "This is the base's map, and I procured it with great difficulty." After saying this, he lingered at the doorstep, grinning at Bai Cha-cha. Realizing his intentions, Bai Cha-cha concluded that he was attempting to engage in a forced transaction. Zhang Yan, sensing her hesitation, grew anxious. Perplexed that she showed no interest in the map after their extensive conversation about the base earlier. Could it be she doesn't understand what this is? He thrust the map into her hands again. Miss Bai, did you not hear me? This is a map. The map of Base A. I mentioned it this morning, right? In the base, not everywhere is accessible, and thus, it's uncommon for someone to draw a map. I crafted this myself. No deception here. Bai Cha-cha was not swayed by his sugary persuasion and questioned, if others cannot roam freely, how is it that you can? I certainly cannot, Zhang Yan replied, puffing out his chest with pride, but my brother can. You have a brother? Zhang Yan appeared reluctant to delve into details about him and quickly shifted the topic. Miss Bai, I'm just trying to make a living here. Why not keep the map? After a moment of contemplation, Bai Cha-cha agreed, I will accept it. But under one condition, you must report to me daily about the latest developments at the base. She added, I won't let you go unrewarded. As long as the information you provide meets my satisfaction, the compensation will remain as before, plus a potential bonus based on your performance. Zhang Yan promptly acquiesced, realizing that earning rewards with mere words was far easier than deceiving newcomers. After bidding him farewell, Bai Cha-cha handed the map to Song Yan. In the afternoon, Song Yan ventured out again to gather information about Jiang Yiyun. Just as Bai Cha-cha was about to enter her space to collect supplies, another knock echoed at the door. Furrowing her brow, she wondered who could be knocking this time, especially since it was 5 ability users. Standing still, she considered the possibility of a mistaken visit. She soon heard someone outside calling, Cha-cha, Cha-cha, are you in there? Instantly recognizing the voice of Liao Xiaoyu, she deduced that the others must be Su Ziyuan and his companions. Oh dear, when will this end? She recalled that both she and Song Yan had filled out registration forms upon entering the base, and given the influence of these individuals, it was no surprise they could locate her. However, she couldn't fathom why they were seeking her out again. Pretending to remain inactive, she hoped that without anyone opening the door, they would eventually leave. After a prolonged knocking, Liao Xiaoyu presumed no one was home and suggested to Su Ziyuan, Brother Ziyuan, perhaps Cha-cha isn't here, let us wait outside. Very well, Su Ziyuan nodded, and thus the 5 of them remained at Bai Cha-cha's doorstep. Realizing their earnest desire to see her, she reluctantly opened the door. In a dispassionate tone, she inquired, what do you want? Su Ziyuan, noting the passers-by in the corridor and their curious gazes, replied, this isn't a suitable place. Shall we discuss it inside? Seeing the prying eyes of onlookers, Bai Cha-cha pondered for a moment before stepping aside to let them in. The interior was furnished with the bare essentials from when she rented the place, much like Zhang Yan's home, revealing their shared poverty. To avoid inciting Bai Cha-cha's ire, Su Ziyuan and the others refrained from looking around, sitting neatly on the sofa. Only Bai Yai's eyes darted around, eventually landing on Bai Cha-cha, her lips curling in disdain before quickly adopting a feigned expression of sympathy. This behavior repulsed Bai Cha-cha. With a sharp tone, she urged, if you have something to say it, if not, leave. Straightening his posture, Su Ziyuan earnestly addressed Bai Cha-cha, Cha-cha, we are here to formally invite you to join my team. This morning, The 5 of us registered an ability team at the mission hall, named the Hunting Squad. And Uncle, who has also officially become a member. Since you are now at Base A, you will inevitably choose to join one of the teams here. Why not join mine? We are already familiar with each other, and joining us means you will enjoy the best benefits the team has to offer. Your friends can join too. Regardless of past events, they are behind us now. I sincerely invite you and your friends to join my hunting squad, and together we can strive for success in this apocalypse. As Suzy Yuen grew increasingly passionate, Bai Cha-Cha listened quietly until he finished, then firmly replied, "Thank you. But I must decline." Suzy Yuen and the others were taken aback, clearly not expecting such a swift rejection without a moment's hesitation. Bai Yai let out a low scoff, secretly pleased. This Bai Cha-Cha was utterly oblivious to the influence of Suzy Yuen's family within the base. She had no intention of enlightening her. Liao Xiaoyu, feeling anxious, genuinely wanted Bai Cha-Cha to join the hunting squad. "Cha-Cha, please join us. We can protect you. And you won't need to struggle alone against zombies anymore. You can live in the villa area, having all your needs met, and do whatever you wish within the base." Wu Qingqing remained silent. After seeing her father yesterday, she finally felt at ease. Noticing her father's worry had turned some of his hair gray, she felt she had matured significantly overnight. Now, she was uninterested in anyone or anything else, focusing solely on enhancing her strength to protect herself and her father. In the blink of an eye, Chen Wenk had also grown more taciturn. Unlike other families, his mother was the head of theirs. His father had passed away when he was very young, and it was his gentle and capable mother who had shaped herself into a shrewd and competent woman, managing the entire company and raising him. Her lifelong wish was to entrust the company to him, watching him marry and establish a family so she could retire and be herself. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, survival had become increasingly arduous, and the dynamics within the base were complex, with 3 factions vying for power. He felt immense pressure to fulfill his mother's dreams, wanting to establish himself swiftly. Given the current circumstances, marrying first felt too hasty, so he resolved to focus on building a strong ability team, proving his worth to his mother before marrying a suitable partner. Bai Cha-Cha's impressive abilities would undoubtedly bolster their hunting squad's strength, and her friend appeared equally capable. Contemplating this, Chen Wenk pledged, "If you join our hunting squad, we will impose no restrictions on your freedom. You will have free access to the base, and the crystal cores you hunt will not need to be turned in. That privilege will be yours alone." Chapter 67, Unexpected Delight. The more Bai Yai listened to the promises of those around her, the angrier she became. Fortunately, Bai Cha-Cha smiled slightly and resolutely replied, "Thank you for the invitation, but no, thank you." Suzy Yuen experienced his first encounter of repeatedly hitting a wall with the same person. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, "Why? Is this sincerity not enough to sway you? Or would you care to articulate what it is that you truly desire?" Bai Cha-Cha chuckled softly, expressing her gratitude for their heartfelt invitation, yet maintained her stance. "Everyone has their own choices. My choice is to decline joining the hunting team, and I hope you can respect my decision. I seek nothing but to not be entangled further." Her polite yet firm refusal left Suzy Yuen feeling quite defeated. With a sigh, he resolved not to press the matter any further. "Can we at least be friends in the future?" Liao Xiaoyu looked up at her with hopeful eyes. Bai Cha-Cha pondered briefly before softly stating, "As long as it is beneficial and harmless to me and those around me, I am open to cooperation." Suzy Yuen felt a twinge of disappointment. Her words suggested cooperation, but not a commitment to friendship. Liao Xiaoyu, however, was less concerned. As long as Cha-Cha was willing to collaborate with them, there remained a chance for meetings and shared endeavors. Wu Qingqing and Chen Wenk maintained an indifferent attitude, accepting whatever unfolded. Bai Cha-Cha was a valuable asset. If she could join them, that would be splendid, but even cooperation was a positive outcome. Only Bai Yai rolled her eyes in exasperation. She found Bai Cha-Cha to be particularly pretentious, clearly desiring to join their hunting team while feigning modesty. employing this alternative method to attract Suzy Yuan's attention. If Bai Cha-Cha were aware of her thoughts, she would surely deliver a scathing retort. Unfortunately, Bai Cha-Cha was preoccupied with the lingering presence of these individuals. Clearing her throat, she delicately suggested, "Since we have covered everything that needs to be said, I shall not keep you any longer." As she moved to open the door, Suzy Yuan quickly stood up, calling out, "Wait." He had surveyed the surroundings and realized they were vastly inferior to their own villa district. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he seized the opportunity to clarify matters. "You mentioned wanting to part ways with us. I assumed you were jesting and did not take it seriously. Now that everything has been clarified, we should also settle our previous supplies. The resources were gathered collectively, and you contributed significantly, so they should be divided among the 6 of us." He continued. "At Zhangjia village, the loss of a truckload of supplies was due to our 5-member team, and after accounting for what we consumed on the way to the base, the remaining supplies are in Yai's space." Seeing Bai Cha-Cha nod, he turned to Bai Yai. "Yai, please divide all remaining supplies into 6 portions, 1 for each of us. My portion will go to Cha-Cha as compensation for the lost supplies." Bai Yai's face instantly turned pale. Trembling lips struggled to form words, yet nothing emerged. What could she say? That she was unwilling to part with the supplies? On what grounds? That her space was shrinking, potentially vanishing? No. How could she explain the diminishment of her space? Bai Yai's hesitation did not go unnoticed. Hu Qingqing coldly remarked, "You aren't hoarding our supplies, are you?" "No." Bai Yai could no longer restrain herself and snapped at Wu Qingqing before reluctantly retrieving Bai Cha-Cha's share of supplies. The previously empty living room was soon filled with an abundance of resources. Suzy Yuan reminded her again, "And my portion should also go to Cha-Cha." Bai Yai clenched her fists, forcing a smile. "Is that really necessary, Brother Ziyuan? The supplies from that truck were lost, but we paid the price. Even if Bai Cha-Cha had stayed, those supplies would still have been lost. You needn't compensate her." At this point, Bai Cha-Cha felt somewhat awkward. She had indeed taken the entire warehouse's supplies, including those from the truck, but that had been through her own efforts. She remained silent. Indifferent to whether she received compensation or not, this unexpected reconciliation of supplies was already a delightful surprise. Suzy Yuan disapproved of Bai Yai's insubordination. If team members questioned the captain's authority in such a manner, what respect would he command? He stated firmly, "Give it to Cha-Cha." Bai Yai's eyes reddened with anger, tears spilling forth, leading everyone to believe she was crying due to Suzy Yuan's harshness. In truth, she was distressed by the relentless shrinking of her space. Yet, at that moment, she could only stifle her sobs and retrieve Suzy Yuan's share as well. The supplies filled both the bedroom and the kitchen, bringing a radiant smile to Bai Cha-Cha's face, making her significantly more amiable towards them. For Bai Yai, this felt like a slow and torturous demise. Unable to bear it any longer, she wiped her tears and stormed out. Wu Qingqing felt perplexed. They had done nothing more than request her to retrieve their supplies. Was such a reaction warranted? She could not understand. Suzy Yuan observed the cheerful Bai Cha-Cha, reminiscent of a calm dog, and compared her to Bai Yai, who frequently wept and ran away. He regretted not having been more attentive and kind to Bai Cha-Cha when they first met. Their spirits had been dampened by Bai Yai's tears, and soon after, they all departed. Bai Cha-Cha watched them leave, closed the door, and beamed at the abundance of supplies filling the room, her heart soaring with delight. She eagerly began to gather the items into her space. In the downstairs blind spot, 2 tall men emerged from the shadows. The man in front, dressed immaculately in a white suit, exuded an air of elegance and charm, his smile akin to a refreshing spring breeze. His voice was equally warm and bright. The man behind him, bearing scars, clearly served as a bodyguard, respectfully replied, "Yes, young master. Find a way to bring her to see me." "Understood." The gentle voice paused momentarily as he glanced upwards, then continued, "Investigate who resides upstairs." "Yes." On the 2nd floor, Bai Cha-Cha stood behind the curtains, observing the retreating figures of the 2 imposing men, her eyes narrowing. One clad in white? The other in black? She recalled the information Zhang Yan had shared with her about the base and instantly recognized their identities. What had Zhang Yan said? The mayor's son, Han Bingyu, favors an all-white attire and is seldom seen without a black-clad bodyguard bearing a scar. They roam about like the embodiments of yin and yang. If you happen to cross paths with them, keep your distance. That man is not to be trifled with. When Zhang Yan spoke of Han Bingyu, a rare seriousness graced his usually playful demeanor. At the time, she found his description amusing, and her curiosity about the duo piqued. Now she had encountered them, and indeed, they were formidable. Wasn't the highest level at the base classified as level 3? This Han Bingyu was, astonishingly, a level 4 ability user. Chapter 68. Disappearance. Song Yen spent an entire day inquiring about Jiang Yun, yet yielded no results. Even the missing person task posted in the mission hall attracted no takers. He visited the research institute, the most likely destination for Jiang Yun, but no one there recognized him. Song Yen contemplated searching for another couple of days. If he still found nothing, he would prepare to leave. Accompanying him was an ordinary person devoid of any supernatural abilities. Initially, he assumed it was mere coincidence. But after deliberately lingering in a few locations, he confirmed that this person had been trailing him all along. Uncertain of the individual's intentions, Song Yen chose to feign ignorance. Upon returning home, he found Bai Cha-Cha already seated at the table, waiting for him. The meal comprised stir-fried beef, kung pao chicken, sweet and sour cabbage, seaweed egg drop soup, and rice. The dim light of the room softened Bai Cha-Cha's radiant face, creating a semblance of home amidst the grim reality of zombies and the apocalypse. The simple home-cooked dishes tasted far more delightful than any delicacies from the pre-apocalyptic world. Any news about Jiang Yun? Bai Cha-Cha inquired. None, Song Yen replied. Could it be that he hasn't arrived at the city base? That's possible. He added a piece of stir-fried beef to his bowl. If we still can't find him after a couple more days, we will leave. Bai Cha-Cha nodded and mentioned the two individuals she had seen earlier, known as the Black and White Impermanents. One of them, Han Bingyu, was a level 4 supernatural being who concealed his strength within the base, surrounded by bodyguards who were level 3. Level 4 crystal cores are indeed hard to come by, Song Yen remarked. They must have been fortunate to find one to upgrade to level 4, though it was perilous. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to upgrade. Transitioning from level 1 to level 2 is relatively easy, even without crystal cores. One can upgrade by expending their abilities several times or absorbing a few level 1 crystal cores. However, moving from level 2 to level 3 requires a level 3 crystal core, and from level 3 to level 4 demands a level 4 crystal core, and so forth. Supernatural beings do not hold an advantage in upgrading. Zombies often appear at higher levels before supernatural beings do. Level 4 zombies or mutated beasts are formidable, capable of commanding lower-level zombies or mutated beasts for protection. They are fewer in number and more challenging to hunt. Teaming up to hunt zombies for their crystal cores is meaningful. Lone wolves find it difficult to survive or level up in the apocalypse. This is knowledge Song Yen had gleaned from personal experience. Aside from needing crystal cores to upgrade her mental abilities, Bai Cha-Cha's other powers required only sufficient supernatural fruits. By absorbing enough energy from these fruits, she could level up, making the difficulty of upgrading considerably lower than that of upgrading via crystal cores. For instance, her physical ability was already at level 5. It was likely that zombies had yet to evolve to level 5, barring any surprises. Her current level 5 was the highest combat power available. However, crystal cores have the advantage of rapid upgrading. Like Song Yen, with just a level 3 and a level 4 crystal core, he swiftly transformed from a bullied novice into a formidable dual-system level 4 powerhouse. This was why she had to consume supernatural fruits daily. To hasten her upgrade, she needed to voraciously consume them. Yet the supply of these fruits was limited, and she had no way of knowing how many were required for a single level up, as the quantity varied based on numerous factors. Eventually, she discovered that crystal cores could upgrade her supernatural tree. As the number of supernatural fruits increased, The energy contained within each became more refined and potent, naturally accelerating her upgrade speed in proportion to the quantity of fruits. Moreover, upgrading the supernatural tree did not impose strict level requirements on crystal cores. Any crystal core would suffice, provided there were enough lower-level ones. As long as she hunted enough crystal cores to upgrade her supernatural tree, it would be inevitable for her physical and 5 other powers to surpass her mental abilities. After all, lower-level zombies were plentiful, while higher-level ones required more time for evolution. Reflecting on this, Bai Cha-Cha remarked, finding level 4 zombies may be challenging, but not impossible. Those undeterred by danger could venture deep into zombie territory and might even encounter a level 5. Song Yen casually inquired, how did they discover that crystal cores could be upgraded? Bai Cha-Cha had previously pondered this question, but realized that with so many talents in the country, the researchers at the institute were certainly not idle. She had even asked Zhang Yan, who confirmed this notion. After the Black Rain, a biologist named Yun Yi discovered crystal cores within zombie brains. Through his research, he unveiled the secret that crystal cores could enhance supernatural abilities. Song Yan's expression darkened immediately. What did you say the name of the person who discovered the crystal cores was? Bai Cha-Cha, perplexed, repeated, Yun Yi. Yun Yi, Jiang Yiyun? She seemed to grasp the connection. Indeed, Jiang Yiyun has another name, Yun Yi. Yun is his mother's surname. I didn't expect him to use the name Yan Yi in a city, which explains why we couldn't locate Jiang Yiyun. Then, Song Yen, still puzzled, continued, even if I had mistakenly recalled the name. I attached a character sketch of him when I posted the task. How could it be that no one recognizes him? Bai Cha-Cha was uncertain of the specifics, but felt compelled to answer truthfully. Zhang Yan mentioned that after Yun Yi revealed the secret of crystal cores to the leadership within the base, he suddenly vanished. Missing within the base? Song Yen felt that Jiang Yiyun's disappearance was more than it seemed. Bai Cha-Cha suggested, perhaps we should ask Zhang Yan for more details tomorrow, and then you could inquire at the research institute. Early the next morning, Song Yen cornered Zhang Yan at his home. As long as he provided supplies, Zhang Yan was usually quite agreeable. Song Yen handed him a biscuit and Zhang Yan was taken aback. This is something I feel undeserving of, he said. His face a mix of humor and politeness, yet his hands moved earnestly to tuck the biscuit into his sleeve. We've never actually seen Yun Yi. We only know his name because he discovered that crystal cores could be upgraded. Very few high-ranking officials are aware of his disappearance. I only know because of my brother. Bai Cha-Cha couldn't restrain her curiosity. What exactly is your brother? Zhang Yan touched the biscuit in his sleeve, sighed. One is beholden to those who provide. Since we have become such close neighbors, it's only fair to share. Speaking of my brother, his mood turned somber, and the playful expression fell away, replaced by sorrow. My brother's name is Zhang Miao. He was a soldier before the apocalypse and became a formidable supernatural being afterward. He served as the deputy captain of the military's supernatural team. Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen recognized the team, led by Li Shunan, but they had never met Zhang Miao. Perhaps we have encountered your brother. We only know Captain Li Shunan, they suggested. Zhang Yan remained silent for a moment before responding, my brother is dead. He was bitten by a zombie while on a mission. Upon learning of Zhang Miao's death, Bai Cha-Cha expressed her condolences. I'm sorry for bringing up painful memories. Zhang Yan smiled faintly and shook his head. It's all right. Before he died, my brother told his comrades to convey to me to live well. So I have remained within the base, never venturing out again. I must live well. He had never seen his brother's body, often dreaming of the moment his brother was bitten by a zombie. Since his brother's death, he had not left the base, fearing he might share the same fate. Aware of his own cowardice, Zhang Yan swiftly regained his composure, transforming back into his usual jovial self, albeit lacking in seriousness. Alas, I digress. Let us return to the matter at hand. It was my brother who informed me of Yun Yi's disappearance. The research institute falls under the jurisdiction of the Su family, and thus, they requested the military's cooperation in the investigation. My brother and his team of psychics assisted in the search. However, it ultimately yielded no results, leaving us with no leads and utterly unaware of the individual's whereabouts. Chapter 69. Tracking in the subsequent week. Song Yen rescinded the tasks posted in the mission hall and discreetly sought leads and individuals. Bai Cha-Cha trained at home every morning, gathering supplies and preparing various dishes in her space for future use. In the afternoons, she listened to Zhang Yan's reports on the various rumors circulating within the base. Evenings were spent hunting for crystal cores with Do Bao, enhancing their abilities for the energy trees. Each day felt fulfilling. The first significant event was the disappearance of the military's ability team. The highest-ranking official in the military, Li Honru, father of Li Shunan, dispatched several groups to search, even issuing a task to locate them, yet no news surfaced. The loss of 6 ability users, including his own son Li Shunan and daughter Li Yingbei, was a devastating blow to the military. Recently, even Li Honru himself had fallen ill. The second matter of concern was the increasingly overt factional strife among politicians and businessmen. The most captivating aspect was the tumultuous relationship between the two factions' prominent figures, Su Ziyuan and Han Bingyu. Han Bingyu had a childhood sweetheart named Qiuyan, who was graceful and well-educated, a true lady of society, and also a level 3 ability user. Their parents had arranged a marriage for them, and, even in the apocalypse, their affection remained largely unaffected. However, recently, Han Bingyu heroically rescued Bai Yai, a female member of the hunting team, and fell head over heels for her, showering her with care and attention daily. Surprisingly, Han Bingyu showed no signs of jealousy, continuing to be attentive to Bai Yai. The love entanglements of these 4 had become a popular topic of gossip among the base's inhabitants, all of which Zhang Yan had gathered. Bai Cha-Cha suspected that these rumors were half-truths, not entirely reliable, and surely contained details unknown to outsiders. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. What mattered most was that Song Yen had uncovered a lead on Jiang Yiyun. In the dead of night, under the cloak of silence, Song Yen, carrying a box of instant noodles, and Bai Cha-Cha discreetly entered a dilapidated shack in a shantytown. Inside sat a frail, stooped man, his voice hoarse and unappealing, as if his throat had been scorched by cigarette butts. "Did you bring it?" Song Yen handed over the box of noodles, which the thin man eagerly accepted, opening it to inspect, his trembling hands betraying his excitement. Good, you kept your word. I will tell you what I know." This frail man was the one who had followed Song Yen, but was shaken off earlier. He had seen the lucrative tasks posted by Song Yen in the mission hall, but dared not openly accept them, opting instead to track Song Yen, hoping for a chance to trade secretly only to be evaded. He had been lingering around the base, hoping to encounter Song Yen again, having followed him several times without success until today, when he could no longer resist stopping him to reveal his purpose. The frail man sat back down on the ground and whispered, "That day, I was hiding at the wall to relieve myself and saw a man in black carrying a burlap sack coming out of the Research Institute's side door, tossing the sack into a van." Bai Cha-Cha subtly released her mental power to control the frail man, ensuring he was not deceiving them for the supplies. She gently inquired, "How are you certain that the sack contained Yun?" His eyes began to glaze over. I don't know who Yun is, but I am certain that sack contained a person." "Where did the van go?" "I don't know." "Who is that man in black?" "He is Master Han's bodyguard." After Bai Cha-Cha withdrew her ability, she and Song Yen departed together. Though the man harbored suspicions of deceit for supplies, he inadvertently provided an important lead. As they walked, they discussed their next steps. Bai Cha-Cha pondered, "You keep an eye on him. When he goes out next time, we'll follow." Song Yen nodded in agreement. This opportunity had come sooner than expected. Within days, Han Bingyu left the base with his black-clad bodyguard. Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen casually accepted a task to collect level 2 crystal cores and promptly set out in their vehicle. Once outside the base, they maintained a safe distance, wary of alarming their target. They parked their off-road vehicle in their space and followed using their abilities. Bai Cha-Cha moved swiftly, while Song Yen employed spatial displacement, akin to teleportation. Do Bao, too, was adept, invisibly leaping onto the roof of Han Bingyu's vehicle. They trailed Han Bingyu to the largest pharmaceutical group in City A. The area appeared deliberately cleared, with only a few low-level zombies wandering. Han Bingyu's vehicle bypassed the front entrance, heading for the back. Concerned about being discovered, they hesitated to follow, sending Do Bao inside instead. Bai Cha-Cha concealed herself in the shadows, keeping a watchful eye on the back door, planning to enter once Han Bingyu had left. A deep, melodious voice resonated nearby. All the zombies are locked inside. Listen, the creatures beyond the walls are howling. The layout of the group was peculiar. The front and back areas were not interconnected. The front housed factories, offices, and dormitories, while the back comprised low buildings resembling a private research facility. Bai Cha-Cha had already noticed numerous small red dots within the enclosing walls and feared it might be an even larger containment area for zombies than the previous underground facility they had encountered. After Han Bingyu entered, silence ensued. Bai Cha-Cha retrieved a lunchbox from her space, quickly sharing the pre-prepared meal with Song Yan. They squatted in hiding until after 3 in the afternoon when Han Bingyu's vehicle finally emerged, accompanied by Do Bao. As the vehicle prepared to leave, some nearby zombies, drawn by the commotion, surged toward it, howling. The passenger window rolled down, revealing a young man with a gentle smile. He leisurely extended his arm out the window, suddenly spreading his fingers, projecting 5 streams of black liquid. The force of the liquid was formidable, crashing down upon the approaching zombies and knocking them to the ground. The vehicle sped away, leaving behind only a pool of viscous black liquid, devoid of any trace of the zombies. Do Bao nestled closer in Bai Cha-Cha's embrace. This man was terrifying. It was the first time Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yan had witnessed such an ability. The black liquid corroded the zombies as if it were acid, leaving no remnants. If this black liquid were to touch a person, would it not obliterate them completely? They exchanged grave looks, the weight of the situation evident in their eyes. Once the vehicle was entirely out of sight, Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yan cautiously approached the back door. Chapter 70. The infant zombies before them stood a 3-story building, its weathered white walls barely hinting at their original form. Scattered across the yard lay a collection of rusted and abandoned medical equipment. Pushing open the door revealed a small laboratory filled with various testing instruments, with shattered glass test tubes littering the floor. Do Bao perched on Bai Cha-Cha's shoulder, his eyes wide with curiosity as he surveyed the surroundings, blinking in confusion. Looking around, they found no other living beings aside from the cold, metallic instruments. Exchanging glances, they ascended to the 2nd floor. The corridor on this level featured several identical small rooms, each containing only a few glass vessels and medical beds. Do Bao suddenly leaped from Bai Cha-Cha's shoulder, darting from one end to the other, his sharp little claws scratching anxiously as he yowled at Bai Cha-Cha. Bai Cha-Cha had already sensed something amiss. Han Bingyu had just left this place. Yet there were no traces left behind. Could there be a secret chamber? However, she and Song Yan had indeed searched earlier and found nothing. It appeared to be a long-abandoned laboratory. Strangely, there was no odor of chemicals or mildew typically associated with such places. Instead, a pleasant floral scent pervaded the air. Closing her eyes, Bai Cha-Cha focused intently on her surroundings. She soon detected a faint energy fluctuation. Upon closing her eyes, Song Yan obediently followed suit, only to feel a pair of delicate, soft hands grasping his right wrist, pulling him forward. If memory served him correctly, there should have been a wall ahead. Despite his doubts, he trusted Bai Cha-Cha and allowed her to lead him onward. Curiously, with their eyes shut, they encountered no obstacles and continued their journey unimpeded. It was only when Bai Cha-Cha spoke, instructing him to open his eyes, that they found themselves in a long, dimly lit corridor, with a faint light visible at the far end. As they took a couple of steps forward, they suddenly spotted a figure in a white lab coat flitting past at the corridor's end, followed by a cacophony of frantic voices. "Run! Strangers have entered! Hurry, hurry!" Song Yan grasped Bai Cha-Cha's hand and swiftly activated his spatial displacement ability. They should have instantly reached the end of the corridor, yet to his astonishment, they remained in place. Bewildered, Song Yen looked around. Bai Cha, observing the black, green, and red dots on her energy map, quickly reacted, brandishing her devil's axe and striking at the air. A piercing scream echoed as Bai Cha wielded her axe with fierce determination. Song Yen, sensing the urgency, drew his Tang Dao and joined her in the fray. Ah! Run! Help! Someone save me! 5 minutes later, the scene before them transformed entirely. The true laboratory revealed itself, with 5 bodies sprawled across the floor, 2 clad in black and 3 in lab coats, all slain by Bai Cha and Song Yen. Surrounding them were 8 large glass containers, each containing various forms of zombies submerged in green liquid. With no time to spare for a thorough examination, Bai Cha and Song Yen pushed through a side door in pursuit. Another lengthy corridor awaited them. This time, Song Yen understood. Seeing was not necessarily believing. He closed his eyes to perform spatial displacement once more. Yet the peculiar situation from before did not repeat. They entered a large room, seemingly a conference hall, cluttered with documents that had clearly been hastily gathered. White pages fluttering everywhere. Bai Cha picked up a sheet to glance at, finding it filled with incomprehensible text. Disinterested, she discarded it into her spatial storage. Opening yet another small door, they found another long corridor. Bai Cha frowned in annoyance. It felt as though they were navigating a nested set of Russian dolls. Beyond lay another laboratory, this time featuring 2 pregnant female zombies submerged in green solution, their swollen abdomens suggesting they were 7 or 8 months along, gently shifting. What monstrous experiments were these deranged individuals conducting? Proceeding through another corridor, they stumbled upon what appeared to be a prison cell. The left side was empty, likely having housed someone significant who had just been taken away. To the right lay a woman, unconscious on the floor. The final room was an operating theater, featuring 4 surgical tables, each secured with restraints and a person on each, tubes protruding from their bodies, accompanied by the beeping of nearby machines. Bai Cha and Song Yen had no time for a detailed inspection. They pushed through the last small door, traversed the corridor, and opened a secure door at the end. Astonishingly, they emerged in front of a pharmaceutical company. A throng of zombies densely populated the courtyard before the building. A jeep drove out of the company gates right before their eyes. Strangely, the zombies seemed almost entranced, clearing a path for the vehicle while blocking their retreat with their bodies. The two could only watch helplessly as the vehicle drove away, trapped amidst the horde of zombies. Dabao was utterly bewildered, his small form arcing through the air in freefall. Hearing the commotion, he quickly vanished from sight. They were but 2 against an unknown enemy. Discretion was the better part of valor. They headed back to the operating room. Initially, they had merely glanced, but upon a closer look, they were astonished to find that the man on the surgical table was none other than the missing captain of the military ability team, Li Shunan. The other 3 were his teammates. Without haste, they did not immediately free Li Shunan. Those fiends had conducted some bizarre experiment on him, and he was showing signs of zombification. Song Yen positioned his Tang Dao against Li Shunan's neck, prepared to strike should anything seem off. The zombification process was unstable. Li Shunan's previously pale face suddenly regained color, and the zombie aura dissipated, restoring him to normalcy. Song Yen swiftly cut through the chains binding Li Shunan to the table, hoisting him onto his shoulder. He then severed another person's chains, prioritizing their escape. Bai Cha nodded in agreement, signaling her consent. With a wave of her hand, she bound Li Shunan securely with vines and did the same for the other 3 men. The woman in the prison cell was Li Shunan's sister, Li Yingbei. Bai Cha broke open the cell door and used vines to pull her out. Li Yingbei was merely unconscious, appearing to be unharmed. After dispatching the pregnant zombies, they recovered 2 level 4 crystal cores. With their mother slain, the 2 infant zombies crawled out, their green bodies still connected by the umbilical cord. It seemed the cord hindered their movement. The infant zombies opened their mouths and instinctively bit through the cord. Bai Cha felt a chill run down her spine and swiftly dispatched the 2 infant zombies, extracting their brains. To her astonishment, she uncovered 2 level 3 crystal cores. They were born at level 3. If they were allowed to grow further, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 71. You cannot go back. Within the outermost glass container were 8 Tier 3 zombies. After exterminating everything in this private laboratory, Bai Cha-Cha retrieved several timed explosives from her space and strategically placed them throughout the facility. These were all originally taken by Song Yen from Gusen, and now they belonged entirely to her. Once the explosives were set, Song Yen carried Li Xun and another man, while Bai Cha-Cha ensnared Li Yingbei with vines. The two exited through the back door of the pharmaceutical group. Song Yen produced an off-road vehicle from his space, tossing Li Xun and the other man into the back seat. He then looked at Bai Cha-Cha, who had no room left. I have a solution, she stated, conjuring another off-road vehicle from her space, placing Li Yingbei in the passenger seat and the remaining 2 men in the back. Let us go. Each drove away in their respective vehicles, leaving the private research institute of the pharmaceutical group in ruins. The zombies confined in the open area in front of the group, stirred by the tremendous noise, began to riot, surging towards the source of the sound. Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen discovered a periphery that had been cleared by the base in City A, previously a large supermarket. The resources had been entirely depleted by the special abilities team within the base, and the surrounding zombies had also been eradicated. Bai Cha-Cha released her psychic abilities to scan the area, finding only a few wandering ordinary zombies. They brought the 5 unconscious individuals into the supermarket and secured the door. In a hushed tone, Song Yen remarked, "These 4 are burning with fever. Their bodies are scorching." Bai Cha-Cha rushed over to inspect. This did not seem like a sign of awakening abilities. Rather, it resembled a struggle against the virus. As the 4 began to tremble and their complexions grew pale, Song Yen tightened his grip on the tang knife. They both fixated on the quivering Li Xun and the others, prepared to eliminate anyone who might mutate at a moment's notice. Dying at their hands was far preferable to perishing at the hands of those wretches. After more than 2 hours, dusk began to fall. Suddenly, Li Yingbei opened her eyes, bewildered as she surveyed her surroundings. Spotting her trembling brother, she exclaimed, "Brother, what is wrong with you?" Recognizing her as a normal person, Bai Cha-Cha waved her hand, releasing the vines that bound her. Freed, Li Yingbei rushed towards Li Xunan, only to be halted by Bai Cha-Cha. "Do not approach. Your brother is not quite himself right now." Li Yingbei froze, realizing her brother was indeed not well, which explained her panic. Recognizing Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen, her emotions stabilized a bit, and she stood still, staring blankly at Li Xunan, refraining from advancing further. Bai Cha-Cha observed her quietness and chose not to intervene. After a while, Li Xunan abruptly ceased trembling and opened his pale blue eyes. Bai Cha-Cha gasped, and Song Yen instinctively raised his knife, only to be restrained by Bai Cha-Cha. "Wait, he still seems to possess some humanity." "Do not," 2 voices echoed simultaneously. As Li Xunan blinked awake, he was met with the sight of a sharp tang knife glinting ominously as it swung towards him. Startled, he quickly spoke up. His blue eyes gradually returned to their normal hue. Song Yen sheathed his knife. Li Xunan exhaled deeply. "Did you save me?" "Thank you." He recognized these 2. He had previously aided them against a horde of zombies. As he moved his body, he realized he was bound. Attempting to slice through the vines with wind blades proved futile. Astonished, he regarded Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen with a pleading gaze. "Could you please free me?" With a wave of her hand, the vines vanished. Li Xunan stood, stretching his limbs with a smile. "Since being captured, I have been tied to an operating table and injected with drugs. This feeling of freedom is truly delightful." Bai Cha-Cha admired his ability to maintain a sense of humor. Li Yingbei burst into tears, throwing herself into Li Xuanan's embrace, sobbing, "Brother, I'm so glad you're okay." Li Xunan gently patted her back, smiling reassuringly. "It's all right. You're safe too." Before they could exchange further words, another man ceased trembling and suddenly opened his pale blue eyes. Unlike Li Xunan, he soon sprouted sharp black claws from his hands and feet, accompanied by the unsettling sounds of bones cracking as his body contorted. Li Xun and quickly shoved Li Yingbei aside and rushed forward. Sure too. Sure too. This young man named Sure too had already lost his sanity, having fully transformed into a zombie. Without waiting for Song Yan to act, Li Xunan unleashed his wind blades, swiftly ending Sure too's existence. Two more have turned into zombies. Bai Cha-Cha's voice came from behind. Li Xunan, suppressing his grief, granted the remaining two brothers a swift end. Why did I not transform into a zombie? This puzzled Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yan as well. It suggests you were fortunate, yet your eyes had turned blue and white just moments ago. Li Xunan was taken aback. Stammering, did my eyes really turn blue and white? Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yan affirmed with nods. Seeking reassurance, Li Xunan turned to his sister, who, teary-eyed, nodded in confirmation. The once bright and cheerful Li Xunan now appeared dejected. He hung his head, murmuring, "Am I no longer a normal person?" They could not ascertain whether he was still entirely normal. At least, he remained green on the energy map for now. Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yan opted not to pursue that topic further, instead asking, "Do you know who captured you?" Li Xunan and Li Yingbei exchanged glances before answering. "I do not know who sought to capture us, but those individuals were exceedingly strange. One possessed a peculiar ability that could induce hallucinations, which ensnared us." Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yan had already surmised that those odd phenomena were a result of certain special abilities. However, they were surprised by Han Bingyu's caution. Li Xunan and the others were completely unaware of who had taken them. Recalling the hallucination-inducing ability, Li Xunan inquired, "How did you manage to rescue me?" Bai Cha-Cha succinctly explained that in their quest to find Yunyi, they had tracked Han Bingyu and discovered the location. Enlightenment dawned upon Li Xunan. "So, it was Han Bingyu's doing. He was quite kind to us, appearing very amiable. Who would have thought he harbored such malice beneath that facade? Truly, one should not judge by appearances." Song Yan interjected. Bai Cha-Cha remained silent as well. Suddenly, Li Yingbei asked, "Who were you searching for?" "Yunyi?" Li Xunan slapped his thigh. "I remember now. While in a daze on the operating table, I think I heard them mention Yunyi's name, saying he was disobedient and hard to manage." Li Yingbei pursed her lips, frowning. "The one opposite my cell is Yunyi. He had suddenly disappeared from the base. We searched for him for quite some time but found no trace." Bai Cha-Cha exchanged a glance with the stern-faced Song Yan, realizing that Yunyi was indeed in Han Bingyu's hands. When they arrived, Yunyi's cell had already been vacated, indicating he had been taken away. Song Yan abruptly asked, "What are your plans moving forward?" His cold gaze fixed on Li Xunan. "Those individuals do not know what experiments they conducted on you. Now that your three brothers have transformed into zombies, yet you remain unharmed, they will undoubtedly seek to capture you again for further experimentation. Moreover, you are indeed somewhat different. I suspect that there is something within you suppressing the zombie virus. If we can identify this substance, it may lead to the development of a cure for the zombie virus." Chapter 72. The storm approaches. The military had its own means of contacting trusted individuals, sparing them any concern. Bai Cha-Cha pretended to retrieve some food and drink from the car, but it was actually from her spatial storage, which she then provided to Li Xunan, instructing him to hide nearby. Once they had captured Han Bingyu and his entourage, they would return for him. The two then proceeded to the mission hall to submit their task of collecting secondary crystal nuclei. Bai Cha-Cha immediately fed the significant contributor a supernatural fruit, much to Doubao's delight. She then took out 3 dishes and a soup from her spatial storage and shared dinner with Song Yan. In the stillness of the night, it was the perfect time for mischief. After a brief respite, the two, led by Doubao, ventured to the hideout of their targets that evening, which turned out to be located in the villa district of the base. This area was divided into 2 large sectors, one for politicians and the other for businessmen. Doubao guided them to the politician side. Both were acutely aware of their surroundings. Song Yan consulted the map given by Zhang Yan, and Doubao pointed to the largest and most lavishly decorated villa, which belonged to Han Bingyu. Despite the late hour, a light still illuminated the entrance of the villa. Upon closer inspection, they noticed a man and a woman standing beneath the light. The man was the refined and elegant Han Bingyu, while the woman, who should have been in the other sector, was Bai Yai. The two appeared to be engaged in conversation, with Bai Yai's laughter ringing out delicately. Bai Cha-Cha could hear her high-pitched, gentle laughter even from a distance. Sensing that the timing was not right and knowing that Han Bingyu was still awake, they decided to retreat and look for another opportunity. At the Su family villa, Su Ziyuan sat on the floor, leaning against the glass, lost in thought. He felt something was amiss lately. The moment he awakened his lightning-type abilities and opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Bai Yai. Her gentle and caring demeanor instantly ignited his protective instincts. Coupled with the fact that she was his savior, he felt a deep-seated fondness for her. However, as he spent more time with Bai Cha-Cha, his feelings for Bai Yai gradually dulled, shifting from affection to treating her as an ordinary teammate, a transformation that occurred imperceptibly. After arriving at the base, Bai Yai stayed in his home, and his mother took a liking to her, seemingly improving their relationship significantly. Yet, he could only regard Bai Yai as a sister. Strangely enough, an uncontrollable surge of jealousy arose within him, as if Han Bingyu had stolen the woman he cherished, forcibly taking Bai Yai from him. He could not bear to see her standing with Han Bingyu and became obsessively protective, ensuring she remained by his side at all times. It was as though he had lost his senses. Chen Wenk, Liao Xiaoyu, and even his mother believed he had fallen for Bai Yai, resulting in a rivalry. However, he alone understood that he did not love her. There was no love in his heart, yet he could not control his actions. Observing himself engage in behaviors he could not comprehend, he realized he was facing a personal crisis. For the past 2 days, he had sequestered himself in his room, avoiding all contact. Just moments ago, he felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Once again, he found himself battling the urge to go downstairs and seek Bai Yai. As he struggled with his own body, he caught a glimpse out the window and saw Bai Yai heading toward Han Bingyu's house. In that instant, the strange sensation returned. To suppress his body from acting against his will, he gritted his teeth and unleashed his powers upon himself, nearly incapacitating himself. Slumping against the glass wall, Su Ziyuan felt an unprecedented exhaustion. Meanwhile, Han Bingyu was busy handling matters concerning Dr. Yu, unaware that Bai Yai had come to his home at such a late hour. He felt a tinge of impatience, but remembered the significant healing effects her abilities had on his poison-type powers, which made him more tolerant of her presence. Initially, he intended to draw closer to Bai Yai to utilize her against the business faction. That day, when Scarface had him stage a heroic rescue, he feigned injury to enhance the drama, and Bai Yai's reaction was indeed as he had anticipated. She was deeply moved and excited. With her healing abilities, she treated his wounds. And to his astonishment, he discovered that the damage inflicted by his poison powers had completely vanished, hinting at a potential breakthrough. This revelation filled him with elation. Although his poison abilities were formidable, they came with a critical drawback. They harmed both enemies and himself. Thus, he rarely used them. With Bai Yai's healing powers, he could wield his abilities without restraint. Naturally, he was willing to invest time and effort to charm her into providing more treatment. Watching her foolishly infatuated gaze, he mused whether she truly believed he could ever be interested in her. How absurd. Su Ziyuan, that useless man, couldn't even keep his own woman in check. He had to devise a way to make her willingly serve him. Li Hongru had indeed fallen ill, but upon seeing Li Yinbei, his spirit revived significantly. After listening to his daughter's recounting of events, Li Hongru's expression darkened. He had always known that politicians and businessmen harbored grand ambitions, yet he had been willing to tolerate them as long as their intentions served the greater good for the people. Thus, he had allowed both factions to develop their influence within the base. However, he never anticipated that their ambitions would extend to inhumanity, particularly Han Bingyu, who appeared refined and cultured, yet harbored the darkest intentions. They aimed to annihilate the military and seize control of the entire base. His children had been taken for experimentation, and his son was on the brink of becoming a zombie. Even he had nearly succumbed to despair, allowing power to slip away. Regret washed over Li Hongru. He had almost become a traitor to the military. Realizing this, he understood it was not too late. That very night, he summoned his trusted confidants for an urgent meeting to discuss their forthcoming plans. In a city, the storm was brewing, yet room 202 remained untouched. Song Yan was diligently practicing martial arts in his room, employing electrical energies to temper his muscles, enhancing both strength and flexibility. He relied solely on his endurance and willpower to fortify his physique, as he was not a physical type user. Bai Cha-Cha, on the other hand, trained in her spatial realm. Dobao looked up at the supernatural fruit on the power tree, yearning for it. Today, Bai Cha-Cha made a new discovery. The fruit on the power tree could only be harvested by her. Dobao had jumped around beneath the tree for a long time, but had collected nothing. Unfazed, it transformed into a formidable tiger, continuing its futile attempts to reach the fruit. Seeing Dobao's forlorn expression as it gazed longingly at the fruit brought laughter to Bai Cha-Cha. Feeling pity for the little creature, she reluctantly plucked a fruit to offer it. After sharing her laughter, Bai Cha-Cha retrieved 10 third-level and 2 fourth-level crystal nuclei she had unearthed from the private research institute earlier that day. Tossing them beneath the power tree, she intended to share them with Song Yan that night, but he insisted they were all for her. Eventually, he proposed that she assist him in hunting 5th-level crystal nuclei in the future, prompting her to collect the nuclei. In truth, she would have helped him hunt the 5th-level nuclei regardless, as they were teammates. With only him and Dobao as her companions, she was determined to assist them in leveling up. Chapter 73. The Trap. Zhang Yan continued to visit Bai Cha-Cha daily to report on the latest developments at the base. Every 2 days, Song Yan and Bai Cha-Cha would embark on a mission, either to exterminate zombies and harvest crystal cores, or to visit Li Shunan. They had yet to encounter higher-level zombies for their advancement, with the level 3 being the highest they had faced. What they truly sought were level 5 crystal cores. Li Shunan had not changed his pallid gaze, appearing seemingly unchanged. Bored from hiding, he insisted on accompanying the duo on their missions. Since the private research institute was destroyed, Han Bingyu and his dark-clad bodyguards had not ventured out. Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yan were patiently waiting for an opportunity to visit the Han family villa. One day, while Dobao napped on the sofa, Bai Cha-Cha observed Song Yan practicing martial arts. Suddenly, Zhang Yan burst in, brimming with excitement. Bai Cha-Cha, her spirits low, inquired about the news. She relished hearing different captivating stories daily, but yearned for the chance to handle more pressing matters. Was something momentous brewing? Lost in her thoughts, she heard Zhang Yan whisper conspiratorially, "The military is organizing a special mission involving elites from 2 other factions. I've gathered information that they are to retrieve weapons from the armory. Upon completion, the military will take 60%, with the other factions receiving 40%. The Su and Han families were already mobilizing, preparing for the endeavor, and their young masters would both be involved." Bai Cha-Cha's eyelids twitched. Was the news reliable? Zhang Yan puffed out his chest, assuring her of its authenticity. "There's no information I can't uncover." Bai Cha-Cha acknowledged him with an appreciative glance before pressing for the crucial detail. "Do you know when they will depart?" "Tomorrow," he declared. "How swift. Splendid indeed," she replied. Exchanging a smile with Song Yan, after waiting for so long, the opportunity had finally arrived. In high spirits, Bai Cha-Cha returned to her room, providing Zhang Yan with a bag of instant noodles, a marinated egg, a sausage, a package of hot pot base, and a bottle of 8 treasure porridge. Zhang Yan was elated, particularly over the hot pot base, which he planned to savor over multiple meals. He intended to keep half for himself and sell the other half on the black market for additional supplies. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhang Yan departed, leaving Bai Cha-Cha amused. He was quite an entertaining character. Having such a teammate would surely make their journey more enjoyable. Yet, she quickly shook her head. He was thriving at the base. With ample food and safety, why would he accompany her into the perilous world of zombies? The A-City base remained relatively secure, with the military poised to gain significant power. it would only improve further. Bai Cha-cha and Song Yen later met Li Shunan, who confirmed their plans were indeed accurate. The armory existed, but the military had relocated its contents, leaving only an empty shell behind. The following morning, the military selected a team of elites, including Su Ziyuan's hunting squad and Han Bingyu with his bodyguards. Li Yingbei discreetly followed the group, for despite Han Bingyu being a level 4, the military had reached a covert agreement with the merchant faction to eliminate these politicians first. While arms were genuinely available, the military and merchant faction would divide them, with no share for the Han family. They had already set traps, eagerly awaiting their prey. Su Ziyuan and Bai Yaoi were also present. Bai Yaoi, distracted, gazed at the Han family's vehicle. Just days prior, Su Ziyuan had isolated himself, ignoring her, yet now he was suddenly fixated on her, complicating her attempts to approach Han Bingyu. She had invested considerable effort over the past few days, hoping Han Bingyu could procure a level 4 crystal core for her. After treating him several times, she had discovered his latent abilities, though she was unaware of his reasons for concealing his strength. It was undeniable that Han Bingyu was the strongest man at the base. If he could be a level 4, helping her acquire a level 4 crystal core should be within his capabilities. Now, however, Su Ziyuan's interference muddled her plans. She wondered if she might find a moment alone with Han Bingyu during the mission. She was weary of the hunting team. Each time she saw Su Ziyuan and his companions, she recalled her dwindling space, growing increasingly frustrated. It was infuriating that they, with their abundant resources, insisted on encroaching on her limited space, causing her to suffer losses. Moreover, she had to endure Su Ziyuan's erratic moods, oscillating between disdain and overwhelming possessiveness. It was simply intolerable. Given Han Bingyu's apparent affection for her, perhaps she could persuade him to rescue her from Su Ziyuan's grasp. Bai Cha-cha and Song Yen concealed themselves among the crowd, watching as the convoy departed the base. Han Bingyu was not accompanied by a scarred bodyguard, who presumably remained at the base. Bai Cha-cha shrugged, indifferent to which member stayed behind. Han Bingyu, a unique level 4, had already left. Even if he had concealed another level 4, it was of little concern, as Song Yen was also a level 4, and her physical prowess was at level 5. This mission was inherently a trap targeting the Han family. That evening, after disguising themselves, the pair, along with Do Bao, stealthily entered Han Bingyu's residence. The villa was eerily quiet and dim. Utilizing her mental map of energy fluctuations, Bai Cha-cha, in conjunction with Song Yen, concealed themselves in the shadows. A room on the first floor revealed a sliver of light seeping through the door crack, accompanied by the sounds of mahjong and male chatter. If Brother Dao knew we were neglecting our duties to play here, we'd be in serious trouble, one voice quipped. Come on, just one last round. Then we'll get back to business. Roll the dice. No sooner had he spoken than the door swung wide open, revealing invisible blades of space swirling above the mahjong table. For level 2 heads tumbled to the ground. After dispatching the first floor's minions, they ascended to the second floor, pausing before a lone bedroom door. Only this room on the second floor was occupied. Strange noises emanated from within, leaving the two adults to blush slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, the villa was shrouded in darkness, and no one could see them. Bai Cha-cha abruptly thrust the door open, revealing a dimly lit room where a young woman and a middle-aged man were entangled on the bed. "Who's there?" they exclaimed, startled. The man, a level 3, and the young woman, an ordinary person, were taken aback. Without allowing them much time to react, Song Yen unleashed his powers again. Invisible blades, akin to the Grim Reaper's scythe, swiftly severed the woman's head. Blood sprayed onto the man's face, prompting him to push the corpse off him in shock. Trembling, he aimed a stream of water at the pair, but his fingers were ensnared by tendrils that bent back toward himself. The vines grew rapidly, cocooning him like a silkworm. "Who are you? Do you know who I am? I'm Han Bingyu's father. If you harm me, Han Bingyu will not spare you." The man threatened loudly, as if this would bolster his courage. Chapter 74. Rescuing by Cha-Cha and Song Yen were not easily frightened. The sharp vines pierced into the man's abdomen and twisted inside, eliciting a pain scream that drained the color from his face. A middle-aged man, accustomed to a life of luxury, was unprepared for such agony, and he nearly fainted from the pain. Seizing the moment, Bai Cha-Cha exerted her mental control over him and coldly inquired, "Where is Yuni? Where have the personnel from your private research institute hidden themselves?" The man's gaze became dazed, his consciousness clouded, and under her mental influence, he divulged everything in detail. Just as Bai Cha-Cha contemplated granting him a swift end, the man wrapped in vines began to wither before their eyes, drained of moisture and transforming into a desiccated corpse. Blood-like fluid coursed down the thick vines. Her vines had morphed into blood-sucking tendrils. Song Yen frowned, casting a worried glance at Bai Cha-Cha. "Are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" Bai Cha-Cha shook her head, asserting that she felt fine. She scrutinized Song Yan's expression, noting that his concern and anxiety seemed genuine, devoid of any fear or disgust. She felt a sense of relief. Although her blood vines appeared malevolent, she sensed their friendliness and harmlessness toward her, and that was sufficient. The third floor housed Han Bingyu's quarters. The pair rummaged through drawers and cabinets, but found little of value. Bai Cha-Cha did, however, collect the cigarettes from his drawer, several bottles of fine liquor from the display case, and the contents of the study safe. They then descended to scour the lower levels, gathering every usable item from each room, particularly raiding the kitchen and pantry for food and drink, leaving nothing behind. After thoroughly searching the 3 floors, they arrived at the maid's room on the ground floor. According to the middle-aged man's earlier revelations, this room belonged to the scar-faced man and served as an entrance to the basement. The scar-faced man was currently in the basement, along with the few who had fled that day. They seemed to be conducting some sort of experiment, the specifics of which only Han Bingyu was privy to, and even he was not entirely informed. This underground chamber had been secretly excavated by Han Bingyu's trusted aide since his arrival at the base, intended for the gradual relocation of his private research institute. Little did he know this basement would soon come into play. The maid's room was sparsely furnished, containing only a bed and a wardrobe. Upon opening the wardrobe, they found it filled with the man's clothes. Song Yen pushed the clothing aside, revealing a large poster of a beautiful woman emerging from a bath. Bai Cha-Cha, exasperated, pulled down the poster, uncovering a passageway behind it. She couldn't help but admire the ingenuity of the entrance designs, from the shabby lazy sofa last time to the wardrobe poster now. Each entry was cleverly concealed. Song Yen retrieved a flashlight from his space and entered the passage first, with Bai Cha-Cha closely following. The tunnel was long and dark, reminiscent of the private research institute behind the pharmaceutical group. Was Han Bingyu a mole? Why did he have such a penchant for digging? This tunnel was undoubtedly the work of an Earth-type ability user. No wonder she hadn't sensed any other abilities in the villa or seen anyone on the energy map. After walking for about 10 minutes, they finally reached the end, which was not the basement but another passageway, again concealed by a poster. This time, the poster was more refined, depicting a landscape painting. Bai Cha-Cha could now sense energy fluctuations. After lifting the poster, they encountered yet another wardrobe. As they stepped out of it, a man in black, looking wary, confronted them, demanding to know who they were and why they had emerged from there. Bai Cha-Cha, uninterested in his idle chatter, swiftly delivered a powerful punch, shattering the man's skull. The man's shout had alerted others outside. "What is happening?" Hurried footsteps approached. Exchanging a glance with Song Yen, they both dashed out. Outside awaited 5 black-clad bodyguards, each at the 2nd level of ability, who posed no challenge to Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen. In an instant, they were all subdued. Emerging from the previous room, they realized they were in an old residential building. Before they could take in their surroundings, an elderly man with white hair, clad in a lab coat and sporting reading glasses, stepped up from a nearby room, engrossed in a stack of documents. Without lifting his head, he barked irritably. "What is all this noise? Are you trying to get yourselves killed?" A thick vine slithered like a serpent before the old man, quickly ensnaring him into a ball with only his head visible. Ah, Scarface, save me. The old man's face paled as he cried out. But then he seemed to recall something, his voice faltering before he shouted, Yun-E. Yun-E, save me. Song Yen was taken aback and echoed, Yun-E. It's me, Song Yen. The room fell silent, devoid of any response. Unable to wait, Song Yen rushed inside. Bai Cha-Cha leisurely followed, tugging at her vine. She thought she might have sensed a familiar floral fragrance, reminiscent of the scent she encountered at the private research institute, but it dissipated quickly. The old man continued to whine, and Bai Cha-Cha, growing impatient, snatched a towel nearby and stuffed it into his mouth. The room resembled a small laboratory, equipped with an operating table, hospital bed, oxygen tanks, heart monitors, and respirators, along with various unfamiliar instruments and test tubes. On the operating table and the hospital bed lay two men. Bai Cha-Cha first bound them both with her vines, then carefully examined them. One of the men on the hospital bed was familiar to her. He was the scar-faced bodyguard of Han Bingyu. His eyes were tightly shut, his body trembling involuntarily. The green, representing him on the mini-map flickering, gradually growing larger and brighter. It appeared he was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th level. Bai Cha-Cha had no intention of allowing that to happen. She would seize the opportunity while he was vulnerable. With a swift swing of her axe, his head rolled away. One of Han Bingyu's most trusted aides was thus dispatched during his unguarded moment of potential advancement. The old man's whimpering grew louder, shifting from arrogance to fear. This girl was ruthless, daring to kill the scar-faced man without a hint of concern for Han Bingyu's reprisal. After dealing with the scar-faced man on the hospital bed, Bai Cha-Cha turned her attention to the man on the operating table. His face was ashen, clearly a result of excessive blood loss. The adjacent glass vessel was filled to the brim with his blood. He was beyond saving, having bled out completely. Moreover, the man's arms and legs were stripped of flesh, the pieces meticulously arranged on the glass beside him. Bai Cha-Cha averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight any longer. Her attention then shifted to a corner of the room where a large iron cage stood, housing a disheveled young man with vacant eyes, staring blankly ahead. This scene was all too familiar. It mirrored Song Yan's plight when she had rescued him. She glanced at Song Yan, who stood by the cage, fists clenched, clearly struggling to control his emotions. So this was Yun-E. Two unfortunate souls indeed. Song Yan broke open the cage and pulled Yun-E out, and at last, a flicker of change crossed Yun-E's previously blank expression. As the saying goes, a man sheds tears not easily, but only when he reaches the depths of sorrow. Yun-E stared blankly at Song Yan, tears uncontrollably spilling from his eyes. Chapter 75. The death of Dr. Yu. This is not an appropriate place for reminiscing. Once Bai Cha-Cha confirmed that Yun-E was safe, she seized the opportunity to address the irascible old man. The elderly gentleman was merely an ordinary individual, easily subdued by mental force. Bai Cha-Cha removed the towel from his mouth and began her interrogation. Who are you? I am Dr. Yu. Why did you capture Yun-E? Yun-E is a talented researcher. He was the first to uncover the secret of crystal cores being upgradable. I intended to take him under my wing, but this obstinate fool refused. Since he couldn't recognize a good opportunity, I planned to use him for experimentation. However, young Master Han discovered Yun-Yi's unique abilities and decided to keep him around to protect me. What kind of experiments? Upon being pressed about the experiments, Dr. Yu's demeanor shifted to one of frenzied excitement. The energy of zombies and mutated beasts is contained within crystal cores. Humans lack these cores. But do you know where the energy of ability users is stored? Haha, I figured it out. After personally dissecting dozens of ability users, I confirmed it. Ability users possess an additional set of energy meridians compared to ordinary people. All the energy is stored in these meridians throughout their bodies. If we extract this pure energy from their blood and flesh and inject it into another ability user, we can facilitate rapid upgrades. The energy within the flesh and blood of ability users is extraordinarily pure, much faster and safer than using crystal cores for upgrades. Ha ha ha. I am truly a genius. Young Master Han and Scarface are my most successful subjects. Ha ha ha. Bai Cha-Cha's peripheral vision caught sight of the man on the operating table, drained of blood and reduced to a skeletal form, and she immediately grasped the dreadful truth. These scoundrels were more sinister than caging zombies. Suddenly, Bai Cha-Cha slapped the old man, the force sending him crashing against the wall. With a resounding thud, he left a blood mark before she pulled him back with vines to continue her questioning. The old man's head was bloodied, yet his eyes remained vacant. Who is Li Shunan? I don't know. Bai Cha-Cha changed her approach. What experiments are you conducting at the private research institute behind the pharmaceutical group? The old man grew increasingly agitated and despondent. Who is responsible? It drives me mad. What experiments? Of course, we are cultivating a zombie king. Ha 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 ha. Immortal and commanding all zombies. What did you inject into those subjects? Diluted zombie virus. We could have observed the changes in the subjects immediately, but those bastards ruined everything. The changes in the subjects were so slow, it seems ability users possess a certain immunity to the zombie virus. What else do you know? Speak the truth. It turned out that after the apocalypse, this doctor you had struck a deal with Han Bingyu. He assisted Han in researching ways to enhance abilities and expedite their improvement. In return, Han provided him with experimental subjects and facilities to cultivate zombie kings, though their goals were different. These two perverts found common ground and camaraderie in their twisted endeavors. Bai Cha-Cha refrained from inquiring about Yun Yi's unique abilities, considering that Yun Yi and Song Yen were present. If Yun Yi wished to speak, he would do so naturally. As a friend of Song Yen, she felt it prudent to show respect. After completing her questioning, she turned to Song Yen and Yun Yi. Do either of you have any questions? Both shook their heads in unison. Since there were no further inquiries, this menace could not be allowed to persist. With Dr. Yu's mind still under control and not yet clear, Bai Cha-Cha delivered a decisive blow, ending his life. With Dr. Yu deceased, Yun Yi's expression brightened slightly. Song Yen surveyed the various pieces of equipment in the room and, in front of Yun Yi, stored them away for future use. Bai Cha-Cha pushed open the door to glance outside and discovered they were in the dormitory of the base's power plant. The entire A-City base was, in fact, a repurposed prison. Adjacent to the prison lay a mine and a power plant. Previously, labor reform prisoners were required to mine daily. A portion of the extracted resources was sold, while another portion was retained for power generation. When the apocalypse struck, the government swiftly executed most of the labor reform prisoners and cleared the area surrounding the prison, transforming it into the current base. Those remaining in the power plant and mine were ordinary people living in shanty towns, along with a small number of former prisoners. Taking advantage of the chaos, Han Bingyu had excavated a tunnel leading to the power plant. There were likely many of Han Bingyu's remnants still lurking here, and it was unwise for the trio to linger. Song Yen nodded, instructing Yun Yi to follow Bai Cha-Cha, while he would bring up the rear. As the three squeezed into the tunnel through the wardrobe, Bai Cha-Cha once again caught a whiff of that floral scent carried by the breeze from the lifted poster. She paused and turned to ask, "Is that the scent coming from you?" Yun Yi was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Bai Cha-Cha could detect it, as the scent was nearly imperceptible. The ability users guarding him, including Han Bingyu, only knew of his powers but were unaware of the source of his hallucinations. As Bai Cha-Cha halted, the other two naturally followed suit. Upon hearing her question, Song Yen sniffed the air and indeed caught a faint floral aroma, almost undetectable. Had Bai Cha-Cha not mentioned it, he might have overlooked it entirely. Song Yen then glanced at Yun Yi, who smiled faintly and candidly explained, "Yes, it is my ability. It is rather unique. I can induce hallucinations in humans and mutated beasts through a scent akin to flowers, allowing those who accidentally inhale it to experience illusions. I released some of the hallucination-inducing scent in that room earlier. It takes a while to dissipate, allowing anyone who entered to believe everything inside was normal." Bai Cha-cha understood now. This clarified everything they had experienced in the private research institute. Those individuals had indeed been deceived by Yun Yi's illusion-inducing ability, enabling their escape from the horde of zombies outside the pharmaceutical group. Even she and Song Yen had initially fallen victim to the hallucinations, wasting precious time before entering. Bai Cha-cha resumed her forward march, and Yun Yi, following behind, chattered away. Hey, wasn't it you two who raided their private research institute that day? I was threatened by them and compelled to help them escape. Had I known it was you two, I would have stayed put and waited for you to rescue me. That vile old man always threatened me, insisting I protect him, or else he would strap me to the operating table for bloodletting and dissection. The villain is finally dead. By the way, what is your name, and what is your relationship with Song Yen? I'm Yun Yi, a good brother of Song Yen. We met in university and were roommates. Although we didn't study the same major, I changed my major midway. Did Song Yen mention any of this to you? Why are you silent? Bai Cha-cha. Who would have thought that Yun Yi was such a chatterbox? I wonder who talks more, him or Zhang Yan. I am Bai Cha-cha, and I am teammates with Song Yen. Oh, Cha-cha. So you are just teammates? I see. Do you like Song Yen, but he doesn't reciprocate? Bai Cha-cha. Silence is the bridge to serenity tonight. Seeing Bai Cha-cha's lack of response, Yun Yi mistakenly believed he had hit the mark. He turned to Song Yen, exasperated. Don't be too excessive. If you encounter the right one, just agree already. If you continue this way, you will undoubtedly die alone. Song Yan's temples pulsed with anger, clearly agitated by Yun Yi's words. Yun Yi fell silent, yet his mind was still filled with musings. Song Yen was once a prominent figure at their school, a paragon of aloofness in the eyes of all the female students. Despite knowing him for many years, one had never witnessed him exhibiting any closeness to a girl. Countless admirers had endeavored to win his affection, yet he remained oblivious, unaware of the multitude of love letters that had been penned for him. This girl, Bai Cha-cha, though somewhat youthful, possessed a striking beauty and exhibited commendable prowess in her wood-based abilities. She appeared to be a fitting match for Song Yen, perhaps even his ideal type. It was the first time he had observed Song Yen displaying such patience in the company of a girl. One cannot help but wonder who harbored feelings for whom first. Chapter 76, Departing the Base by Cha-cha had just emerged from behind a poster of a beautiful woman stepping out of the bath when Dobao dove into her embrace. Earlier, she had deliberately left Dobao at the villa to keep watch for them. He is staying with me. You should rest, she instructed. All right, Song Yen replied, retrieving a clean outfit and a brand new set of toiletries from his space for Yun Yi to freshen up. He then proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of egg noodles. In the living room, only Song Yen and Yun Yi remained. Their conversation was brief, but despite being confined in a cage, Yun Yi appeared unscathed. That morning, Bai Cha-cha felt a heaviness on her chest, as if something weighty were pressing down on her. As she groggily opened her eyes, she found Dobao soundly asleep on her chest. Did this little creature realize how heavy he was? Bai Cha-cha couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to touzle Dobao's round head until he stirred awake. Dobao, you might as well suffocate your mother, she teased. Dobao shook his head and stretched before jumping onto a nearby stool. After getting up and washing up, Bai Cha-cha found Song Yen and Yun Yi already awake. Sister Cha-cha is up. Breakfast is ready. Yun Yi exclaimed, his spirits high, completely shedding the miserable appearance from the previous day's confinement. His adaptability rivaled that of Song Yen. Song Yen emerged from the kitchen with 3 bowls of egg noodles. Yun Yi, seemingly familiar with Song Yan's culinary skills, remarked while eating, these noodles are chewier than last night's. There's definitely improvement. Song Yen discreetly kicked him under the table, prompting Yun Yi to fall silent. Bai Cha-cha savored her bowl, finishing the broth entirely. After years of cooking egg noodles, Song Yen had perfected his recipe. Now that we've found Yun Yi, let's leave City A as soon as possible, she suggested. Agreed. As Song Yen stood to clear the dishes, Yun Yi intervened, prompting him to sit back down. He was accustomed to cleaning up after meals with Bai Cha-cha. I wonder how things are going with Han Bingyu? Yun Yi pondered. It should be manageable. With the male lead present and Li Yingbei providing information, Su Ziyuan and the military are prepared for the level 4 ability user. Han Bingyu was outnumbered and could only engage in a futile struggle. Before we leave, I wish to find Li Xunan to collect some of his blood and assess his condition. Yun-Yi popped his head into the kitchen, agreeing exactly. It's strange that he hasn't turned into a zombie. With one being a virus expert and the other a biologist, Bai Cha-Cha welcomed their collaboration. She genuinely hoped they could develop a cure for the zombie virus and bring an end to the apocalypse. Unbeknownst to them, they had already spent nearly a month at the City A base. Their rental was set to expire in a few days. The three gathered their personal belongings and decided to depart. Upon opening the door, they encountered Zhang Yan, who was preparing to leave with his bicycle. Zhang Yan paused at the sight of Bai Cha-Cha and her companions. "Miss Bai, are you leaving?" he inquired, surprised by her perceptiveness. Bai Cha-Cha nodded, "Yes. You take care of yourself." A broad smile broke across Zhang Yan's face. "Miss Bai, don't worry. I'll be just fine. My brother and you both want me to live well, and I will." "All right." Bai Cha-Cha waved goodbye and headed downstairs. Zhang Yan watched her retreating figure, solemnly advising, "Safe travels, Miss Bai." Without pausing, she raised her arm in a wave. In the car, Yun-Yi occupied the back seat while Song Yen drove, and Bai Cha-Cha settled into the passenger seat. Entry into the base was relatively strict to prevent infected individuals from entering, but exiting was far less stringent, allowing the trio to leave without complications. Whether they would meet again was left to fate. They made their way directly to find Li Xunan at the temporary residence that Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen had previously located for him. Li Xunan was idly doing push-ups when he spotted Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen, his face lighting up with joy. Upon seeing Yun-Yi, he was taken aback. "You rescued Yun-Yi?" "Indeed," Bai Cha-Cha began, but Yun-Yi, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly recounted the story of his rescue. His flair for storytelling captivated Li Xunan, who listened in awe. Bai Cha-Cha chuckled. "It wasn't quite that dramatic, but close enough. Dr. Yu and the scarred man are dead. Now it's just Han Bingyu left. I wonder how far your sister has progressed," Li Xunan mused. "We should know tonight," he added. Bai Cha-Cha nodded. "We came to see you primarily to draw some blood for testing, so we'll be staying here with you tonight. We plan to leave City A tomorrow." "Drawing blood is fine, but why leave City A? Isn't it safe here?" Li Xunan questioned, believing that once Han Bingyu is dealt with, the base would thrive under his father's leadership. "Staying here is safer. The zombies outside will only become more formidable. Where else could you possibly go?" Song Yen handed a syringe to Yun-Yi, signaling him to draw blood before turning to Li Xunan. "We need to go to the capital. We have family and friends there." Li Xuanan's brow furrowed with concern. The capital was quite distant from City A, and the journey would undoubtedly present numerous dangers. The trio understood his good intentions, but were resolute in their plans. Throughout history, danger and opportunity have coexisted, Bai Cha-Cha explained. She aimed to seize the journey to the capital as an opportunity to gather more crystal cores to enhance their abilities, especially since level 5 zombies were likely to emerge soon. She, Song Yen, and Do Bao all needed level 5 crystal cores for upgrades, including Yun-Yi, who was currently level 3 and required level 4 cores. Staying at the base would not yield high-level crystal cores. Bai Cha-Cha articulated her rationale to Li Xunan, wanting to remind him not to overly depend on the military's ordnance or the base's geographical advantages, believing that merely holding onto the base would ensure safety. All ability users should strive to elevate their levels and not fall too far behind the zombies, who evolve at a faster rate. If higher-level zombie kings emerged, leading hordes of zombies to besiege humanity, a base lacking absolute strength would inevitably become fodder for the undead. There would come a day when humanity was cornered into an ever-shrinking space, marking the true calamity for mankind. Bai Cha-Cha advised Li Xunan. While the zombies remain predominantly below level 4, the survivors at the base should venture out to fight and eliminate them. Ordinary people must train combat skills and enhance their physical fitness, creating a populace ready for battle. Ability users must urgently upgrade their powers. Furthermore, We need to compile a list of all ability types among the base's users to maximize their potential. Earth-type users can fortify walls and construct shelters. Metal-type users can reinforce structures or craft weapons, and wood-type users can cultivate crops, among other possibilities. Only through unity, shared aspirations, and collective efforts can we overcome challenges. If a cure for the zombie virus can be discovered, that would be ideal. If not, we must strive to eradicate all zombies, ending the apocalypse with sheer force. Li Xun gazed intently at Bai Cha-Cha, a profound admiration welling up within him. With just a few simple words, the girl had painted a vivid picture of a bright future, invigorating him with a newfound sense of purpose and direction. No longer did he voice concerns about the dangers of leaving the base, but rather, he genuinely believed that this girl, undaunted by peril, would only grow stronger in the face of adversity. Indeed, he realized he still had much to strive for. He must exert himself even more fiercely in slaying zombies and extracting crystal cores to elevate his level. Chapter 77. D-City. Song Yen felt that Bai Cha-Cha was radiating brilliance. Even Yun-Yi felt a twinge of shame and remained silent, as he perceived his third-level ability to be rather inadequate. Being a researcher, he had never placed much importance on the enhancement of his powers. His ascension to the third level was solely due to the insufferable Dr. Yu, who, fearing for his life, insisted on administering an energy serum extracted from the flesh of ability users to elevate his level. He vehemently refused, preferring not to gain strength through such despicable means. In the end, the frustrated old man resorted to obtaining a third-level crystal core from Han Bingyu to facilitate his upgrade. Now, he had come to the realization that he too must hasten the enhancement of his abilities and grow stronger. He absolutely could not be a burden to Sister Cha-Cha and Song Yen on their journey. Bai Cha-Cha and Li Xun engaged in a thorough discussion on how to manage the base in the fight against zombies. Meanwhile, Song Yen and Yun-Yi took Li Xun and S blood to a spacious, clean room for testing. All of Dr. Yu's equipment was within Song Yen's space, and he promptly set it up again for use alongside Yun-Yi. At mealtime, Bai Cha-Cha retrieved 4 servings of self-heating rice, a packet of dehydrated vegetables, a bag of hot pot base, and a selection of meatballs, fish, and tofu from the trunk. She set up a pot and prepared a hot pot, pairing it with the rice, which brought her immense joy. Throughout the afternoon, Song Yen and Yun-Yi bombarded Li Xun with numerous questions regarding his bodily changes. By evening, the results were in. Li Xun was perfectly normal, with no signs of infection. He would not transform into a zombie. His cells were exceptionally active, and his immune system robust, effectively annihilating the minuscule amounts of diluted zombie virus present. This revelation prompted Bai Cha-Cha to think of Suzy Yuan. Initially, after being bitten by a zombie, Suzy Yuan did not succumb to transformation, but instead awakened his lightning powers. Li Xuan's situation bore striking similarities to Suzy Yuan's. Both had contracted the zombie virus without transforming. The distinction was that Suzy Yuan was an ordinary person who awakened his powers post-infection, while Li Xuan was inherently an ability user. However, all 3 of Li Xuan's ability user brothers had succumbed to the infection. Li Xuan possessed no extraordinary cells or genetic sequences, suggesting he was merely fortunate. Song Yen and Yun-Yi felt somewhat disheartened, having hoped to uncover clues regarding the suppression of the zombie virus through Li Xuan, only to find themselves disappointed. It appeared to be sheer luck. Li Xuan, upon learning he was unharmed, grew rather excited. Yun-Yi, unable to restrain himself, reminded him that next time might not be so fortunate. Li Xuan pouted, "There won't be a next time. Can I not rise from the same pit?" With no discoveries made, Song Yen began to pack away the equipment once more. That night, the 4 of them laid out sleeping mats on the floor of their room. Yun-Yi used his illusion ability to induce hallucinations in the zombies nearby, causing the scattered few not only to refrain from attacking them, but to act as their guardians instead. After enjoying a breakfast of egg noodles prepared by Song Yen, the trio prepared to depart. Just as they were about to start the car, Li Yingbei suddenly arrived. Bai Cha-Cha and the others were no longer in a hurry to leave, eager to hear the news. Li Xunan approached first. How is my sister? Did Han Bingyu die? Li Yingbei's expression was grave as he nodded and shook his head. He is dead, but upon hearing of Han Bingyu's demise, Li Xunan felt a wave of relief. It was better that way, but what? Li Yingbei appeared frustrated. He transformed into a fourth-level zombie and escaped. The expressions of the group morphed into a palette of disbelief, each wearing a face of consternation. Please elaborate on what transpired, urged Li Xunan. Taking a deep breath, Li Yingbei recounted the events from beginning to end. Initially, Han Bingyu was besieged by the group, his powers depleted, and he was on the verge of surrender. Unexpectedly, Bai Yai from the hunting team threw a healing light sphere toward him. Han Bingyu regained a fraction of his abilities and swiftly broke through to escape. When everyone realized he was trying to flee, they rushed to stop him, but he was inadvertently bitten by a zombie. Initially, no one noticed the bite. But after pursuing him for several kilometers, they discovered he had completely transformed into a zombie. After his transformation, his powers returned, allowing him to summon lower-tier zombies for protection. Meanwhile, the others had exhausted their abilities, enabling him to escape. Bai Yai later clarified that the healing sphere was originally intended for their captain, Su Ziyuan. But she missed through it, causing it to strike Han Bingyu instead. She ended her explanation in tears, apologizing profusely. While the group was understandably upset, they could not bring themselves to blame her. After all, she was part of the hunting team. Furthermore, with Han Bingyu's transformation into a zombie, in a sense, he was already considered dead. Bai Cha-Cha and her companions exchanged glances, speechless. Li Xuanan's expression darkened. What does that even mean? What if he becomes a zombie king? Retaining human memories or intelligence? Li Yingbei, at a loss for words, knew her brother would be infuriated upon learning the truth. Who could have anticipated such a blunder from within their ranks? Sighing, Bai Cha-Cha remarked that it was too late to voice grievances. The priority now was to find and eliminate him swiftly. Li Xunan, though frustrated, could only suppress his anger, conceding it must be done. The three of them bid farewell to the Li siblings. We shall take our leave now. May fate allow us to meet again. Farewell. With Han Bingyu transformed into a zombie, the military would undoubtedly devise a plan for how to handle the aftermath. The military's position in a city had become unassailable following the cleansing of Han Bingyu's remnants. The Su family could only claim the status of the second largest force within the base. It was only 2 days later that Su Ziyuan and the others learned of Bai Cha-Cha's absence from the base. The world outside was vast and perilous, and everyone unanimously agreed that they likely would not meet again. D-City was a densely populated metropolis known for its numerous factories, earning the title of the leading manufacturing city. Between a city and D-City lay a mountain, with only 2 routes connecting them, one via the subway and the other through a lengthy tunnel measuring 1,000 meters. The trio now stood at the mouth of the tunnel. In the distance, they could see vehicles and zombies congesting the tunnel, rendering passage impossible. They exited the vehicle. Song Yen stored the car in his face and unsheathed his tang knife, performing a flourish with it. Bai Cha-Cha, upon stepping out, began her warm-up exercises, eager and ready. Casting a glance at Yun-Yi, who stood uncertainly by, she retrieved 2 silenced guns and a packet of bullets from her space, handing them to him. As the levels of zombies escalated, the efficacy of firearms would diminish correspondingly. Unlike the others, Yun-Yi had only recently attained 3rd-level abilities, and his powers were not primarily offensive. Should a zombie breach his illusionary defenses, possessing a firearm for protection would be prudent. Song Yen looked at Yun-Yi. Stay close to us. Yun-Yi nodded eagerly, despite being at the 3rd level. He had spent all his time in the research facility and had never truly battled a zombie before. This would be his first encounter with zombies. And given that there were not just 1 or 2, but hundreds within the tunnel, he felt a wave of apprehension. Bai Cha-Cha gently patted the head of the small creature on her shoulder. Be good, Do Bao. Help Mama dig for crystal cores. Chapter 78. All for you. Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen were no strangers to fighting side by side. Their camaraderie had evolved into a certain tacit understanding. Song Yen wielded his electric powers with pinpoint accuracy, mastering spatial blades and spatial displacement to perfection. In contrast, Bai Cha-Cha's methods were more brute force, shattering a zombie's skull with a single punch, kicking another's head off, and cleaving through a zombie's cranium with her axe, sending it rolling across the ground. As they forged ahead, Yun-Yi trailed closely behind, scavenging the spoils. Occasionally, when a few zombies emerged, Yun-Yi would employ his illusionary abilities to incite them into self-destruction, occasionally adding a bullet for good measure. He would also seize the opportunity to extract a couple of crystal cores with his dagger. The tunnel had been the site of a catastrophic traffic accident, with countless vehicles rear-ended and overturned. Some zombies were trapped inside these cars, unable to escape, their excitement palpable as they caught the scent of fresh human flesh wafting through the air, howling and thrashing in a grotesque struggle to break free. Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen left these to Yun-Yi to dispose of. Whenever they encountered a vehicle of decent quality, Bai Cha-Cha would store it in her spatial realm. For resources would only dwindle in the future, and it was wise to stockpile as much as possible. Throughout their journey, Bai Cha-Cha collected any good vehicles she came across, even designating a section of her space as a parking lot. The array of off-road vehicles, vans, SUVs, RVs, trucks, and motorcycles was dazzling. For the vehicles beyond repair, Bai Cha-Cha utilized her metallic powers to extract the fuel tanks, storing them in her space, knowing that fuel was a vital resource. When the need arose, these salvage tanks would prove invaluable. Fortuitously, she also found a cargo truck within the tunnel, filled to the brim with packs of tissues. Numerous other vehicles contained food and drink, remnants of families that had perished while attempting to escape through the tunnel. She understood the importance of not wasting resources, a lesson ingrained in her since childhood, and collected everything. The trio advanced, with Doubao, their companion, keeping pace and darting about to gather crystal cores. Its size had grown to that of a leopard, and as it dug, it would occasionally pop a core into its mouth, crunching it with delight like candy. Its sharp claws and teeth startled Yun-Yi, who had always assumed that Bai Cha-Cha was merely cradling a pet cat. He was taken aback to discover it was a mutated beast. He marveled at Bai Cha-Cha's audacity to keep such a ferocious creature as a pet. Shrinking his neck, he redoubled his efforts to slay zombies, determined not to be outdone by a mere beast. After half an hour, the trio emerged from the kilometer-long tunnel. Song Yen retrieved the vehicle once more. Beyond the tunnel lay a long, winding road flanked by trees. Bai Cha-Cha sat in the passenger seat, counting the crystal cores as she spoke. "We should stay in City D for a few days. It has numerous factories and abundant resources. Furthermore, with its high population density, there are many zombies, making it likely for advanced zombies to appear. We will gather resources and hunt, aiming to elevate our strengths to level 5. Song Yen concurred. "Sounds good." Yun-Yi nodded in agreement. "No problem." Bai Cha-Cha cleaned the crystal cores with her water powers, dividing them into 3 equal portions. Yun-Yi hesitated to take his share, pushing the cores back to Bai Cha-Cha. "Most of the zombies were taken down by you two. I merely picked up the scraps. It wouldn't be right for me to take them for myself. You two should split them." Bai Cha-Cha insisted, placing the cores back into his arms. "Take them. Although these low-level cores won't elevate you to level 4, they can replenish your energy when your powers are depleted. It's always wise to be prepared. Besides, we are a team now, and you exerted yourself earlier. You deserve this. When you level up and grow stronger, you will undoubtedly have ample opportunity to contribute." Yun-Yi, feeling somewhat flustered, scratched his head and cast a pleading glance at Song Yen. Song Yen, focused on driving, glanced at Yun-Yi through the rearview mirror and said, "If Cha-Cha insists you take them, then do so. Level up quickly. You'll be able to slay more zombies in the future." Understanding the reasoning, Yun-Yi accepted the cores, realizing that he could contribute by sharing crystal cores in the future. With the vehicle moving down the road, it inevitably attracted a few stray zombies, which followed in pursuit. Bai Cha-Cha extended an arm out the window, intermittently unleashing vines to ensnare and eliminate zombies, effortlessly extracting the crystal cores from their skulls. Yun-Yi watched in awe, marveling at her prowess. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, Song Yen possesses two abilities. Electric and spatial. By Cha-Cha, how many abilities do you have? I've seen several already. By Cha-Cha, not wishing to conceal her powers, replied, I have 8. Yun Yi's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Song Yen was equally astonished, nearly swerving the vehicle before regaining his composure. He had always known Bai Cha-Cha possessed multiple abilities, but had never inquired further. 8 was simply preposterous. Yuni stammered, 8. 8. 8? Are you even human? No. I mean, you're like a fairy. Bai Cha-Cha. Yun-Yi took several deep breaths, struggling to calm his excitement. Could you share what those 8 abilities are? Bai Cha-Cha replied, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, physical enhancement, spatial, and psychic. Goodness. Doesn't that make leveling up quite complicated? How many crystal cores will that take? Or does leveling up one ability elevate the others simultaneously? Among the 8 abilities, only the psychic ability had awakened within her. It required crystal cores to upgrade. The other 7 were bestowed upon her by the ability tree and relied on ability fruits for advancement. However, she would not disclose this to the others, as it pertained to the secret of her space. While spatial abilities were rare, they existed, as evidenced by Song Yen. Yet, her unique space, a sanctuary with mountains, rivers, flowers, and sustenance, was undoubtedly singular. It isn't a simultaneous upgrade. It requires a substantial number of crystal cores, which is why I need more. Though her statement was not entirely false, as her 7 abilities needed ability fruits for upgrades, her ability tree required crystal cores for enhancement. In essence, it was akin to her relying on crystal cores for progression. Song Yen asked, do you need first and second level crystal cores as well? Yes. Song Yen nodded in understanding, realizing why Bai Cha-Cha was so fervently focused on slaying zombies and harvesting crystal cores. For someone with dual abilities at level 4 like him, lower-level cores held little significance. The energy they provided was negligible. He needed higher-level cores. Yet, Bai Cha-Cha appeared to welcome them all. Not dismissing even the first and second levels, she desired them all. Something felt amiss. Bai Cha-Cha's method of leveling up seemed similar yet distinct from theirs. Unable to decipher it, Song Yen chose to let it go, deciding that the method of leveling up was inconsequential. What mattered was that they were a team. Since you require more crystal cores for leveling up, we will ensure that all the cores we hunt are given to you, keeping only a few for energy replenishment. Song Yan's words left Bai Cha-Cha momentarily stunned. Yuni nodded emphatically and followed suit, saying, Indeed, indeed, Sister Cha-Cha. All the crystal cores we extract in the future will be yours. As he spoke, he opened the bag that Bai Cha-Cha had given him earlier and retrieved several crystal cores, promptly returning the remainder to Bai Cha-Cha. Sister Cha-Cha, these are all for you. I shall keep just a few for crucial moments when I need to replenish my energy. Song Yen then tossed his entire bag of crystal cores over, declaring, I have more. Take these, as I have no use for them. He added, from now on, everything we mine will belong to you as well. Chapter 79. The Mutated Goats and Sheep. By Cha-Cha carefully collected all the crystal cores, feeling a surge of emotion within her. It would be disingenuous to claim she was unaffected. She firmly resolved to remember this kindness. Her character dictated that she would never allow those who treated her well to suffer. Those who genuinely cared for her would be met with her unwavering support, ensuring they would never endure even the smallest loss in her presence. Since awakening her psychic abilities, her mental acuity had sharpened considerably, allowing her to perceive the intentions of those around her with remarkable clarity. She could discern the kindness or malice in their hearts and could instinctively differentiate between truth and deception in their words. The aura of goodwill and malevolence was distinctly palpable to her. She sensed that both Song Yen and Yun-Yi had spoken sincerely. Should their sentiments turn sour in the future, she would address that when the time came, but for now, their genuine affection was something she cherished. Good deeds beget good fortune, and ill deeds, ill fortune. If the heavens did not repay, she would take it upon herself to do so. Contemplating this, Bai Cha-Cha retrieved 3 jars of dried fruits and vegetables from her storage space, distributing one to each person. As Song Yan was driving and unable to eat, he stowed his jar in his own space. Bai Cha-Cha and Yoon-yi, however, eagerly opened theirs and began to indulge. Yoon-yi, licking his fingers, exclaimed, "These were valuable even before the apocalypse. Where did you find them, Cha-Cha?" Naturally, she could not divulge the truth and opted for a small fib, saying she had procured them from a food processing plant and had plenty more. He could ask her for more once he finished his. Yoon-yi nodded vigorously, sealing the jar and tucking it into his bag, reminding himself to conserve it, as even dried fruits and vegetables were a rarity now, and fresh produce would be a luxury in the future. Bai Cha-Cha chuckled softly, thinking about how she could soon enjoy fresh vegetables freely. She continued her playful deception. "Have you forgotten that I possess wood-based abilities? They can stimulate plant growth. I have seeds stored in my space, and I can use my powers to cultivate them for us." How could I forget? Cha-Cha has wood abilities. We are incredibly fortunate. We must collect more plant seeds. Bai Cha-Cha exhaled lightly. While normal wood abilities could indeed promote the growth of crops, her powers were far from ordinary. She had tested them and found that her abilities could not foster plant growth, but only engender existing vines, particularly the blood-sucking varieties. Nevertheless, this provided her with a valid excuse to occasionally harvest from her stock of fruits and vegetables, claiming it was a result of her abilities. Yoon-yi was already perusing the map, searching for a seed market. Suddenly, the vehicle came to a screeching halt, causing Yoon-yi to bump his head against the front seat. He rubbed his head and asked, "What happened?" In front of them, an elderly woman in her 60s was chasing a mutated sheep across the road. The mutated goat was of low rank, merely level 1, and with Song Yan's speed, he could not brake in time, sending the sheep flying. The elderly woman nimbly approached the dazed creature and tied it securely before turning her gaze toward the car. The 3 did not exit the vehicle, and upon seeing them, the woman simply ignored them, dragging the mutated goat up the hill. After watching her depart, Song Yan remarked to Bai Cha-Cha that the hill appeared to house a breeding farm. Bai Cha-Cha extended her mental energy toward the mountainside and sensed numerous mutated sheep similar to the one they had just seen. Yoon-yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leaned toward the front, exclaiming, "What are we waiting for? Let's head up the hill and catch some sheep. It's all meat." The trio disembarked, stored the vehicle in their space, and followed the path taken by the elderly woman. However, she was nowhere to be seen. Yet, they soon discovered a plethora of mutated sheep grazing on the mutated grass atop the hill, the vegetation towering more than a meter high, resembling a sea of reeds. They seized every opportunity to catch the sheep. Although the mutated goats were swifter than ordinary goats, they were still only level 1 and posed no challenge for the trio. Bai Cha-Cha's quick reflexes allowed her to capture 5 or 6 mutated goats, which she promptly stored in her space. Song Yan struck with precision, rendering the sheep unconscious with a single shock. Yoon-yi, with remarkable efficiency, had the sheep offering their heads for him to harvest. Suddenly, Bai Cha-Cha heard the distinct sound of cows. With remarkable speed, she raced towards the source of the noise, followed closely by Song Yan and Yoon-yi. As they approached, the sounds of the mutated livestock grew clearer. By a filthy little stream, they discovered a considerable number of cows and sheep grazing on the mutated grass. The breeding farm was quite large, likely encompassing the entire hill. Then we hit the jackpot. "So much meat, it will last us ages," exclaimed Yoon-yi and Bai Cha-Cha, both overjoyed. Song Yan, too, wore a slight smile, seemingly in good spirits. "I thought these livestock would have turned carnivorous as well, but it seems they still prefer grass," Yoon-yi mused, his hands continuing to work swiftly as they captured more animals, all of which were stored in Song Yan and Bai Cha-Cha's spaces. The distinction being that Song Yan's space contained the deceased, while Bai Cha-Cha's held the living. After walking for several minutes, they came upon a large courtyard, likely the breeding farm itself. The gate stood wide open, and within the spacious yard, the same elderly woman was seen butchering sheep. It was indeed the woman they had encountered on the road. The previously captured mutated sheep was nowhere to be found, leaving only a sheep leg on the cutting board. The elderly woman noticed the trio and, unperturbed by their presence, cheerfully beckoned, "Young lady and young gentleman, come in." They exchanged glances before entering the courtyard. The woman gestured to a few small stools in one corner, saying, "My hands are all greasy. You can sit on those stools." Her hands moved deftly, slicing the meat with the precision of someone who had practiced countless times. As she worked, she inquired, "Are you here to catch sheep?" Uni peered into the house and asked, "Grandma, where is your husband?" The elderly woman paused, her hand faltering as tears welled in her eyes. She sniffed, then replied, "My husband is lying inside. He is unwell and has been gravely ill." Uni was about to inquire further about the illness when the woman waved her hand dismissively, interrupting him. "Oh, let us not discuss that old man. Let us talk about you. If you agree to help me with a small task, I will give you all the cows and sheep from the mountain." Uni thought to himself that they didn't need her to give them anything, as they had already captured plenty. However, considering they were taking the livestock that had been raised by her before the apocalypse, he felt it rude to voice such a brazen thought. Meanwhile, Bai Cha-Cha was gazing intently at a room behind the elderly woman, lost in thought. She gently stroked the little bundle in her arms and inquired softly, "Grandma, what task do you need help with?" Chapter 80. An indispensable request. The old woman smiled mysteriously, suggesting that they stay with her for the night, promising to reveal her needs the following day. "Rest assured, it is a minor and straightforward task that will not consume much of your time or cause you any harm." Yun-E, puzzled, inquired, "Why seek our assistance? Aren't there others?" "Haha, young man, there is no one else nearby, only my husband, our livestock, and me. It has been ages since I encountered anyone else. Today is simply my good fortune to have met you. Are you not afraid we might be ill-intentioned?" The old woman dismissed his concern. "All I have are these mountains filled with livestock. Would I offer them to you if I feared for my life?" After a brief pause, she added, "You will surely have your wishes fulfilled." Rising from her seat, she went to prepare a pot of mutton soup, exclaiming, "I invite you to savor my mutton soup. It is truly exceptional and delicious. Do not refuse." The soup she prepared was indeed delightful, with a rich, creamy broth and tender meat. The remaining broth was used to concoct a pot of mutton noodles, which was simply exquisite. With a twinkle in her eye, the old woman regarded the trio with warmth and affection. Their enjoyment of her cooking brought her immense joy, a feeling she had not experienced in a long while. "Xiao Bai, Xiao Song, Xiao Yun, I shall prepare something special for you in the morning," she said, bringing out a large tent and setting it up in the yard. "The house is too cluttered for you young ones. Tonight, you shall sleep in the yard." The three had no objections. Together, they erected the large tent, which resembled a yurt. Song Yan then retrieved a small single-person tent from his belongings, setting it up in a corner for Bai Cha-Cha. As summer waned, the weather remained somewhat oppressive, and Bai Cha-Cha laid out cool mats and provided 3 summer quilts and pillows, concluding preparations with a battery and a fan. The night was tranquil in the forest, with only the occasional sounds of livestock breaking the silence. The yard was equally serene, void of any noise from the house. The trio opened the tent flaps and sat on the cool mats, gazing vacantly at the mutated grass outside. Yun-E mused, "This truly is a wonderful place. I have no desire to leave." Bai Cha-Cha nodded in agreement and asked Song Yan if such a place could be found in the capital. "There were such places before the apocalypse. After, I cannot say for certain," he replied. "The area surrounding D-City is densely populated with zombies. It is only a matter of time before this place is overrun. We have merely arrived early at a fortunate moment." Bai Cha-Cha and Yun-E fell silent, understanding this truth rationally but yearning for a utopia to exist emotionally. "When we reach the capital, I wish to find a good location to establish a sanctuary," Bai Cha-Cha declared. Song Yan and Yun-E exchanged smiles, choosing not to discourage her, though they remained skeptical of her ability to create a safe haven in such a transformed world. Yun-E shifted the conversation, asking, "What do you think this grandmother wants us to help with?" Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen shook their heads. Although they were uncertain of her exact request, they sensed it pertained to her husband. After all, Bai Cha-Cha glanced at the small red on her map. The grandmother's husband was a zombie. The coolness of the late summer morning lingered. The fan and battery had been stowed away by Song Yen unbeknownst to them. Bai Cha-Cha was awakened by the enticing aroma of mutton soup. The flesh of mutated livestock had toughened considerably, lacking the tenderness it once possessed. Yet the grandmother's culinary skills were truly remarkable. Having keenly observed her cooking the previous day, Bai Cha-Cha had learned her techniques well. She planned to stock up on mutton soup using the meat from her own space. By the time Bai Cha-Cha finally rose, Song Yen and Yeon-i were already outside, engaged in their morning exercises. She collected the items from the large tent and stowed them away before attending to her morning routine. Do Bao, the little creature, perched on a small stool beside the mutton soup pot, peering into the bubbling broth with an adorable demeanor that elicited chuckles from the grandmother. Upon seeing Bai Cha-Cha emerge from the tent, the grandmother remarked, "This little orange cat is too cute. I must serve it a bowl of soup as well. Look at how it longs for it." She continued, "My livestock have all mutated, and even the grass outside has grown taller than me. It is delightful to see such a normal little cat." Bai Cha-Cha smiled, choosing not to disclose that Do Bao was, in fact, a mutated tiger. Some creatures were simply unique, capable of changing size. After a delightful meal, with the pot still brimming with mutton and broth, the grandmother produced 2 thermos containers, filling them with soup and handing one to Bai Cha-Cha. "Here, you all keep this to enjoy later." Bai Cha-Cha accepted it gratefully, realizing the grandmother had no intention of inviting them to lunch. The trio busied themselves washing the pot and dishes as the grandmother washed her hands and retreated indoors. A short while later, she emerged in a fresh outfit. "Xiao Bai, Xiao Song, Xiao Yun, I suppose you are curious about the favor I wish to ask of you?" The 3 nodded, drying their hands and gathering closer. Eager and brimming with energy, Yeon-i was the first to approach her. "What is it, grandmother?" The grandmother, who had been so forthright since their meeting, now displayed a hint of embarrassment. Taking a deep breath, she slowly said, "Come with me inside." Not understanding her intent, Yeon-i followed her into the dimly lit, sparsely furnished room, with Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen trailing closely behind. They arrived at a locked door where, despite its sturdy lock, the glass allowed them a glimpse inside. A frail old man lay on the ground, his hands and feet bound behind him with ropes, a metal muzzle clamped over his mouth. His eyes were sunken and devoid of life, his nails long and grimy. Bai Cha-Cha had long been aware that a level 1 zombie was contained within, so she was not particularly shocked. Yeon-i, however, gasped, covering his mouth in astonishment as he stared at the grandmother. Her gaze, filled with affection, lingered on the old man through the glass. "You are not mistaken. This is my husband. Misfortune befell him, and he has become a zombie. But do not fear, he has never harmed anyone. He was locked away before he could fully transform. When he is hungry or thirsty, I feed him with the mutated livestock from the mountains. He does not eat humans." Turning to the 3 young ones, she continued, "My request is simple. I wish for you to help me cremate my husband and me, burying us on the mountain. All the livestock on this mountain will belong to you. Is that agreeable?" The trio was taken aback by the nature of her request, but found no reason to refuse. The grandmother unlocked the door and led them out, guiding them up the mountain. At the summit, they arrived at a square pit. Standing before the pit, she expressed with relief, "This is the grave I have dug for us. After we pass, we shall be laid to rest here." Her gaze softened as she looked at the old zombie, murmuring, "It is essential that we are cremated. My husband always cared deeply about his appearance, and I cannot allow him to leave this world in such a state." Chapter 81, Eightfold Energy. Grandmother meticulously organized the clothing for herself and her companion once more. At this juncture, she no longer feared the possibility of being scratched by him. She grasped his wrist and led him into the pit, ensuring he lay down first. She unearthed a knife from one corner of the earthen hollow. Upon realizing her intentions, Bai Cha-Cha suddenly interjected, her voice tinged with emotion, Grandmother. Her voice quivered slightly. Please lie down with grandfather. The rest is up to us. Grandmother silently regarded Bai Cha-Cha, nodded, and then lay beside the old corpse in the pit. With reddened eyes, Bai Cha-Cha turned to Yoon-E, urging them to let grandmother and grandfather have a beautiful dream. Yoon-E immediately comprehended Bai Cha-Cha's meaning. How could he have forgotten that his ability was illusionary? A floral fragrance wafted through the air as Bai Cha-Cha unleashed her fire-based powers. Igniting a great blaze in the pit, the flame soared, yet the fire was confined within the square earthen enclosure. Soon, the fire extinguished, leaving only a pile of ashes and a crystal core. Vines coiled around the core and presented it to Bai Cha-Cha. She clenched her fist, reducing the core to powder with sheer brute force, refraining from absorbing its energy. This crystal core must accompany grandmother. Ultimately, she utilized her earth-based powers to fashion a mound, interring the two together, fulfilling grandmother's final wish. After bidding farewell to the elderly couple, the three companions and a tiger resumed their hunt for mutated cattle and sheep. Yoon-E, drenched in sweat, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. He glanced at the composed Song Yen and remarked, "Those who have served in the military are indeed different from us simple researchers." Bai Cha-Cha, upon hearing this, looked up in astonishment. Song Yen was in the military? Oh! Cha-Cha, you didn't know? His grandfather was the commander of the Eastern Theater. Bai Cha-Cha gazed at Song Yen in disbelief. She hadn't realized that when she had saved him, he had been in a worse condition than Yoon-E. Truly, the younger generation seems less capable. Upon seeing Bai Cha-Cha's genuine ignorance, Yoon-E became animated. However, he had a strained relationship with his grandfather, as he had chosen to pursue a biology major instead of following his grandfather's military aspirations. Song Yen shot daggers at Yoon-E, but he remained unfazed. Yet, this individual was exceptionally gifted, excelling in everything he undertook. He had risen to the rank of Major General through merit alone, and now he was a virus expert after majoring in biology. In this apocalyptic era, he had awakened dual abilities, both of which were rare. It was simply preposterous. Except for Cha-Cha, he had not encountered anyone else with more than one ability. Everyone else had just one. Bai Cha-Cha wholeheartedly agreed. In truth, she had only awakened her psychic powers. Bai-E, the original female protagonist, had truly only awakened healing abilities. Su Ziyuan, the original male protagonist, had only awakened lightning powers. Song Yan's electrical and spatial abilities were indeed substantial. No wonder he had been captured when he first awakened. The sheer strength of his abilities likely overwhelmed his body, rendering him vulnerable at his weakest moment. Becoming prey to others, tragic indeed. However, she couldn't recall any formidable bases in the Eastern Theater. The most powerful bases during the apocalypse were the Imperial Capital Base and a city base. The Imperial Capital Base's strength stemmed from Wantingxiao, while a city base was bolstered by Su Ziyuan and Bai-E. Other smaller bases had produced remarkable individuals, but ultimately, they had all sought refuge with these two major bases. Perhaps her lack of knowledge about subsequent developments was to blame. She decided to dismiss her thoughts and refocus on capturing mutated cattle and sheep. The trio busied themselves throughout the morning, thoroughly scouring the entire hillside. For lunch, they enjoyed the lamb soup made by grandmother, and Bai Cha-Cha produced several bread rolls from her storage space. She tore them apart and added them to the soup, creating a delicious lamb stew. Song Yen retrieved the vehicle and they continued their journey. As they ventured further into the city, the number of zombies increased. The substantial quantity of crystal cores required for leveling up the ability tree meant that Bai Cha-Cha was constantly slaying zombies and extracting cores along the way, resulting in a slower pace. Thus far, the highest level zombie they encountered was a level 3. They had yet to come across anything above that. Do Bao had vanished somewhere while Bai Cha-Cha was busy exterminating zombies. Throughout the afternoon, Bai Cha-Cha felt her mental prowess strengthening. Moreover, she finally grasped the advantages of possessing multiple abilities. While others with a single ability had to rest or absorb crystals to replenish their energy once depleted, she could seamlessly switch to another ability. This effectively meant her energy reserves were eightfold compared to ordinary ability users. This explained why Yun-Yi had already collapsed in the backseat while Song Yen quietly drove alongside her. Only she continued to fight relentlessly throughout the afternoon. This was truly impressive. Even if she exhausted herself, she could outlast her opponents. Not to mention, she possessed fruits of abilities that could restore her energy instantaneously. Initially, her psychic abilities had quickly upgraded through crystal cores, but now she sensed that her other 6 abilities would soon elevate even faster through the ability fruits, now totaling 24. The 3 of them took refuge in a bank. Bai Cha-Cha efficiently cleared out 5 or 6 zombies clad in work uniforms. They secured the KFC doors and the exterior metal shutters. Song Yen produced batteries, lighting equipment, and 3 tents. Bai Cha-Cha retrieved pre-prepared boxed meals and water from her storage space, distributing one to each person, featuring vegetables, marinated meat, and stir-fried rabbit. Cha-Cha, when did you make this? I prepared it while we were at a city base and stored it. It's delicious. Of course. I must admit, I think my cooking is quite good. They had not encountered any level 4 zombies that day, but she anticipated they would encounter some as they ventured further tomorrow. Yun-Yi felt touched that Bai Cha-Cha was still considering his need for an upgrade. Yes. Song Yen remarked thoughtfully, what we encounter may not necessarily be level 4. It could also be level 5. Bai Cha-Cha found Song Yan's perspective reasonable. At the very least, it would take 3 level 4 ability users to dare hunt a level 5 zombie. Currently, they comprised 1 level 3, 2 level 4s, and 1 level 5. Prudence dictated they first assist Yun-Yi in upgrading to level 4. Her psychic abilities could roughly sense the levels of nearby zombies, and if they encountered a level 5, they would retreat. If it were a level 4, they would engage. After ensuring Yun-Yi reached level 4, they would then jointly tackle the level 5, ensuring their safety. Song Yen shared the sentiment. Caution was paramount, and they should not rush into danger. Yun-Yi felt profoundly moved. Both individuals were genuinely concerned for him, prioritizing his upgrade due to his relative weakness. After dinner, the trio each set up their tents and retreated inside to rest. Before entering his, Yun-Yi cast an illusionary barrier at the entrance as a precaution. Once Bai Cha-Cha secured the tent flap, she hugged Do Bao and entered her storage space. Throughout the afternoon, she had hunted several hundred level 1 and 2 zombie crystal cores, cleaning them all and placing them beneath the ability tree. Training, gathering resources, and cooking kept Bai Cha-Cha delightfully busy. Chapter 82, Yun-Yi's Advancement and a Night of Rest when Bai Cha-Cha rose from her slumber. Song Yen had already prepared 3 bowls of egg noodles. They were undeniably delicious, yet she feared that daily indulgence in egg noodles would lead to eventual monotony. Thus, after breakfast, Bai Cha-Cha promptly called Song Yen aside. From her storage, she produced a variety of dumplings, wontons, pan-fried buns, spicy soup, large meat buns, steamed dumplings, millet porridge, pumpkin porridge, century egg and lean meat porridge, youtiao and marinated eggs, urging him to store them in his space. From now on, we can enjoy a diverse breakfast. Song Yen nodded in agreement, contemplating the prospect of exploring other breakfast options. Once everything was neatly packed away, Bai Cha-Cha took some time to explore the bank. Paper currency had turned to mere scrap, while gold bricks, gold bars, silver ingots, and silver bars were all removed. Ultimately, they dismantled all the computers, surveillance screens, and fire extinguishers within the bank. As night fell, a horde of zombies gathered outside the bank, drawn by the scent of fresh flesh. Upon the doors opening, they lunged forward with outstretched claws. In a brilliant flash, Song Yen unleashed a bolt of lightning that incinerated the surrounding zombies, leaving only the faint glow of their core crystals visible amidst the ashes. Vines slithered over the charred remains, collecting the crystals into Bai Cha-Cha's possession. Ahead lay the bustling city center of D-City, now a chaotic scene of zombies and vehicles strewn about. Some cars were wedged into roadside barriers, while others crashed into storefronts or lay overturned in the streets, the aftermath of apocalyptic pandemonium. Let's walk, Song Yen suggested, and eliminate zombies along the way. He glanced at Yoon-E, cautioning him not to overexert himself. If your powers wane, absorb the crystals. If you feel exhausted, just let us know. And we'll find a safe place to rest before continuing. Yoon-E nodded earnestly, determined not to be a burden. Bai Cha-Cha intended to have Doubao assist in extracting crystals, but soon realized Doubao had wandered off. The scent of human flesh emanating from the three of them was the perfect lure for the zombies, who, previously aimless, now surged towards them. With no time to dwell on Doubao's whereabouts, Bai Cha-Cha focused on the fray. Song Yen charged ahead, lightning illuminating the darkness as zombies fell in droves. In an instant, he vanished from her sight, reappearing amidst another cluster of the undead, severed limbs flying in every direction. Bai Cha-Cha marveled at his mass extermination skills. Eager to contribute, a flurry of golden blades rained down upon the zombies, striking directly at their heads. She conjured a wall of earth to shield Yoon-E from a surprise attack from behind. With a swift turn, she unleashed another fiery explosion, reducing a significant number of zombies to ashes, leaving only their crystals behind. Countless vines emerged from the ground, snatching the crystals away, leaving Yoon-E in awe of their combined prowess. As the fragrant scent of flowers enveloped him, the zombies halted, turning on each other in a frenzy of bites and claws. Standing amidst the pile of fallen zombies, Bai Cha-Cha gave Yoon-E a hearty thumbs up, which filled his heart with joy. The trio's combat strength was overwhelming. The first and second level zombies stood no chance, even as they had lost their senses. They recognized the threat posed by the three. The zombies hesitated, yet their indecision was short-lived as they received commands from higher-level undead to attack. Bai Cha-Cha sensed the subtle energy fluctuations and swiftly grabbed Yoon-E, racing to Song Yan's side. There's a fifth-level zombie nearby controlling them. With a swift motion, Song Yan grasped both Bai Cha-Cha and Yoon-E's arms, executing a spatial shift that whisked them away from the encirclement. Before vanishing, Bai Cha-Cha ensured the vines collected all the crystals that Song Yan had acquired. After 3 consecutive spatial shifts, Song Yan felt fatigued, yet they had successfully escaped that area. Let's find a place to recuperate and continue our hunt in a different zone. Bai Cha-Cha and Yoon-E eagerly agreed. They quickly cleared a shop, taking refuge to absorb crystals and regain their abilities. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Cha-Cha slipped away to the restroom, using her space to emerge revitalized. Now, the three possessed a multitude of freshly harvested crystals. Yoon-E felt he was on the brink of attaining a 4th-level crystal. Not long after venturing out again, they indeed encountered a 4th-level zombie. Yoon-Ye's illusionary powers caused the creature to self-harm briefly before it regained its composure. After exerting himself, he left the battle to Song Yan and Bai Cha-Cha, their objective achieved for the day, ready to resume their fight on the morrow. Yoon-E retreated to his tent to level up, while Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yan chatted outside. They were aware that D City was rife with zombies, but the sheer number exceeded their expectations, bordering on the excessive. Song Yan handed Bai Cha-Cha a bottle of Waha with a straw, remarking, "Have you noticed? The deeper we venture, the higher the level of the zombies." Bai Cha-Cha accepted the drink, playfully offering him an apple in return, recalling his fondness for the fruit. From the scattered first-level zombies on the outskirts to the increasing presence of second and third levels within, they had even encountered a 5th level today. The thought of the potential existence of 6th or 7th levels sent a chill down her spine. The encircling zombies seemed to act as sentinels. Song Yan's expression turned serious. How can it be that so little time has passed since the apocalypse, and the zombies have evolved so rapidly? We must be cautious when hunting. Let's avoid straying too far into the city center. If we can't handle it, we retreat. Bai Cha-Cha concurred. She would not gamble with her life. Leveling up was essential, but survival was paramount. As evening approached, Yoon-E emerged from his tent, his cheeks flushed, eyes sparkling, and a grin stretching from ear to ear. "Ha ha. I'm at level 4. Song Yan smiled faintly, sharing in Yoon-Ye's joy. Bai Cha-Cha presented him with a can of dried fruits and vegetables, exclaiming, "Congratulations. Wow! I haven't even finished the last can. You're giving me another?" Yoon-E beamed with delight. To Bai Cha-Cha's surprise, Do Bao, who had been absent for a day, returned, now transformed into a 5th-level being. Chapter 83 Encountering Survivors. Bai Cha-Cha was bathing Do Bao in the space. As she gently rubbed this little creature in her palm, she never expected it to be so remarkable and obedient, already aware of its need to strive for advancement. Initially, she had planned to assist Do Bao in obtaining a 5th-level crystal core for an upgrade, but it turned out to be unnecessary. Do Bao was truly exceptional. Her Do Bao was simply marvelous. Bai Cha-Cha lavished praise upon it while affectionately grooming its fur. Do Bao adored such flattering words. After their bath, she presented it with a supernatural fruit. The yield of these fruits had increased, allowing Do Bao to enjoy at least one each day. Their team now comprised 2 5th-level and 2 4th-level members. However, they still required 4 5th-level crystal cores, 1 for her, 1 for Yan Yi, and 2 for Song Yan. With the 3 of them and a tiger, confronting a 5th-level zombie would certainly pose no issue. Yet, the 4th-level zombies could already manipulate lower-tier zombies, and the 5th-level ones commanded even greater numbers, possessing an instinct for self-preservation that made them increasingly elusive. After completing their training for the day, Bai Cha-Cha felt that her 5-element abilities had reached the pinnacle of level 4 and anticipated an imminent upgrade. Her physical abilities had already attained level 5. Though advancing to level 6 was not forthcoming, currently resting at the mid-level of 5. The backyard of the thatched cottage was brimming with supplies. Yet the entire valley was vast, with many open spaces. The surrounding majestic mountains were shrouded in mist, obscuring visibility. Following daily training, Bai Cha-Cha had taken on the additional task of preparing meals, packaging them into convenient portions or storing them in thermal containers for easy access during breaks. They were busy hunting each day, and the last thing they wanted was to cook. With her spatial abilities, she could prepare and store meals in advance, allowing them to enjoy ready-to-eat food, truly convenient and efficient. Now, she understood the necessity of a kitchen brigade for soldiers marching and battling in the field. She could even claim to have prepared meals in advance at Base A City, but over time, this would surely raise suspicions. Bai Cha-Cha pondered how beneficial it would be to have a teammate dedicated to logistics and cooking. For breakfast, today's menu featured rice porridge, marinated eggs, and large meat buns, a delightful change. After the 3 had eaten their fill and tidied up, Yan Yi, feeling invigorated, volunteered to take the lead. He wanted to test the power of his level 4 illusion abilities. The temporary shelter they had found yesterday was surprisingly well concealed, with very few zombies in the vicinity. Song Yan led them to another area where, indeed, the number of zombies had increased. Yan Yi took the initiative, unleashing his powers. The floral scent, already faint, diminished further until it was nearly imperceptible. The zombies, snarling and lunging towards them, suddenly halted, their arms drooping as their heads swayed in confusion, akin to lost lambs. Then, they began to turn on one another, biting and attacking. Yan Yi thoughtfully observed the scene unfolding before him. The range of his abilities had more than doubled, and the duration had also extended significantly. The zombies appeared increasingly entranced by the illusion, unable to extricate themselves. Regrettably, he could only induce hallucinations in those affected, without the capacity to control their thoughts. Just as he lamented this limitation, his peripheral vision caught Bai Cha-Cha settling down in a spot. A 3rd-level zombie stood before her. Resembling a chastened student, its head bowed. It extended a hand, offering her a crimson crystal core. Bai Cha-Cha, with a look of encouragement, accepted the core and commanded the zombie to excavate more cores for her using her mental energy. She had not only dominated this 3rd-level zombie, but also controlled 2 others nearby. What followed was a remarkable spectacle. Song Yan and Yan Yi, standing aside, did nothing as the 2 3rd-level zombies ferociously plunged into a horde of 1st and 2nd-level zombies, tearing and clawing. Their sharp black claws unhesitatingly pierced other zombies' skulls, retrieving crystal cores the size of ping-pong balls, either white or red. The murky brain matter mixed with other unknown fluids erupted forth. The 2 3rd-level zombies, Having extracted the cores, refrained from consuming them, setting them aside to continue their assault on their fellow undead, unearthing more cores. The scene was gruesome and repulsive. Bai Cha-Cha watched in delight as her two zombie subordinates executed their tasks. Song Yun and Yun-Yi could only watch in astonishment as the zombies dutifully presented all the cores before Bai Cha-Cha. Yun-Yi, with a complex expression, remarked, "I envy you. This is too exhilarating. You can command your zombie subordinates. I wish I had psychic abilities too." The more he spoke, the more melancholic he felt. Wasn't this the very outcome he desired? Bai Cha-Cha shook her head in dissatisfaction. "I can only control those below level 3, and even then, only in the absence of higher-tier zombies. If there were other higher-tier zombies commanding them, they might not heed my orders. I must reach a certain level to control higher-tier zombies. You're already incredibly formidable, Bai Cha-Cha." Yun-Yi was exasperated, nearly driven to envy by her lack of contentment with her own prowess. Just as he prepared to voice further thoughts, a distant roar of engines reached their ears, growing ever closer. Bai Cha-Cha suddenly sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "A fifth-level zombie is pursuing a group of people." Dozens of police motorcycles thundered down the road, careening wildly as a horde of zombies relentlessly chased them. Leading the charge was a middle-aged male zombie, its upper body exposed, its face smeared with filth obscuring its features. Its eyes had been gnawed away, leaving only the white of its eyeballs visible, with a faint green glow reflecting from the crystal core within its brain. The exposed skin of its upper body was marred with deep bite wounds, some so severe that bone was visible, stark against the filth covering its body. One ankle was grotesquely twisted, yet it did not hinder its speed. The intact foot pushed off the ground, launching the zombie into a high leap, landing smoothly and covering distances unattainable by ordinary humans. This zombie appeared to have been an athlete in life, possessing extraordinary leaping abilities. The fifth-level zombies had developed their own powers based on their pre-death physiques, seemingly enhancing their speed. The men on the motorcycles wore expressions of despair as the pursuing zombie drew closer. They realized that escape was impossible today. Without their protection, how could the struggling survivors possibly survive? The lead motorcycle made a sharp turn, halting abruptly. The rider, helmeted and faceless, yet tall and imposing, gestured to the others. "Old Yang, take the others and go ahead. I'll hold it off." Another motorcycle drifted to a stop beside him. "I'm not leaving. You all go." More motorcycles began to turn around and stop. "We're not going. If we die together." "Yes. If we die together." "We're not leaving." "Damn it, I'm going to fight these monsters today." Chapter 84. No need to pretend, Old Yang. "Here, my abilities reach their zenith. I will buy us some time. You must lead everyone to safety. The zombies are closing in, and if we delay any longer, none shall escape." Wang Lu was nearly frantic. Old Yang was as stubborn as a mule. "I will not abandon my post. Let the others flee. Your powers are no greater than mine. You cannot single-handedly fend them off. It would be a futile sacrifice. Together, perhaps we can buy a moment longer," Wang Lu implored. Fully aware of the truth in Old Yang's words, unable to persuade him further, he turned to the others. "Old Yang, and I will stay behind. You must leave now." Old Yang bellowed, "Hurry up and get out of here. If you dawdle any longer, none of us will escape." Before he could utter another word, a fifth-level zombie lunged at him with terrifying speed. Wang Lu, disregarding any further argument, shouted, "Old Yang." He swiftly drew a large blade from the police motorcycle and charged towards the fifth-level zombie alongside Old Yang. The other's eyes brimmed with tears. They understood that Wang Lu and Old Yang were buying them precious seconds with their lives. While the horde of zombies was not as swift as the fifth-level one, they were quickly closing in. "Go!" Someone in the crowd suddenly croaked, igniting the engines of their motorcycles. The others hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed suit, accelerating away. They could not dishonor the sacrifices of Wang Lu and Old Yang. They were not alone. There remained a group that needed protection. Today, it was Wang Lu and Old Yang. Tomorrow, it could be them. Wang Lu was a third-level metal manipulator, while Old Yang possessed third-level strength abilities. They both understood that, alone, they stood no chance against the 5th-level zombie, especially with the horde hot on their heels. Yet, they resolutely held their ground. Each second they endured granted their comrades a moment more of safety. The 5th-level zombie was agile and extraordinarily fast. Wang Li summoned his metal manipulation, assembling a metallic wall to shield Old Yang. Simultaneously, he hurled more metal projectiles at the approaching zombie. Old Yang, with immense strength, lifted the metal wall and hurled it towards the zombie. The 5th-level zombie nimbly dodged the barrage of debris, using the momentum of the wall to leap over it in a matter of breaths, its claws and teeth bared, lunging for Old Yang's throat. The speed of the zombie was unfathomable, too swift for Wang Lu and Old Yang to comprehend, let alone react. The chasm between 3rd and 5th levels was insurmountable. A sudden pang of dread gripped Old Yang. He turned to Wang Lu with a smile, closed his eyes, and declared, "I will go ahead." Wang Li's pupils contracted, a chill coursing through him. In that critical moment, an invisible psychic shield appeared before Old Yang. In an instant, Old Yang vanished. The 5th-level zombie's claws grasped at thin air, thwarted by an unseen force. Its perplexed movements faltered before it snapped its jaws at the void, the sound of its teeth clashing echoing in the air. With a shriek, the zombie turned its frenzied attention towards the stunned Wang Lu. Yet, a swift figure surged from behind Wang Lu, a golden fist connecting forcefully with the zombie's forehead. Crack! Another faint sound of bone fracturing echoed. The 5th-level zombie regained a semblance of awareness and attempted to retreat with astonishing speed, but the figure's pace was equally formidable, leaving afterimages in its wake. A foot enveloped in metal energy struck with precision, twisting the zombie's grotesque ankle upwards. In that instant, a brilliant flash of electricity and a blinding inferno erupted, crashing down upon the 5th-level zombie. The creature's anguished wail intensified as the horde behind it surged forward. Uni stood at the windward side, releasing a floral fragrance. Fortune favored them. The wind was blowing toward the zombies. Wang Lu observed as the previously chaotic horde began to turn on each other. Seizing the opportunity while the 5th-level zombie was distracted, he swiftly scanned for the vanished Old Yang. "Here," he called. Spotting Old Yang safely sheltered beneath the eaves of a nearby shop, his face reflecting a mixture of relief and joy. Without a moment to spare, the two exchanged a glance and rejoined the fray. While they were no match for the 5th-level zombie, they still had the strength to confront the lesser zombies. Countless vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the 5th-level zombie within a woven cage, their sharp tips piercing its battered flesh. Bai Cha-Cha struck with her golden fists, delivering a flurry of brutal blows to the zombie's skull. Bang! 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 The creature's head was crushed, a green crystal core tumbling free, caught deftly in Bai Cha-Cha's palm. Streams of water cascaded from her delicate hands, cleansing the core thoroughly. An ephemeral mist enveloped the area, refracted by sunlight into a radiant arc of a rainbow. Without time to admire its beauty, the mist coalesced like a glass dome over the horde, claiming the undead while leaving Wang Lu and Old Yang untouched. Countless sharp vines emerged from the earth, slithering into the zombies' heads and vanishing, along with innumerable crystal cores. The recent extensive use of her area of effect abilities had made Bai Cha-Cha's new skill remarkably adept. Her vines moved with the precision of her own hands, allowing her to effortlessly retrieve whatever they touched, far swifter than her previous methods. Hidden on a rooftop, Dobao basked in the sun, half-lidded eyes scanning the ground below. Upon witnessing the annihilation of the zombie horde, the round, glimmering eyes finally closed. "Alas, Master Mama is too formidable. There's no room for me, Dobao, to showcase my prowess. It seems I must strive even harder to enhance my strength. The 6th-level crystal core poses a challenge. That wretched creature is quite cunning. Currently, Master Mama is no match for it. I shall bide my time until her two companions reach the 5th level for a 4-against-1 advantage, or until Master Mama consumes fruit and ascends to the 6th. With the nearby zombies eradicated, Wang Lu and Old Yang stood in grateful awe, removing their helmets to approach. "Thank you so much, sister, and you two brothers. Old Yang rubbed his hands together, the towering man appearing somewhat bashful. Just moments ago, he had boasted loudly. Yet now he resembled a shy young bride, which struck them as rather endearing. Both men sported crew cuts, handsome faces, and resolute gazes, appearing to be of similar age to Song Yan and Yoon Yi. However, Yoon Yi had a more delicate and scholarly air. Without his glasses, Song Yan's demeanor resembled that of these two men, albeit with a more commanding presence and a hint of menace in his gaze. He rarely smiled, often presenting a stern, unapproachable facade. When he donned his glasses, his demeanor softened considerably. Bai Cha-cha had always felt that those glasses concealed Song Yan's true character. Ever since departing from City A's base, she had not seen him wear them again. Yoon Yi had once confided in her that during Song Yan's early university days, no one dared to approach him. He appeared rather menacing, hardly resembling a benevolent individual. Only Yoon Yi, carefree and untroubled, dared to approach him. Eventually, he donned a pair of spectacles, tempering the hostility that surrounded him, cultivating a sense of composure and acquiring the semblance of a diligent student. It was then that his classmates began to tentatively engage him in conversation, much like Bai Cha-cha had speculated. Song Yan was merely putting on an act. Yet, in this apocalyptic era, pretense seemed unnecessary. Wang Lu, with a playful glance at Old Yang, extended an invitation. Our base is in close proximity. Why not come and spend some time with us? Chapter 85. The Shelter. After a brief departure, Song Yan returned in a vehicle. Wang Lu and Old Yang led the way on their motorcycle. Yoon Yi was animatedly recounting his experiences of using his abilities to vanquish zombies, clearly exhilarated. The vehicle halted at a secluded mine. As Wang Lu opened the door, he introduced the three newcomers. Beneath this mine, an emergency shelter had been constructed prior to the apocalypse. The shelter, ingeniously utilizing the mine's tunnels, boasted excellent protective capabilities against external threats. The chamber provided essential facilities for survival, including oxygen, water, food, medical supplies, and waste disposal systems. When the apocalypse struck, the city fell at an alarming pace. Over 200 of us have taken refuge here, relying on the provisions within the chamber to survive until now. As the door swung open, a beam of flashlight illuminated the area, causing the newcomers to squint and shield their eyes. A voice of surprise rang out, followed by a chorus of excited murmurs and hurried footsteps. A group of tall men encircled Wang Lu and Old Yang, embracing them tightly. It's wonderful to see you both safe. We feared the worst. Their joy and relief were palpable, moving Bai Cha-cha and the others. In these dire times, such pure camaraderie among brothers was a rare and precious sight. The three stood quietly to the side, allowing the men to regain their composure. Tears of joy flowed as they unanimously felt that surviving such calamity promised greater fortunes ahead. After some time, Wang Lu and Old Yang managed to soothe their brother's excitement and extracted themselves from the throng, their eyes slightly reddened. My apologies for keeping you waiting. We were overwhelmed with emotion, Wang Li said. The men, handsome, and the women strikingly beautiful, possessed an extraordinary aura, prompting curiosity from the crowd. Who are these individuals? Old Yang chuckled heartily and replied, Allow me to introduce these three. They are the ones who saved our lives. The group, upon learning that Bai Cha-cha and her companions had rescued Wang Lu and Old Yang, showered them with warmth and enthusiasm, eagerly inviting them to tour their shelter. However, after Wang Lu and Old Yang intervened, the group busied themselves preparing food to express their gratitude. Bai Cha-cha felt somewhat overwhelmed by the camaraderie among these people. Venturing further in, they reached their living quarters. A multitude of individuals resided outside, guarding the entrance, while deeper within lay the accommodations for over 200 survivors. The space was filled with bunk beds, occupied by the elderly, children, men, and women, all appearing listless in front of their beds. Do they not have any tasks to perform? Wang Lu sighed and nodded, quietly explaining to Bai Cha-cha, the zombies outside have terrified everyone. It has been so long, and they have yet to recover. It's just us brothers looking after them. Old Yang scratched his head, adding, "Our previous professions were as special police officers. Serving the people and protecting the common folk is our duty." Bai Cha-Cha glanced at the energy map, pondering for a moment before inquiring, among these ordinary individuals, "Are there any who have awakened special abilities?" Wang Lu and Old Yang exchanged stunned looks, awkwardly admitting, "Well, we don't know. We haven't asked." Yun Yi, exasperated, glared at them. "You are both endowed with abilities yourselves, and you still do not comprehend? Those who have awakened powers are no longer ordinary. With proper training, they could confront zombies. You may protect them for a short time, but can you safeguard them indefinitely?" Song Yen interjected. "Teaching them to fish is far more valuable than simply providing fish." Wang Lu and Old Yang felt a pang of guilt. They had not considered the broader implications, focusing solely on their efforts to safeguard these over 200 individuals until their own lives came to an end. They had treated these people as ordinary citizens, failing to recognize that the world had irrevocably changed. Should they face demise, how many of these 200 souls would survive? Each individual must possess the ability to protect themselves to ensure a higher survival rate. Realizing the truth, Wang Lu immediately declared, "You are right. Old Yang, please take 2 brothers and this sister to explore further while I arrange to assess the number of awakened abilities within the base." "Understood," Old Yang replied enthusiastically. The 4 continued deeper into the shelter. "Hey, you greedy child. What are you eating? Save some for your brother. Look at how thin he has become." A woman's sharp and domineering voice pierced the air, followed by a small boy's protest. "Mom, where did this stray cat come from? It's so annoying. Get it away." Bai Cha-Cha swiftly moved forward, shielding Do Bao in her arms and grasping the wooden stick that the woman had swung down. Her gaze was fierce as she fixed it upon the woman, causing her to drop the stick and plop down on the bed's edge. What do you want?" Bai Cha-Cha tossed the stick aside and spoke in a calm tone. "Did my cat frighten you? I apologize on its behalf." The woman, with her curly hair and a black and white floral dress, had an unmistakable presence. Her eyes darted around, clearly not one to be easily subdued. Upon receiving Bai Cha-Cha's apology, she suddenly seized the arm of a nearby girl, exclaiming, "If apologies were sufficient, why do we need the police? Look. My daughter's arm was scratched by your cat. What if she contracts rabies? Let everyone judge this matter. You must compensate." Old Yang frowned and stepped forward, coldly stating, "Are you certain that it was that cat that caused the scratch?" The girl, with short hair and simple attire, appeared pale, likely from long-term malnutrition. She attempted to conceal her arm behind her back, struggling against the woman's grip. Bai Cha-Cha scrutinized the girl's face, seemingly pondering something. Old Yang grasped the girl's arm and noticed 3 bleeding scratches. It was difficult to determine whether these marks were indeed from a cat. Old Yang turned to the small boy standing proudly beside him and asked, "Is this your sister?" The boy puffed out his chest and replied, "Yes. Plump and fair-skinned." His eyes narrowed into slits. He stared at the girl for a moment before glancing at the woman. The woman encouraged him gently, "It's all right, my son. Just speak your truth." Finally, the boy spoke up. Her arm was scratched by that cat. The girl's expression darkened as she forcefully pulled away from the woman's grasp, shouting, "I was not scratched by a cat. You're lying." In a sudden escalation, the woman slapped the girl, fuming, "You deceitful child. If it wasn't the cat, then who did it? I'll make sure you learn your lesson." She raised her hand to strike again. Bai Cha-Cha intervened, gripping the woman's arm and coldly commanding, "Stop. What do you intend to do?" The woman's demeanor shifted instantly, adopting a conciliatory tone. "I can see that you all are reasonable individuals. This matter is quite simple. If you could provide some supplies as compensation for my daughter, we can consider the issue resolved." Bai Cha-Cha remained silent, casting a glance at the girl, who hung her head in tears. She then looked down at Do Bao in her arms, asking, "Do Bao, tell mommy, did you scratch that young lady?" Do Bao, agitated, waved its tiny paws and, upon hearing its owner's question, shook its head vigorously. It had not scratched anyone. That wicked woman was lying. Chapter 86. Worth it or not, upon observing Dobao's reaction, Bai Cha had a clear understanding of the situation. She had never believed Dobao would scratch anyone, after all. Dobao was not a genuine cat, it was a mutated tiger. However, the girl seemed familiar from the memories of her original self. Yet the girl did not appear to recognize her. Bai Cha gently patted Dobao's head to soothe it before speaking. "All right. I will compensate you with a bowl of noodles. Are you willing?" The woman was overjoyed, never expecting to receive a bowl of noodles so effortlessly. She nodded repeatedly, expressing her willingness. Bai Cha nodded and addressed Dobao. "In that case, behave. Dobao, go on and give her a scratch. Mama will cover for you." Dobao dashed forward and inflicted a scratch on the woman's arm, far more severe than the 3 scratches inflicted by the earlier girl. "Ah, my arm." The woman collapsed onto the ground, clutching her arm in fright. "Oh my heavens, this is outrageous." She threw herself onto Old Yang's leg, wailing, "Aren't you a policeman? Hurry and arrest her. She deliberately harmed me." Though Old Yang was a burly man, he was not a fool. After observing the scene for a while, he discerned the underlying truth. The girl did not seem to be lying while this woman had been shouting excessively. He barked, "Enough. Stop the commotion. Quickly attend to your wound in the infirmary." The woman snapped back to reality, hastily getting up. Yes, I must attend to my wound. I mustn't contract rabies." Thus, the farce concluded. The girl remained seated on the edge of the bed, shedding tears, while the little boy with shifty eyes glanced around. Bai Cha retrieved a bowl of noodles from her bag and offered it to the girl. The girl hesitated, staring at the bowl but made no move to take it. Just as Bai Cha bent down to place the noodles on the bed, the little boy lunged forward and snatched the noodles away, declaring, "Give it to me. Everything in our house belongs to me." The girl still did not look up. Bai Cha chose to ignore the boy's impudence, casting one last glance at the girl before turning away with Dobao in her arms. After Bai Cha had walked a distance, the girl finally lifted her head, staring blankly at Bai Cha's departing figure. Dinner was ready, and with over 10 people present, 2 large tables were set. Each table bore a large bowl of stewed yellow beans, a big platter of stir-fried radish strips, and a large pot of thick rice porridge. This was the best they could offer. The 3 of them sat properly and joined everyone for the meal. Yun-Yi, a chatterbox, soon began discussing the arrangements that Wang Lu had made earlier. "Have the statistics been compiled?" Wang Lu nodded, confirming that the statistics were indeed ready, revealing that there were quite a few ability users. "That's wonderful. The more ability users there are, the stronger your combat power, enabling you to better combat the zombies." Wang Lu replied softly, his mind clearly elsewhere. Initially, he had shared Yun-Yi's anticipation for more ability users to emerge in their base. However, after compiling the statistics, he realized a crucial truth. Not everyone was willing to selflessly sacrifice for others as he and his brothers did. Wang Lu had conducted the survey himself, asking each person face to face. He could distinctly sense that the majority of them harbored a self-preservation mindset. Even those with abilities were reluctant to disclose them, merely hoping that their unique skills would save their own lives in times of crisis. Currently, with him and his brothers providing protection, all they needed to do was focus on their own safety, remaining quietly in the shelter. Although conditions were harsh, at least there were those fighting valiantly for supplies, ensuring they had food, drink, and a secure place to stay. A sense of discomfort washed over him as he pondered whether their relentless efforts to protect these individuals were truly worthwhile. The world had changed drastically since before the apocalypse. He had yet to share these thoughts with his brothers. He was unsure how to articulate his feelings. Bai Cha had already noticed the small green dots scattered among the black spots on the minimap. She admired Wang Lu and Old Yang's group, hoping they would find a favorable outcome in the apocalypse. However, she could not condone their approach of protecting all survivors as if they were infants, allowing them to do nothing while being provided for. She intended to subtly guide them toward discovering and improving their circumstances themselves. "You will stay at the base tonight. It is unsafe outside with so many zombies. Arrangements for your accommodation have already been made, Old Yang said while sipping his rice porridge. Yuni looked towards Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen, who in turn looked back at Bai Cha-Cha. All right, thank you, Bai Cha-Cha responded. The accommodations arranged for Bai Cha-Cha and the two others were in a stone chamber adjacent to the infirmary. Inside the stone chamber, they quickly set up their tents. Bai Cha-Cha retrieved a level 5 crystal core and handed it to Song Yen. Since Yun-Yi had just advanced to level 4, he could afford to delay his upgrade. Bai Cha-Cha's physical ability was already at level 5 intermediate. She had contemplated that the level 5 crystal core would be most suitable for Song Yen, ensuring they had 3 level 5 and 1 level 4 among them, significantly increasing their chances during their next encounter for a level 5 crystal core. Especially with Song Yan's spatial displacement ability, it effectively added an extra lifeline for them. If they truly could not win, escaping would be entirely feasible. Song Yen did not refuse. Although Bai Cha-Cha was young, she was prudent in her decisions, and he trusted her judgment. He also had faith in his own abilities. Yun-Yi had no objections either. He had come to understand that in their group, decisions were made by Sister Cha-Cha. Even his brother Song Yen had to take a back seat. Those who understood the situation were the true talents. Bai Cha-Cha and Yun-Yi kept watch while urging Song Yen to enter the tent for his upgrade. Once he was done, he would come out to replace the two of them. In the depths of the shelter, a middle-aged couple was engaged in hushed conversation. The woman, with a bandage wrapped around her arm, was the very same woman who had caused a scene earlier. The man, indecisive and somewhat henpecked, wore a distressed expression as he asked, "So what should we do now?" This girl is just as stubborn as her deceased mother. Upon mentioning their son's weight loss, the man grew anxious. Really? My son has lost weight? The way you say it makes it sound true. We can endure hardships, but we cannot let our son suffer. His wife, satisfied, nodded, her forehead's wrinkles smoothing out as she cheerfully replied, "It's good that you listened to me. I've already found out that Oldly, who lives next door, is interested in that troublesome girl and is willing to marry her. Yes, just waiting for us to give the nod." The man hesitated. "Isn't Oldly about the same age as me? I've heard he has a bad reputation with wives, having lost several already. I've already negotiated the betrothal gift. He can provide us with plenty of supplies, his family's hidden stash. It will last our son for a long time." At this point, given her sorry state, it's a miracle anyone wants her. I'm telling you, once this opportunity passes, there won't be another. Hearing the mention of betrothal gifts made the man's eyes light up, and he quickly changed his tune. "This is great. Living next door. We can keep it under our control." "I agree." The woman chuckled. "You still need to rely on me, don't you?" The man hurriedly embraced her, saying, "Of course. It's all thanks to you, my dear." As the couple chatted and laughed, they remained oblivious to the shadow lurking in the corner. The shadow covered its mouth, biting down on its fist to suppress any sound. Chapter 87. Why should she help me early the next morning? Wang Lu and Old Yang gathered all the abilities in the base for a meeting right after breakfast. The brothers had deliberated the previous day and concluded that the management of the base needed a transformation. They would continue to be responsible for all survivors, but the survivors, in turn, must also contribute to the well-being of the base. It could no longer be just the brothers tirelessly shielding everyone under their protection. From this day forward, the ability users among the survivors would be divided into two groups, led by the brothers, to take turns hunting zombies and collecting resources. The remaining ordinary individuals were expected to utilize their skills and find their own roles. Their refuge was too small, and the number of zombies in City D was overwhelming. It was only a matter of time before they could no longer hold on. When Bai Cha-Cha rose to have breakfast, she overheard Wang Lu mention that Old Yang had already taken a team nearby to practice zombie extermination and assist others in leveling up. Wang Lu inquired about the plans of the three. He did not question what they intended to do, knowing well that they were far more capable than he was and did not require his oversight. The three did not refuse a place to stay. All were survivors, and since fate had brought them together, Bai Cha-Cha and her companions were willing to offer whatever help they could. Wang Lu had other matters to arrange, and Bai Cha-Cha and her companions were busy heading out to continue their hunting. Now, Song Yen had advanced to a level 5 spatial ability user, but they required more than one level 5 crystal core. Meanwhile, Bai Cha-Cha had elevated her 5 elemental abilities, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each to level 5. Over the past few days, her ability tree had increased its yield from 24 to 30 ability fruits. Additionally, her physical ability had reached the pinnacle of level 5, with only her mental ability still at level 4. Both Wang Lu and Old Yang had also ascended to level 4 in their abilities. Through their collective efforts, several of their brothers had upgraded to level 3 ability users, while the ability users among the survivors were at least level 2. Wang Lu, taking Bai Cha-Cha's advice, taught some adult men and women among the ordinary survivors self-defense techniques. One night, Wang Lu and Old Yang approached Bai Cha-Cha and her companions, sharing their concerns and thoughts, seeking their counsel. Acknowledging the overwhelming number of zombies in City D, Bai Cha-Cha produced a map and assessed the distance between their current location and the A City base. She advised, "This refuge is situated near the outskirts of City D. I recommend you relocate to the A City base. It is a large military installation where you can find excellent protection." She then drew a route on the map, which appeared relatively safe, and recommended they follow it. Song Yen and Yun Yi shared Bai Cha-Cha's sentiments. Wang Lu and Old Yang were profoundly grateful to the trio. Not only had they saved their lives, but they had also provided sound advice on managing the base and now offered them a better path forward. Old Yang solemnly declared, "Should you ever need our help, do not hesitate to come find us at the A City base. We will do our utmost." Wang Lu echoed, "I cannot express my gratitude enough." Bai Cha-Cha felt a tinge of embarrassment. She had become more integrated into this world and was willing to do what she could for the survivors. She was ready to save those she could and help where it was possible. "When do you intend to depart for the A City base?" she asked. "We shall set off within the next couple of days," Yun Yi pondered, noting that they had not encountered any level 5 zombies in recent days, suggesting it was time to delve deeper into City D for hunting. He turned to Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen, inquiring, "Should we not find another area to hunt?" Song Yen nodded. Bai Cha-Cha suggested, "Then let us leave tomorrow." Wang Lu and Old Yang were already aware that this day of parting would come, so they refrained from pleading for them to stay, knowing they too would be departing soon. Each had their own path to follow. When Wang Lu and Old Yang informed the others about the A City base, excitement erupted. A military base in a city? That's splendid news. Had we known earlier, we would have left sooner. If it's a military base, it must be trustworthy. Let us pack our belongings. We've spent enough time in this refuge, cramped together with no personal space. City D has completely fallen. It's best we head to the A City base. With proper military support, our future will be easier. Deep within the refuge, Meng Lu lay in bed, tossing and turning, feeling an overwhelming sense of anxiety, devoid of any joy. No matter where she went, it felt like merely transitioning from one hell to another. When Captain Wang had come to assess the special abilities, she had felt a surge of excitement, believing her chance to escape had arrived. As a fire ability user, albeit at a low level, she was no longer an ordinary person. Perhaps this opportunity would allow her to break free from her biased father and wicked stepmother? Yet, fate always seemed to mock her. That loathsome old man, Oldly, was also an ability user, one with a power level higher than hers. During the days spent training with Captain Wang's team, she was constantly searching for a chance to flee, even if it meant drawing the attention of zombies. She would never allow herself to fall into the hands of that despicable man. Yet, Oldly was always watching her, denying her even the slightest opportunity to escape. He frequently sought moments when others were distracted to make unwelcome advances. Had it not been for the shared bunk beds in the refuge, he would have surely succeeded. If they moved to the A City base and there were not so many people living in close quarters, would she still have a chance to survive? What was she to do? Suddenly, a beautiful face flashed through Meng Lu's mind. No. She shook her head vigorously. That person should not have recognized her. Although they both came from the orphanage, they were not familiar with each other. That person was solitary and aloof. Even when she had tried to converse with her at the orphanage, she had barely acknowledged her. Why would she help me? Meng Lu hastily banished the enchanting visage from her thoughts, clenched her fists, and made a resolute decision. Chapter 88. Surrounded by zombies, Wang Lu was initially uncertain whether to depart tomorrow or the day after. Yet the survivors below were electrified upon learning of the A-City base. They could scarcely wait until the day after, unanimously insisting on leaving tomorrow. Indeed, they had little to prepare. They mentioned having caught some mutated sheep during the day in the mountains. They wished each other a safe and smooth journey to the A-City base. Wang Lu and Lao Yang were deeply moved. They had not anticipated such enthusiasm, as they themselves dared not venture into the mountains, feeling that the others possessed strength that rendered them unafraid of the mutated beasts above. That evening, Wang Lu arranged for a mutated sheep to be stewed, marking the second and final meal shared among them. Their brief encounter allowed Bai Cha-Cha and her companions to witness the kindness that still existed in the apocalypse, while Wang Lu and his group imparted to Bai Cha-Cha a sense that, even in these dire times, love still resided in some hearts. As the gathering concluded and the music faded, Meng Lu was accompanied by a middle-aged man wearing a mischievous grin. Surprisingly, the two were conversing with the abilities stationed at the entrance, discussing a desire to step outside at such a late hour. She remained rooted in place, contemplating whether to follow them. This girl, whom she recognized upon their first meeting, had been a companion from the orphanage, taken by her family 2 years ago. She had no idea they resided in D-City. The original owner of this body remembered her due to her unlikable disposition, which had led the orphanage's teachers and children to shun her. Meng Lu, formerly known as Bai Lu, was, apart from Bai Yi, the only person to have ever shown her kindness. Meng Lu had made countless attempts to engage the original owner in conversation and friendship, but by then, the original owner had found her best friend in Bai Yi and feared losing that bond. Over time, Meng Lu ceased her efforts, and after her family took her away, they never met again. Bai Cha-Cha stealthily trailed the duo, navigating through twists and turns until they entered a blind massage parlor. The shop door closed behind them. Bai Cha-Cha concealed herself in a corner, relying on her mental powers to discern the happenings within. Her heightened senses, bolstered by her abilities, allowed her to hear everything clearly through the thin wall. The first to speak was the middle-aged man. Xiao Lu, it's good that you can see things clearly. Your choice is wise. Rest assured, as long as you stay with me, I will treat you well. Your parents are not good people. They've sold you to me. They only care about your chubby brother. You've given up on them, so now follow me wholeheartedly, and perhaps we can have a few chubby sons together. Your life will only get better from here. All right, Xiao Lu, I can't wait any longer. Let us begin. He leered, hastily shedding his pants and eagerly reaching for Meng Lu, beginning to undress her. Bai Cha-Cha clenched her fists, listening to the sound of tearing fabric. Yet there was no protest from Meng Lu. Had she misjudged? Was Meng Lu willing? If this were a mutual agreement, she had no right to intervene. But if Meng Lu uttered a single word indicating reluctance, she would undoubtedly save her. Li Shu, no, don't panic. Just lie down. Let me make you comfortable first. Meng Lu's voice reached Bai Cha-Cha's ears, leaving her desperate to kick the door down. However, after comprehending the content of her words, she regretfully lowered her foot, turning to leave. Compassion does not save those who sever their own ties. Inside, Meng Lu suppressed her nausea as she helped the elderly man unbutton his shirt, enduring his unwelcome touches. Although he appeared eager, he remained vigilant. The moment for retaliation was not yet ripe. She had to endure. Only by holding on could she find an opportunity to eliminate him. This man was a level 3 ability user, while she was merely a level 2 fire user, a full rank below him. Nausea churned in her stomach, threatening to expel itself. Meng Lu gritted her teeth, continuing to please the old man. This hand she wished to be rid of. The old man, now complacent, had indeed lowered his guard, even emitting strange sounds of pleasure. Sensing his relaxation, Meng Lu rolled onto his stomach, gently caressing his grotesque, wrinkled chest as he closed his eyes in enjoyment. Suddenly, She produced a dagger she had prepared in advance, enveloped in flames, and plunged it swiftly and accurately into the old man's heart. Ah! The old man's eyes shot open, and with a forceful sweep of his hand, he flung Meng Lu against the wall, yet he too was racked with pain, blood spurting from his mouth. "Vile creature!" he gasped, clutching the dagger lodged in his heart. Struggling to rise and seek help, he had no time to deal with her now. Self-preservation was paramount. This wretched girl had attacked him at his most relaxed moment, and he had failed to summon his abilities for defense. Regret washed over him. He should never have trusted her. But Meng Lu would not allow him to escape. Despite her body crashing against the wall, pain radiating throughout her, the fierce hatred and indomitable will compelled her to rise swiftly. With her fiery hands, she grasped his ankle, searing him as he howled in agony. He retaliated with a merciless kick to her body. Their struggle drew the attention of the nearby zombies. Though she had departed, her mental presence lingered, hovering in the vicinity. Kicking the door open, she beheld Meng Lu clinging desperately to the old man's leg, while he attempted to free himself through punches and kicks. Without hesitation, she delivered a swift kick, sending the old man sprawling, and rushed to aid Meng Lu. "Are you all right?" Meng Lu, bruised and coughing up blood, leaned weakly against Bai Cha-Cha, whispering, "Kill him, please." Bai Cha-Cha ensnared the fleeing old man with vines, binding him before Meng Lu. With a swift motion, she yanked the dagger from the old man's heart and thrust it into Meng Lu's hands. Blood gushed forth, and the old man, who had held on to life just moments before, deflated like a punctured balloon. Now that the old man was subdued, he posed no further threat. Bai Cha-Cha understood that some grievances could only be resolved through personal retribution, thus she urged Meng Lu, "You must do it yourself." Meng Lu cast a grateful glance at Bai Cha-Cha, steadying herself against the nearby bed as she approached the old man. He glared at her, fury etched on his face, but fear flickered in his eyes. "Xiao Lu, I'm your husband. You cannot kill your own husband. Spare me, and I will return your freedom." Xiao Lu with a swift thrust of the blade, the sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed repeatedly. Meng Lu stabbed him deep and shallow, losing count of the strikes until the ground was awash with blood. She resembled a vengeful spirit, drenched in crimson, before suddenly discarding the dagger and breaking into anguished tears. The metallic scent of blood incited the surrounding zombies into a frenzy. Bai Cha-Cha maintained a mental shield around the small room, preventing the undead from breaching their sanctuary. "Bai Lu, we must leave quickly." Meng Lu's sobs ceased abruptly, her breath hitching in uncertainty. "What did you call me?" "Bai Lu." Bai Cha-Cha pronounced her name resolutely, causing Meng Lu's eyes to redden anew. "I am Meng Lu now. Very well, Meng Lu, we are surrounded by zombies." Chapter 89. The first friend surrounded by zombies of level 3 and below. The threat to Bai Cha-Cha was minimal. However, Meng Lu remained unaware of Bai Cha-Cha's true capabilities. She hastily wiped her tears, forcing herself to stand. She picked up the bloody dagger once more and, feeling both guilty and anxious, said to Bai Cha-Cha, "I'm sorry. I have caused you trouble. Thank you for saving me earlier. I will protect you with my life and help you escape today." No longer glancing at Bai Cha-Cha, she resolutely headed for the door. Bai Cha-Cha followed closely behind, touching her nose and remarking, "Actually, I'm quite formidable." Meng Lu had already flung the door open, unleashing her fire-based abilities to combat the zombies, unaware if Bai Cha-Cha had heard her. Bai Cha-Cha chose to remain silent, charging forward to demonstrate her own strength through action. As Meng Lu endured excruciating pain while continuously casting fireballs at the zombies, she suddenly noticed numerous vines extending from behind her. The vines spread out, seemingly sentient, wrapping around the necks of the zombies with remarkable speed. With a swift motion of her arm, Bai Cha-Cha commanded the vines, and in an instant, the heads of the ensnared zombies tumbled to the ground. One particularly gruesome zombie had its face so ravaged that it was unrecognizable, its exposed oral cavity rolling to rest at Meng Lu's feet. Meng Lu's pupils dilated in shock. Could it be that Bai Cha-Cha had become this powerful? Was this the same taciturn girl, once indifferent to her? Indeed, people change. Bai Cha had transformed for the better, and it was time for Meng Lu to do the same. In this altered world, if she continued to endure passively like before, how long could she survive? It was time to bid farewell to her former self. After Bai Cha collected the crystal cores using the vines, she reached out to grasp Meng Lu's hand. Recognizing Meng Lu's struggle to maintain her composure, her trembling hand seeking stability, Bai Cha provided support as if grasping a lifeline. They moved forward unsteadily until Bai Cha cleared a shop and led Meng Lu inside, shutting the door behind them. Bai Cha did not shy away from Meng Lu's gaze. She retrieved a fresh set of clothes, a towel, and water from her spatial storage. Handing the towel and clothing to Meng Lu, she said, "You should wash up and change." Meng Lu accepted them silently, her eyes cast down at the garments, suddenly shedding tears that fell upon the fabric. Bai Cha was so kind. She felt a wave of warmth and gratitude. Instead of immediately bathing and changing, she unexpectedly murmured, "Bai Cha, I don't want to be Meng anymore. I prefer the name Bai Lu." "All right, I shall continue to call you Bai Lu," Bai Cha replied. Understanding Meng Lu's sentiments, she could see that her family was not kind, and it was likely that her life had been fraught with difficulties. Bai Lu blinked, hesitating to speak further. Bai Cha, puzzled, urged her to express her thoughts directly. Bai Lu raised her gaze, earnestly looking at Bai Cha, and cautiously asked, "Would you be willing to be my friend?" Bai Cha was perplexed by her insistence on befriending the original owner of her body. When Bai Lu noticed Bai Cha's silence, anxiety washed over her. She felt impulsive and regretted asking such a foolish question, knowing the answer already. Quickly, she added, "It's fine if not. I was just asking." Why do you want to be friends with me so badly?" Bai Cha abruptly interrupted her. "What is it that you wish to convey?" Bai Lu hesitated, biting her lip, her expression complex as she replied, "You may not remember, but when we were children, there was a time I was bullied by other kids. And you stood up for me, driving them away. Once again, you have saved me." The Bai Cha of their childhood was bright, clever, and undeniably adorable. Yet somewhere along the way, she had transformed into someone reserved, sensitive, and melancholic. Nonetheless, Bai Lu had never forgotten how Bai Cha had illuminated her life, prompting her persistent efforts to befriend her. After numerous attempts met with indifference, she eventually left the orphanage, never anticipating that the light from her childhood would save her once more. Feeling Bai Lu's sincerity and kindness, Bai Cha recognized that she was not deceiving her. Meeting Bai Lu's genuine eyes, Bai Cha nodded slowly and smiled. "I would like that. We shall be friends from now on." This marked the first friendship Bai Cha had forged in this world, a peculiar bond between girls that blossomed effortlessly when the connection felt right. The surprise arrived like a whirlwind. Bai Lu's smile widened, her excitement prompting her to embrace Bai Cha, but she hesitated, fearing her own dirtiness might tarnish Bai Cha's light. After tidying herself, she appeared refreshed, eagerly reaching out to pinch Bai Cha's cheeks, exclaiming joyfully, "I finally get to squeeze your face. I've always wanted to pinch your stunning beauty, and now my wish has been fulfilled. Plus, I've become your friend. What more could I ask for?" Bai Cha, caught in the playful assault, was left both amused and bewildered by this peculiar quirk. Sighing, she thought, since Bai Lu was now her friend, she should indulge her whims. Yet, the pain coursing through her body intensified as she relaxed. "Cha, may I join you? I'm currently a level 2 fire wielder and still quite weak. But I will strive to become stronger so that I can protect both you and myself, and I promise not to become a burden. I can cook, clean, and handle all household chores. I'm not afraid of hardship or toil." Bai Lu enthusiastically promoted herself, yet she worried that her words might pressure Bai Cha. She quickly clarified, "If it's inconvenient for you, that's perfectly all right. I was merely asking. If it doesn't work out, I'll think of other ways. Rest assured, I will survive, and we will meet again." Bai Cha sighed softly. "I never said no. Our team is in need of a cook. And since you have nowhere else to go, come with me, Bai Lu." I formally invite you to join our team. Will you? Yes, yes. I will. Bai Lu nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains, anxious that if she delayed, Bai Cha-Cha might change her mind. Tomorrow morning, Wang Lu and Old Yang would lead all the survivors to the A-City base. Chapter 90. The Fake Sister After Emerging. Bai Cha-Cha sought a secluded spot to enter her space. She had just sensed Bai Lu struggling to endure her pain, swallowing blood several times. Bai Lu was indeed seriously injured, relying solely on her willpower to hold on. Unfortunately, their team lacked any healing-type abilities to provide her with treatment. When she first acquired the space, she had tried the spring water from the pool in front of the thatched cottage. It was not a spiritual spring, but merely ordinary water. She typically used that spring water for washing vegetables and cooking, and it possessed no special effects. The most valuable item in her space was likely the ability tree. Apart from Doubao, who relished the ability fruits, she had never shared them with anyone else. After consuming an ability fruit herself, she found that it not only enhanced her powers, but also allowed her to instantly recover all her energy, healing any injuries sustained during battles. She wondered what effect it would have if given to someone else. Initially, she had considered testing it on Song Yan or Yunyi, but both had remained vigorous and uninjured since joining her. Given that the old man was a power type and Bai Lu was constantly spitting blood, it seemed she had sustained significant internal injuries, perfect for her experiment. She plucked a fire-type ability fruit, juiced it, and filled a cup with the juice. Instead of leaving immediately, she had Bai Lu drink it in front of her and asked, "How do you feel now?" Bai Lu, puzzled, responded, "It's quite tasty. But I don't feel any different." Bai Cha-Cha raised an eyebrow, chose not to press further, and said, "I'll take my leave then. You should rest." She planned to inquire again the next morning. Perhaps the effects of the ability fruit were delayed when administered to others? She recounted the previous night's events and Bai Lu's integration into their team to Song Yan and Yan Yi. With a new member, the two veteran team members naturally had the right to be informed. Yun Yi cheerfully remarked, "Another sister. Isn't that wonderful? Welcome." Song Yan was more indifferent, stating, "If you think it's good, then it is." The following morning, Bai Cha-Cha and the two others skipped breakfast and bid farewell to Wang Lu and Old Yang, departing first to pick up Bai Lu. The four of them shared their first meal together, introducing themselves briefly. Bai Lu had already seen Song Yan and Yun Yi in the shelter, but now she not only knew their names, but also learned that one was a virus expert and the other a biologist, which she admired. However, what mattered more to her was still her light, Bai Cha-Cha. "How do you feel now?" Bai Cha-Cha didn't forget to inquire whether the ability fruit had any effect on others. Bai Lu replied honestly, "I feel much better. There's no pain anymore. And the bruises from yesterday have faded. Look." She showed Bai Cha-Cha her arms and legs, which indeed appeared healed. Bai Cha-Cha understood now. The ability fruit from her space might not enhance others' abilities, but it could indeed serve as a healing type. If anyone in the team got injured in the future, she would know what to do. After finishing breakfast together, the four of them set off by car to seek a location with a higher zombie density to engage in wild hunting. Inside the shelter, they were certainly aware of what the two had gone out for last night, and they were pleased about it. However, when it was time for the team to depart, they still hadn't arrived. Concern began to mount, leading them to urge Wang Lu and Old Yang to send someone to find their daughter and son-in-law. After wasting an entire morning with no results, the team ultimately decided to leave. The Meng couple assumed that Old Li had fled with Meng Lu, cursing as they walked away. They would never know that Old Li had been devoured by zombies, leaving no trace behind. A city base. A helicopter descended upon the base, unloading 4 guests from the capital, 3 men and 1 woman. The leading man had short silver hair that fell across his forehead, slightly obscuring his brows and eyes. His skin was pale, and his lips were a striking blood red, exuding a chilling, dangerous allure. The other 2 men and the woman followed closely behind him, all possessing an impressive demeanor and exceptional looks, creating a striking scene at the base. They represented the capital's base. Li Hongru received them with solemnity, accompanied by Deputy Base Chief Su Ziyuan and Li Shunan. Upon seeing Su Ziyuan, the silver-haired man narrowed his eyes. Su Ziyuan felt perplexed. He was certain he did not know these individuals and wondered where the hostility stemmed from. Was he overthinking it? The silver-haired man was none other than Wan Tingxiu, the deputy base chief from the capital. He was unwilling to waste time with pleasantries and stated directly, "I am here to find my sister. Her name is Bai Cha-Cha." Li Hongru was momentarily taken aback, unsure of who Bai Cha-Cha was. Su Ziyuan and Li Shunan exchanged startled glances. Su Ziyuan asked, "Isn't Bai Cha-Cha an orphan?" Wan Tingxiu shot a cold glance at Su Ziyuan. His gaze then turned to Li Shunan. "Do you know my sister?" Li Shunan nodded. "I do know a girl named Bai Cha-Cha. She saved my life. But I don't know if she is your sister." Wan Tingxiu felt a rush of excitement internally, but maintained a calm exterior as he inquired, "Do you know where she has gone?" Li Shunan nodded again. When they left, they mentioned heading to the capital base. They? Wan Tingxiu furrowed his brows, uncertain whether those accompanying his sister were good or bad people. There's also a man named Song Yan. Li Shunan did not mention Yun-Yi, as everyone in the base believed Yun-Yi had long been missing and did not know he had been rescued. Since they had already departed from the A-City base, Li Shunan felt it unnecessary to stir up further trouble. Upon hearing the name Song Yan, Wan Tingxiu was slightly surprised. Yet he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He recalled that aside from confirming his sister's safety, he had another matter to attend to. The four of them decided to temporarily reside at the A-City base. Although Li Hongru was somewhat baffled, being the deputy base chief of the capital's base, he had Li Shunan arrange a separate villa for the four guests. Inside the villa, Wan Tingxiu reclined on the sofa, staring at the ceiling in a daze. He hadn't anticipated arriving a moment too late and missing Bai Cha-Cha. However, he was fortunate to encounter his former brother-in-law, Su Ziyuan. Since Su Ziyuan was here, his past life's false sister, Bai Yai, must also be present. The two had always been inseparable, yet today, seeing Su Ziyuan, Bai Yai had not been by his side, which was indeed strange. She was instead with the long-missing Song Yan from his previous life. This life had certainly diverged from the last. His beloved sister was now on her way to the capital base. Once he concluded matters with Bai Yai, he could simply wait at the capital base for his sister to find him. In this lifetime, he could not afford to make the same mistakes again. Chapter 91. The Wild Hunt in a Villa Within the Jixiang Community. Bai Lu suddenly opened her eyes and leaped out of bed, rushing downstairs. Her excitement was palpable. T. I've reached level 3. Her voice echoed before her presence arrived. Bai Cha-Cha was amusing Doubao when she heard the commotion and looked up with a smile. Congratulations. Yun-Yi, under Song Yan's supervision, was doing push-ups. Upon hearing Bai Lu's exclamation, he was even more thrilled. Oh, that's fantastic. Let's grab a meal and then head out to hunt. He preferred battling zombies outside rather than enduring Song Yan's grueling training. I'm so hungry, really starving. Let's eat. Yun-Yi implored, casting a desperate glance at Bai Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha, aren't you hungry too? I could have sworn I heard your stomach growl. Bai Cha-Cha responded with a hint of disbelief. My stomach? It hasn't growled at all. However, seeing the pitiful look on his face, she cleared her throat and admitted, well, I am a bit hungry. Bai Lu dashed down the stairs in a flurry. Upon hearing Bai Cha-Cha's admission of hunger, she quickly declared, I'll go cook now. It won't take long. With that, she headed straight into the kitchen. Yun-Yi, eager to escape the living room, chimed in, I'll help wash the vegetables. He hurried into the kitchen after her. Song Yan chuckled helplessly and took a leisurely seat on the opposite sofa from Bai Cha-Cha, stating, this afternoon, we will head east. There's a key middle school divided into junior and senior high campuses. Next to it is a large wholesale market surrounded by residential areas. So, it should be teeming with high-level zombies. Bai Cha-Cha gently patted Doubao's soft little belly and smiled. All right, let's check out the wholesale market first. Song Yan nodded in agreement. glancing fondly at the bright young woman who was laughing and playing with Dobao. Just then, Yuni poked his head out of the kitchen. "Look at what I see. My Song de Nanshan has developed feelings." He feigned a cough and calmly sat beside Song Yen, casting a glance at the smiling Bai Cha-Cha. Leaning in closer to whisper, "You should act quickly if you like her. Otherwise, someone else might swoop in." Song Yen shot him a cold glance, but internally he pondered over his feelings for Bai Cha-Cha. Was she merely a teammate, a sister, or someone he was fond of? He himself was still uncertain. "Yuni!" With an expression of youthful naivety, further irritated Song Yen, whose gaze at him grew increasingly menacing. "Cha-Cha, Cha-Cha," Yun-Yi called out, drawing Bai Cha-Cha's attention. Confused, she looked at him, while Song Yen adopted a cool demeanor, appearing unaffected. "It's nothing, just wanted to call you," Yun-Yi said quickly as Bai Cha-Cha headed towards the kitchen to find Bai Lu. "Hey, don't leave, Cha-Cha." Yun-Yi panicked internally. He had only felt brave because Cha-Cha was there. Now, with her gone, he feared facing Song Yan's wrath. He quickly followed her into the kitchen. Soon, the living room was left with only Song Yan, who reclined on the sofa, deeply contemplating his feelings for Bai Cha-Cha. Were they those of a teammate, a sibling, or something more? This villa was their designated temporary refuge. After they had their fill, the four of them drove towards the wholesale market in the east. They barely had a chance to return to the market before. Only a few zombies remained in the stores, resting, along with some that had wandered over from nearby communities. The area was heavily infested, and no survivors had come to collect supplies. The wholesale market was abundant with resources, much to the benefit of Bai Cha-Cha and her companions. The scattered zombies provided ample opportunity for Bai Lu to hone her fire abilities. After clearing the area, Bai Cha-Cha and Bai Lu began to gather supplies from the shops on one side of the street, while Song Yen and Yun-Yi scoured the opposite side. They meticulously combed through each shop, leaving nothing behind. The wholesale market lived up to its reputation, boasting a vast array of goods, catering to every conceivable need. Most importantly, Yun-Yi was overjoyed to discover a seed store. With these seeds, he could utilize his wood abilities to cultivate more vegetables. Beaming with delight, he insisted that Bai Cha-Cha help him safeguard the seeds. Bai Cha-Cha readily agreed and cleared out the entire store. Not far from this expansive wholesale market lay the Key Middle School. Unlike the market, this school was overrun with thousands of zombies. It was a boarding school. And on the day the zombie virus erupted, although the universities were on break, this school had not fully closed down and was still holding classes. Those who remained for supplementary lessons, students and teachers alike, had all succumbed to the virus and transformed into zombies. Bai Cha-Cha utilized her energy map to assess the situation within the school, discovering that the highest level zombies were 3 level 4 specimens. Zombies above level 4 possess a modicum of intelligence, able to command lower tier zombies and prefer not to associate with them. The 4 of them deliberated on how to tackle these formidable foes. One of the level 4 zombies resided in Building 1. Concerned that their actions might attract the attention of the higher level zombie, they cautiously navigated past the lower level ones. Thanks to Yun-Yi's illusion abilities, the lesser zombies acted as though they were intoxicated, allowing the group to pass unhindered. Moreover, Bai Cha-Cha had even controlled 2 level 3 zombies to guide them. In the 3rd floor office of Building 1, they encountered a disemboweled female teacher zombie, her once white dress now unrecognizable. Instinctively, Bai Cha-Cha shielded the level 3 Bai Lu behind her, while Song Yen propelled Yuni forward. Yuni was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure, unleashing his illusion abilities while deftly dodging the level 4 zombie's attacks. This particular zombie was a water type and launched a torrent of water and sharp fingers towards Yun-Yi, but under the influence of his abilities, it misjudged its direction. As the battle progressed, Yun-Yi found himself increasingly outmatched. The level 4 zombie had reached its peak, surpassing Yun-Yi's level. Observing Yun-Yi struggling, Song Yen stepped in, dispatching the zombie with a powerful spatial blade. Breathless, Yun-Yi retreated, acknowledging that zombie was just a tad stronger than me. My abilities didn't quite affect it as much as I hoped, but thankfully, I managed to evade its attacks. Bai Cha-Cha readily concurred with Song Yen's assessment. Though they all leveled up through crystal cores, those who gained their strength through relentless combat had a distinct advantage over those who merely relied on the cores without experiencing battle. This was precisely why Song Yen insisted on pushing Yun-Yi to train, including throwing him into the fray against zombies, knowing that with the 2 level 5 individuals nearby, Yun-Yi would be safe to expend his abilities and gain invaluable experience in combat. Chapter 92, That Dog of a Man. On the rooftop of the high school teaching building, Yun-Yi and Bai Lu were engaging in an offensive against a second-level zombie. Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen stood by, poised and ready to provide assistance at a moment's notice. Though Bai Lu was only at the 3rd level, she wielded formidable fire-based attacks. Seizing the opportunity while the zombie was momentarily disoriented, her fireballs consistently struck true. This particular zombie was a freshly spawned 4th-level physical type. Through their combined efforts, Yun-Yi and Bai Lu successfully extracted its crystal core, eliciting a sense of accomplishment within them. Eagerly, they set out in search of their next 4th-level target. Before they could locate a 3rd 4th-level zombie, 2 5th-level zombies unexpectedly invaded Bai Cha-Cha's minimap. Typically, 2 5th-level zombies would not appear simultaneously, but the situation was evidently anomalous. The 2 5th-level zombies, intent on overpowering each other, were locked in a fierce battle. Run! Bai Cha-Cha declared decisively. While she, along with Song Yen and Do Bao, could handle 1 5th-level zombie, facing 2, both at their peak, necessitated a strategic retreat. Ideally, they hoped for the 2 to exhaust each other, allowing Bai Cha-Cha to scavenge the aftermath. Song Yen restrained Bai Cha-Cha and Yun-Yi, while Bai Cha-Cha held onto Bai Lu. The 4 of them vanished from the scene. Do Bao, having already gone invisible, was of no concern. The battle cry of the 2 5th-level zombies reverberated through the air, sending the lower-tier zombies scattering in fear. Song Yen merely facilitated a spatial shift for the group, not straying far. His intentions aligned with Bai Cha-Cha's. Both aspired to survive and seize the spoils. Finding a spacious yet concealed vantage point, they equipped binoculars to observe the clash between the 5th-level zombies. One was of the earth element, the other of gold, both refusing to yield. With menacing visages, sharp teeth, and grime covering their bodies, they fought amidst swirling dust and metallic debris until sunset, when the outcome began to lean in favor of the gold element zombie. The earth element zombie, having depleted its powers, desperately called out for lower-tier zombies to aid in replenishing its energy, preparing to flee. However, the gold element zombie was unwilling to let it escape and let out a roar that halted the approaching lower-tier zombies in their tracks. High-level battles often brought misfortune to the lowly. With a sudden lunge, the gold element zombie pinned the earth element beneath it, sinking its teeth into its foe. Just then, a brilliant flash of fire struck the back of the gold element zombie. The once desolate battlefield was suddenly graced by the presence of a man and a woman. Both the gold and earth zombies were momentarily stunned. Before they could react, a surge of electric fire cascaded upon them, rendering both zombies rigid and lifeless on the ground. 2 robust vines swiftly pierced into their skulls, extracting their green crystal cores. Do Bao, having reappeared from its previous hiding place, leapt into Bai Cha-Cha's embrace. To their astonishment, both Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen found themselves fortuitously collecting 2 5th-level crystal cores without exerting much effort during the zombies' mutual annihilation. The commotion was significant, but they harbored no fears of the lower-tier zombies. Rather, they were wary of higher-level zombies approaching with similar intentions. Thus, after securing the crystal cores, they retreated promptly. In the villa of Jixiang community, Yun-Yi and Bai Lu each held a 4th-level crystal core, while Bai Cha-Cha and Song Yen possessed a 5th-level core each. They kept several 3rd-level cores for future use, while all remaining 1st and 2nd-level cores were entrusted to Bai Cha-Cha. I will cook with Do Bao. You 3 should absorb your cores first. Dinner will be ready when you're done, Bai Cha-Cha instructed. Since she could directly upgrade in her spatial realm, she was in no rush. This way, they could take turns keeping watch at night, allowing Bai Cha-Cha to rest peacefully. Unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the 3, Bai Cha-Cha dashed to the kitchen and entered her spatial realm. Upon her exit, 5 dishes and a soup awaited, ready to be served once the others finished their upgrades. She and Do Bao lounged on the sofa, retrieving a tablet from the spatial realm. This tablet, acquired from a wholesale market earlier that day, was filled with numerous pre-downloaded songs and movies. With time on her hands, she decided to indulge in some entertainment, browsing for a film to watch. After some searching, Bai Cha settled on an action-packed martial arts film. The first to descend was Yeon-i, who was already at the 4th level and had now reached the peak of that tier, just one 5th-level crystal core shy of leveling up. Captivated by the plot on the tablet, he promptly joined Bai Cha on the sofa. Bai Cha even produced a bag of flavored melon seeds, and the two enjoyed the show while discussing the unfolding story. When Song Yen arrived downstairs, he found the two huddled together, engrossed in laughter and conversation. A wave of unexplainable discomfort washed over him, prompting him to consider kicking Yeon-i away. Resolute, he approached and unceremoniously pulled Yeon-i to the opposite side of the sofa. Yeon-i was taken aback, while Bai Cha looked up at Song Yen with a puzzled expression, unsure of his intentions. With a gaze deep and inscrutable, Song Yen remarked, "Bai Lu has come downstairs. It's time to eat." Bai Cha turned to see Bai Lu, radiant and sprightly, bounding down the stairs. "Haha, this truly is my lucky place, Cha. I'm now at the 4th level," Bai Lu declared, silently vowing that Bai Cha would forever be her only kin, promising to be loyal and good to her. Without Bai Cha, there would be no today for her. Bai Cha, smiling, rose from the sofa. "What a splendid day! Let's eat," she exclaimed, heading to the dining table, where she unveiled the 5 dishes and a soup. Steamed fish, steamed hairy crab, stir-fried beef, mapo tofu, sweet and sour ribs, and lamb soup, all exquisite in flavor and presentation, leaving Yeon-i in awe and making him forget about the earlier incident with Song Yen. Bai Cha then presented a dish containing a roasted leg of lamb for Do Bao. The four quickly settled down to enjoy the meal. Presently, Song Yan's electric and spatial abilities had reached the 5th level, Yeon-i's illusory powers were at the peak of the 4th level. Bai Lu's fire abilities were at the initial stage of the 4th level, and Bai Cha's physical prowess had reached the pinnacle of the 5th level. The elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth were also at the 5th level, while the mental abilities would ascend to the 5th level that very night. The next step would be to elevate Yeon-i to the 5th level, ensuring they would not fear encountering 6th level foes. After upgrading Bai Lu to the 5th level, they planned to depart D-City and continue their journey. Bai Lu had advanced from the 3rd to the 4th level in mere days, necessitating solidification of her newfound strength. After dinner, Bai Lu washed the dishes while Yeon-i arranged fragrant flowers around the villa. Bai Cha continued to watch her show, with Song Yen choosing to sit beside her, sharing in the viewing experience. Bai Cha generously placed the tablet between them for easier viewing. As the thrilling plot unfolded, Bai Cha's excitement surpassed that of the protagonists, her eyes sparkling with joy. Though Song Yen appeared focused on the tablet, his peripheral vision remained fixated on the girl beside him, his gaze softening with affection. Upon returning inside after his preparations, Yeon-i found the atmosphere charged with warmth as he witnessed Song Yan's tender expression directed at Bai Cha. The image of Song Yen gripping the collar of his back and lifting him up just now flashed through his mind. He understood. This scoundrel. Chapter 93, Level 6 Zombies. As the weather gradually turned cooler, the four companions and their tiger had been foraging in City D for over 2 months, returning home each evening after their daily excursions. Their space was abundant with supplies, ensuring they had no concerns regarding sustenance. On several occasions, when besieged by hordes of zombies, Yeon-i would employ his illusionary powers to bewilder the undead, while Song Yen would lead the group to a safer perimeter, successfully evading the relentless onslaught. Through numerous battles, both Yeon-i and Bai Lu had undergone profound transformations, their presence markedly different from before. Yeon-i had ascended to the pinnacle of a level 5 ability user, while Bai Lu had recently achieved the initial stage of level 5. Bai Cha had reached the intermediate stage of level 6 in physical abilities. Meanwhile, the elemental abilities metal, wood, Water, fire, earth, and the mental category had all attained the peak of level 5. Song Yen's electric and spatial abilities also stood at the apex of level 5. The fruit on their ability tree had grown to 36. Though they initially sought to challenge a level 6 crystal core, the cunning nature of level 6 zombies deterred them. They had encountered one such zombie previously but had fled due to their own weakness. They were reluctant to venture closer to the city center. Sensing the danger that Bai Cha detected, entering might prevent their escape. It was unwise to risk their lives for a level 6 crystal core. As Song Yen cleared the vicinity of zombies, he remarked, "We should prepare to leave. High-level zombies are not exclusive to the city. Yet, I sense the city center is perilous." Indeed, Bai Cha often felt they were being watched. Although her mini-map revealed no anomalies, an unsettling intuition told her they were under surveillance. Yun-yi felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing her words, the hairs on his arms standing on end. "Let us depart swiftly. We've lingered here long enough," he urged. Bai Lu stood vigilantly beside Bai Cha, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Should anything seem amiss, she would protect Bai Cha at all costs, signaling her to hurry. Song Yen retrieved their vehicle from the spatial dimension, and the four quickly boarded. No sooner had they driven a short distance when a tall man, obscured by a baseball cap, glasses, and a mask, appeared atop a nearby building. He gazed after their vehicle, muttering, "Yun-yi, so it is you." A peculiar laugh escaped him as he summoned two advanced zombies with a wave of his hand, directing them towards the fleeing car. As Song Yen drove, Yuni occupied the passenger seat while Bai Cha and Bai Lu sat in the back, snacking on dried fruits and vegetables. Having escaped the city limits, they found themselves in the outskirts where the zombie presence was sparse, consisting mainly of lower-tier zombies, posing little threat. Just as Bai Cha began to relax, she sensed a powerful energy fluctuation around them and was taken aback. Before she could speak, Song Yen accelerated to the limit, sensing something was amiss. Soon, two ominous figures emerged behind their vehicle, zombies with eerie, azure pupils. Bai Cha's eyes widened. Two level 6 zombies. Her pet Doubao had already bristled, alertly peering through the window. How can there be level 6 zombies here? And two at that. Yun-yi exclaimed, stunned. Something was amiss. These two zombies seemed fixated on them, as if directed by an unseen force. Bai Lu felt the sweat bead on her palms. Among their group, she was the weakest. The speed of the two zombies was alarming, and they would soon be upon them. Without hesitation, Song Yen slammed on the brakes, shouting, "Get out." The four of them acted without a moment's delay, quickly exiting the vehicle and gathering around Song Yen. He prepared to activate his spatial displacement ability. But a violent whirlwind surged toward them. One of the zombies was of the wind element. The zombies were not foolish. They targeted the vulnerable. The whirlwind barreled toward Bai Lu. In a moment of urgency, Bai Cha jumped aside, using her vines to wrap around Bai Lu's waist, attempting to pull her to safety. The pull of the whirlwind was immense, and before they could approach, it had already begun to draw them in. Bai Cha bound them together with vines, anchoring them to the ground while erecting a mental shield and an earth barrier for protection. A blinding bolt of lightning struck the whirlwind, illuminating the sky. Yet it proved ineffective as the storm quickly reformed. Bai Cha, fists clenched and prepared to retaliate, was suddenly confronted by a massive mutated tiger that appeared beside her. It opened its great maw, swallowing the whirlwind. Moments later, an even larger tornado erupted from its mouth, aimed directly at the two level 6 zombies. Doubao! At this critical moment, Doubao unexpectedly shielded her. Bai Cha gasped, fearing for Doubao's safety, and immediately retaliated. Song Yen narrowed his eyes. Escape was no longer an option, and they had to confront the situation head-on. He seized the moment to separate the two level 6 zombies while Bai Cha and Doubao dealt with the wind element one. He displaced the other zombie a kilometer away, along with Yun-yi and Bai Lu, who had been entangled in Bai Cha's vines. With 3 level 5 users against one, they could hold out longer. Bai Cha, with her level 6 abilities and Doubao, stood a fair chance against the other. Once the trio vanished with the other zombie, Bai Cha-Cha focused intently on the level 6 zombie before her. Do Bao was tasked with neutralizing the wind abilities of the zombie, while Bai Cha-Cha unleashed her full might. Shielded by Do Bao, she closed in and struck fiercely, ensuring each blow landed solidly on the zombie. Her golden-imbued punches were precise and devastating. Do Bao proved to be the most formidable ally. The abilities it consumed were released with even greater potency than their original forms. No longer was Do Bao the beleaguered tiger fleeing from the mutant Monkey King. Having ascended to level 5, its ability to absorb powers had significantly improved. Previously, it could only consume but not expel. Bai Cha-Cha was overjoyed. This little creature was reliable when it mattered most. Her efforts to nurture and feed it had not been in vain. With Do Bao by her side, the wind element zombie found its abilities rendered nearly ineffective, infuriating it. It howled in frustration, attempting to summon reinforcements, but it was too late. Bai Cha-Cha and Do Bao pressed their advantage, ensnaring the zombie in burning vines. The flames licked at the vines, but could not harm them. With unwavering determination, Bai Cha-Cha pummeled the zombie's head relentlessly until a blue crystal core shattered free. They incinerated its remains to ashes and, together, the girl and her tiger raced toward the battleground of their companions. Chapter 94. The cunning Earth-type Song Yen and his companions faced a formidable level 6 zombie with Earth-based abilities. This zombie was exceedingly cunning. Upon being led to this location by Song Yen, it activated its powers and burrowed into the ground, scurrying about like a mouse. It thrived underground, frequently emerging to launch surprise attacks on the trio. Even Yun Yi's illusionary powers barely fazed it, as the creature was astute enough to retreat into the earth whenever danger approached, much like a turtle retreating into its hard shell. The ground had been rendered uneven by Song Yan's electric strikes, yet not a single blow had touched the zombie. When Bai Cha-Cha and Do Bao arrived, they witnessed the three engaged in a game of whack-a-mole. Dust filled the air, swirling about as the grotesque zombie intermittently poked its head up to hurl stones or rain down clumps of earth upon them. It was evident that Yun Yi was growing increasingly frustrated, while Bai Lu had descended into a state of fury, unleashing fireballs upon the ground, blackening the earth beneath them. Though Song Yan appeared calm, a palpable chill surrounded him as he maintained a distance, seemingly observing the zombie's emerging patterns. This was Bai Cha-Cha's first encounter with such a troublesome undead creature. Countless vines began to take root in the ground, but rather than growing upwards, they delved downwards, intertwining to form a dense web. As the Earth-type zombie swam through the soil, it became ensnared in this net. Subsequently, it was violently yanked from the ground, struggling desperately as it shielded itself with a dirt barrier and attempted to sever the vines with earthen spikes. However, the net only tightened, becoming more constricting with each futile effort. In a state of panic, the zombie prepared to self-destruct. A burst of azure light erupted from its mind. Song Yan reacted swiftly, rushing to envelop Bai Cha-Cha in his arms. Taken aback, she quickly exclaimed, "Wait!" She understood that Song Yan aimed to protect her from harm and intended to utilize spatial displacement to escape. Yet, they could not allow such a rare level 6 zombie to self-destruct. They needed its core. Gently, she pushed aside his arm and extricated herself from his embrace. Song Yan, his body tense and veins pronounced, reluctantly released her. A powerful wave of mental pressure surged towards the zombie's brain. Not daring to be careless, Song Yan, closely followed by Cha-Cha, prepared to whisk her away at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Bai Cha-Cha delivered a heavy punch to the zombie's skull. The self-destructive energy backfired, and the aura of the level 6 zombie abruptly dissipated, the core within its brain dimming and ceasing to glow. With decisive action, Bai Cha-Cha extracted the creature's brain, cleansing the core in her hands. After ensuring it remained undamaged, she stored it away. Song